The Battle of Gods arc takes place after the events of the Majin Buu arc. Time has passed since then, and we find Goku working on a tractor when Goten arrives and surprises him with lunch. Goku takes a break from his tractor work and lets Goten take over while he eats. Regaining his strength, Goku powers up to Super Saiyan and begins some image training, conjuring up formidable foes to battle such as Frieza, Perfect Cell, and finally Kid Buu. However, Goten gets distracted by Goku's training and accidentally drives the tractor off of a cliff, prompting Goku to save him from falling. Goten inquires what his father was doing, and Goku explains that he was training, as you never know when a strong opponent like Buu will appear again. Goku discusses his wishes to train with King Kai, but states that Chi-Chi would never permit it, as they and the Ox King are now flat broke. At that moment, Hercule arrives to greet Goku and Goten. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of space, an alien race attempts to please Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, with a lavish meal. Confusion arises among the aliens when Beerus drinks without any reaction, and with a smirk, Beerus informs the aliens that he knew the meal was poisoned, but he was unaffected by it. Trying to cover their tracks, the aliens try to present their special soup, though Beerus makes his decision to destroy their planet. Upon hearing this, the aliens arm themselves in a futile attempt to resist, but Beerus effortlessly obliterates them and the entire planet with a mere flick of his finger. Beerus' attendant, Whis, remarks that Beerus accomplished exactly what he intended, but Beerus is preoccupied by a recently recalled dream. Back on Earth, Goku is taken aback by the substantial amount of money offered to him by Hercule. The 100 million Zeni prize money in question is a token of appreciation for saving the world, and Hercule believes that Goku and his friends are the ones truly deserving of it. Goku initially refuses the money, feeling overwhelmed, but when Goten explains that it's enough for Goku to stop working and focus on training, he quickly changes his mind, thanking Hercule for the gift. Meanwhile, Beerus recollects the name from his dream, the Super Saiyan God. This Super Saiyan God is someone who could potentially rival him, or so Beerus believes. As Beerus and Whis decide to return home, the Elder Kai and Kibito Kai observe that Beerus has destroyed a planet and worries about the impending consequences of his arrival. Beerus seeks guidance from the Oracle Fish, who also predicts an encounter with the Super Saiyan God. Beerus brags to Whis about his foresight regarding the emergence of a formidable adversary, and Whis acknowledges the Oracle Fish's prophecy, though he reminds Beerus of Frieza's destruction of the Saiyan homeworld, planet Vegeta. Beerus, now recollecting this, states he forgot he told Frieza to do that. Peering into his staff, Whis informs Beerus that the few remaining Saiyans now inhabit planet Earth. Beerus recalls Earth as the planet where he wiped out the dinosaurs ages ago, and Whis interjects that Son Goku, the Saiyan who defeated Frieza, is currently on King Kai's planet. This revelation surprises Beerus, who grows interested in seeing the Saiyan's power for himself. He tells Whis to set a course for King Kai's planet, and the two depart. Meanwhile, Goku is training with King Kai and Bubbles, and the Kai suddenly yells out in fear, prompting Goku to ask if he wet his pants. King Kai is upset that Goku would even ask such a thing, but admits he may do so as Lord Beerus is approaching his planet. Goku is confused on who Beerus is, but King Kai explains that he's the god of destruction and the strongest warrior in the universe. Despite Goku's enthusiasm to battle him, King Kai vehemently protests, emphasizing the importance of not provoking Beerus, who's known to get upset easily. Suddenly, Beerus, intrigued by the idea of a battle, appears behind King Kai, surprising everyone with his presence. King Kai tries to apologize for Goku's rudeness, but Goku is too elated about fighting Beerus and turns into a Super Saiyan. Stating he won't be holding back, Goku rushes at Beerus, who easily dodges all of Goku's attacks. As Goku throws more punches, Beerus comments that his hair is no longer black like typical Saiyan hair, and Whis notes that he changed into a Super Saiyan, a technique the Saiyans have been using recently. Goku smirks and powers up to Super Saiyan 2, re-engaging Beerus as the deity concedes that he now understands how Goku defeated Frieza, but decides that he's seen enough, as this is clearly the extent of the Saiyan's power. However, Goku, undeterred, transforms into a Super Saiyan 3, surprising Beerus, who dons a sadistic smirk. While Kibito Kai and the Elder Kai watch the battle from their planet, in another corner of the universe, a different pair also takes notice of Beerus being awake. The feline entity expresses satisfaction that Beerus is preoccupied with the battle, increasing the likelihood that their actions will go unnoticed. Back on King Kai's planet, Goku struggles to connect a punch with Beerus. He rears back and launches a powerful punch, inadvertently creating a gigantic hole in King Kai's small planet. Frustrated that Beerus won't engage in the fight, Goku becomes angry. Beerus, however, suddenly appears in front of Goku and effortlessly sends him flying with the flick of his finger. Beerus has had enough and urges Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan God. However, Goku is unaware of of this and insists that he's already reached his final transformation. Beerus, frustrated by Goku's response, takes matters into his own hands. He swiftly materializes behind Goku and incapacitates him with a swift neck chop, leaving him unconscious. With the battle over, Beerus and Whis depart for Earth to interrogate the other Saiyans on the Super Saiyan God. As they approach Earth, the other cat-like entity speculates whether they've been detected. His assistant notes that Beerus is currently en route elsewhere, suggesting that they remain undetected for now, and just moments later, Beerus arrives on Earth. As Goku lies on the ground in pain, King Kai inquires about his well-being. Goku acknowledges that he's alright, but admits that he was clearly outmatched by Beerus. Goku then sits up, recalling Beerus mentioning his plan to head to Earth and how this was bad timing as Bulma's birthday party was going on. Back on Earth, Bulma's cruise ship birthday party gets disrupted by Beerus, who comes to inquire about the so-called Super Saiyan God. Beerus vents his frustration by lashing out at the partygoers, especially due to Boo devouring all the pudding. Gohan and Boo are already incapacitated, prompting Gotenks to power up to Super Saiyan 3, but he's effortlessly flicked aside. Piccolo prepares to take action, but Vegeta advises him not to bother as he's greeted by Lord Beerus, who recalls meeting him as a child. Vegeta then has a flashback to his childhood memory of Beerus standing over King Vegeta, who apologizes for the Saiyans' arrogance. Vegeta states that no one can defeat Beerus as he's the strongest god in the universe, flattering the deity, who chuckles at the introduction. Suddenly, Bulma confronts Beerus for ruining her party and slaps him across the face, much to everyone's surprise. However, Beerus responds by slapping her back, shocking Vegeta and Trunks, who's now unfused from Goten. This act enrages Vegeta, who powers up with intense emotions at the God of Destruction, who dared to lay hands on his Bulma. Vegeta charges in and launches a barrage of attacks, eventually sending Beerus flying into the air, where the Saiyan unleashes an enormous energy blast that engulfs a part of the planet, though Beerus remains unimpressed. Meanwhile, the Elder Kai notices another planet disappearing, even though he and Kibito Kai are currently monitoring Beerus on Earth. Both Supreme Kai use their crystal ball to observe a duo in space searching for specific wish orbs, and the duo's assistant suggests they move on before they're detected. When the Supreme Kai connect the wish orbs to the Dragon Balls, the duo notices them and gazes back through the crystal ball, surprising them. The two abruptly land in the world of the Kais and acknowledge the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. They question how much the Kais overheard, to which they pretend to not have heard anything. While Champa, the duo's leader, remains skeptical, he eventually departs with his assistant. Both Kai then panic, fearing that Champa might be referring to the Dragon Balls on planet Namek. The Elder Kai urges Kibito Kai to gather them all at once, and he takes off to do so. On Earth, just as Vegeta admits defeat to Beerus, who plans to destroy the planet, Goku suddenly arrives via instant transmission, requesting Beerus to wait just a little longer before destroying their home. With Beerus on the hunt for the Super Saiyan God, Goku comes up with the idea to consult Shenron, urging Bulma to prepare the Earth's Dragon Balls. Goku and his friend summon Shenron, who reveals that a Super Saiyan God can be temporarily created when 6 Saiyans with pure hearts work together to pool their energy. Unfortunately, there are only 5 Saiyans on Earth: Goku, Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, and Trunks. Surprisingly though, Videl reveals her pregnancy with her and Gohan's child, making it possible to assemble the group needed to awaken Goku as the Super Saiyan God, a form not much different from his base form in terms of appearance, with the exception of his hair and eye color turning red. Beerus appears moderately impressed, while Goku's friends and family appear somewhat bewildered. Gohan is unable to sense his father's energy, and Piccolo states that no mortal can sense energy that comes from gods, confirming that Goku has indeed attained this power. Goku makes a deal with Beerus, asking him not to destroy the Earth if he wins the fight, and Beerus reluctantly agrees, confident in his own victory. The battle between Goku and Beerus commences, and Beerus inquires about Goku's thoughts on his newly acquired god power. Goku is astonished by the immense power, and Beerus knocks him away, pursuing him shortly after. The two fight it out in West City, but find themselves having to avoid buildings to minimize damage. In response, Beerus headbutts Goku to the outskirts of the city, and as the Saiyan recovers, he appears to be out of breath. Beerus acknowledges that Goku seems to be getting the hang of his new power, but predicts he'll never be as strong as a god of destruction. Undeterred, the two rush toward each other and their punches connect, creating shockwaves felt even in the realm of the Kais. The Elder Kai notices and confirms that if the two continue to battle like this, the entire universe will be destroyed. At the same time, Kibito Kai has collected the Namekian Dragon Balls, but it turns out they weren't the ones Champa sought, and the Elder Kai tells tells him to return them to Namek. High above Earth, Goku and Beerus continue their duel, though Goku pauses, attempting to catch his breath. Beerus grows impatient, stating that Goku is beginning to lose his power, and despite the enjoyment of the fight, he decides it's time to conclude it. Beerus then launches a massive destruction sphere toward Goku and Earth, telling the Saiyan to die along with his planet. However, Goku smirks and states that the power of the Super Saiyan God is telling him that he's barely scratched the surface of his potential, and counters with a Kamehameha to nullify the attack. This creates a massive explosion noticed throughout the cosmos. Soon after, Whis arrives in the battle space, suggesting that they consider the match concluded for now. Beerus, satisfied, chooses to leave Earth intact for now, so long as Goku pushes himself further to prepare for their rematch. Moreover, Goku learns that Beerus is the god of destruction in this universe, known as the 7th of 12. He states that there are certainly stronger beings out there, including Whis, who's revealed to be Beerus' teacher. Goku chuckles at the surprising revelation, and the two depart, leaving a battered Goku behind. The Kais remain deeply impressed by Goku's strength, and it's soon revealed that the younger Supreme Kai and Kibito have unfused thanks to a wish from the Namekian Dragon Balls. The Elder Kai wishes for peace to prevail a little while longer, and in a distant part of space, a group of aliens stumbles upon a massive Dragon Ball. They attempt to contact their headquarters, but notice Champa and his attendant outside their ship. With a smile, Champa fires an energy blast, obliterating all traces of the aliens. On planet Frieza number 17, another alien informs someone named Sorbet that their scout ship has been destroyed. With their forces being depleted, the remaining group contemplate the only option left, reviving Lord Frieza himself. Sorbet emphasizes the urgent need to locate a planet with Dragon Balls, and Champa's attendant cautions him that drawing attention will make Beerus aware of them. Champa agrees to return home, but he hints that he'll have a surprise in store for Beerus the next time they meet. The Universe 6 saga takes place after the events of the battle with Beerus and resurrection of Frieza. On Beerus' planet, Goku and Vegeta are engaged in a sparring match. Goku, always eager to push his limits and test his strength against formidable opponents, is met with Vegeta's taunts of being stronger, challenging Goku to defeat him first. The two land blow after blow, and Vegeta confidently asserts that the one who will defeat Beerus first will be him. Vegeta gives chase to Goku, but the Saiyan is easily tricked by Goku's swift after images. Vegeta grows angry with his inability to catch Goku, and nearby, Whis observes, noting that Vegeta's spirit is beginning to waver in battle. Suddenly, Goku appears as Vegeta lunges into attack, only to discover that he hits a log, much to his surprise. Goku seemingly gains the upper hand, but unwilling to accept defeat, Vegeta undergoes a transformation, his hair turning a striking blue. This displeases Whis, as Vegeta blasts Goku out of the sky, much to his shock. The aftermath leaves damage on Beerus' planet, as Goku protests, arguing that the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan transformation was explicitly off limits for this match. However, seeing Vegeta's transformation, Goku decides to level the playing field by transforming himself. The two Saiyans then engage in a lively debate, arguing over who's stronger in their Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan forms. Amidst their banter though, Goku struggles to pronounce the full name of their transformation and bites his tongue, prompting Whis to fly in and suggest a simpler alternative, Super Saiyan Blue. Despite the levity of the situation, Whis scolds the Saiyans for their disregard of the rules during their training, and states they've been overconfident ever since they defeated Golden Frieza. Whis then forces Goku and Vegeta to don huge, space-like outfits as punishment, which they both note are extremely heavy. The two continue to bicker and adjust to their new attire, and suddenly, Champa and his attendant arrive. The Saiyans are taken aback as this stranger looks like Lord Beerus, and Goku notes the lady with him looks similar to Whis. Champa demands to see Beerus, and as Whis goes to wake him up, Goku confronts Champa, stating he looks like a fat version of Beerus. Champa's attendant points out Goku's rude remark, and states that Champa is Beerus' twin brother. Surprised, the two Saiyans are also informed that Champa is the god of destruction from Universe 6. Goku questions who's stronger between Champa and Beerus, but the attendant now known as Vados cuts in, alluding to Beerus being stronger on account of Champa's physical appearance. Vados goes on to state that she and Whis are siblings as well, but her strength is slightly superior to her brother's, surprising Goku, who grows excited about there being so many powerful warriors out there. Just then, Whis and Beerus emerge, Whis disagreeing with the idea that his sister is stronger, as it's been 1,000 years since they last trained together. Vados challenges Whis to prove himself, but Beerus changes the subject, questioning why Champa has arrived. Champa then challenges Beerus to a rather unusual competition, a food contest. Beerus. Champa pulls out a dish from his universe known as the Don Don Bird Egg, and Beerus pulls out ramen from Earth. Goku wonders what's going on, and is informed that Lord Champa always brings food when he comes to visit, prompting disappointment from Goku as he thought he'd get to see Beerus unveil his true power. After a moment of eating, Beerus seems unimpressed as he prompts his brother to try his dish now. Champa is taken aback by the exquisite taste of the ramen presented by Beerus and becomes intrigued about where he got it from. Beerus states it's from a planet called Earth, and curious about the planet's culinary delights, Champa instructs Vados to locate Earth in Universe 6. Vegeta cuts in, questioning what Universe 6 is, and Whis informs him that there are 12 universes total, and the one they live in is called Universe 7. Whis goes on to state that Lord Champa hails from Universe 6, and that Universes 6 and 7 are almost exactly alike. Additionally, the other universes that add up to 13, such as 1 and 12, and 2 and 11, are also identical. Vegeta is surprised, and Goku fails to understand the lesson, but Vegeta opts to explain it to him later. Vados then discovers Champa's Earth in Universe 6, but notes that it was obliterated in a war which exterminated all of humanity. Beerus taunts his brother for being unable to experience such amazing food in his universe, prompting Champa to propose a fight, surprising Beerus. Champa proposes that if he wins, they switch universes, but opts to substitute a Destroyers battle for fights between 5 chosen warriors from their respective universes. This tournament will feature one-on-one battles until only one team remains, and Goku, the ever-passionate fighter, is thrilled by the prospect of the inter-universe tournament. In a flashback long ago, we see Beerus and Champa locked in a fierce battle. Champa throws an attack at Beerus, but to evade the pursuing projectiles, the destroyer lands on a nearby planet and swipes them away. Champa, however, flies in immediately and collides with the planet, triggering a massive explosion. As the two continue to fight, their explosive blows cause collateral damage to surrounding planets. They eventually land on a devastated planet, where Champa vents his anger toward Beerus for eating the Puff Puff fruit from their birthday cake. Vados, who had prepared the cake, watches amusedly as Whis remarks she did this on purpose. The argument between Beerus and Champa over the quality of their respective universes' food escalates, as Beerus effortlessly evades Champa's attacks. Pushed to the brink, Champa decides to unleash a powerful blast to destroy the universe, which Beerus meets with a counter blast. But before the fight can escalate further, Whis and Vados pacify their respective gods by knocking them out, suggesting they settle their disputes through culinary competitions. In the present day, Whis explains to Vegeta that this is why Beerus and Champa battle with food now, and states that this time, Beerus' victory over Champa hurt his pride. The Destroyers begin discussing the setup for their proposed battle between universes, with the winner getting to swap Earths. Beerus, however, questions what he'll get out of this, as the Universe 6 Earth is destroyed, and questions how they'd be able to switch anyway. Champa then explains that he has wish orbs that he spent decades collecting, and that with 6 of them currently in his possession, he only needs 1 more to complete the set. He says that if Beerus' universe wins, he'll hand them all over, prompting Goku to question if Champa is referring to the Dragon Balls. Surprised, both Champa and Vados question how Goku knows about the Dragon Balls, and Beerus taunts his brother, noting that Universe 7 already possesses these orbs. Champa questions if Beerus is referring to the Namekian Dragon Balls, and when Goku confirms, Champa states that these balls are different, as the Namekians only took fragments of the wishing balls long ago, which are the ones Universe 7 is familiar with. He goes on to say that the ones he's referring to are massive wish-granting orbs, each the size of a planet, and names them the Super Dragon Balls. Still not convinced, Beerus believes the hunt for the final Dragon Ball would be pointless, but Goku cuts in, stating that Bulma could create a radar capable of locating it. Surprised, Beerus questions Goku on if he really wants to compete in the tournament, and when Goku confirms, Beerus accepts the challenge. The rules for the contest are laid out, much like those of the Tenkaichi Budokai. Contestants are disqualified if they surrender or fall out of the arena. Killing is prohibited, weapons and performance-enhancing drugs are banned, and a simple written test will be conducted beforehand, as per Vegeta's suggestion. The battles are scheduled to begin in 5 Earth days on the neutral, nameless planet, and Champa and Vados depart to prepare. As they take their leave, Vados questions if Champa is prepared to risk handing over the Super Dragon Balls should they lose, but Champa is confident, noting that Goku and Vegeta, whom he'd observed earlier, don't seem particularly formidable. Having removed their weighted clothes, Goku and and Vegeta discuss potential fighters with Beerus. Goku suggests Majin Buu and Piccolo, and Vegeta brings up Gohan, noting he's got the greatest potential of them all. Goku, however, excludes Gohan, noting that his son has been focusing on his studies and can't even find his martial arts uniform. Beerus then cuts in and reveals that he's already chosen the remaining fighter. He shares that Goku was the second strongest fighter he ever faced, and says that for the tournament, he'll be recruiting the first strongest. Assuming that the strongest is Whis, Goku questions Beerus, but Beerus notes that Whis isn't allowed to participate, prompting confusion from the Angel. Realizing that there's someone out there stronger than himself, Goku grows even more excited. Beerus then instructs the Saiyans to return to Earth, ask Bulma to search for the 7th Super Dragon Ball, and ensure that everyone is prepared for the battles. He emphasizes that no matter what, they must not lose to Universe 6, but Goku notes that the stakes aren't really high here, as all they'd have to do is relocate to another universe should they lose. Beerus, however, irate, exclaims that if he sees Goku or anyone else holding back, he'll destroy them, and Goku agrees. The Saiyans then head off with Whis as their escort, pleased to return to Earth. Back on Earth, Goku and Vegeta, now with Piccolo, collect a new radar from Bulma at Capsule Corporation. Given the new information, Bulma wonders if Universe 7 possesses Super Dragon Balls as well, prompting Vegeta to suggest searching for them in their universe first. Despite the radar not detecting any Dragon Balls in their universe, Bulma suggests they might have more luck searching closer to the center of the universe. Goku considers asking Whis for help, but Bulma suggests someone else, wary of Beerus and Whis' intentions should they gather all the Dragon Balls. Seemingly out of alternatives, she contacts her older sister Tights and requests a favor. On a remote island in the middle of the ocean, Tights mentions a certain individual who's been boasting about his new spaceship, able to arrive on Earth in about 50 minutes. Later on Earth, Jocko arrives, complaining about being summoned by Bulma for trivial tasks. Bulma questions Jocko on if he can take them to the center of the universe, but Jocko mentions that only one person named Lord Zuno might know how to get there. Zuno is revealed to be a peculiar person who knows everything, even the type of underwear a lady is wearing. Bulma inquires if Zuno can tell them the location of the Super Dragon Balls, and unaware of what those are, the Galactic Patrolman agrees that Zuno will definitely know. Having made up her mind, Bulma requests Jocko to take her to Zuno right away, the two going alone as there are only 2 seats in his spaceship. Before departing, Vegeta warns Jocko not to try anything funny with his wife, prompting Jocko to scoff at the idea of doing anything of the sort. The spaceman is slapped on the head as the two take off, with Goku noting that he and Vegeta sure have strong wives. Vegeta attributes this to their Saiyan lineage, stating that Saiyans only like strong women, prompting a surprised look from Piccolo. Deep in space on the nameless planet, 6 of the massive Super Dragon Balls float in the sky as Champa surveys the place, noting it needs some facilities. Finalizing the tournament's grounds, Vados questions if Champa has chosen his 5 contestants yet. Champa then thinks on Goku and Vegeta's arrival on Beerus' planet, noting that they were Saiyans, and decides that he should include some Saiyans on his team as well. With the members of Universe 7's team decided, Bulma, accompanied by Jocko, embarks on a quest to locate the last Super Dragon Ball, seeking the knowledge of the supposedly all-knowing Zuno. Jocko expresses ignorance about matches against Universe 6 and the Super Dragon Balls, and requests to join the group to witness the battles. Bulma agrees, suggesting he bring his girlfriend, only to find out she's dumped him, though Jocko tries to deflect. The two reach Lord Zuno's planet and stand before him, a large, purple-looking man floating in a pod. His assistants question if Bulma means to ask something, and upon confirmation, they tell her to present an offering. Jocko, demonstrating his eccentricity, kisses Zuno on the cheek, securing only one question as he's a man. Amusingly, Jocko questions Bulma's breast size, leading to a correct answer from Zuno. Jocko excitedly applauds the entity's knowledge, but Bulma, feeling uncomfortable, slaps him in the head. Bulma then presents her offering with a kiss on Zuno's cheek, but given she's middle-aged and not his type, she receives only 3 questions. Bulma questions if a beautiful woman such as herself is really limited to only 3, prompting a confirmation from Zuno, which utilizes her first question. With her second question, Bulma inquires about the Super Dragon Balls, and Zuno provides a detailed explanation. He states that they were created by the dragon god Zalama in the year 41 of the sacred calendar, and are shared between universes 6 and 7. Zuno continues, noting the process of making a wish, as he says you need to gather all 7 and chant in the language of the gods. Come forth the god of dragons, give me what I want, in order for the dragon god to appear appear and grant you one wish. Digesting this new information, Bulma questions if the Super Dragon Balls are really shared between universes 6 and 7, prompting Zuno to confirm, which utilizes her last question. Bulma attempts to ask more of Zuno, but unrelenting, the entity tells her that her session is over, as Bulma awkwardly tries to kiss him for more information. Disheartened and arguing, Bulma and Jaco return to Earth. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku and Vegeta are training as they discuss the potential strength of Universe 6. Vegeta asserts they have to be strong fighters given Champa's confidence after seeing them train, and Goku grows excited, not only about the prospect of meeting 5 new opponents, but seeing the strongest fighter that Beerus mentioned earlier. Vegeta, however, tells Goku to grow up, and the two continue their training for 3 days, which equates to 3 years in the time chamber. Finally, the day of the tournament arrives, as the warriors and their friends and family from Earth, transported by Whis, head to the arena. Beerus learns that the Super Dragon Balls are spread between the 2 universes, indicating Champa's infiltration into Universe 7 undetected. Goku questions Videl on where Gohan is, prompting her to state he couldn't come due to an academic conference, much to Goku's disappointment. Vegeta then interrupts, pointing out a skinny, pink alien standing on the far side of the room, who Whis points out as Monaka, the strongest warrior Lord Beerus mentioned. Vegeta and Piccolo ponder the alien's strength, and Whis goes on to state that Monaka, aka the Magnificent Ponta, is known for being quiet and gentlemanly, but when he fights, he's so brave that even Beerus had trouble fighting him. Goku introduces himself, questioning what his nickname means, prompting Monaka to reveal it means nipples. The journey from Earth to Beerus's planet takes 35 minutes, followed by an additional 2 hours and 10 minutes to reach the nameless planet where the tournament is being held. Universe 7 marvels at the gigantic Super Dragon Balls, and landing, Beerus confronts Champa about the infiltration into his universe, leading to a verbal exchange. Goku notices the Supreme Kai and Kibito on the planet as well, questioning how they managed to separate themselves, and they reveal that they used the Namekian Dragon Balls after Goku's battle with Beerus. In the midst of their discussion, Goku notices another pair of beings behind the Supreme Kai, and questions if the shorter one is the Supreme Kai of Universe 6. Feeling rather uncomfortable, the gentleman confirms as Goku runs off to take the paper test before the battles. Universe 7's fighters take to the arena center and notice the group of Universe 6 fighters converging as well. Among the fighters, Goku and Vegeta notice one of them look familiar to Frieza, much to their surprise. Vados instructs the competitors to find their seats as Goku and the others observe the Frieza-like fighter, but Piccolo senses a difference and doesn't detect any evil aura. Goku is also curious about the robot-like contestant when suddenly, the boy on the Universe 6 team spots Goku and Vegeta. Rushing over, he inquires if the two are Saiyans, and they confirm, Vegeta questioning if there are Saiyans on their side as well. The boy then reveals that he himself is of the Saiyan race. This surprises Goku and Vegeta, as Vegeta notes the similarity in the Saiyans' outfit to those before joining Frieza's army in Universe 7. The Universe 6 Saiyan questions who Frieza is and reveals he hails from planet Sadala, shocking Vegeta as it still exists in Universe 6. Vegeta explains that Sadala was the original homeworld of the Universe 7 Saiyans before internal conflicts led to its destruction. They later stole a planet and named it Vegeta, only for it to be destroyed as well at the hands of Frieza. Goku questions where the Saiyan's tail is, and the Saiyan clarifies that his universe lacks tails, works as warriors for hire, and combat evildoers without resorting to planet theft. Vegeta expresses interest in visiting planet Sadala one day, and the Universe 6 Saiyan welcomes him, adding that they won't hold back in the ring. Vados then announces the commencement of the written test, consisting of 10 questions to gauge minimal intelligence. The time limit is 10 minutes, and entrants need at least 50 points to pass. Everyone begins, and Goku receives a scolding for speaking aloud during the test. 10 minutes come and go, and Majin Buu is the only one who fails, disqualifying him from participating. Piccolo berates Buu for getting everything wrong, including his name, prompting Buu to tell the Namekian he's never done anything like this before. Vegeta panics as Universe 7's team is reduced to only 4 fighters, and Goku scolds him for coming up with this idea, stating he barely managed to pass the written test himself. Beerus criticizes the team and designates Monaka as the final fighter due to his overwhelming strength, prompting the trio to play rock, paper, scissors to decide the order. With that, Goku will be going first, Piccolo second, Vegeta third, and Monaka last. Goku, wishing he could watch the other matches before fighting, breezily suggests the group not blame him if he defeats the entire opposing team single-handedly. The Universe 6 and 7 Gods of Destruction tournament officially commences, and after an energetic performance by a tournament singer, the announcer brings out Botamo, a bear-like being from Universe 6, and Goku, the Saiyan from Universe 7. Goku's family and Beerus wish him good luck, and the first match begins. Botamo immediately launches in, throwing a flurry of punches at Goku, which he manages to dodge. The dodging quickly turns to blocking though, as Botamo's swift movements catch Goku off guard. The fighter lands a punch to Goku's face, sending the warrior flying back, much to Champa's satisfaction. Beerus questions Goku on what he's doing, but Goku states he ate too much and just needs to do some quick exercises to burn off the food. As the Saiyan begins running around the arena, Botamo attempts to catch him, but fails. He uses dual lasers from his ears that fail to hit Goku as well, as they collide with the ring. Goku continues to run around as Botamo attempts to catch him, but it's to no avail as the fighter tires himself out, with Goku still running around. Finally pausing and stating he's ready, an irritated Botamo rushes in, but is met with an attack that nobody was able to see. The fighter rushes in again, this time being hit further away, much to Universe 7's surprise, as they still can't sense Goku's movements. Botamo continues to charge in with no success and is knocked away once more to the edge of the ring. Goku's friends cheer him on while simultaneously Champa mentions they might have miscalculated, but Botamo has yet to reveal his true abilities. Botamo charges back in, but Goku skillfully avoids his punch. Seizing Botamo's arm, Goku pulls him in and delivers a rapid succession of punches, finishing with a swift kick. The fighter lands with a grin, making Goku realize the challenge he faces. Attempting to gain an advantage, Goku launches a Kamehameha, but Botamo flips over, landing back in the ring. Master Roshi notes that Botamo doesn't take damage or lose energy, prompting Goku to wonder what he should do. On the sidelines, Vegeta and Piccolo debate whether Goku will exhaust his stamina before he can defeat Botamo. Vegeta states in terms of power, Goku is definitely stronger, but states he has no chance of winning if he's unable to inflict damage on his opponent. Krillin asserts Goku will be fine given he hasn't even transformed yet, but Vegeta fears that Super Saiyan may not be enough to defeat this opponent. Vegeta and Piccolo note that Goku's only choice will be to bet everything on an all-out attack, the latter stating that the Saiyan may not be able to save his energy for the other battles to come. Finally catching on though, Goku gently pushes Botamo over, much to everyone's surprise. He proceeds to drag him forward by the legs, and Botamo, realizing the situation, fires blasts at Goku, who effortlessly dodges by tilting his head. Letting go of the fighter at the edge of the ring, Goku stands motionless as Botamo attempts to attack, and spotting an opportunity, Goku grabs the fighter from underneath and flips him off the ring, winning the match. Cheers erupt as Goku secures the victory, Beerus acknowledging Goku's strategic thinking. In the midst of his celebration though, Goku takes notice of a particular member of the opposing side. Goku quickly advances to the next round, facing the Frieza-looking opponent, now known as Frost. Observers note Frost's resemblance to Universe 6's version of Frieza, predicting a challenging match. Surprisingly though, Frost smiles and politely encourages both sides to do their best, much to everyone's amazement. The match begins, and Frost immediately charges in. Trading punches, Goku lands a solid kick, but Frost retaliates by grabbing Goku's leg with his tail and delivering a kick of his own. The two engage in a series of blows and evasive maneuvers. Goku disappears just before being punched from above, leaving Frost to strike the ground. Beerus and Whis shield themselves from the debris, realizing neither combatant is revealing their true strength. The fight continues with exchanged blows, disappearances, and repetitions, and Goku lands a devastating blow to Frost's stomach and kicks him away. Pausing for a moment, Goku senses Frost is analyzing him, prompting him to request Frost to transform into his final form. Goku perceives Frost contemplating incremental transformations to assess him further, and when Frost wonders how Goku was aware of this, Goku reveals his experience with a similar fighter in his universe. The Saiyan advises Frost to transform once more, and the fighter does so. When the smoke clears, Frost appears in a form similar to that of Frieza's third form on planet Namek. Vegeta asserts Frost is lying about this being his final transformation, and Krillin notes that Goku's Goku's never seen this form before, as Piccolo says it brings back bad memories. Goku, displaying a mix of confusion and disappointment, admits this form is different from the one he's faced. Frost questions Goku about the outcome of the other universe's battle, but Goku advises against asking. Assuming his counterpart lost against Goku in his universe, Frost hopes the same doesn't happen to him, and the two agree to continue. As the fight goes on, Champa, Vados, and Universe's 6th Supreme Kai believe Frost is winning, but the Elder Supreme Kai from Universe 7 laughs, casting doubt on their assessment. Frost launches a blast that hits Goku head-on, assuming victory, but Goku swiftly rises, thanking Frost for the warm-up. Goku declares that Frost is still concealing another transformation and transforms into a Super Saiyan, surprising both Champa and Frost. Goading Frost to power up or face defeat, Goku charges in, leading Frost to panic and transform once more. When the smoke clears, Goku looks satisfied as Frost, standing before him, dons his final form reminiscent of Frieza's. With both Goku and Frost in their transformed states, the true battle commences. Frost unleashes a massive surge of energy, and Goku responds by upping his power as well. Frost charges in, leaping from the arena floor to launch a blast at Goku, but Goku effortlessly deflects the attack. Frost launches another ki blast followed by a barrage, but the Saiyan continues to swat them all away. Drawing closer while continuing his assault, Frost is halted as both his arms are caught by Goku, the latter kicking him away and knocking him into the protective ceiling above. Glaring down at the confident warrior, Frost grows irate and launches downward, prompting Goku to charge in as well. The two continue delivering blows with Goku maintaining the upper hand, charging in once more to attack. Frost attempts a shockwave, aiming to push Goku back, but Goku withstands it and retaliates in kind, pushing Frost to the edge of the ring. Surprised by Goku's strength, Frost acknowledges that the Saiyan has exceeded his expectations, but notes he won't lose this battle. Despite the adversary's relentless attacks though, Goku continues to effortlessly deflect him, demonstrating an obvious dominance in the battle. Goku points out that Frost has lost and should train more, stating he could return stronger just as Frieza did, but suddenly the fighter launches a punch that Goku blocks. However, Goku notices something amiss, and Frost suddenly kicks the Saiyan out of the ring, the latter returning to his base form. Goku loses, and Frost emerges the victor. Goku wonders what happened, but commends Frost on his efforts, as Beerus panics at the idea of Universe 7 losing the tournament. Piccolo questions Goku's loss as he was clearly dominating, but Goku states he doesn't know what happened and says he suddenly fainted. As the onlookers react with surprise at the match's end, Jocko critically assesses this situation. Piccolo is the next contestant from Universe 7 to battle Frost, and he questions Goku on if he thinks he can win. Goku blatantly asserts Piccolo stands no chance, but tells his friend to wear Frost down, as it would be easier for Vegeta to defeat him. Moving into the ring, Piccolo tells Frost to go easy on him given his power, but the fighter apologizes, stating he'll need to remain in this form to end the battles as soon as possible. The match begins as Frost charges in, but Piccolo skillfully dodges his attack. Frost unleashes a barrage of ki blasts similar to his battle with Goku, but Piccolo continues to evade, catching the attention of Champa and Vados, who ponder if he's Namekian. Cutting in, Piccolo asserts that he's not Namekian, but the reincarnation of Demon King Piccolo, as he removes his weighted clothing and asserts that he and Frost's battle will end with a stalemate at best. Piccolo attacks Frost with outstretched arms, remaining on the defensive, as Frost continues his attempts to blast Piccolo, both fighters depleting their stamina. As the two stand winded, Frost decides to end the match immediately. He charges in and throws punches at Piccolo, but despite the fighter's ability to catch the final blow, a decisive single attack from Frost once again sends his opponent out of the ring. Frost secures victory once more, much to Champa's happiness, and Piccolo wonders what happened as he never lets his guard down. Vegeta moves in to battle Frost next, but suddenly Jocko raises an objection, claiming that Frost is using a concealed needle-like weapon. Defending Frost, Champa states he's a man of honor and threatens to erase Jocko if his claims prove false. Beerus insists on an investigation, and upon inspection from the announcer, he's jabbed with the weapon and topples over. Frost argues the needle is a natural part of his body, but the announcer disagrees, noting signs of bodily modification. As a result, Frost is disqualified, and the winner of the match is Piccolo. Champa is furious with Frost for embarrassing him, but the fighter scoffs at the remark, stating he wanted to end the matches quickly. Frost faces the possibility of erasure, but Vegeta intervenes, suggesting there's no need for disqualification, as he'll personally eliminate Frost lost with his own hands. Despite Piccolo's loss being expunged from the record, Vegeta insists on taking the next match. The announcer states that Piccolo would still be the one fighting though, but Piccolo withdraws, allowing Vegeta to get his turn. The announcer declares the next match to be Frost versus Vegeta, and suddenly, Beerus cuts in with a demand of his own. Highlighting Goku's injury from Frost's weapon, Beerus demands that Goku be allowed to re-enter the tournament as well, and the request is accepted. Vegeta, however, asserts that he'll be the one to handle Frost, and Beerus exclaims that no matter what, Monaka must fight last. The Destroyer then solidifies the lineup with Vegeta fighting first, then Goku, then Monaka, as the next match is about to begin. Vegeta immediately transforms to Super Saiyan, charging in as Frost blocks his attack. The latter is left on the defensive as Vegeta decides to end things quickly, grabbing him by his shoulders and delivering a decisive blow to his gut, sending him flying. Vegeta then uses a shockwave to push Frost out of the ring completely, leaving him unconscious. Vegeta is declared the winner, and Goku muses aloud about Frost's initial seemingly pleasant demeanor, Piccolo wondering if he might gradually transform into a character resembling Frieza. The next match is announced as the robotic-looking figure known as Magetta enters the ring, blowing off literal steam as Vegeta wonders about the creature's origin. On the sidelines, Universe 7's Elder Kai inquires the same, and the Universe 6 Supreme Kai clarifies that Magetta is a Metal Man, and that Universe 7 has one like him in their universe. The match begins as Magetta charges forward with Vegeta initiating a punch, but he finds it unexpectedly painful. Magetta retaliates from above, knocks Vegeta to the ground, and forces him into defensive maneuvers. Vegeta launches himself into the air, unleashing Ki Blasts on Magetta, but even those prove ineffective on the Metal Man. Goku suggests Vegeta aim for a ring out, similar to what he did with Botamo, but even in his Super Saiyan state, Vegeta struggles to lift Magetta's foot off the ground. In response, Magetta smashes Vegeta over the head with intense force, prompting the Saiyan to retreat to the air, pondering his next move. With a ring out tactic proving futile, Vegeta improvises as he launches a barrage of Ki Blasts at Magetta once more, this time chipping away at the arena, aiming to obliterate any solid ground for Magetta to stand on. Magetta counterattacks by spitting lava-like saliva at Vegeta's blasts, nullifying them, much to his shock. The Saiyan questions if this attack is breaking the rules, but the announcer asserts that Magetta's spit is part of his body, angering Vegeta. Growing increasingly frustrated, Vegeta insults Magetta as a piece of iron trash, suddenly freezing the Metal Man and catching him off guard, knocking him out of the ring. Vados and Champa express disappointment as Vegeta is declared the winner, Whis clarifying that the Metal Man race are very delicate people, so fragile that insults can depress them and destroy their ability to fight. This fact not being common knowledge, it was likely what Champa was betting on nobody to find out, and Vegeta revels in his victory. Up next to battle Vegeta is the Saiyan warrior from Universe 6, now known as Cabba. Smirking, Vegeta advises Cabba to unveil his true power right away, and Cabba agrees as the battle begins. Cabba rushes in and manages to surprise Vegeta with a few good kicks. Leaping into the air, Cabba utilizes the glare from the sun to mask his movements, landing on Vegeta's chest and knocking him to the ground. Charging a powerful Ki Blast, the Universe 6 Saiyan swiftly launches it at Vegeta, who manages to dodge it and counter with a kick that sends Cabba crashing to the arena floor. Rising from the battle dust, Cabba appears out of breath, Vegeta noting that he's quite an experienced fighter, similar to the Saiyans of Universe 7. He goes on to state that in his base form, Cabba is as strong as him, and tells the boy to transform into a Super Saiyan. Cabba, however, informs Vegeta that he's unable to perform such a transformation, and questions if he can teach him how, prompting Vegeta's fury. Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan once more and charges at Cabba, delivering a gut punch as the fighter coughs up blood. The Saiyan Prince calls the boy a spoiled brat as he kicks him away, taunting him as he steps on his face. From the sidelines, Bulma wonders why her husband is being so cruel, and Cabba concedes the battle, angering Vegeta even more. Lifting the boy by his shirt, Vegeta scolds him, stating that if he gives up now, he'll kill him for sure. In response, Cabba begs for help, and growing more agitated, Vegeta notes he's nothing more than a weakling and tosses him into the distance. Noting there's no room in the universe for a prideless Saiyan, Vegeta utilizes his Galaxy Breaker, exclaiming that once he's finished here, he's going to destroy planet Sadala along with the rest of the Universe 6 Saiyans. These words catch Cabba's attention as Vegeta launches his blast at him, prompting Cabba's awakening as he asserts planet Sadala has nothing to do with their battle. Blocking the attack before impact, Kaba transforms into a Super Saiyan as he tells the Saiyan Prince he won't forgive him if he destroys his home planet. Kaba launches in once more and throws a flurry of attacks at Vegeta, and satisfied, Universe 7's warrior acknowledges his efforts. Vegeta reveals that the key to a Saiyan's power is rage, and realizing the fighter did what he did to unleash his power, Kaba powers down. However, Vegeta commands Kaba to become a Super Saiyan once more, and the boy digs deep, mastering the transformation indefinitely. Impressed, Vegeta transforms to Super Saiyan Blue, surprising Kaba and Champa as he notes with enough training, Kaba can achieve this form as well. Nearby, the mysterious fighter from Universe 6 wakes up from his nap, noticing the godly aura emanating from the opposing side. Vegeta swiftly elbows Kaba, knocking him out, and Piccolo notes that Vegeta was just teaching the boy a lesson during their battle. Vegeta is declared the winner of the match as he tells a now conscious Kaba to never forget the pride of the Saiyan race. The next matchup is announced: Vegeta versus Universe 6 fighter now known as Hit, and Champa notes his surprise at this living legend deciding to join the tournament in the first place. Hit rises from his seat and enters the ring as the next match begins. Vegeta uses Super Saiyan Blue right from the start and readies himself for battle, but Hit merely keeps his hands in his pockets, devoid of fighting stance. Vegeta rushes in, but right in the moment where his attack should land, Hit is able to punch Vegeta in the face, drawing blood. Vegeta launches in once more and the same thing happens, this time with Hit kicking Vegeta away. Reeling, Vegeta is pushed back, noting the blood he's shedding at the start of the battle. On the sidelines, Goku and the others are completely unable to see what Hit is doing, Monaka included. Vegeta continues getting pummeled, and Goku, seeking clarification from Jocko, is told he can't see anything either, but says it's no doubt that Hit is moving incredibly fast. Jocko notes that the fighter is vanishing in the middle of his movements, as Vegeta continues to suffer at the hands of his opponent. It's not long before Vegeta is completely incapacitated, passing out onto the arena floor in his base form. Killing being against the rules, Hit figures the fight is over, as the Saiyan is in no condition to continue. Goku urges Krillin to give Vegeta a Senzu Bean, and at the same time, the Galactic King wonders if Hit might be time skipping. He goes on to say that there are some people in the universe who can skip time for just a bit, though they can only shift about 1/10 of a second. This prompts Goku's confusion, but Jocko simplifies things, stating that Hit can stop time for everyone except himself. The Galactic King notes that it's a violation of galactic law to control time, but fearing the risk of death, both he and Jocko opt to mind their own business. With Vegeta defeated, Goku is announced back into the ring, landing next to a healed Vegeta. The Saiyan questions his rival on if he's got any advice for his battle, but having nothing to say, Vegeta wishes Goku good luck and walks away. Whis points out Hit's ability to stop time as Beerus tells him to clue Goku in on how to beat him, but Whis refuses, noting that Goku needs to find his own solution for this battle. Whis then teases Beerus, discussing his lie on Monaka's strength to motivate Goku and Vegeta, as he notes the pink, big-nippled alien has no fighting ability whatsoever. This revelation surprises Piccolo, who takes notice of Goku's match, stating that this final battle will ultimately decide the winning universe of the tournament. The match begins, and Hit wonders why Goku didn't transform right from the start. Goku then informs him that transforming takes a lot of energy, and he'll do that later. Questioning if the Saiyan can really hold out that long, Goku asserts he needs to stall Hit to figure out how to win. Hit considers Goku naive for doing such a thing, but the latter states he's no amateur, prompting Hit to reveal his age of 1,000 years. The Supreme Kai from Universe 6 is shocked that Hit is so talkative, prompting the Universe 7 Elder Kai to note that this is what makes Goku such an interesting person. Preparing himself, Goku launches in, but he's immediately punched in the face, similar to Vegeta. Hit suggests that Goku just surrender now, but Goku asserts that attack gave him a hint on how to defeat his opponent, catching Hit's attention. Hit calls Goku's bluff as the Saiyan charges in, successfully knocking him back before his attacks connect. Goku persists in rushing back, noticing the slightest gesture in Hit's hands as he misses his initial attack, but randomly tosses a punch to the side, which grazes Hit's face as he reappears. Stating the Saiyan just got lucky, Hit watches Goku charge in again as he time skips, only this time, Goku manages to land a solid uppercut, much to Hit's surprise. Hit questions how Goku could do such a thing, prompting the Saiyan to reveal his ability ability to predict Hit's movements a tenth of a second ahead. Confused and stating he can just adjust his strategy to move in ways that can't be predicted, Goku discloses his analysis to Hit, noting that his hands stay in his pockets while he hides his feet under his coat to mask his movements. With this, Goku asserts that Hit can't change whatever movements he's already started and powers up to Super Saiyan, stating that the real fun begins now. Though Hit questions why Goku isn't using the blue-haired form similar to Vegeta, Goku asserts he can use it but is saving it for later. The battle intensifies as both Goku and Hit become more serious. Hit continues using his time skip and attempts to attack Goku, but Goku repeats his process of predicting the fighter's movements to avoid taking damage. Goku manages to land a kick that Hit blocks, Hit noting that he'll need to travel further into the future, and Goku noting he'll just need to predict even faster. The two continue trading blows, disappearing and reappearing before everyone's eyes. Champa grows concerned, but Vados assures him that while Hit expends no stamina with his time-skipping technique, Goku must remain alert with growing anticipation, his stamina wearing down increasingly. Both fighters land and Goku, out of breath, counters by transforming into Super Saiyan God, surprising everyone, including Vegeta, who notes that Goku's still holding back his trump card. Goku rushes in as Hit attempts to time skip again, but Goku shoots him a glare at the last moment, landing a punch to his face. Bleeding, Hit notes that he could only stop for less than 10th of a second this time, as Goku's assault continues, now able to knock Hit across the arena floor. Demanding an explanation, Beerus consults Whis, and the attendant explains that Goku's power has become far superior to Hit's, noting that Hit's skills are only effective against opponents who are near or below his level. Beerus points out that Vegeta wasn't able to make a dent in his Super Saiyan Blue form, but Whis says it's because the Saiyan wasn't able to perform at even 10% of Blue's usual strength. The form is something you can only use a few times in a single day, as it consumes too much energy, and Vegeta's initial transformation against Cabba was one of those times. Beerus questions the implication that Goku's Super Saiyan God form surpasses Vegeta's Blue form from earlier, and Whis confirms, much to Hit's surprise. Suddenly, Hit is met with a ki blast from Goku, shocking Champa and Vados. Realizing the situation, Hit powers up, surprising the onlookers who now realize he was hiding his true strength. Whis then clarifies that the rumors about Hit, the best assassin from Universe 6, appear to be true. Hit states that before Goku is his full power, having been some time since the last time he's been able to use it. He says he doesn't think he'll be able to maintain it for more than a minute though, and asserts his last time skip before his energy is depleted will be used to defeat Son Goku. Putting his hands back in his pockets, fearing no repercussions of prediction, Hit faces Goku in his God form as the latter rushes in once more. Just as Goku's punch means to connect with Hit's face, the assassin time skips again, but is met with Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form, transcending once more to break through the fighter's time skip. Goku ferociously knocks Hit away, preparing a Kamehameha that he unleashes upon the assassin, the latter barely having time to move as the blast collides with the arena's protective glass, shattering it and launching into space. Vados is amazed to see her creation shattered so easily, and at the same time, Hit reveals himself, having dodged the Kamehameha. Vados closes up the barrier as Hit lands back in the ring, noting that he never expected to meet someone as strong as Goku, and expresses his admiration. Goku then states that he heard Hit was an assassin, prompting him to question the fighter on any killing techniques he wouldn't be able to use because of the rules. Hit alludes to this possibility, and Goku notes he's much stronger than he's seen so far, and opts to fight him again somewhere else another time. Goku then leaps outside of the ring, surprising everyone as Hit is declared the winner of the match. Beerus, aware of Monaka's secret, questions Goku on what he's done, but the Saiyan says he couldn't pass up the opportunity to watch the strongest warrior in the universe fight, prompting a mixture of anger and fear in the Destroyer. On the sidelines, Hit expresses more admiration for Goku, noting that he'll remember his name. The last match between Hit and Monaka is announced, as Vegeta questions Goku's intentions. Goku, however, flips it and inquires why Vegeta transformed into Blue against Cabba instead of saving it to fight Hit, prompting the Saiyan Prince to state he couldn't help but put Cabba on a better path. Soon after, Monaka walks into the ring, scared and crying, as Hit notices Beerus panicking and realizes what's going on. The match begins and Monaka rushes in swinging, landing a tap to Hit's knee. A brief silence falls on the two, and Hit, aiming to let Universe 7 win, ejects himself from the ring, much to everyone's shock. With that, the tournament has been decided and Universe 7 wins as everyone celebrates. Vegeta and Piccolo wonder what just happened as Goku notes how amazing Monaka is. Amidst the Saiyans' eagerness, Hit walks away, thinking to himself that he and Goku are even now. Champa threatens to destroy Hit as he knows he threw the match on purpose, but Beerus grabs his brother's attention, pointing to a short, oval-headed shaped alien standing atop the arena. Champa fearfully addresses this figure as Lord Zeno as he and Beerus rush to him, Whis revealing to Universe 7 that Lord Zeno, otherwise known as the Omni King, is the supreme ruler of all 12 universes. The gods and angels alike bow to greet Zeno, who informs Beerus and Champa that he initially came to warn them as they held a tournament without his permission. However, he noticed how fun the fights were to watch and says that he may have a go at it next time with all 12 universes together. Suddenly, Goku intervenes, stating what a wonderful idea that is, and goes to shake Zeno's hand. Everyone, including Zeno's attendants with him, are appalled at Goku's actions, but Zeno shakes the Saiyan's hand, promising him to hold the tournament. The gods of destruction let out a sigh of relief as Zeno and his attendants depart, Beerus telling Goku that if he wanted to, Zeno could decimate an entire universe in the blink of an eye. Thus, the tournament ends with Universe 7's victory as all 6 Super Dragon Balls went to Beerus, with the nameless planet being revealed as the final Dragon Ball. Whis and company summon the dragon, Super Shenron, who appears incomparably large than both the Super Dragon Balls and the Shenron of Earth, as he grants a wish for Beerus. Bulma inquires what the wish was, but Beerus refuses to disclose it, as we cut to Champa, who's informed by Vados that their Earth has been resurrected, and their humans have now developed a culture that can create delicious meals. Whis, realizing Beerus' wish, praises him as Goku desires a battle with Monaka, but Beerus understandably refuses to allow it, as everyone makes their way back home. The Goku Black arc takes place after the events of the Universe 6 saga. In an alternate timeline, we focus on future Trunks, who's running and hiding from a mysterious being, causing destruction all over with ki blasts and explosions. He manages to escape and enters a building, meeting with future Mai. Mai asks future Trunks what happened to future Bulma, to which Trunks tells her that she got caught by the mysterious being after going out to clear the dust on their solar panels. This in turn alludes to future Bulma's death, and Mai consoles Trunks. Trunks and Mai then eat and rest, discussing going back 17 years in the past, where Trunks' father and everyone else are still alive, their past in the parallel world. In the present timeline on Earth at Capsule Corp, the Dragon team are having a feast. Jaco complains to Bulma about the usage of time travel, stating that it's forbidden to manipulate time. Present Trunks' teacher educates Trunks and the Pilaf gang about parallel worlds in the meantime. After sparring, Goku and Vegeta join the feast and eat with Beerus and Whis. Whis tells Goku and Vegeta more about Zeno, stating that although he doesn't fight, he's indeed the strongest, and confirms it by telling the Saiyan duo that there were once 18 universes in total, but 6 universes were destroyed in an instant when he was in a bad mood. Meanwhile, in the alternate future, future Trunks and Mai reach Capsule Corp and prepare to go inside the destroyed building to find the time machine. Suddenly, the mysterious being appears and attacks them. Future Trunks and Mai fight back, only for the being to overpower the duo, and Mai gets critically injured and dies as a result. The being then reveals himself, being a man wearing black and gray Kai-like clothing, but his most distinctive feature is his identical appearance to Goku, with a green Patara pierced in his left ear. Future Trunks mourns Mai's death, but transforms into a Super Saiyan to fight Goku Black. However, Black easily overwhelms the Super Saiyan and prepares to finish him off by stabbing him with Future Trunks' sword. Motivated to save his future for both Mai and his mother though, Future Trunks fires a blast to distract Black, allowing him to escape into Capsule Corp. Future Trunks starts up the time machine and begins to fly away. Black however fires a Kamehameha at him, only to miss though due to the time machine finishing its teleportation to the past. In the present, Goku and Vegeta spar while Whis and Beerus watch. Trunks along with the Pilaf gang are having a school lesson and afterwards break for lunch. Suddenly, future Trunks' time machine appears from the sky and lands. Present Trunks goes to see who's inside and sees a person similar to him but unconscious. Bulma arrives and asks Goku to grab her a sensu bean. Goku uses instant transmission to get to Korin's tower to get one. Meanwhile, Bulma gets the unconscious future Trunks out of the time machine and onto a bed. Trunks and the Pilaf gang are confused as to whom the mysterious person might be. The Saiyans see future Trunks who is unconscious and injured, and Vegeta grabs the sensu bean from Goku to give it to him. Trunks wakes up and attacks Goku, much to everyone's everyone's shocked. Goku, who stopped the attack, explains to Trunks that it's him. Future Trunks snaps out of his rage and is glad to see Goku, Vegeta, and especially his mother alive and well. Goku asks Future Trunks who badly injured him and wonders if it was Majin Buu. However, Future Trunks explains that he defeated Dabura and Babidi before they could resurrect Majin Buu, much to Vegeta's satisfaction. Whis is surprised and impressed that humans managed to create a time machine, but explains that time travel is a serious crime and Beerus thinks of destroying the Earth, although Bulma defends that it was her future counterpart who created the time machine and not her exactly. Future Trunks explains that the new enemy who badly injured him wants justice by eradicating every last Earthling and explains that he's already wiped out countless planets and their civilizations before coming to Earth. Trunks says that he and the Earthlings managed to hold off the enemy for about a year, but now there are only a handful of humans left, not including his mother. Vegeta asks who did this, to which Future Trunks explains that it was Goku, much to everyone's surprise. Future Trunks further elaborates, stating that while the enemy looked identical in appearance to Goku, he had a heart full of malice. Goku then understood why Future Trunks attempted to attack him earlier, to which Trunks apologizes. Future Trunks then reveals that the name of the enemy is Goku Black. Goku decides that all they need to do is go to the future and beat Goku Black to eliminate the threat. However, Future Trunks explains that the time machine doesn't have enough fuel to travel back to the future. He says that the fuel needed to power the time machine is blue number 15 electrofluid, which surprises Bulma as the fuel is something she was developing at the moment. Bulma says that she can have the fuel ready within a day, much to Future Trunks' shock. Goku and Vegeta decide to go with Future Trunks once the time machine is ready. Bulma allows this, but asks them to come back safely, to which the Saiyans reply that they will. Future Trunks then urges Goku and Vegeta not to underestimate Black though, as he's extremely strong, to which Goku decides to spar with Future Trunks in order to gauge Black's true strength. Outside, Goku and Future Trunks do some sparring, with the two of them transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Goku is pleased with Future Trunks' strength and shows him Super Saiyan 3, ending the sparring session with a devastating kick to the back of Trunks' head with what appeared in aura to be Goku's Super Saiyan God form. Goku was impressed that Trunks managed to attain this level of strength all by himself. However, even with all this power, Trunks admits that it was nothing compared to Black. Seeing that they might have their hands full on this one, Goku invites Beerus to join them, but Beerus declines as he has no interest in the parallel Earth, wondering why his future counterpart will let a nut job like Black run around free. Whis mentions that what he's probably doing is no different than the present Beerus. Beerus of course takes offense to this, and then says that he's nothing like Black, who kills with no consideration for the balance of the universe. Future Trunks is confused, asking what this God of Destruction is that Beerus and Whis keep mentioning. Whis takes note of this, and asks Future Trunks what happened to the Supreme Kai in his timeline. Future Trunks says that in the process of defeating Dabura, it required the Supreme Kai's sacrifice, and he died as a result. This development shocked Beerus and Whis. Beerus is furious that the Supreme Kai of Trunks' timeline stuck his nose in unnecessary business. Goku asks what the problem is, saying that he had no idea Beerus liked Supreme Kai that much. Whis says that wasn't the case though, explaining that the Supreme Kai and God of Destruction are a set. If the Supreme Kai dies, the God of Destruction dies as well. Everyone is shocked at this new development, and Whis explains that in all likelihood, the God of Destruction from Future Trunks' timeline no longer exists. Trunks continues to explain his past in more detail. A few years before traveling back to the present timeline, the Supreme Kai and Kibito took Trunks to their world in order to train him to prepare for Babidi's arrival. Trunks was trained in using the Z-Sword and became more powerful as a result of wielding it. But just before Trunks would inevitably break the Z-Sword on the hardest metal in the universe, Babidi and Dabura arrived on Earth. Dabura overwhelmed Trunks and destroyed the Z-Sword by spitting on it and turning it into stone. It also killed the old Kai sealed away in it as well. Seeing him overwhelmed, the Supreme Kai attempted to intervene, only to be heavily injured by Dabura. Then Dabura killed Kibito. Enraged, Trunks transforms into a Super Saiyan 2 and overwhelms Dabura. Dabura tries to fight back, but the Supreme Kai stops him in his tracks, allowing Trunks to land a final blow on Dabura and Babidi, killing them both. The emergence of Majin Buu had been prevented. However, the Supreme Kai had been fatally injured, drained of his energy, and died. Overlooking this battle, Goku Black is satisfied that he's found a universe that no longer has a God of Destruction. Future Trunks' story ends there, and Whis concludes that Goku Black can travel between parallel worlds, as he knowingly and willingly went after one where a God of Destruction didn't exist. Beerus, however, finds this to be completely absurd. Goku then formally introduces Trunks to Beerus and Whis. Afterwards, Trunks meets his present self in Mai, which turned out to be a pretty cool interaction. Bulma then tells Trunks to change his clothes and that dinner will be at 6. Trunks leaves, still mourning the loss of future Mai. In the alternate future, Black confirms that Trunks has vanished from this timeline. Black states that he's eradicated the Kais from all other universes, and as a result, the Gods of Destruction are extinct as well. And now that Trunks has vanished, Black first concludes that there's no one left to oppose him, but then decides to sit tight fight and see what happens, as the persistence of a Saiyan should never be underestimated. Black then flies off, and we cut to future Mai's lifeless body being licked by a cat. Back in the present timeline on Earth, Trunks is having dinner with the Dragon team. Trunks explains that Black stated he killed all the gods in his timeline. Beerus thinks that Black may show up in their timeline and try to kill their Kais as well, to which Whis responds that he hasn't heard from the Supreme Kai of any malicious activity and wonders if he should go and ask him. Beerus allows Whis to do so in order to find out if any god may turn evil. In the 10th universe on the World of the Kais, Kibito is fighting against the Kai apprentice of the 10th universe, Zamasu. Zamasu overwhelms Kibito in defense, strength, and speed, eventually defeating him with relative ease. As Zamasu goes to give Kibito a hand, the Supreme Kai is marveled at Zamasu's great skill and abilities. Gowasu, the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, states that Zamasu is training to become their universe's Supreme Kai. Both Zamasu and Kibito give their respects to each other, with Zamasu happy that they were able to take down Majin Buu a few years ago. However, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 and Kibito replied that they had help from Goku and his friends. Zamasu then inquires who Goku is. Universe 7 Supreme Kai explains that he's a pure-hearted Saiyan on Earth who reached the level of the gods. Zamasu is in disbelief, but Kibito explains that there have been some mortals in the 7th universe that have strength to match even the gods. However, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 admits that there's still no entity that can surpass a god of destruction, stating that entrusting the balance of the universe to them is the best decision. Zamasu agrees with that thought process, stating that the Supreme Kai made a wonderful decision and that unnecessary beings should be eliminated. He then says that they should continue to proactively protect the order of both their universes, to which the Supreme Kai agrees. After the Supreme Kai and Kibito leave, Gowasu praises Zamasu on his martial arts skills, but decides that they must work on polishing his inner self. Inside the training hall, Gowasu shows Zamasu the planet Babari. Human-like creatures have appeared on the planet, but are too savage and aggressive, and Gowasu wants to hear Zamasu's input on the best course of action. Zamasu suggests remedying the situation through extermination, to which Gowasu is disappointed with Zamasu's suggestion, since he'd lectured him about such tasks being done by the god of destruction. Gowasu states that the best course of action is to watch over them, as he believes they'll eventually become more civilized, but Zamasu states that the inhabitants won't, after witnessing many planet civilizations go to ruin. Gowasu decides to test Zamasu's conviction and brings out a case showing Zamasu the time rings, which are rings that allow one to travel freely through the flow of time. Gowasu explains that they will travel to the planet Babari to observe what will become of the inhabitants. The two arrive and witness a conflict between a group of Babarians over a large fish, which results in the death of some of them. Zamasu is disgusted with the Babarians' uncivilized nature. Gowasu agrees with Zamasu, but has an open mind that the Babarians can change in 1,000 years, and that they can witness that change with the time rings. Gowasu explains that the time rings allow one to travel to the future and back to the world one departed from. Time rings must be used with extraordinary care, as they can be used to alter history, which is why there are forbidden laws put in place to restrict the usage of them. Gowasu explains that if history does change, then a new timeline manifests itself, and a new time ring that represents that new timeline is born. Zamasu begins to understand, and Gowasu comments that one of the mortals from a sophisticated civilization on the 12th universe created a device that enabled time traveling to the past, and as a result, a time ring was born. Gowasu gives Zamasu his Patora so that he can time travel with him, and tells him to place it on his left ear, otherwise they'll end up fusing together. Gowasu and Zamasu bump fists, focusing on traveling 1,000 years into the Babari's future, which causes the time ring to work. Gowasu sees that early foundations of civilization have been formed and goes to investigate the village. Suddenly, Gowasu and Zamasu stumble upon a massive battle between the Babarians. Zamasu is shocked that the Babarians have become even crueler and starts believing that the universe is better off without mortals. However, Zamasu and Gowasu see that an elderly Babarian is attempting to negotiate a ceasefire. But just then, a Babarian ambushes Zamasu and Gowasu, but Zamasu repels the Babarian's attack. The Babarian is injured, enraged, and charges forward. Gowasu tells Zamasu that they need to leave, but Zamasu instead kills the enraged Babarian with his energy blade, having a smile of satisfaction on his face. Furious, Gowasu returns himself and Zamasu back to the present. Zamasu gives Gowasu his Patora earring back, and Gowasu demands an explanation. Zamasu claims that the Babarians had no value, to which Gowasu disagrees. Zamasu thinks that it's wrong to leave mortals to their own devices, and wonders what being a Supreme Kai means. Gowasu tells his apprentice that it's his job to oversee the universe's inhabitants without interfering. Zamasu thinks that they should crush mortals that show no promise, but Gowasu explains that it's the job of the god of destruction to exterminate mortals. Zamasu wonders what he's been training for all this time, and Gowasu explains that the training is supposed to help him to find composure and tranquility within himself. Zamasu thanks his teacher for his guidance, and Gowasu asks Zamasu to get him some tea. Back at Capsule Corp, the Dragon team is playing a go-kart game, and Future Trunks wins. Beerus is annoyed that he lost and tells Whis that they're leaving. Future Trunks is glad to see that he can sit back and enjoy himself, and wishes for his world to be peaceful and fun once they get to defeat Goku Black. Future Trunks asks Goku and Vegeta to go with them to his future, to which they accept, and Vegeta tells Trunks that he's going to train with him tomorrow morning in the gravity room. Back in the 10th universe, Zamasu is watching God 2, more specifically the battle between Goku and Hit during the 6th and 7th universe tournament. Gowasu shows up and sees the video Zamasu is watching. Gowasu is in disbelief that Goku has achieved the power of a god, while Zamasu is surprised that even the Omni King showed up to the tournament. Near the end of the video, Zamasu sees large orange orbs and asks what they are. Gowasu explains that the enormous orbs are called Super Dragon Balls, and that they're capable of granting any wish. This information interests Zamasu. In the 7th universe on Earth at Capsule Corp, the next day has arrived. Future Trunks and Vegeta are training in the gravity room, while Goku is meditating outside. Beerus and Whis are watching Goku's solo training when the Supreme Kai arrives. Beerus and Whis ask Supreme Kai about any gods with extreme ideologies revolving around the destruction of humanity. Supreme Kai thinks that Kibito might fill the requirements, given his discriminatory remarks against mortals, but isn't sure. Before they can investigate though, Whis receives a message from the Grand Priest. He tells Goku that the Omni King wants an audience with him, which in turn shocks Beerus. Goku of course doesn't want to go, but Beerus pressures him to do so and orders him to be on his best behavior. Beerus orders Whis to go with Goku as well while he remains on Earth, and the Supreme Kai takes Goku and Whis using teleportation. At the Omni King's palace, Supreme Kai, Goku, and Whis arrive. The Grand Priest welcomes the party and thanks them for coming. Whis and the Supreme Kai bow their heads to the Grand Priest while Goku casually greets him. Whis apologizes to the Grand Priest for Goku's improper clothing. However, the Grand Priest is fine with it since they're likely the nicest he's got. The Grand Priest shows Goku, Whis, and Supreme Kai to the Zeno Sanctum. Along the way, Whis notes that the Grand Priest is the strongest being he knows, and even he wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Seeing that he's that strong, Goku thinks about telling him about Goku Black, although Whis informs Goku that angels must remain neutral, meaning that the Grand Priest cannot help him. Inside the Sanctum, Zeno is happy to see Goku and tells him that he wants him to be his friend. Goku is more than happy to be friends, but informs Zeno that he's extremely busy, and once he's finished, he'll play with him and bring more friends. Zeno is satisfied and gives Goku the Zeno button, a device which will summon him. After exiting the Sanctum, Goku's party leaves the Zeno's palace. In the 10th universe within the realm of the Kais, Gowasu asks Zamasu for a cup of tea, only to see that he isn't around. He was actually on Zuno's planet, having some questions answered. Zuno tells Zamasu that he must gather up all 7 Super Dragon Balls in order to summon Super Shenron, who will grant any one wish he makes, and afterwards, the Super Dragon Balls will scatter across the 6th and 7th universes. Zamasu asks his question again, and Zuno answers that he must collect all 7, but they've been recently used and won't activate for quite a while. Zamasu asks how long the Super Dragon Balls will take to recharge, to which Zuno answers 1 year. Zamasu then demands the location of the Super Dragon Balls. In Earth's orbit, Beerus is becoming annoyed with waiting, but Goku's party appears before him. They go to Capsule Corp, with the Supreme Kai reminding Goku not to break his promise to Zeno, to which Goku replies that he won't. Before they can further discuss the identity of Goku Black though, Kibito and the Elder Kai arrive. Kibito explains that the Elder Kai received a message from Zuno, saying that Zamasu of the 10th universe came seeking details about the Super Dragon Balls. Kibito continues saying that Zamasu had many questions regarding Goku. One peculiar question being if it was possible for a normal person and a god to exchange bodies, which shocks the Dragon Team. The Dragon Team know now for a fact that the true identity of Goku Black is actually Zamasu, who stole Goku's body. However, this doesn't explain how Goku Black can travel through time, because he isn't a Supreme Kai and cannot use a time ring. To give further clarification, Whis asks Future Trunks about the color of Goku Black's Potara earring, to which Future Trunks confirms that the color of Black's earring is the same as Whis' illustration. Whis believes that Zamasu killed Gowasu in order to obtain the ability to use the time ring, which means present Gowasu is in danger. Beerus and Whis travel to Gowasu while Future Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta prepare to use the time machine to go back to the future. In the 10th universe within the world of the Kais, Beerus and Whis meet with Gowasu and tell him that they wish to meet with Zamasu. However, Gowasu mentions that Zamasu isn't here at the moment, which doesn't inconvenience Beerus and Whis as they decide to wait. Future Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta use the time machine and go to the future, and the three investigate their surroundings. Suddenly, Future Trunks spots Mai and gives her a senzu bean, which saves her life, much to Trunks' relief. Future Trunks introduces Mai to the warriors who will help them, Goku and Vegeta. The two decide it's time to go and fight, and Vegeta asks Future Trunks and Mai to hide while they handle Goku Black. Trunks hangs back reluctantly, and Goku and Vegeta take off, landing in an uninhabited spot to avoid unnecessary damage to the city. Having detected 2 large power levels, Goku Black spots the 2 Saiyans. Black wonders why they're here, and Vegeta is pleased to see that Black looks exactly like Kakarot and wants to fight him first so that he can get the satisfaction of crushing someone with the same face as Goku. Vegeta and Goku Black transform into Super Saiyans and fight on equal terms. However, Vegeta turns the tide in battle by transforming into Super Saiyan Blue and easily overwhelms Goku Black. Back in in Universe 10, Beerus and Whis finally meet the Zamasu of their time. Beerus questions Zamasu about what he's been doing, but before he can explain further, the Supreme Kai arrives and informs Gowasu that he's traveled to all universes and seen the various atrocities that Zamasu is about to commit. Gowasu is in disbelief and demands an explanation, but Zamasu states that his evil deeds are simply acts of justice. In the future, Goku Black continues to be overwhelmed by Vegeta, while in the present, Zamasu reveals his true colors. Beerus grabs hold of him and destroys Zamasu with Hakai, and back in the future, Vegeta is about to finish off Goku Black with a final flash, but is rescued by an unexpected ally. The one who saved Goku Black is Zamasu, telling Black that they're both required to fulfill the Zero Mortal plan, much to the Dragon Team's shock. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks are perplexed to see Zamasu standing alongside Black, who is supposed to be Zamasu inside Goku's body. Back in the present, Bulma informs Beerus that Goku and the others have already left for the future, and questions why there are two Zamasus, as this information was relayed by the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai explains that if the Zamasu that's inside Goku's body is from another world, then there would logically have to be a separate Zamasu there in Trunks' world. Vegeta pieces everything together as the two Zamasu wonder why these people have appeared in this timeline. Zamasu pulls out the time box, explaining that there are no major obstacles in the 5 parallel worlds, but is perplexed to see a 6th time ring inside the box. Vegeta remarks that his past self was probably killed by Beerus, meaning that there's now another world without Zamasu. Black finally concludes that these guys must have come from the past, and after a bit of posturing and back and forth, Vegeta blasts in on the offensive, but is ultimately cornered by Black, who's gotten stronger yet again. Black initially thought that simply stealing Goku's body would be enough to gain strength, but he couldn't originally transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone Blue. Realizing this is what led him to discovering the Saiyans' trademark, their true nature. The group is a bit confused, but Trunks wonders if he means how Saiyans power up after recovering from near-death experiences, and back in the present, the Supreme Kai explains that Black has been using this trait in conjunction with Zamasu's healing ability to continuously power up. Vegeta continues to get pummeled, prompting Goku to offer him a Senzu Bean. Vegeta and Black trade blows, but Black clearly has the upper hand. Trunks figures that his father and Goku are no longer able to exploit the Saiyan trait of powering up due to their constant training. Zamasu heals Black to full strength again, powering him up once more to a level that lower beings could never dream of. Black powers up and unlocks a new transformation, this time with pink hair as Goku observes. Zamasu notes that unlike others, when a deity powers up past Super Saiyan God, their hair becomes a pink color instead of blue. To go along with the existing naming customs of Goku and Vegeta, Black suggests the name Super Saiyan Rose for his new form. Goku and Vegeta, rather than teaming up, decide to split the fights. Vegeta will continue against Black, while Goku takes on Zamasu to prevent him from continuously healing Black. As Goku's battles seem to be going a little too well, Trunks notices that something is wrong. When Goku knocks back Zamasu's own levitating debris, the god is impaled, but laughing all the while. Zamasu simply removes the broken pole while his body heals back to normal. Zamasu reveals that he not only destroyed the Dragon Balls after using them, but used them one last time for a wish for immortality, much to the shock of Goku and Trunks. Zamasu then telekinetically rips the Senzu Beans away from Goku and destroys them. Zamasu exploits these powers against Goku while Black wails on Vegeta, who collapses to the ground unconscious. Trunks screams for everyone to retreat, while Black mocks him for helping him power up all this time. Desperate for a way out, Trunks yells for Goku and Mai to close their eyes as he unleashes a solar flare on Zamasu and Black. Trunks and the others escape underground, trying to work out a strategy. Goku thinks back to how Master Roshi and his master were able to seal up an awful villain in a rice cooker with the Mafuba, and figure they'll be able to do the same with Zamasu. Trunks then suggests hurrying back to the past to learn this technique, and the group carries on. Black is unable to sense the Saiyans since they're able to reduce their energy. Smirking though, Black is able to hone in on Mai's key signature and teleports away with Zamasu. The gods see hooded figures sneaking off, but it's just a decoy. Mai jumps out with her shotgun and a bunch of mannequins, while Trunks jumps in from behind with a surprise sword attack, impaling Zamasu yet again. Off in the distance, Goku apologizes to Trunks for leaving him behind to fight alone again, departing in the time machine with Vegeta while Trunks and Mai stay behind at the mercy of Zamasu and Black. As the present day Trunks beats up on Pilaf and Shu in an attempt to train, Mai is snapped out of a daydream by the time machine's reappearance. Much to everyone's surprise though, only Goku and Vegeta come out. Oh yeah, and the cat too. They explain that they had to leave future Trunks behind, but Goku says that he'll use this opportunity to learn the Mafuba. Goku believes they can travel back to the exact instance that they left, but Bulma explains that the machine is linked to the parallel timeline and not necessarily Trunks' future. Furthermore, it seems that the connection is weakening, so their next trip will be their last chance to make things right. The Supreme Kai abruptly gets up, though he explains that he's simply going to visit Gowasu in Universe 10 to offer his condolences and support, as well as fill him in on recent developments. Whis, however, doesn't appear to fully believe him. Beerus tells Goku and the others that he won't be going to the future, as he helped them out with Zamasu in this timeline, leaving the rest to them. Goku wonders what the future Whis would be doing, but Whis explains that Angel's jobs are simply suspended in the event that their respective god dies, truly leaving them with no godly allies in the future timeline. Vegeta departs, refusing to use a technique like the Mafuba and determined to kill Zamasu in Black in his own way, regardless of Super Saiyan Rose. We then notice as Vegeta makes his way to the lookout. Back in the future timeline, Trunks continues to be viciously pummeled by Black, smirking though as he was able to get Goku and Vegeta out of harm's way. Mai runs in to try and assist, but Black retaliates with a wave from the eyes to knock her away. Trunks takes this opportunity to jump back with a solar flare, but Zamasu forces him to stop and dodge by throwing Trunks' own sword at him. Trunks, however, is still determined to put up a fight, while the two gods are equally determined to kill him. Black is ready to end Trunks, and though Mai still wants to help and tries to give him his sword, Trunks yells for her to get as far away as possible. As Black prepares to fire his attack down at Trunks, Gowasu suddenly appears with Universe 7 Supreme Kai, taking Trunks and Mai with them as they teleport away. Zamasu is confused, expecting them both to have already died off, but Black assumes that they must be versions of these gods from the past. Trunks is shocked to see the Supreme Kai, who is apparently waiting for just the right opportunity to help. He reveals that he and Gowasu can travel with the help of the time rings, and Gowasu bows and profusely apologizes to Trunks, who himself is taken aback that a god would be apologizing to him. Here in the future realm of the Kais, where no one lives anymore courtesy of Zamasu's slaughter, the group can at least stay hidden until Goku and Vegeta return. Back in the present, Master Roshi watches as Goku practices the Mafuba, which he himself learned from his own master. Goku is having trouble mastering the technique, which then Roshi notes is because Goku is approaching it too roughly, causing him to miss the jar. Goku asks for him to just come and seal away Zamasu himself, but is told that the technique requires great strength, and if he were to attempt it, he'd fail and die. Goku is too wrapped up in his own head to hear the full story, so Roshi wanders back inside to make the necessary charm to seal Zamasu away. Back in the future timeline, Black and Zamasu discuss what their next course of action should be. They say that if the various Kais know of their plan, they could potentially tell Zeno, creating quite the terrible situation for them. They figure perhaps they should leave Earth and move to a different planet to continue their plan, but only after killing the remaining mortals on Earth first. The Supreme Kai watches over Trunks and Mai as they sleep, wishing Kibito were around to help heal them. Gowasu states that healing power was meant to assist them as Kais, and yet that same power was now being used for evil deeds. He begins to wonder whether the extent of their power should be limited going forward, but just then, the two gods realize that Black and Zamasu have begun exterminating the rest of humanity. Gowasu is determined to take responsibility for Zamasu, and despite the Supreme Kai's plea, he departs for Earth. As Black and Zamasu come across another building with survivors, Gowasu arrives to question his alternate timeline apprentice. The two argue over the meaning of a peaceful world, and how humans contribute to and simultaneously destroy this vision. Gowasu continues to appeal to Zamasu, but it's no use. The Supreme Kai, Trunks, and Mai then also arrive to stop Zamasu from interrupting Gowasu and Black's conversation. Gowasu extends a hand to Black, who slips by it to stab Gowasu through the chest, noting how this is the third time he's killed Gowasu. First his own master, then the future Zamasu's master, and now this Gowasu from the alternate past. As Gowasu's body tumbles down, Vegeta emerges from the hyperbolic time chamber, while Goku has seemingly perfected the Mafuba. As the Supreme Kai swears revenge for the attack on Gowasu, Zamasu blasts in to simultaneously attack and chastise him. Trunks holds on to Gowasu, begging for him not to die. Gowasu then wakes up coughing, as he's alive for now. Trunks yells for Mai to escape with Gowasu, and charges in as a Super Saiyan to defend them. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta arrive back in the future. They notice everyone's alive, but some of their energy signatures are dropping. The two arrive in time, and Vegeta demands to take on Black, while Goku is to go use the Mafuba on Zamasu. Goku departs to first give Trunks a Senzu Bean, and though Zamasu fires a blast to stop him, Goku teleports away with both Trunks and the Supreme Kai. Mai runs into the trio and asks for a Senzu Bean to give to Gowasu. After a brief stare down, Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan God. Black believes Vegeta to have lost his mind in desperation, but at the same time, he's upset with how confident Vegeta appears to be using a supposedly weaker transformation. Vegeta dodges Goku Black's attacks, and Black recognizes that Vegeta's speed appears to have suddenly boosted. Vegeta then delivers a kick, sending Black flying and smashing into a building. Black appears to be losing his temper a bit, as he's still unable to pinpoint where Vegeta's boost may be coming from. While Vegeta and Black continue to square off, Goku uses a Senzu to heal Gowasu, reducing their bean count down to the last one. Goku confirms to Trunks that he's mastered the Mafuba, and opens a capsule containing the necessary jar. Meanwhile, the group notice that Vegeta is easily handling Black, despite being at a stage lower than Super Saiyan Blue. Goku explains that Vegeta isn't just using Super Saiyan God, but actually transforming up to Blue in the very last moment of his attack, thereby balancing his power and stamina during battle. Goku confirms he did a similar thing against Hit, but Vegeta appears to have mastered this balancing act on a whole new level. Zamasu flies in with a kick of his own to surprise Vegeta, and suggests that he and Black work together. Goku jumps in as well, determined to take on Zamasu and seal steal him away, though Black wonders what the jar on the battlefield might be for. Vegeta fires some blasts to regain Black's attention, and Zamasu doesn't appear to be worried, especially due to his immortality. Goku then uses the Mafuba, capturing Zamasu and perfectly landing him into the jar. Goku and Trunks struggle to tie up the jar's lid to keep Zamasu contained, but Goku brought a Hostess Bar discount coupon instead of the actual sealing charm, leaving Zamasu furiously bursting out of the jar. With no other choice, Goku himself transforms up to Super Saiyan God as to keep his stamina and prepares for battle. Zamasu tries to hold Goku in place, but the speed of Super Saiyan God is more than enough to get around it and deliver a few good punches. Goku seems to think that Vegeta will end his fight soon and tries to talk Zamasu down a bit, describing how he's effectively being used by his other self. Goku continues to effortlessly handle Zamasu, which only proceeds to anger Black. It appears the two Zamasu are about to lose it with each other when Black finally smiles and reminds the other Zamasu of their final resort. Goku realizes too late what the evil gods are up to as the two Zamasu join bodies with their Potara earrings. And with that, the one god of all universes, Zamasu, is born. Goku and Vegeta now begin to face off against the Potara fusion of Goku, Black, and Zamasu. It appears as if Goku and Vegeta are unable to land any worthwhile hits, but Goku finds an opening to deliver a Kamehameha, which blows a hole through Zamasu's chest. The hole closes right back up though, as Zamasu is just as immortal as before. Zamasu telekinetically grabs Goku and Vegeta by their throats and causes a massive explosion, maniacally laughing over his new godly power and reign. Zamasu then unleashes a devastating wave of blasts, and Goku blocks a few of them from hitting Trunks and the others. As he tries to tell them to get further away, the Supreme Kai hands Goku his Potara earrings. He says that if he and Vegeta fuse once more, Zamasu won't stand a chance against them. Vegeta initially refuses, restating how he'll never fuse again. Goku expected this answer though, and agrees with the sentiment. The two plan on fighting with their own individual power, even going as far as to decide who fights next. Goku steps up first and is pummeled by Kachin blocks thrown by fused Zamasu, which leaves Trunks feeling rather unsure about Goku's ability to win. Gowasu notes how much of a shame it is that the group seemingly won't last for another hour, because after all, that's how long Zamasu's fusion is going to last. Vegeta exclaims that he believed the fusion was supposed to be permanent, but Gowasu corrects him in that the permanence is only for gods of their Kai rank, and anyone else using the earrings will only last an hour. Even the Supreme Kai is a bit perplexed, now understanding the Vegito's separation in Buu's body must have been due to timing rather than other factors. Trunks is then determined to help for the next hour, for the sake of his entire world, but especially his late mother. Goku, out of power, debates whether or not to go ahead and eat the last senzu bean that they have. Vegeta arrives and demands the second earring from him. As Zamasu senses the two below him and prepares to kill them, an enormous blast flies out of the building and hits Zamasu, taking his entire right side with it. Someone begins talking, realizing aloud how Zamasu was able to regrow his arm. It was Vegito, the Potara fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Vegito explains how both of their fusions will only last an hour, chomps down on a senzu bean, and powers up into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegito's plan is to completely demolish Zamasu to the point to where there's nothing left to regenerate. Zamasu bursts from the ground and grabs Vegito by the legs, but the Saiyan fusion slices the god's hand straight off with his ki sword. As Zamasu regenerates once more and prepares a barrage of Kachin blocks, Vegito powers up a final Kamehameha, but just as he's about to fire, the fusion suddenly splits apart, back to a separate Goku and Vegeta. Trunks and the others wonder why the fusion didn't last a full hour, and Zamasu resumes his attacks with teleportation-style punches and kicks appearing out of portals scattered around the two Saiyans. The Supreme Kai states that there are still 20 minutes left in Zamasu's fusion, saying how he's feeling regret for having taken up a rank of becoming supreme at this very moment, as if he'd remain an apprentice, he'd still have the power of restoration. Trunks perks up and explains that he had actually taken on the role of apprentice in his own timeline in order to do battle with Dabura. Courtesy of the special dance, Trunks does indeed have this special power. This is likely why he was able to unknowingly heal Mai and Gowasu when they suffered what would have otherwise been fatal blows. Just then, Vegeta is knocked into the air, prompting Trunks to grab him and bring him back to the group. The Supreme Kai explains that Trunks will only be able to heal one person as powerful as a Super Saiyan Blue, so he'll have to choose between Goku or Vegeta. Vegeta concedes, telling Trunks to heal Kakarot, as he's the only one able to take on Zamasu and Super Saiyan Blue right now. Vegeta then interrupts Zamasu's brutal assault on Goku, tossing him down to Trunks. Zamasu goes after Vegeta, failing to realize this is all a distraction. Trunks takes the opportunity to heal Goku back to normal, just as Vegeta is mercilessly beaten unconscious. As Goku prepares to take Zamasu on another round, Trunks uses a little bit of his remaining energy to at most wake his father back up. Goku transforms into Super Saiyan Blue, but suddenly collects himself and enters what seems to be a quiet, calm stance. Goku charges in, able to dodge several attacks while managing to land a hit of his own while taking a portal punch to the face. Vegeta comments that Kakarot's managed to seal all of Super Saiyan Blue's overflowing power, meaning he's now completed it and is able to fight at the form's full strength. Goku continues to fight equally against Zamasu, even managing to stop and deflect a massive energy blast blast. Vegeta wonders how long Kakarot will be able to last like this, while Goku himself appears to twitch now as his body is starting to break. Zamasu, however, is already back to normal. Goku continues his next round against fused Zamasu, struggling against the god's telekinetic powers, but still managing to land an occasional attack. Zamasu rips his shirt off in disbelief over the damage his body is taking, while Goku simultaneously is struggling to maintain his power and composure. Zamasu screams that he'll take out everyone along with the entire galaxy and rushes at Goku, who flies in with an unexpected technique, the same destruction that Beerus used against Zamasu earlier in the timelines. As part of Zamasu's body begins to disappear, he uses a portal to grab Mai and shove her in front of the technique, forcing Goku to stop. Zamasu then kicks Goku aside and regenerates the missing part of his body. Trunks tries to rush Zamasu, but is easily knocked aside, and Vegeta can now tell that the battle is nearing its end. Suddenly, Zamasu starts tearing in half, symbolizing the completed hour of his fusion. However, the two halves seem as though they're rejecting the split. Gowasu theorizes that since the two are technically the same person, they may have somehow joined on a cellular level due to the fusion. Trunks jumps in once again though, this time managing to slice Zamasu in his two individual halves. Trunks then proceeds to stab his sword into a defeated Goku Black's chest. It finally appeared as though the fight was over, but Black fires a blast at Trunks and stands back up, with the sword still impaled through him. Both Black and Zamasu transform into merged Zamasu versions of themselves, who then begin another assault on Goku. With Goku and Trunks down, Vegeta explodes into a rage towards the gods, kicks Goku aside, and unleashes a Gamma Burst Flash. In the wake of the blast, detached body parts of the gods wiggle on the ground in an attempt to reform. The Supreme Kai tries to get the others to teleport away with them, but before everyone's eyes, there are suddenly numerous fused Zamasus that have reformed, much to the group's surprise. All of the fused Zamasu rush in, and the Supreme Kai teleports Goku and Vegeta to safety, as he and Gowasu plan to escape with the Time Ring, while Goku and Vegeta should use the Time Machine. Zamasu is determined to kill them, however, and the clones surround the heroes. Zamasu then reveals that he has a time machine used in Universe 12, thanks to the information he received from Gowasu, which he intends to use to follow the group to any and every timeline they go to in order to eliminate them with the rest of humanity. Goku and Vegeta decide to stick around and fight to the bitter end, telling Trunks to return to his mother in the time machine. The two begin to power up without any real battle plan, when Goku suddenly remembers the Omni King. He asks the Supreme Kai whether or not he'd still be around in the future, to which he replies that nobody can beat him, so most likely he's still around. Smirking, Goku takes out the button that can call Zeno and presses it to immediately summon him. Goku quickly introduces himself, as this particular Zeno hasn't actually met him before. Zeno doesn't appear to like what he sees in the future, prompting Goku to point to Zamasu as the culprit. Goku eggs Zeno on further, asking if he wants to erase them all. The Omni King agrees, preparing to eliminate the timeline altogether, much to the surprise of everyone. All of the Zamasu flee in terror, while Goku and the team make their escape in the time machine. Without any hesitation, Zeno erases the timeline along with Zamasu, and the others narrowly manage to escape. We then see a time ring crack and fizzle away, symbolizing the elimination of a parallel world. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks safely arrive back in the normal timeline with the Supreme Kai and Gowasu not far behind. Everyone greets their loved ones and enjoys a relaxing dinner while relaying the story to Whis and Beerus. And even though there's technically nothing left in that world, Goku still asks to use the time machine for one last thing, to recover the Omni King in future Trunks' erased timeline. After a quick introduction back at home, the future Omni King is brought to the present day Omni King. As the two new friends run off, the Grand Priest asks if this was Whis' idea, in which he denies, saying it's Goku's. The Grand Priest acknowledges his enviousness of Universe 7, to which Whis follows up saying that the Grand Priest, otherwise known as his father, can visit anytime. Gowasu departs back to Universe 10, although not without a stern recommendation from Beerus to be more careful with future apprentices. Trunks and Mai want to return to some point in their future, to which Whis says it's possible, prompting Beerus to argue with him over the creation of an additional parallel world. The Supreme Kai tells Trunks to speak with the Beerus in that timeline so they can take care of Zamasu should he prove to be a problem there. It's then stated that another set of Trunks and Mai will also be present in this new timeline, which doesn't seem to bother the two. The Supreme Kai asks if Trunks would like to stay as his apprentice, but Trunks states that he only took the role in order to defeat Babidi and Dabura. The younger, present-day Trunks and Mai see off their older selves, with the younger Mai finally realizing and admitting her interest in the younger Trunks. With their final goodbye said, Trunks and Mai depart, bidding a farewell to the Dragon Team and ready to begin a new adventure. The Tournament of Power takes place after the events of the Goku Black arc. Following the fight with Zamasu, life back on Earth returns to normal. Goku's back to his job as a delivery driver, and he stops his truck to help someone on the side of the road, but is attacked by carjackers. Unwilling to give up his truck, Goku easily dodges all of the robbers' attacks and gunshots, except for one bullet which manages to graze his arm. Goku says to himself that he's getting out of shape, and then goes to drop off the criminals at the police station, receiving a bounty that he believes will be enough to please his wife Chi-Chi, who will allow him to continue his training. Goku then attempts to call Whis through his communication device, but for some reason he's not answering. We cut to Beerus' planet as Whis is busy training Vegeta. Beerus comments that Vegeta seems more into the training than usual, the Oracle Fish then stating that it's because Goku was stronger than him during the battle with Zamasu. Fed up with the Saiyans' rivalry nonsense and disregarding the fish's prophecy of them one day becoming his strongest rivals, Beerus attempts to leave for a nap. The Oracle Fish insists, however, that Goku and Vegeta will indeed be his strongest rivals. Unable to accept what he's hearing, Beerus immediately switches gears, insisting that Vegeta attempt to challenge him again. Vegeta agrees and rushes in as a Super Saiyan Blue. Beerus acknowledges the newfound power, but states that this is just a mere power-up from Super Saiyan God and still isn't enough to reach his level. Beerus continues to easily dodge each of Vegeta's attacks, eventually slapping him into the water with just his tail. Calmly rising himself out of the water, Vegeta calms his spirit in Super Saiyan Blue, similar to Goku in his battle with Merged Zamasu. Whis wonders when Vegeta learned to do this, but Vegeta simply responds that if Kakarot can do it, so can he. Beerus resumes the fight, and it appears that Vegeta has already improved a bit more. Whis notes that Vegeta appears to have complete control over Super Saiyan Blue now, and that perhaps Goku is no longer ahead of him anymore. The Oracle Fish wonders if Beerus is actually taking the fight seriously, and Whis reveals he's still playing around, but he should probably sharpen up soon or he'll eventually take a hit and lose his temper. And just like that, Vegeta lands a clean punch to Beerus' face, surprising the Oracle Fish and Whis. Beerus, however, ferociously grips Vegeta's hand and tells him not to get overconfident. The Oracle Fish foresees the coming events and tells Whis to create a barrier, but the angel seems to have misplaced his staff. With a massive explosion, Beerus slams Vegeta into the ground, stating the Saiyan got carried away while he was going easy on him. The deity then states that Vegeta has certainly improved and could perhaps be a candidate for a god of destruction in another universe, but he still has a long way to go before catching up to him. Whis chats with Vegeta, telling him that he did well, but notes that he still thinks first and moves later, which is limiting to his fighting style. Rather, he needs to let every part of his body think and move on its own, which is something not even Beerus himself has mastered. Vegeta states that he still has a long way to go, then saying that he and Kakarot are equals, but they're far from reaching their full potential. Whis asks Vegeta if he would like to intensify his training, but the Saiyan states he needs to return to Earth and won't be coming back for a while. Goku finally gets his call through to Whis and says he'd like to meet up to train and invite Vegeta along, but Whis responds that Vegeta is already on Beerus' planet but is just about to leave. Goku and Whis question Vegeta's departure, and it's then revealed that his second child is about to be born. 1 hour later, Whis and Vegeta arrive back on Earth. Goku questions Vegeta not coming along again, but the Saiyan Prince says he doesn't want to leave Bulma during her pregnancy. Goku still doesn't understand what that has to do with Vegeta, and then states he wasn't around when Goten or Gohan were born. Vegeta then claims that Goku may not be a bad person, but he's a horrible father. Goku then tells Vegeta not to get mad if he winds up stronger than him and departs with Whis, leaving Vegeta to convince himself that he made the right decision. Goku, Beerus, and Whis enjoy some Earth food before moving on to training and nap time. Before Beerus steps away though, Goku wants to talk about the promise they made to the Omni King about the Universal Tournament, but Beerus demands they drop the issue and not bother Zeno. Even Whis agrees, as they explain that the Omni King's purity is what makes him so scary. He has the power to destroy an entire universe, and this must not be treated lightly. Goku, however, still has the device given to him when future Trunks appeared, with one side summoning the Omni King and the other side allowing him to transport to him. With a smirk, Goku flips the device, presses the button, and disappears, much to Beerus' shock. Beerus seems to take responsibility for the situation, given he was the reason Goku was introduced to the Omni King in the first place during the tournament between Universes 6 and 7. We then cut to Zeno's palace, as the present and future Omni Kings seem to be engaged in a game against each other, but they pause to ask the Grand Priest about the mortal levels in the different universes. As expected, Universe 1 is leading, followed by Universe 12. There haven't been significant changes in the other universes, and some are revealed to have even declined slightly. The Omni Kings decide that they don't need all 12 universes and lose interest in observing them, then collectively agreeing to keep only 4 universes and erase the rest. The Grand Priest agrees and requests the withdrawal of the Guide Angels from those universes. Just as their plans seem to be set in motion, Goku arrives and asks the Omni King for a favor. The Saiyan mentions that they discussed the Universal Tournament, and he wants to know if they'll be able to get it going. The respective Omni Kings seem to have forgotten, but they decide to proceed with it soon. The Grand Priest suggests giving the other universes some time to prepare, and they settle on starting the tournament in 5 ticks, which equates to roughly 40 hours in Earth time. Goku plans to get ready immediately, but the Grand Priest informs him that he must wait while he informs the other gods of destruction. Using his staff, the Grand Priest contacts all the Guide Angels. Various gods of destruction receive the message, including Gowasu from Universe 10, who's being scolded by his god of destruction over the Zamasu incident. One god of destruction, Belmont from Universe 11, is surrounded by a group of women when he's contacted. When Belmont's angel attendant tries to inform him about the Grand Priest's call though, one of the surrounding women get angry and threatens the angel with a knife. Belmont erases the woman, mentioning he was about to destroy the entire planet anyway. Back at Zeno's palace, the Grand Priest summons all the angels, gods of destruction, and Supreme Kai of their respective universes. The Supreme Kai from Universe 8 though plans to arrive a little bit later as he's using the bathroom. The gods then appear before the Grand Priest, Omni Kings, and Goku, lined up on both sides of the room, kneeling in formation. Belmont, the god of destruction from Universe 11, brings along Toppo, a warrior who's revealed to be a candidate to become the next god of destruction upon Belmont's retirement. The gods from Universe 8 then arrive, completing the audience. The Grand Priest then announces that in 5 ticks, they'll hold the Tournament of Power with participants from each universe. The seemingly robotic god of destruction Moscow from Universe 3 expresses concern over the limited preparation time, but the universe's angel quickly lies, stating that the god of destruction believes it's wonderful to participate so soon to avoid being erased by the Omni Kings. The present-day Omni King then points to the future Omni King, indicating that he's unaware of what's happening as he's never seen any battles. The Grand Priest then suggests holding a Zen exhibition match and promptly creates the tournament arena, then inviting all the gods of destruction to enter the stage and prepare to fight one another. As the deities show signs of shock and hesitation at this unusual request, one of the Omni Kings urges them to hurry up. The Grand Priest explains that everyone must give it their all during the fight or they'll face erasure at the hands of the Omni Kings. Beerus gets into an argument concerning strength with Quintella, the god of destruction from Universe 4, who apparently beat him in an arm wrestling contest once before. Goku then cheers on Beerus, who chastises him as he's the one responsible for this mess in the first place. He immediately regrets this though, as upon hearing this, the other gods of destruction all turn their attention to Beerus, stating that he's dug his own grave as none of them would be here if it wasn't for him. They also point out that this isn't the first time his actions have put everyone in a position of being erased. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 inquires about this, and Whis explains to both him and Goku that long ago, they once held a universal game of hide and seek at the request of the Omni King. Unfortunately, the game was cancelled though, because Beerus fell asleep for 50 years after hiding. The Omni Kings became furious, and the other universes all had to work really hard to please him to avoid erasure. As such, the gods of destruction all held a grudge against Beerus ever since. Before the exhibition begins, as expected, all the gods of destruction decide to attack Beerus together. The Grand Priest begins the match and everyone rushes in, as Beerus is able to dodge most of their attacks, with Whis mentioning to Goku that his body can sense attacks while making the decision to dodge all on its own. Moscow, however, ends up grabbing Beerus between his hands, and Whis points out that even Beerus isn't perfect. Beerus breaks free and disappears right before taking attacks from 3 gods of destruction at once. Some of the other gods fly into the air to deal with him, but mistakenly attack Champa instead of Beerus, who then appears under a fallen Moscow and takes the opportunity to fire a massive blast their way, though Sidra, the god of destruction from Universe 9, creates a barrier to protect them. Belma then jumps in and quickly kicks Sidra away, noting how he left himself open, and after all, only one universe can be the winner here. All the while, both the Omni Kings along with Goku all appear to be more and more excited over the prospect of the tournament. Belma traps all the gods of destruction in a series of bubbles and throws a fury of playing card looking energy shots at them, but Liquor, the god of destruction from Universe 8, is able to break free and uses his multiple tails to shoot blasts at Belmont, creating a giant explosion. Liquor, however, is caught off guard by Hellas, the god of destruction from Universe 2, who quickly shoots an arrow at him as it appears to strike his head, but it actually pierced his arm, much to his anger. The god of destruction from Universe 10, known as Ramush, then freezes everyone in their tracks with his battle roar before rushing in to attack. The surrounding Supreme Kai from other universes suddenly faint, and even Goku says he can't feel his body. Whis then reveals that Ramush possesses the greatest lungs in all the universes, and his screams are powerful enough to paralyze the nerves of anyone who hears it, although the angels themselves aren't affected. He then goes on to say that even the gods of destruction should barely be standing, as we cut to Champa and the other gods who stand frozen as Ramush rushes in, knocking the lot of them away. The gods continue their battle, and at this point, even Goku is having a hard time making sense of the ridiculous power and insanity of the match. As they continue their assault on each other, the Omni Kings state that they can't see anything and become bored at witnessing an arena full of battle dust. We then cut to Quintilla, who deals a shocking blow to Iwan, the god of destruction from Universe 1, seemingly knocking him out. He then turns his attention to Beerus, who knocks out Ramush. The two trash talk a bit and rush in to settle the score, but the Grand Priest stops their punches with a mere finger, surprising them. The angel states that the exhibition match was too intense for the Omni Kings to enjoy and cancels it, as we witness Belmont smiling on the ground, who doesn't appear to be battle damaged at all. As the universe's angels heal their respective gods of destruction, the Omni Kings consider throwing out the entire idea of a tournament and just erasing the unwanted universes as discussed. However, Goku urges them to reconsider, as after all, fights between mortals won't be at the level of the gods of destruction. The Omni King then tells Goku to show them how he fights, and the Grand Priest calls Toppo from Universe 11 as his opponent. In order to make the match more interesting for the Omni Kings, the Grand Priest announces that flying, weapons, and killing will all be prohibited, and the first person to touch the outside of the ring will be the loser. Whis is then questioned by Korn, the Angel of Universe 11, on Goku's manners toward the Omni King. Whis, however, explains that Goku actually helped the Omni King once, and so there's familiarity between them, shocking Korn. Toppo wonders whether Goku is also a candidate to become a god of destruction, but Goku responds that he has no interest in that and simply wants to get stronger. As the fight begins, Goku rushes in as a regular Super Saiyan, Whis figuring the Saiyan is likely doing this to observe his opponent. With no attacks landing, Toppo tells Goku to get serious. Meanwhile, the future Omni King is impressed by Goku's transformations, and the present Omni King says that Goku has even more in store for them. The Grand Priest asks Whis how many transformations Goku has, to which the angel replies 5 total. The Omni Kings happily say they want to see them all, and Whis instructs Goku to display all his transformations in this fight, to which he agrees. Goku then transforms into a Super Saiyan 2, but the Omni Kings don't feel anything different from the first transformation. Nervous about upsetting them, Beerus yells for the Saiyan to go Super Saiyan 3, to which the Omni Kings think it looks scary and fun. Goku rushes in, but is still unable to land anything against Toppo, who finally responds with impressive speed and punches of his own. Goku is forced to ramp things up again, this time to Super Saiyan God, which even the gods of destruction and Toppo acknowledge as having the feeling of a true deity. Toppo, however, refuses to lose and lures Goku into the air, but the Grand Priest reminds him that flying is prohibited. Before he can process another thought though, Toppo fires a blast at the Saiyan and knocks him out of the air, but he quickly recovers and launches himself back in. The two launch a fury of attacks at one another, and the Omni Kings acknowledge how amazing both fighters are. Beerus then stating that Goku is finally a match for Toppo now that he's a Super Saiyan God. Beerus then yells for Goku to stop playing and turn Super Saiyan Blue to finish the match, but as Goku transforms and pulls back a punch, Toppo lands a massive kick to Goku's stomach, launching him out of the ring and declaring Toppo the winner. Goku states he's impressed with Toppo's power, but the man reveals that he's only the second strongest warrior from Universe 11. He mentions a stronger warrior named Jiren and says that he's even stronger than him, surprising Goku. Toppo states he has a long way to go before he could reach Jiren's strength, and further goes on to say that based on combat skill alone, Jiren is stronger than Universe 11's god of destruction, Belmont. Goku attempts to comprehend how there could possibly be someone stronger than Toppo in Universe 11, especially since he's a candidate for a god of destruction. However, the Saiyan is excited for the tournament and the possibility of there being so many strong guys out there, Toppo then thinking Goku is quite odd. The Grand Priest speaks with the Omni Kings in the background and announces a change to the rules of the Tournament of Power. He says that each universe shall select 10 competitors and that knocking an opponent out of the ring is the method for disqualification. The tournament will last 100 tacks, or approximately 48 minutes, and will be a battle royale with all opponents fighting in the ring together at the same time. The team with the most remaining fighters at the end will be declared the winner, or in the case that only one fighter is left, that fighter's universe will be the winner. Additionally, the Super Dragon Balls will be given to the last man standing, and as such, the Grand Priest asks Champa to hand over the 3 he's already collected in secret, and they'll gather the remaining ones. The Universe 3 Supreme Kai asks if the winning universe itself will gain anything as a reward, but the Grand Priest explains that they'll receive nothing. Instead, the losing universes will be erased by the Omni King one by one. However, universes 1, 5, 8, and 12 will be exempt from the tournament due to their higher mortal level, which means that only 5 universes total will remain in the end. The erasure of the losing universes will include all of the gods and exclude angels, of course, which further puts everyone into a panic. Beerus wonders if their mortal level is actually that low, and Whis explains that their universe ranks 3.18, which is the second lowest rating. With a little under 39 hours until the tournament begins in the world of Void, the Grand Priest tells everyone to begin gathering their team, then adding that the use of weapons and medicine is forbidden, so anyone who's caught using them will be immediately disqualified. The Grand Priest then teleports everyone back to their homes to begin recruiting their teammates. Beerus slaps Goku in the head, furious with their predicament, though the Supreme Kai rightfully notes it sounds like the Omni Kings were going to erase the universes anyway before deciding on the tournament, so Goku's suggestion gave them a literal fighting chance to save themselves. Beerus, however, doubts their universe's chances to win, since Goku was defeated by Toppo moments ago. Goku suggests suggests going to ask Zeno to call off the plans for erasure, but Whis advises against this, stating that the Omni Kings and Grand Priest have made up their minds, and if Goku tries to change things now, he may offend them and get himself erased. Beerus delivers another "I told you so" to Goku, and since the best fighters are probably on Earth anyway, they decide to make their way to Bulma's to eat up and start planning. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, Belmont is relatively unfazed by their predicament, fully confident in Toppo and the Pride Troopers, so long as the mysterious fighter Jiren participates. Back at Capsule Corp, Vegeta and Bulma are in disbelief at Goku's incompetence. The group then discussed that since there's no written exam this time like in the Universe 6 and 7 tournament, they can bring Buu along to fight. Vegeta, of course, is a natural choice to add to the team, but the Saiyan refuses as his second child still hasn't been born yet. Whis then appears holding a blanket and with a quick motion of his eyes, delivers the baby immediately from Bulma. With Vegeta now able to participate, the group moves on to figuring out the rest of their team. Apparently, there are only 28 planets in Universe 7 with life on them, as planets Sadala, Vegeta, and Namek have all been destroyed. However, Supreme Kai had not observed all of them in terms of combat strength, excluding them from consideration. We suggest they continue from the previous tournament's team of Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Buu. Goku then suggests Monaka, but Beerus forbids it, saying Monaka is sick. Vegeta questions if Gohan can fight, but Goku is unsure. Goku states they should bring Goten and Trunks, but Vegeta says to leave the kids out of it. Goku then figures they can bring Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin instead, along with his wife number 18. Vegeta figures that if they decide to bring 18 along, they should also bring number 17. However, Bulma wonders if he's still evil, and on top of that, they have no idea where he might be, so Goku takes off to ask number 18 about him. Over in Universe 11 on planet Boss, the Pride Troopers fight against a giant crab monster. A big-eared trooper known as Dispo rushes in to save a child, and Toppo arrives to shoot the monster's claw off. Toppo wonders where Jiren is, and Dispo explains that he's off on a distant planet named Tawale recapturing aliens, aiming to return once the situation is under control. Suddenly, the crab monster fires an enormous amount of foam from his mouth, trapping everyone around him. Dispo tries to attack, but Toppo advises against it as he might hurt the civilians in the process. As the situation seemed to spiral out of control, suddenly, Toppo notices something flying toward them in the distance. It was a hero who'd arrived, completely smashing the monster through the planet's floor and shrinking him down to size with ease, eliminating the threat. It was Jiren, the warrior Toppo had mentioned, who'd finished taking care of the alien threat and flew to the Pride Trooper's location on his own. We cut back to Belmont, who explains that Jiren has devoted himself to justice, doesn't act on self-interest, and won't even kill bad guys. There is one thing that can bait him into joining the tournament though, and that's the Super Dragon Balls that can grant him any wish of his choice. Belmont then tells the Supreme Kai to take him to Jiren so he can convince him. Back on planet Boss, Jiren initially declines to participate in the Tournament of Power when asked by Toppo, stating that he won't save their own universe at the cost of others being erased. However, from above, Belmont appears, stating that Jiren's wish could come true should they win. After some thought on his mysterious wish, Jiren decides to participate, but only on the condition that he will return to Universe 11 should any trouble occur while he's away. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, a special television broadcast showcases Earth's hero Hercule taking on and defeating Cell. Hercule, now on live TV, comments to the interviewers how many miracles took place back then more than 10 years ago, including the resurrection of all the people killed by Cell. Watching the broadcast from their home, Krillin comments to his family how it was the Z Fighters who asked Shenron to bring them back. The interviewer then asks for a comment on the mysterious young man who was seen standing in the spot where Cell disappeared, but Hercule says it's fake news and reiterates that Cell is totally gone for good. Upon hearing that Hercule saved the Earth yet again 7 years later in the battle with Majin Buu, number 18 turns the television off. Goku then arrives at their home, intent on asking Krillin and 18 to participate in the upcoming tournament. Unwilling to tell the two of their universe's potential erasure per Beerus' instruction, Goku eventually settles on a lie, stating each participant will win 10 million zeni each, which convinces 18 to get involved. Goku inquires where 17 is so he can invite him to participate as well, but 18 only knows that he's working in some wildlife sanctuary, but doesn't know the name. Krillin says to ask Dende as he can see everything from the sky, and Goku heads off to recruit his remaining teammates. Upon Goku's arrival to the lookout, Dende tells Goku that he's already aware of the trouble they're in, having figured something was up when Beerus and the Supreme Kai had arrived on Earth. Mr. Popo states that this is all Goku's fault, but Dende admits that it's also thanks to Goku that they have a fighting chance at all. Dende agrees to show Goku where number 17 is, and the lookout begins flying off to the south, much to Goku's surprise. As they travel, Goku wonders why 17 17 became a good guy, to which Dende explains that Krillin's wish for the bombs to be removed from he and 18 triggered him to regain his humanity, so to speak. Dende further explains that it seems that number 17 is even stronger than he was back then, and it would be terrible if he were still their enemy. Goku seems surprised by this, to which Popo notes that Goku's been too preoccupied with all the matters in space that he's been neglecting what's been happening back on Earth. That aside, Dende goes on to ask Goku if he knows of a boy with extraordinary abilities living in a small village to the south, but Goku is unaware of who he's referring to. This prodigy is revealed to be Oob, the reincarnation of Majin Buu, otherwise remembered as the most formidable enemy Goku's ever faced. Dende tells Goku that he must train him someday to use his power for good, and the Saiyan says that he'll remember. As they arrive above the island in question, Goku quickly flies down to search for number 17. He's surrounded on the ground by wildlife, only to be caught up in the next moment in a gang of poachers chasing after them. Goku has no idea what 17 looks like and assumes that one of the head poachers is him. The poachers, however, spot the actual number 17 and open fire, only to be easily handled and tossed into the distance. Number 17 glares at Goku and attacks him, believing he's one of the poachers, and the two trade blows as Goku powers up to Super Saiyan 2 and eventually Super Saiyan 3. 17 surprisingly holds his own and knocks Goku to the island floor, although the Saiyan uses instant transmission before he can damage the habitat. Goku attempts to talk to 17 peacefully, but the android blows him away with a ki attack. As he then attempts to launch a large energy sphere toward the Saiyan, Goku yells to 17, introducing himself. Goku's voice and appearance are now familiar to number 17, having witnessed him inside Cell during the final battle. Goku tells 17 he needs to talk to him, but the park ranger states he needs to wrap things up with the poachers first. Later that evening and night, after dealing with the remaining poachers, 17 declines to participate in the tournament, saying he has to protect the wildlife at all times. Goku understandably becomes persistent and desperate under the circumstances, then stating that everyone's lives are on the line. 17 demands an explanation, and even after explaining everything, including the potential erasure of the universe, number 17 still refuses to participate, figuring if they all get erased, at least they'll all die together. However, upon hearing that Krillin will be fighting, 17 begins to change his mind as he feels he owes Krillin a favor, being as though he was responsible for removing the bomb from his body over 10 years ago. Goku also explains the benefit of the Super Dragon Balls for the tournament's winner, and 17 says he'd love a cruiser to sail around on with his family. Goku's surprised that 17 didn't want to wish for anything like world domination and offers to give him the Super Dragon Balls even if he isn't the last one standing out of their universe's contestants. Back at the TV studio, Hercule leaves to check in with Buu, who's unfortunately fallen into a deep slumber. While he normally only goes to sleep for moments at a time, every so often he goes into a 2-month hibernation. Hercule calls Bulma to let her and the others know, distracting her from thinking about Yamcha as a possible team member. Beerus threatens to throw Buu out of bed, and Hercule offers to participate in his place, although Vegeta declines his offer immediately. The group are down to only 8 competitors now, so Vegeta suggests they get Gohan. Whis calls Goku to relay the news, and the Saiyan heads to Piccolo, who wants Goku to grab him some senzu beans in preparation to train Gohan for the tournament of power. Over in Universe 6, Kappa visits his homeworld planet Sadala at Champa's insistence to gather the best fighters, unconcerned of whether they're good or bad guys. The Saiyan notices a vehicle drive by that should be one of their own, and the two men discuss being in someone named Caulifla's territory, but remember they're soldiers of the Sadala army after all. Their car comes to a sudden stop when a woman appears in front. It's revealed to be Caulifla herself, and she demands the men hand everything they have over to her and her 3 partners. Though one of the men know of Caulifla's strength, the other grows upset and attacks the woman, who easily dodges the punch and slams the man into a nearby building. As she and her pals go through the Sadala army's stuff, they realize the bags are filled with food and jewels meant to be tributes to the king of Sadala himself. The attacked man then pulls out a gun, which disappears just as quickly as he drew it, as one of the other women with Caulifla casually holds it behind her back and proceeds to crush it with ease. Caulifla and the others leave to sort through the loot when Kaba appears at the door, shooting a ki blast to shoot a gun out of one of the hoodlums' hands. Kaba presumes the woman in charge is Caulifla, and she remains unfazed. Back in Universe 7, Supreme Kai wonders if the other universes have chosen their warriors yet, as Bulma walks by to find he and Whis conversing, wondering if they'll be getting any sleep. Whis states he has no need for sleep, and Supreme Kai is still worrying over the selection process of suitable warriors for Universe 7. Back to Universe 6, Kaba is clearly making little progress with Caulifla, as he's seen flying through the air following an attack from her. Caulifla expresses no interest in joining the tournament unless Kaba can somehow force her to, although she has yet to to meet a single Saiyan who can manage to defeat her. Cabba then transforms into a Super Saiyan and quickly moves behind Caulifla, who's now unable to keep up with his attacks. Cabba references the transformation by name and states the Saiyans of Universe 7 can all do this, further confusing Caulifla. Following an extended series of attacks, Cabba stops short of delivering a final blow to Caulifla, instead extending his hand to show one of the stolen jewels she had around her neck. Caulifla's cohorts watch on as Cabba demands its return and further explains their situation as once again, the tournament will consist of other Saiyan warriors who have evolved even further than them. Cabba then promises to teach Caulifla how to transform if she joins their team, and she agrees. In the meantime, somehow one of Caulifla's cohorts has stolen the jewel back again from Cabba without his noticing, leaving him in awe. Back in Universe 7, Beerus wakes up at Capsule Corp to find Krillin there, who states that Master Roshi will also be joining them. Krillin then mentions what some of them will be doing with the prize money, which confuses Vegeta. An hour later, Goku returns from Tien's house after convincing him to join the team, and Krillin gets upset with him for lying about the true stakes of the Tournament of Power, but ultimately agrees to still fight. To smooth things over, Bulma offers to still pay 18 and Roshi assuming Universe 7 wins, pleasing Goku but annoying her. The group still needs an additional teammate though. Goku states he wishes he'd asked Future Trunks to stay a bit longer, and Beerus notices that everyone they've chosen is from Earth, no thanks in part to Frieza and his army being wiped out. Goku then gets the bright idea to bring Frieza back from the dead to fight with them, shocking everyone in the room. The group explains that they wouldn't have enough time to gather the Dragon Balls to revive him, but Goku states that they could use Fortune Teller Baba to bring him to Earth for 24 hours, same as she did with him and Vegeta during their battle with Buu. Vegeta questions Goku's desperation, assuming they'd still be able to win with their team as it stands already. Goku, however, admits that he already lost to someone in Universe 11, and apparently the universe seems to have an even stronger ally than that on their side. To confirm, Goku asks Whis if there are stronger warriors than Universe 7 out there, and Whis explains that he doesn't really make it his business to know about them, but it's possible that some warriors could be participating that no one's ever seen or heard of before. In Universe 6, Cabba travels off with Caulifla, who's apparently mastered the new Super Saiyan transformation already. Cabba notes that Universe 7's warriors apparently had a lot of trouble with it, which prompts Caulifla to note that she's more talented than them. In the back seat, Cabba's also asked one of Caulifla's cohorts, Kale, to tag along as they need all the help they can get. Caulifla admits that Kale is promising, but still has a ways to go, and she nervously acknowledges the statement. Back in Universe 7, Krillin concedes that they may need Frieza, and even Vegeta is willing to go along with the plan. Beerus comments on how low Universe 7's fallen to be recruiting dead people, though Whis sees it as a unique move and says they should wait to see how this plays out. Down in Frieza's own personal hell, the Tyrant awakens from a flashback of his loss against Vegeta and Goku to a scene of parading fairies and Goku himself standing before him, commenting on how nice things are down there. Goku then offers Frieza a chance to get out for the next 24 hours, but Frieza can tell there's more to the story than he's letting on. The next morning, Goku has still not arrived back with Frieza. The others have all gathered though: Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, number 18, number 17, Tien Shinhan, and Master Roshi. Vegeta comments on Gohan's growth and assures 17 that his island is in good hands with Trunks, who'd been trusted along with Goten to watch over it to make sure poachers don't hurt the wildlife. In Goku's absence, the group assumes he failed to get their last member. Tien assumes that Goku is off getting Yamcha and says if it comes down to it, he'll go to get Chaozu himself. Just then, Fortune Teller Baba appears with Goku and Frieza, each looking rather beaten as the group is shocked by Frieza's presence yet again. Goku apparently had to do some persuading to get him to tag along, and Piccolo throws them each a sensu, stating they need to get moving. As Vegeta mocks Frieza for the halo over his head, Goku notes that the Tyrant's apparently gotten even stronger, using his time to image train in preparation to murder everyone. Beerus says he'll stop Frieza himself if it comes down to it, but Frieza says he's only joking. Whis wonders how Goku managed to convince Frieza to join in the first place, and the Tyrant reveals it took a promise of his complete resurrection should their universe survive, much to everyone's shock. Beerus and Whis gather everyone up in a circle and tells them to hold hands as it's the only way to transport them all together. Frieza initially refuses to touch Goku, but Beerus threatens to erase him and he complies. Beerus then takes the time to explain that this is a battle royale and they all need to work together for once. He urges everyone to focus on teamwork to conserve their energy so they can get rid of the enemies together, to which the group agrees. Whis then contacts the Grand Priest and announces their readiness, and Bulma bids everyone a farewell as the group departs for the Tournament of Power. Universe 7's team arrives in the world of Void alongside teams from other universes. Vegeta and Gohan figure that their ability to fly will be an advantage advantage so they won't get knocked off the stage, but as Whis correctly deduces, the group is unable to fly in this tournament. This restriction is only on competitors though, as Beerus, Whis, and Supreme Kai are able to fly, and it doesn't affect winged creatures from other universes as the ability is a part of them. The gravity has also been independently adjusted according to each fighter's planet, which impresses Gohan. Champa and his team from Universe 6 arrive with Vegeta already in tears from Caulifla's insults. Champa then tells the Saiyan that if he refuses to fight, he'll make her regret it, although she doesn't seem worried at all. Goku greets Hit, who correctly assumes that the tournament is a result of the Saiyan's actions, and swears not to lose to him again as he's gotten stronger since their last encounter. In the distance, Cabba explains who the Universe 7 Saiyans are to Caulifla, which includes Vegeta, who taught him to become a Super Saiyan. Frieza and Frost also meet, agreeing to team up with one another for the time being. Goku and Vegeta look toward Universe 11, assuming one of the warriors must be Jiren. Goku wanders over to say hello to Toppo and introduce himself to Jiren, who immediately dismisses Goku, stating that he's pathetic and he'd rather not waste his time on him. Goku steps away, and taking another look at their competition, Bulma deduces that compared to Jiren, every contestant in the tournament is pathetic and they shouldn't be worried. The Grand Priest greets all of the teams and introduces the two Omni Kings as Beerus, Supreme Kai, and the others take their seats, Beerus demanding that their universe's team works together. Champa and Beerus take swipes at each other's teams, while Piccolo, Gohan, and others are confused over a universe that appears to only have 8 fighters. The Grand Priest then explains the rules, as the fight will last 100 tacks, which equates to about 48 minutes in Earth time. The central pillar in the arena will descend as time passes, and the fight will officially be over when it reaches the bottom. There are no weapons allowed, killing is forbidden, and the objective is to knock the opponent out of the ring, who will then be warped into the stands afterward. The tournament begins, and as Gohan begins to prep everyone for teamwork, Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, 17, and 18 all rush out in different directions on their own. Each of them manage to immediately take out various fighters except for Goku, who's rushed by the majority of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11 all at once. Goku's forced to transform into a Super Saiyan and knocks them away, then setting his sights directly on Jiren. As all the fighters continue to clash, Frieza stops to speak with Frost, offering him a tip that the bald fighters on his team should pose no threat and could be knocked out easily. Frost questions Frieza's motives since reducing his team's numbers could result in a loss, but Frieza says that he's only concerned with revenge on the Saiyans, and Frost agrees to play along. Krillin, Master Roshi, Gohan, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan decide to stick together, but suddenly the group is attacked by Vegeta. When the group dodge his attack, Frost takes the opportunity to knock off a distracted Krillin, eliminating him immediately. Beerus yells at Krillin once he reappears in the stands, and Champa laughs at his brother for already losing a fighter until one of his own appears, saying that he had no time to use his magic spells to avoid getting eliminated. Supreme Kai then notices that several fighters from other universes are also appearing in the stands. Back in the arena, Frost is fighting Tien and Master Roshi, preparing to eliminate them both next. Gohan notices his team having trouble and tries to help, but he's stopped by the trio of danger of Universe 9. The team of Bergamo, Lavender, and Basil attack Gohan as a group, and the young Saiyan has trouble with their teamwork. Piccolo is fighting against 3 other members of Universe 9, and Tien tells Master Roshi to dodge before he fires a Neo Tri-Beam at Frost. The blast attracts the attention of other fighters nearby, and with Tien already exhausted, Master Roshi tells him not to overdo it. Krillin wonders if the attack worked, and Beerus confirms it didn't, pointing out Frost emerging from the smoke completely unharmed. Frost then suddenly charges at Tien and lands a hard punch, eliminating him. He then directs his attention to Master Roshi, stating that he'll be the next to go. The Universe 7 spectators notice Frost conversing with Frieza, and they speculate that Frieza's leaking intel about his teammates to Frost. Krillin yells to Goku to go for Frost, as he's the biggest threat to their team, and Goku, having been preoccupied in his fight with Universe 11, is surprised that Krillin and Tien are both already eliminated. Goku then spots Frost about to attack Master Roshi and protects him, then advising that he and Master Roshi fight Frost together. However, Roshi yells at him, telling Goku to focus on his own opponent since he wants to fight Jiren. Frieza then tells Frost to pull back since Goku would likely be too much for him to handle, and the two take off. Frieza then asking Frost if he's currently in his final form, to which he answers yes. Frost is surprised to hear that Frieza has another transformation up his sleeve, and Frieza advises that Frost fight at full strength for the rest of the first half, and when he's tired out, he'll jump in and take over, which Frost agrees to. Meanwhile, Piccolo is fighting Razel, who has him trapped and flying through the air, preparing to drop him out of the ring. Gohan, still fighting the trio of danger, notices his master in trouble and kicks out an explosive wave to knock the brothers away. Gohan then jumps into the air to save Piccolo, who notices this and moves his head out of the way so Gohan can land a clean hit on Razel. Gohan begins to fall out of the ring, but saves himself by firing a Kamehameha to propel himself back in. As Razel falls, he's saved by his teammate Hop's extensive claws. The remainder of Universe 9 then gather in front of Gohan and Piccolo ready to attack, but Frost suddenly zooms past the two, firing a huge blast at Universe 9 and knocking one of their members known as Oregano out of the ring. Universe 9 member Hyssop suddenly appears behind Frost and attempts to crush him with a punch, but Frost overpowers the large warrior and whirls him around, knocking him into Razel and eliminating them both. Frost then turns his attention to the other warriors of Universe 9 and knocks them all out of the ring as well. With just the trio of danger remaining, they retreat to avoid being knocked out, and Frieza is impressed by Frost's performance. The tyrant says Frost has done enough and prepares to step in, but decides to give him one more piece of advice as he grabs the fighter by his throat and tells him never to trust anyone. Frieza then kicks Frost out of bounds to the surprise of Champa and the other spectators, and Whis realizes that this was all a part of Frieza's plan, using Frost to get rid of the weaker fighters. Meanwhile, Gohan and Piccolo are surrounded by the trio of danger, and Piccolo advises that he and Gohan split up, since the group are too much trouble together. Bergamo orders his brothers to follow Gohan while he follows Piccolo, and Basil and Lavender gang up on Gohan, but they're suddenly blasted and knocked off the arena by Frieza. Bergamo is the only fighter remaining from Universe 9, and he's cornered by Piccolo. Piccolo tells him to jump to spare himself the pain, but Sidra yells to Bergamo to hang in there, noting that it's the end of their universe if he's eliminated. Piccolo, hearing this, hesitates as Bergamo pleads for mercy, but Frieza suddenly knocks him off, reminding Piccolo with a smirk that this is about their own survival and he'd be wise to remember that. With Universe 9 now completely eliminated from the competition, their universe is erased by the Omni Kings, leaving just their angel. The fighters all stop their battles distracted by this, and the Grand Priest reminds them of the rules, with Supreme Kai afraid that even the gods will be erased from their universe should they lose. Amidst all the tension though, Beerus dramatically yells to his universe's warriors that losing is certainly not an option, and the remaining fighters hear him, as Goku states they'll be doomed either way if they lose. With Universe 9 now eliminated, there are now 43 minutes left in the Tournament of Power. The gods of destruction from the exempt universes discuss what just happened, commenting on how each universe up till now seems to have lost a few fighters, except for Universe 11, which still remains in the lead. Meanwhile, Goku as a Super Saiyan confronts Toppo and Dispo, but soon finds himself completely outmatched, unable to land a single blow to the swift Dispo, who creates an opening for his teammate Toppo, who begins to pummel Goku into the floor. As Goku begins to realize that he's running out of power, he notices Hit getting knocked down in the distance by Jiren. Goku then transforms into his perfected Super Saiyan blue form and knocks Toppo away as he rushes in to attack Jiren. However, a single ki wave from Jiren is enough to knock Goku backward towards Hit, surprising Beerus and Krillin in the spectator seats. Goku recovers and wonders if Hit was able to use his time skip on Jiren, but Hit says it proved to be useless against him. Toppo and Dispo join Jiren in order to help him fight against Goku and Hit, but Jiren tells them there's no need as he'll deal with the two by himself. Goku rushes in to attack Jiren, attempting to catch him off guard with an instant transmission, a barrage of physical attacks, and even the burst Kamehameha, but none are able to move Jiren an inch. Jiren then knocks Goku away and uses a barrage of punches on him, nearly pushing him off the edge of the arena completely. Just as he's about to deliver the final blow to the Saiyan who he addresses as the Nameless Warrior, Hit intervenes with a kick, knocking Jiren away and giving Goku the perfect chance to get back up on the arena. Noting that Hit had just landed a blow, Goku wonders if he found a way to fight without using his time skip, to which Hit states that ever since Goku had broken through his time skip during the Universe 6 and 7 tournament, he's given up merely relying on special abilities and instead learned to hone his own strength. Hit then removes his cloak and begins a physical assault on Jiren, but just like Goku, he comes up short, the Saiyan then joining in, but the two are still unable to find any advantage in the battle. Hit then tells Goku that he has a new special move, one that he can only pull off if the two work together and use their full power on Jiren. Goku gives it some thought though and regresses to his base form, telling Hit that he wants to beat Jiren on his own and that there's still a wall he needs to overcome during this tournament in order to stand a chance of winning it. Hit accepts this, but decides to continue with his plan, and after powering up, he uses a new technique called time lag on Jiren that significantly lowers his speed to the point that he can't land a blow. Hit explains that time only for Jiren has been warped, and the Angel of Universe 6 Vados explains that due to the power difference between the two, Hit wasn't able to freeze Jiren, but he could at least slow him down enough to gain an advantage. Hit is able to push Jiren to the edge of the arena with confidence, but just as he's about to knock him off, Goku notices that Jiren has been holding back. Jiren then suddenly increases the speed of his attacks to overcome the time lag and uppercuts Hit, knocking him far into the air and off of the arena, eliminating him from the competition. Goku catches Jiren's attention and acknowledges he's caught on to his plan to conserve energy for now, and Jiren states that Goku's impressively perceptive if nothing else, as the Saiyan warrior notes that he finally remembered his name. And now, I'm gonna hand it over to my bro Cage, who helped me out with the video.
Thanks for having me on, bro. Editing this entire video almost killed me, but it was worth it. So anyway, let's get back to the tournament. Vegeta expresses shock that the mighty warrior Hit has been eliminated by Jiren. As Toppo and Dispo stand before the Saiyan Prince, Toppo tells him how Jiren would never fall for such tricks. Vegeta confirms that Toppo is the one who defeated Goku in the Zen exhibition match, and Dispo speaks to Vegeta, stating he's supposedly the second best warrior in Universe 7. Now riled up after hearing this, Vegeta proclaims himself as the strongest in all of existence and transforms into a perfected Super Saiyan Blue. He rushes towards the two and easily swats Dispo aside, attacks Toppo next and knocks him down. Toppo concedes that Vegeta may be on par with Goku's strength after all, but states he still won't be able to defeat them. Meanwhile, Android 17 fights against Botamo, the warrior from Universe 6, but his physical attacks seem to have no effect on his opponent. After Piccolo eliminates another fighter, he goes to assist the android, but 17 lands a mighty punch to Botamo's midsection, which causes his body to spring back and out of bounds. The two are then attacked from the air by two other fighters, but are able to avoid it thanks to Gohan, who was engaging in battle against another Universal Warrior. Along with Gohan's help, the three are able to quickly defeat the trio of warriors from Universe 10, and 17 blasts them all from the arena. The remaining three members of Universe 10 then band together to fight the Universe 7 trio for themselves, although they seem pretty worried. Elsewhere, Android 18 is shown talking to Ribrianne and her pals from Universe 2, as they gloat about their own beauty and call 18 ugly. Krillin, watching from the stands, finds it hard to imagine that Ribrianne would ever be considered beautiful, but Beerus admits that she is kinda cute. 18, however, doesn't care at all for this and says that it has nothing to do with one's strength. Ribrianne then launches several attacks at 18 without giving her any chance to counter, and she's grabbed up by the other members of Universe 2. Just as Ribrianne is about to finish her off, Krillin yells at them to unhand his wife, which attracts the attention of the girls, who are then shocked and ask who that gorgeous man is. 18 then states that Krillin is in fact her husband, which angers Ribrianne as she attempts to finish her off. However, her power begins wavering, giving 18 the chance to break free and quickly turn the tables on their fight. With her heart no longer in the battle, Ribrianne prepares to jump from the platform, but her friends urge her to stay. Impatient, 18 counts from 5 to give them time to either jump off willingly or be blasted. 18 is suddenly knocked off the platform herself by an unknown force. Universe 2's fighters wonder what happened, but Ribrianne's friends are then knocked from the arena at the same time. Ribrianne herself is then knocked around for a bit, then plunges from the arena into the stands by the same force that got rid of 18. The god of destruction, Quitella, then praises the timing of his invisible fighter, and the two remaining warriors Gohan, Piccolo, and 17 had been fighting are knocked out as well. Now aware of the presence of invisible fighters, Piccolo uses his senses to take the fighter by surprise and blast him off the edge of the ring and into the stands. Suddenly though, another invisible fighter attacks Piccolo from behind, but he attempts to counter, misses, and is hit hard in the stomach, sending him out of the arena and eliminating him. Once again confused as to what's happening, Quitella brags about their secret weapon. Gohan and Android 17 try to focus on the enemy, but 17's hit hard and skids backwards towards the edge of the platform in between Goku and Jiren's battle. And nearby Dispo suggests to Jiren that they should retreat for the time being until they're aware of who their mysterious enemy is, and the two move away from the center of the action. 17 fills Goku in on the situation, and the Saiyan suggests everyone to sense the the enemy's ki, although 17 reveals that he's not able to do so. Instead, the android uses his heightened hearing abilities and is able to determine the fighter's location. And it's not an invisible fighter after all, but a bug-looking fighter, a mere inch tall, who was too small to see. Panicked, the fighter tries to flee and leaps into the air to get away, but 17 simply blasts him off the platform to eliminate him. With another fighter gone, the Omni Kings express how much fun they're having watching all the battles and ask the Grand Priest how many fighters are left. The angel then brings up a board showing the 37 remaining challengers, with only 33 minutes remaining in the Tournament of Power. Meanwhile, Frieza fights against Caulifla, having little trouble overwhelming the Saiyan. Caulifla calls him out and only going after the Saiyans, and Frieza confirms this proudly, as he may not have a grudge against the Saiyans from Universe 6 specifically, but they still got on his nerves. With no other choice, Caulifla transforms into a Super Saiyan and engages Frieza in combat again. Frieza uses his telekinetic abilities to throw blocks of the arena at Caulifla. However, her sheer aggressiveness allows her to gain the upper hand on her opponent with a powerful close-range blast. Frieza decides to use his full power and transforms into Golden Frieza. In this form, the Tyrant is able to quickly turn the tide of battle as he begins to dominate Caulifla, causing concern for the nearby Kale, who quickly knocks off a Universal Fighter to go to assist her. As Frieza pummels Caulifla into the ground, Kale uses her incredible speed to strike at him, and while it causes little damage, it distracts him long enough for Caulifla to get in a couple of shots. Eventually though, Frieza sees through Kale's actions, grabs her and tosses her out in front of him along with Caulifla. Cabba in the distance, seeing the state that his allies are in, knocks off her Universal Fighter and also rushes in to assist the pair. Frieza remarks that Kale's attacks actually had more sting to them than Caulifla's as a Super Saiyan, much to the surprise of Caulifla and Cabba, though Kale remarks they were just lucky hits. Caulifla rushes into battle once more, but it continues to be one-sided. Cabba, realizing Kale's been holding back, disregards her reasoning and tells her to use her true power, but Kale is hesitant due to her previous history and admiration for Caulifla. Cabba transforms into a Super Saiyan and enters the battle to save his comrade, but fares no better and is quickly overpowered by Frieza. Caulifla and Cabba attack together but still prove to be no match at all. The anger towards seeing someone so close to her suffer causes Kale to explode in fury as she becomes a Super Saiyan herself, surprising Caulifla as she immediately employs a vicious assault on Frieza that he's unable to defend himself against. Frieza comments on the new type of Super Saiyan that Kale's become, and suddenly Goku intercepts the battle to Frieza's annoyance as he transforms into a perfected Super Saiyan Blue. He's able to stop Kale's first punch, but as she continues her assault, Goku begins to get pushed back, stating that she's getting stronger as she fights. As Kale attempts to land a solid blow to Goku, Frieza kicks the Saiyan out of the way and says he's more than capable of handling Kale himself if he just takes her seriously. Just then, Kale suddenly has another outburst, which Goku describes as her ki spiking once again. While Champa in the spectator seats thinks it's a good thing for that his fighter is doing so well, Vados voices her concern. She states that since this is probably the first time Kale has unleashed all of her power, she's losing her sense of reason, and with that, things could become much worse if she were to completely lose control. Kale struggles to regain her senses, having recently transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan, and charges past Goku and Frieza, clutching her head as she falls to her knees. In a rage, she powers up, with the resulting pressure of her energy knocking off multiple combatants from different universes. She then turns her attention to the nearby Vegeta and Toppo, swatting them aside and almost knocking them off the arena, but Vegeta is able to save himself and Dispo is able to save Toppo in the nick of time. Vegeta wonders what's going on with her just as she drops the remaining two combatants from Universe 4 off the arena, resulting in their defeat and their permanent erasure. In a panic, the God of Destruction from Universe 3 emerges from his robotic suit and orders the combatant Paparoni to fuse with his allies to fight Kale. The scientist complies and they fuse to become the towering monster known as Agni Laza. However, Kale is unfazed and kicks Agni Laza in the chest hard enough to send him off the arena in an instant. As Universe 3 loses their last 4 fighters in one go, their universe is erased by Zeno. The tournament has reached the halfway point as the middle of the tower is 5 tacks down out of 10. As the Saiyan continues her rampage, Caulifla realizes that all this time, Kale's been keeping her superior strength hidden to protect Caulifla's feelings. Instead of getting upset at the differences in their power, Caulifla is overjoyed and encourages Kale to keep her rampage going. At the same time, Kale also eliminates the 2 final combatants of Universe 2, and they're promptly erased. From Universe 10, only 1 fighter is standing. Goasu apologizes to him for failing to come up with a better strategy, and with a final battle cry, the warrior known as Obuni attacks Kale, but is easily struck off from the arena, and Universe 10 is erased for good. Fighters from Universes 6, 7, and 11 remain. As Kale slows down, Caulifla goes to check on her, but Kale knocks her hand away and charges off. Caulifla calls out to one of her teammates, Magetta, to stop Kale, but the Saiyan lifts him off the ground with one hand and tosses him from the arena. The 2 Namekians of Universe 6 then speak to Kale, urging her to come to her senses, as they can surely win with her level of power. But Kale answers back by simply blasting the 2 off the arena at the same time. Caulifla asks Cabba what's wrong with her, to which Cabba responds that she may be the legendary Super Saiyan, who only shows up once of every 1,000 years. He tells her that once a Saiyan is awakened, their power continues to grow and rampage until they self-destruct. Cabba transforms into a Super Saiyan and attempts to stop Kale before that happens, urging her to remember why she's fighting. But Kale is unable to rein herself in and deals a devastating punch to the Saiyan, knocking him out of the ring. Before he's eliminated though, he's caught by Vegeta, who mocks him for being tossed aside by an ally and tells him to explain what's going on. Kale continues her rampage, taking on the Pride Troopers, excluding Toppo, Dispo, and Jiren. They're outmatched individually, but as a team, they're able to slowly gain the advantage on the Saiyan. Vegeta, watching nearby, explains to Cabba that Kale's brute strength alone isn't enough to win, as she begins to reach her limit. Cabba pleads with Vegeta for advice on how to save his ally, but Vegeta berates him, stating that in the ring they're enemies, and he isn't there to offer aid as he heads back to finish his battle with Toppo. Caulifla approaches Cabba to come up with a plan as she pulls up her trousers. A pair of Potara fall from her pocket. Cabba wonders what they are, and Caulifla says that she stole them from the Supreme Kai of Universe 6 prior to the tournament. Champa realizes this and calls out to Caulifla, telling her to put one earring on her own ear and the other on Kale's ear so they can fuse. Caulifla expresses doubts about being able to hold Kale long enough to attach the earring, but Cabba volunteers to do it himself. As he rushes towards Kale in her battle with Universe 11's warriors, he's intercepted by Dispo and beaten with his lightning-fast attacks. As Dispo prepares to finish him off, Caulifla transforms into a Super Saiyan and stops him, telling Cabba to save Kale. At that moment, Universe 11's warriors launch Kale off the arena. Cabba leaps off towards her and manages to attach the earring, then throws her back on stage and plummets in her place. With little time to act, Caulifla puts on the other earring and the two are suddenly pulled together, fusing together to become the female Saiyan warrior, now known as Kefla. Beerus exclaims that the use of tools is cheating, but the two Zeno's excitement about it allows it to go through unchallenged. Kefla declares that now the members of Universe 11 will be the ones to fall, and with overwhelming power, takes out the Pride Troopers one after another, eliminating a total of 6. As Kefla wails on Dispo and Kershal of Universe 11, Goku is faced with Jiren, but tells him to go and help his teammates. Jiren responds by saying that it's unnecessary, which confuses Goku. As Kefla then knocks down 2 members and readies herself to take out Jiren and Goku, Kefla fires a blast towards them, but suddenly Gohan appears and knocks it aside. He tells his father to settle things with Jiren while he takes on Kefla, and as she wonders who he is, Gohan tells her that he's a Saiyan just like her, but one born on Earth. With only 15 minutes remaining and 12 fighters left in the Tournament of Power, the Supreme Kai states that Universe 7 can win if they can run out the clock and keep their numerical advantage. Beerus and Whis, however, state on how unlikely that is, as Universe 7 wouldn't think that far ahead. As Kefla battles Gohan, she's soon able to throw him to the ground where she comes down on top of him. She mocks him by yelling at him to go Super Saiyan if he can, but Gohan responds by kicking her off him, claiming that he doesn't need to do that anymore as he's chosen to evolve as a human being rather than a Saiyan. Watching him from above, Piccolo comments that in the brief period of their training, Gohan regained his sense of battle and has now become even more powerful than he has ever been. Meanwhile, Goku restarts his battle with Jiren, transforming to perfected Super Saiyan Blue and charging in. Meanwhile, Vegeta continues his evenly fought battle against Toppo, telling him that he's stronger than he appears. Toppo states that he's a God of Destruction candidate and can't possibly lose to a lesser being, then unleashes the reserves of strength he has left, but Vegeta doesn't seem worried. Android 17 compliments Master Roshi on still being in the tournament after all this time, and while he can't read energy like the others, he can still tell that he is quite strong as they ready themselves to take on the Pride Trooper pair of Dispo and Kasharel, who they view as the weakest contenders left. Frieza, on the other hand, is off in the distance, away from imminent conflict, and takes the opportunity to recover his stamina. Beerus turns to Champa, complaining about the use of Potara being used and calls him sneaky, but Champa is silent, clearly nervous about the fate of his universe. In the arena, Gohan and Kefla's battle reaches its conclusion. Both equally exhausted, Kefla laughs knowing that she's lost and couldn't even take out one Saiyan. Champa acknowledges defeat as he stands and thanks Vados for everything that she's done for him over the years. Gohan and Kefla, at their limit, rush towards each other for one final attack, throwing a punch on both sides and sends them off the arena, eliminating them in the process. Champa thanks Caulifla and Kel for their effort and turns to his brother Beerus, shouting and making one last face before he and all of Universe 6 are erased for good. Goku continues his battle with Jiren, unable to do any damage, and with a punch in return inflicts heavy damage on Goku, as Jiren states that it's about time to end their fight. Goku begins to power up, saying that he doesn't even care if what he is about to do wrecks his body in the end, because he just needs the power to overcome his limits in this tournament. As Beerus wonders what Goku's up to, Whis says that he's drawing deep from his reserves for a temporary boost in power, regardless of the damage, to which Krillin and Tien wonder if he's utilizing the same principles as Kaioken. Regardless, Goku's method allows him to deliver heavier blows than Jiren, but it still proves ineffective with no real damage done. Jiren tells Goku that power gained by destroying the body can't be used properly, and that he's made the same mistake as Kale as he swats him away like a fly. Meanwhile, Master Roshi has forced Kasharel to the edge of the arena. Although the warrior of Universe 11 can't understand why this old man is so strong, Roshi tells him that he shouldn't rely so heavily on his gadgets. As Kasharel goes in for one final punch, the Turtle Hermit intercepts it and with a swift display of martial arts skill, knocks Kasharel from the arena. Roshi then notices as Goku is shown struggling against Jiren, unsure of what to do. Roshi asks Goku what strength means to him, and Goku responds by saying that even as a Super Saiyan Blue, he can't keep up with Jiren, supposing he needs more power. Roshi tells him that fighting strength alone isn't a way to measure things, and that they utilize martial arts not to win fights, but to conquer themselves. He tells Goku to think of all of his previous masters and what they taught him, as he remembers the words of Korin, Mr. Popo, King Kai, and Whis, of being told that he must be tranquil and train his body as well as his spirit, that he must allow his mind to control his movements. Master Roshi tells his former student that he'll teach him one last lesson on how to move well, and charges at Jiren. Jiren retaliates with a punch, but Roshi instinctively dodges it, much to Jiren's surprise. Jiren attempts multiple times to strike his opponent, but Roshi is able to dodge them all. In shock, Beerus asks Whis if these moves are perhaps a form of a special technique known amongst the gods. But after Roshi takes a few blows from Jiren, the angel states that there is a strong resemblance, but it is a far cry all the same. Roshi tells Goku to look into his heart to find the answer he's looking for, and goes in for a final punch, but Jiren is easily able to avoid it, and with a small chop to the neck, eliminates Roshi from the Tournament of Power. Beerus seemed to be unimpressed by Roshi's performance overall, but Whis tells him that Roshi's words seem to have caused a change in Goku. Jiren mocks the Saiyan for still needing teachings from his former master, and tells him that a man such as himself will never gain perfection as he knocks him away. Goku, however, remains calm, berating himself for his arrogance with his master, but thanking him for all he's done. As Jiren attempts to land a final blow, Goku dodges and appears in a new state, shocking Beerus. Beerus wonders if his eyes are deceiving him, but Whis confirms, stating that Goku has learned the technique which severs the link between the mind and the body, allowing the user to attack and dodge subconsciously, known as Ultra Instinct. Jiren asks Goku if he overcame the wall that he aspired to, and Goku confirms this. Vegeta in the distance, shocked that Kakarot's reached a new level of power. Beerus is upset that Goku pulled off the technique before him, and he and Jiren rush into battle once more. Goku, however, returns to his normal state almost immediately and gets hit hard. Whis stating that Goku must have found a chance to tap into Ultra Instinct briefly, but nothing more, as the angel acknowledges that the Saiyan struggle has only just begun. Jiren tells a battle-damaged Goku that a man with such little resolve will never be able to beat him. Meanwhile, during his battle with Toppo, Vegeta shows frustration that Goku jumped ahead of him yet again, breaking his limits while the Saiyan Prince is left struggling against his opponent. As Toppo tries to attack Vegeta from behind, the Saiyan Prince completely disregards the Universe 11 warrior and powers up, the force of his aura knocking Toppo out of the ring and onto some debris. Beerus noting that Vegeta's aura has completely changed. Vegeta then rushes in and attacks Jiren. However, the Pride Trooper is unaffected, but impressed that Vegeta was fighting Toppo while concealing his true power. Vegeta, however, replies that Saiyans evolve as they fight, and his power from a few minutes ago means nothing now. Jiren asks if Vegeta is trying to acquire the same power as Goku, but the Saiyan answers that he has no interest in the ability, stating it doesn't suit him, as well as being taught anything by anyone other than himself. Vegeta further points out that he never had a master, even his father King Vegeta. He says he's a prodigy forged by solo training and will continue to aim to the top by his own rules as he always has. Vegeta then rushes in to attack Jiren once more, Whis commenting that the Saiyan Prince plans to evolve in his own way, and given his fighting style, he's right in deducing that Ultra Instinct doesn't quite suit him. While Vegeta lands another clean blow to Jiren, Goku commences performance. Vegeta further explains to Jiren that while Goku and his friends were lazing about on Earth, he was fighting hundreds of battles throughout the cosmos. Jiren acknowledges Vegeta, stating that besides Goku in his Ultra Instinct state, there hasn't been anyone that's fought as hard as he has. However, Jiren then appears behind Vegeta and lands a blow to the back of his head, once again establishing his dominance. After a few more blows to Vegeta, Jiren explains that he always puts his life on the line when he fights, no matter how weak his opponent is, as that's how he was taught to fight by his own master. As Toppo watches from a distance, Frieza belittles him for relying on others for survival, attacking Toppo and bringing him to the brink of elimination. Dispo notices this during his battle with Android 17 and comes to his comrade's rescue, although all he's done is given Frieza the perfect opportunity. The Tyrant then jumps back into the ring and destroys all of the floating debris the two could use to get back, leaving Dispo and Toppo stranded on a single rock in the distance. Toppo tells Dispo to leave him, but Dispo states that he's too tired and wouldn't be able to make the jump from their distance anyway. While Frieza shows enjoyment in torturing the Pride Troopers in their vulnerable state, 17 tells them to finish them off already. Realizing their situation, Dispo then asks Jiren for help, as they can't return to the ring on their own. Jiren stares at his teammate in disappointment. giving Goku the perfect chance to teleport to safety with Vegeta. Jiren teleports in front of 17 and Frieza and knocks them aside, as both fighters were unable to keep up with his speed. Jiren stares at Dispo as he asks for help, but the warrior tells the two to observe from the bench, as he will finish things alone. Jiren watches as the rock Toppo and Dispo are one breaks apart and the two are eliminated, ashamed that in their comrades' eyes they were just getting in the way. Jiren remains as the final opponent in the Tournament of Power against Universe 7, but Belmod isn't worried. Jiren surprised Frieza is still around, to which the tyrant notes that he's the type to hide his true potential. He then transforms into Golden Frieza and rushes in to attack Jiren. Although his power pales in comparison to his, having been dealt a blow to the face, Frieza glances at the giant pillar in the middle of the ring, and Jiren realizes that he's trying to buy time. He then puts in more effort to distract Frieza by destroying a portion of the ring and attempts to knock him away, but his attack is blocked by Android 17. Jiren, however, puts in more force to knock Frieza and 17 out, but the android saves them by using his energy to land on nearby debris. 17 tells Frieza he'll take the lead for the next attack, but quickly realizes that he's no match for Jiren. The android, however, has a plan and asks Krillin and Android 18 to take care of his wife and children on their island. As Krillin slowly realizes what 17 plans to do, 18 calmly agrees, saying she's used to handling children. 17 thanks his sister and confronts Jiren, asking if he's fighting for the survival of his universe or to get his wish granted, and Jiren replies both. 17 then powers up after mentioning his wishes to keep his own universe safe and blows himself up, much to the surprise of Goku, Vegeta, and everyone else in the spectator stands. 17's explosion eviscerates half the ring, but Jiren remains unharmed and still in the competition. Disappointed at witnessing 17's act, but stating it's time to end things. Goku steps forward though, remembering 17's sacrifice, but showing no anger at what happened, as his resolve to win and save his universe once again unlocks Ultra Instinct for him. Jiren then responds by powering up, finally taking Goku seriously, as he now has an aura surrounding him. Goku once again, in his Ultra Instinct state, charges into battle with Jiren, although this time he's able to hold his own, but is still unable to land a blow. Universe 7 spectators wonder how Goku's still standing, and Whis explains he's diving further and further into Ultra Instinct. As they continue fighting, Jiren notes how relaxed Goku appears, and he explains it's due to ridding himself of unnecessary emotions and putting his heart at ease. Jiren then powers up further as Goku closes his eyes in concentration. Jiren launches himself forward to attack, and instantly the Saiyan is able to enter a new state which turns his hair silver. Goku counters an incoming Jiren with a punch to the stomach, and Beerus and the other gods look on in amazement as Goku has finally perfected it, the true state of Ultra Instinct. Jiren falls to his knees in pain, but recovers quickly, continuing his assault on Goku, but is unable to land a single blow. The tide of the battle changes, as Goku lands a few devastating blows and knocks Jiren down for the second time, surprising the members of Universe 11. Out of a cloud of dust, Jiren fires a mighty blast of energy, which Goku evades with ease, and Vegeta narrowly avoids. The blast takes out part of the spectator seats, as Goku then powers up a Kamehameha and launches it at Jiren from above. Jiren is launched through the arena, but narrowly avoids elimination as he holds on to the edge. He hoists himself up and powers up even more, both trying and failing to hit Goku so much as one time as he finds himself being dealt further damage by the Saiyan. Despite the enthusiasm coming from Universe 7 spectators, Whis notes that this new boost in power still won't be an an easy victory. He goes on to further explain that Jiren's potential is immeasurable, resulting in his continuous improvement in counterattacks through sheer determination. Goku, however, having recently tapped into Ultra Instinct, is actually struggling, as every subconscious reaction his body makes takes a toll on him, for he must train further to wield the technique at its full potential. The battle rages on, as everyone wonders whether Jiren will run out of stamina first, or if Goku's perfected Ultra Instinct will wear off instead. Universe 7 is unable to keep up with the warrior's speed in battle, but suddenly, Whis confirms Goku's defeat. Jiren finally lands a hit on Goku, launching him aside as his perfected Ultra Instinct vanishes and he returns to normal. Vegeta is able to catch the Saiyan before he falls off the edge, and Jiren vows not to lose. He's determined to become the perfect force for justice, just as his master had wanted. Jiren tells the Saiyan pair that he'll use his wish on the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect his master Gichin, who'd previously been slain by a monster. Dispo in the sands voices his surprise at this, unaware that the death of his master was still affecting Jiren. But Toppo tells him it's due in part to Jiren never receiving approval and recognition as his master's successor. Vegeta mocks Jiren over the use of his wish, stating it to be a selfish one, but this angers Jiren, who charges towards them, uninterested in talking any longer. Vegeta orders Goku to stand and fight, as there are less than 3 minutes remaining, and due to his assault on the warrior, Jiren is now considerably weaker than before. As the two fight in perfect sync, Jiren is pushed back as Universe 11 watch on in amazement. Belmont then explains why Jiren's master never gave him the recognition he sought for so long, as he'd always been solitary in nature. His master was the one who recommended Jiren for the Pride Troopers team in the first place, but it wasn't to polish his strength, but to learn the value of teamwork. Witnessing the success that Goku and Vegeta are having fighting together, Beerus asks Whis if all the training with them was to work on their synchronization unknowingly, to which Whis confirms, stating that the Saiyans never even realized, as Goku and Vegeta continue fighting, prepared to blow Jiren away for good. Belmont and the Supreme Kai from Universe 11 continue their discussion on how Jiren's master wanted to teach him the importance of teamwork. However, he was killed by a demon before he had a chance to finish. As a result, Jiren now chooses to take on all burdens alone and refuses to trust anyone, even his own teammates. Belmont comments that he himself doesn't believe in such weak-minded thinking, but the angel Margarita reminds him that he used to be friends with Gichin, though Belmont says that was a long time ago. On the arena floor, Goku and Vegeta continue their effort in attempting to defeat the mighty Jiren. As he continues to power up even more, the two Saiyans decide not to hold anything back and power up their strongest attacks, Goku using the Kamehameha and Vegeta using the Gamma Burst Flash. The combined attacks create an enormous flash of light as Jiren rushes in head first, covering everyone in the stands in dust. As they wonder if it had any effect, surprisingly, Jiren still remains standing, his shirt being the only thing to have taken damage. With a simple gesture, Jiren knocks Vegeta backwards and he falls from the arena, being eliminated in the process, and shocking Goku. Goku attempts to land an attack on Jiren, but the Saiyan crumbles beneath his strength and is pushed back, just as he appears to be on the verge of elimination. A death ball appears behind the two of them. Frieza, who still remains in the tournament, calls out to Goku to hold on to Jiren and keep him there so he can throw his attack. Goku then grabs Jiren from behind, and Frieza throws his death ball, proclaiming that when he wins the tournament, his wish to be revived better be fulfilled. Frieza launches the blast, but Jiren is able to hold on to it and fling it upwards away in the air, much to everyone's shock. Frieza, however, in his golden state, charges himself directly at the warrior and delivers a solid blow to his stomach, the force of the impact knocking himself, Jiren, and Goku from the arena to be eliminated. Goku wonders why Frieza would do such a thing, as there are no contenders left. But just then, Android 17 17 emerges from underneath a rock, stating that he and Frieza's plan went smoothly after all, shocking Jiren, who falls out of the ring and appears in the tournament stands along with Frieza, Goku, and the others.
Grand Priest and others voiced their surprise, unaware that Android 17 was still competing as they couldn't sense his energy. Krillin inquires about his apparent self-destruction, and he states that he'd never do such a thing, reminding Krillin that he lost the ability anyway when he made the wish to have the bomb removed after the battle with Cell. Jiren apologizes to his team, and Dispo tells him that he should learn to rely more on his allies. Belmont apologizes to Jiren for not getting his wish to revive his master, but Jiren states there's no need to. However, Belmont sees through Jiren, realizing that he actually feels responsible for his death, but reminds him that his master wouldn't have wanted to be revived. The conversation is cut short as the Grand Priest tells the group that their time is up and the two Zenos erase them from existence as Goku watches from a distance. Android 17, however, immediately asks for the other universes to be brought back, which surprises the Grand Priest. The Omni Kings then ask if that's what he really wants, to which he confirms. Upon summoning Super Shenron, the previously erased universes and participants are brought back into existence, much to their surprise as their respective angels fill them in on what's happened. The Grand Priest then states that the wish made by Universe 7 has elevated them up in the ranking, now making them third from the bottom rather than the second. As they all begin to make their way home courtesy of the Grand Priest, a few of the warriors interact with one another, and Jiren tells Goku that they'll soon meet again as the Saiyan responds in kind. On the way back, Goku wonders why 17 changed his wish, and he simply replies that he didn't want the Zenos to have their way. Vegeta then offers to give 17 a ship of his own for his family, stating that he's sure Bulma would happily give him one, being the savior of the universe. Frieza then chimes in, reminding Goku about his promise to revive him, but suddenly Whis uses his powers to grant him life again, saying that it's a gift from Beerus, who praises him for his strategy in defeating Jiren. Frieza appears to be surprised by the notion, but still vows to continue his evil ways, though Goku says he'll just beat him again if he does. Everyone returns to Capsule Corp, while Frieza returns to his own planet and 17 heads back to his island. Goku comments on how powerful Jiren was, and Vegeta agrees they couldn't even put a dent in him. As Bulma shows up, seemingly unhappy with Vegeta for promising 17 a ship, Goku takes a swift exit, and in no time at all, everything returns to normal across the multiverse. Sometime after though, Frieza causes more trouble once again, resulting in Goku and Vegeta having to defend the Earth from a Saiyan they had never encountered before. The Moro arc takes place after the events of the Tournament of Power and encounter with Broly. Sometime after, Goku arrives at Capsule Corporation to train with Vegeta in the Gravity Training Room. Vegeta inquires about Ultra Instinct, and Goku shares that he hasn't been able to activate it since the tournament. He expresses that continual rigorous training is necessary if he intends to use it again, and unexpectedly, Bulma interrupts them, requesting their presence outside. She informs them that Hercule had called, as a mysterious gang is attempting to kidnap Buu, and utilizing his instant transmission, Goku takes off, while Vegeta opts to fly. At Hercule's house, a sleeping Buu is being forced into a spaceship by a group of individuals. Hercule tries to thwart their attempts, but is unsuccessful. Goku and Vegeta arrive, catching the attention of the lead kidnapper, Miris. Recognizing the two, Miris is interrupted by Goku, who begins to attack the other kidnappers in the group. Left with no option, Miris uses his stun gun to incapacitate Goku and Vegeta, instructing his men to bring them along, and he'll explain the situation at their headquarters. Later, Goku regains consciousness and encounters Jaco on the Galactic Patrol HQ spaceship. Miris extends his apologies to Goku for his actions, clarifying it was the only choice as Goku wouldn't listen to reason. Vegeta, questioning the need for Buu, learns from Miris that they need to recapture a dangerous criminal who'd escaped the Galactic Patrol prison. To accomplish this, they require the aid of a specific entity living within Buu, the Grand Supreme Kai. 10 million years in the past, the Grand Supreme Kai and South Supreme Kai confront Moro, a formidable foe who hurls comets at them from the cosmos. Harnessing his unique abilities, Moro drains life energy from a neighboring planet, annihilating its ecosystems and inhabitants, and manifests a potent energy orb, which he consumes. Gaining immense power, he releases an energy onslaught on the Supreme Kais, who openly admit their inability to win. Observing from a distance, the Galactic Police witness the devastating battle and recognize Moro as the destroyer of 320 planets, admitting their inability to apprehend him and choose to entrust the task task to the Supreme Kais while maintaining a safe distance. In a desperate move, the Grand Supreme Kai expels all his god power to seal Moro's magical abilities, utilizing a perilous technique known only to him, the Kai Kai Maltaru. This renders Moro vulnerable, allowing the Galactic Patrol to incarcerate him until his recent escape. In the present, Miris narrates this historical event to Goku, Vegeta, and Jaco, emphasizing that even stripped of his magic, Moro retained formidable power and was sentenced to death. However, no entity was powerful enough to actually execute the sentence. Moro, likely having regained some of his magical prowess, needs to be stopped with the intervention of the Grand Supreme Kai, who's now a part of Buu. Vegeta informs the group of Buu's slumber, and attempts to wake him are futile as the Galactic Patrol members are thrown into one another. Goku volunteers to assist in apprehending Moro, and Miris tells him and Vegeta that rumors of the two of them have spread throughout the cosmos, as they're supposedly quite powerful. Goku begins to explain to Miris that yet another Saiyan was discovered recently, while Vegeta continues to think about how Miris was able to get the drop on both him and Goku on Earth. Goku and Vegeta are briefed by Miris and the Galactic King, and are temporarily inducted into the Galactic Patrol with strange outfits, although they refuse to wear them and instead opt to bearing the Galactic Patrol symbol on their gi. Suddenly, the Saiyans notice a group of Galactic Patrol members running down the halls and are informed that the Macaroni siblings are committing crimes again. Miris offers to stop them on his own, but Vegeta insists on tagging along as he's curious to witness Miris' capabilities. The Saiyan pair, Jaco and Miris head off, and on planet Jung, the siblings are in the middle of a heist, being pursued by local enforcers and the Galactic Patrol. It's discovered that the group are attempting to steal Blue Aurum, a fuel source which, in the wrong hands, could build a bomb powerful enough to destroy a planet. After a series of confrontations and pursuits involving sabotages and escapes, the siblings are finally apprehended with the help of Goku, Vegeta, and Miris. However, Vegeta senses a concealed power in Miris, who denies such allegations and admits his inability to capture Moro single-handedly due to Moro's boundless and growing strength. Receiving intel about Moro's whereabouts, the group narrow their search to sector KT-40. Goku opts to searching for Moro's key, only to be met with a sinister smile from the villain, indicating his awareness of Goku's pursuit of him. Goku shares with Vegeta an eerie sensation he got from Moro, stating the energy felt like the agonized screams of countless souls. Miris clarifies this disturbing feeling is due to Moro's capacity to siphon a planet's life force, explaining his unnaturally extended life. In a distant part of space, Moro, aboard his ship, discloses to Cranberry, his pilot, that someone is seeking him. Despite the diminished state of his magical abilities though, Moro was eager to reach their destination. Meanwhile, Goku deduces that Moro's target is New Namek, though he's puzzled about how Moro discovered its confidential location. Miris suggests Moro's restored abilities now let him detect life-rich planets, and overhearing this, one of the captured siblings known as Pasta brings up rumors he's heard about Namekians and their Dragon Balls, shocking the Galactic Patrol. He mentions a fellow inmate who used to work for Frieza, seeking powerful fighters to help retrieve the balls. Apparently, this knowledge reached Moro, making the Dragon Balls his target. On Moro's ship, he revels in the fact that he regained a fraction of his magic in the nick of time. He credits his restored magic, emerging around the time of Kid Buu's defeat for his prison break, as well as Cranberry's escape. Cranberry reminds Moro of the Dragon Ball's potential to grant 3 wishes and urges him to honor their agreement to let him use just 1 wish for a safe haven from Frieza's army and the Galactic Patrol. Moro agrees, needing only 1 wish for himself. On New Namek, Mori and 2 young Namekians are praying and enjoying their peaceful life when suddenly one of the Namekian inhabitants notices Moro's ship approaching. Recognizing the imminent threat, Goku and Vegeta, refusing to wait for Buu to wake up, decide to use instant transmission to get to New Namek quickly. They arrive just as Moro descends, while Moro, who from his vantage point recognizes Goku as the one who was seeking him earlier and assumes he's come to apprehend him. Moro is impressed with Goku's energy, and the Saiyans swiftly warn the Namekians of the incoming threat, who then gather the Dragon Balls and retreat. Vegeta confirms the unsettling nature of Moro's ki, and Goku states how he's got a bad feeling about what's coming. Moro lands and exits the ship, the Saiyan pair then noticing how feeble he looks after so many years of living. However, the scene escalates when Moro, ignoring Goku's advice to return to prison quietly, employs his magic to ensnare a young Namekian named Eska. As Moro starts to strangle the child, Vegeta intervenes, rescuing Eska. Wanting to atone for his past misdeeds against the Namekians, Vegeta challenges Moro, telling Goku to stay out of it. Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan and charges toward Moro, but is unable to land any of his attacks. He pursues the villain and lands on top of his spaceship as Cranberry recognizes Vegeta, wondering why he's joined the Galactic Patrol. Initially, Vegeta struggles against Moro's magic, but after ascending to Super Saiyan God, he manages to land a blow to Moro. Vegeta dismisses Moro's tactics, citing familiarity with various battle techniques from past fights. Meanwhile, on the Galactic Patrol spaceship, Mirrors decides they need to return to HQ for the Grand Supreme Kai's help. Jocko optimistically states that the Saiyans might prevail against Moro, but Mirrors says it's very unlikely. Back at the front line, Moro, shedding his cloak, prepares to unveil his true magic to Vegeta. Goku acknowledges Moro's capacity to siphon life energy, evident from his recent attempt on Eska. However, Moro hints at using this skill differently this time. Concurrently in space, Mirrors elaborates to Jocko that Moro's attacks harness the stolen energy from planets. Moro releases an energy surge from the planet, catching Vegeta off guard. Emphasizing that this force is used from the life energy of New Namek, Moro exploits the planet's innate energy, causing Vegeta to struggle. Vegeta takes flight to evade, only to be assailed by multiple energy streams of lava, pushing him toward the ground as the Namekians watch in the distance. When Vegeta lunges at Moro from the dried lava, the villain conjures an energy barrier for protection. Moro tells Vegeta his efforts are futile and uses his magic once more to thwart the Saiyans' attempts to pursue. Goku offers to step in and fight instead, but Vegeta tells him to shut up and watch. Vegeta taunts Moro about the repetitiveness of his attacks, but Moro counters, asserting that he can utilize the planet's energy until it's extinguished. Admitting his inability to approach Moro and lacking further power boosts, Vegeta questions Moro's reason for visiting New Namek, suggesting a potential alliance. Moro, while mocking Vegeta, entertains his offer, expressing his intent to gather the Namekian Dragon Balls. Doubting Vegeta's knowledge of the ball's location, Moro makes a move once more to end him with the planet's life force. Despite this onslaught, Vegeta withstands Moro, who now harnesses the planet's energy more aggressively. As Vegeta tries to hold off the attack, he inquires about Moro's wish, given his already immense strength. Moro confesses he seeks the full might of what he once had, which his imprisonment had diminished. Suddenly, using this confession to his advantage, Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan Blue, easily blowing away the planet's energy that appeared to have him overwhelmed. Surprised, Moro questions if Vegeta was concealing his true strength, and Goku praises Vegeta, stating he allowed Moro to believe he could win so he'd reveal his intentions. Startled, Moro amplifies his assault, prompting Vegeta to ascend to Super Saiyan Blue Evolved, allowing him to easily evade and deliver a powerful blow, plunging Moro into the sea. Vegeta reverts to base form, and meanwhile, Goku notices something ominous with not only the planet, but his own energy as Moro emerges from the water. Sensing Moro's possible defeat, Cranberry decides to flee on his ship. This provides a distraction for Moro, who unleashes an onslaught of ki blasts at Goku and Vegeta and disappears. Goku finds the monster, only to discover him gathering the planet's energy once more, this time into a mass of lava larger than before. It's soon discovered among the Namekians that Moro is taking energy from their planet and its inhabitants, weakening them. Goku ponders about attacking Moro while he's charging energy, and instead of releasing said energy, Moro condenses and consumes it, enhancing his strength. Spotting Cranberry's departing ship, Moro uses telekinesis to ground it, stating he won't lose this battle. Goku acknowledges that Moro seems way stronger than before, and Vegeta realizes this is why Mirrors wanted to capture him quickly. Vegeta attempts to transform into Super Saiyan Blue once more, but is unable to, prompting Goku to believe he must be joking around. As Vegeta attempts to transform once more, Mirrors informs Jocko back on their spaceship that Moro is capable of stealing his opponent's energy while they're fighting, and that Goku and Vegeta challenged him without knowing all the facts. Vegeta states he's unable to transform, and now with the upper hand, Moro subdues Vegeta and launches him across New Namek's surface, revealing that he too had been hiding his true intent. With increased power, Moro effortlessly pushes Vegeta further into Namek's surface with his magic. Attempting to save his ally, Goku launches a kick at Moro, but the villain is easily able to block it and retaliate by ragdolling Goku around the planet and tossing him into lava, leaving him drained. Vegeta tries to retaliate with his Gallic gun, but Moro swallows the energy blast, further growing his power. Meanwhile, on Beerus's planet, Beerus is engaged in a fishing contest with the Oracle Fish out of boredom, and Whis detects a drop in energy levels on New Namek. Whis brings this to Beerus's attention and inquires if he he intends to let the events unfold. Beerus nonchalantly consents, inciting the planet's lack of interesting food. Back on New Namek, Goku attempts to use instant transmission to return to the Galactic Patrol with Vegeta, but it fails due to his depleted energy. Suddenly, Moro strikes them with a massive energy blast, creating a crater, and remarks that such formidable foes were rare in this era, except for the Grand Supreme Kai, who had stolen his abilities. Moro swiftly lands and crushes Goku's stomach, then seizes him by the neck along with Vegeta thanks to his magic. With a final remark on how the Saiyans will allow him to grow even more powerful, Moro saps the remaining energy from Goku and Vegeta, leaving their seemingly lifeless bodies to the dust as he consumes his new meal and grows even stronger than he imagined, much to his surprise. With the battle concluded, Cranberry returns and tries to convince Moro that he never tried to abandon him, although Moro catches him in his lie. Cranberry employs his scouter to pinpoint the villages on the planet, each holding a Dragon Ball. However, Moro has no need for it, as he can sense the Namekians himself. As Moro heads toward the nearest village, Cranberry inquires if Goku and Vegeta are dead. Moro dismisses them, stating that those who are energy drained will meet their demise naturally, and the two depart in their spaceship. Soon after, nearby Namekians rush to Goku and Vegeta, rescuing them as they're barely breathing. On Earth, an irate Bulma, realizing it's been a week since Goku and Vegeta's departure, deduces the Galactic Patrol's involvement after questioning Hercule. She decides to visit her sister, Tights, to use her communicator to contact Jaco. Meanwhile, at Galactic Patrol HQ, Mears returns to find Buu awake and goes to meet him. Jaco receives a message and eventually contacts Bulma, who requests a ship to be sent her way. She wants to go see Moro herself, but Jaco hastily ends the call without giving a definite answer. Later on Namek, Mori watches over Goku and Vegeta, who have slightly recovered thanks to Eska's healing abilities. They learn they were unconscious for 3 days, and while they were resting, Moro attacked 3 villages and acquired their Dragon Balls. Suddenly, they sense Moro's power surging as he assaults another village, tossing Namekians into the surrounding flames and eliminating them one by one until someone gives up the Dragon Ball. Goku regrets his inability to teleport and assist, but Mori mentions they have one last resort, Namekian assimilation. This is the technique Piccolo did with Kami, as dozens of strong Namekian warriors from each village combine to create a formidable warrior who rushes in to confront Moro. However, Moro swiftly kills this warrior with a single blow before he can react, leaving the Namekian villagers in shock. Moro sarcastically apologizes for killing the warrior, stating he was gone before he could even see his face. Mori is deeply distraught over the loss of their last hope, the Namekian savior. Vegeta observes that Moro seems to have grown even stronger during their unconsciousness and regrets that they've been reduced to hiding. Goku inquires about how Moro was able to locate the Dragon Balls, and Vegeta explains that Moro is tracking the key of the Namekians, much like how Frieza did in the past. Goku states the final Dragon Ball should be safe for now, and suggests that the surviving Namekians temporarily evacuate the villages and conceal their energy to elude Moro's detection. Meanwhile, trampling over deceased Namekians at Moro's hands, Cranberry searches for the Dragon Ball within the houses but struggles to find it. Moro directs him to a specific house, and Cranberry quickly locates it. He queries Moro about his ability to pinpoint their location, but Moro remains silent, indicating another Dragon Ball in the distance. Meanwhile on Earth, Dende senses a grave disturbance on his home planet. Piccolo, feeling the same concern, joins him on the lookout and speculates whether it has any connection to Goku and Vegeta, who had left Earth a few days ago. Moro continues his pursuit of the Dragon Balls, now in possession of 6 of them, as he heads toward the final one's location. Goku and Vegeta sense Moro approaching their position, and with surprise, Vegeta notes that Moro must be able to sense the Dragon Balls directly. With limited options, Goku decides to get dressed and confront him, although Mori points out he and Vegeta nearly died last time. Vegeta follows, but pauses to inquire about Mori's feelings towards him regarding his past involvement in wiping out Namekians. Mori acknowledges that the memory can't be erased, but assures Vegeta that they only seek peace and the preservation of the planet. Vegeta joins Goku and instructs him to ensure the planet's restoration should he survive, and Goku agrees. Moro reaches the final Dragon Ball's location, surprised to find the 2 Saiyans are still alive. Cranberry states that Saiyans are a powerful race, but Moro vows to ensure their demise this time. Goku and Vegeta, recognizing Moro's pinpointed their location, powers up for battle, but their recent injuries leave them weakened. They rush toward Moro's ship, but before they collide, they're intercepted by a Galactic Patrol spaceship. Miris, riding atop the ship, shoots off the wings of Moro's vessel. Cranberry falls and Moro escapes through the roof, pursued by Eriko piloting the ship. Miris closes in on Moro and deploys a substance that encapsulates Moro's body, much to everyone's surprise. Now in control, Miris slams Moro to the ground and he's unable to break free of the substance. Goku inquires whether they plan to return Moro to prison in his current state, but Miris explains the substance won't hold him for long and requests backup aboard the ship. Suddenly, Jocko and Boo descend from the ship with Boo still asleep. Jocko explains that Boo woke up briefly but experienced motion sickness during the journey, rendering him unconscious again. However, Boo eventually awakens and Jocko informs Vegeta that Boo can now seal Moro's magic thanks to the Galactic Patrol's hypnotist, which had rekindled the Grand Supreme Kai's memories within Boo. Upon seeing Moro, Boo recalls him as if he were the Grand Supreme Kai and becomes enraged by the number of his friends Moro had killed in the past. Moro, enraged with seeing the Grand Supreme Kai once more, breaks free from his confinement and prepares to battle Boo. With his anger continuing to boil, Boo lets out a furious cry and charges at Moro, who conjures a wall of fire from the ground. However, Boo effortlessly gets past it and delivers a powerful blow to Moro's face, surprising Goku and Vegeta. Moro punctures Boo's stomach, believing he's won the fight, but Boo's regenerative abilities give him the upper hand as he flings Moro into the air and launches a barrage of ki blasts at him, impressing onlookers with his strength. Moro attempts the energy absorption technique he used on the Saiyans, but Boo continues to dominate him. Vegeta points out to Goku that Boo's energy isn't diminishing and that Moro's absorption doesn't seem to affect Boo the way that it did them. Feeling hopeful, Goku declares Boo can finish this, and Moro inquires about Boo's abilities, but Boo simply laughs in response. In the ongoing battle, Boo maintains the upper hand against Moro, displaying a clear advantage. Moro's ki attacks prove ineffective against Boo, thanks to Boo's distinctive body structure and regenerative abilities. Goku, who's observing the battle, notes that despite not seeing Boo fight for a long time, he seems even stronger than before. Miris wonders if this newfound strength might be related to the unlocking of Boo's potential after his recent memory restoration, and Moro, meanwhile, having been thrown against a nearby rock, becomes infuriated, believing that he would have never been defeated if he had access to his full power. Boo taunts him, referring to him as weak, and sprouts 4 additional arms from his body, then charges at Moro and relentlessly pummels him into the ground. Goku is astonished at Boo's dominance, but Miris remains concerned about potential tricks Moro might have up his sleeve. He urges Boo to use a certain technique while Moro is defenseless, and Boo agrees as his detached arms continue to pummel Moro viciously. Boo grabs Moro's limbs, immobilizing him as Boo prepares his move, but suddenly the sky darkens. Amidst the confusion, the group notice that Porunga, the Eternal Dragon, has been summoned. Cranberry is responsible for summoning the dragon using Eska and resorts to violence against other Namekians, including Mori, who try to interfere. Porunga announces that he'll be granting 3 wishes. Cranberry's first wish is for his health to be restored since he's on the brink of death, and Porunga does so. Goku and Vegeta rush toward Porunga to stop Cranberry, while Moro telepathically contacts him, urging him to wish for the restoration of his full magical power. Although Cranberry hesitates, wanting to inquire about his own wish to escape to a distant planet, Moro threatens him, and Cranberry complies. Cranberry's second wish is to restore Moro's magical power, and Moro immediately senses the surge in his strength. Goku and Vegeta in the distance notice this as well, and Moro vanishes to head straight for Porunga, knocking Goku and Vegeta aside. While Cranberry is in the midst of making his final wish to be transported to a remote planet, Moro suddenly materializes behind him and thrusts his hand through Cranberry's chest, ending his life. Moro then uses Cranberry's translation device to speak to Porunga and prepares to make his final wish. In the meantime, Miris, Jocko, and Boo board the spaceship piloted by Eriko, making their way toward Moro. Moro's second and final wish is granted, and Porunga vanishes as the Dragon Balls scatter across New Namek. Goku and Vegeta arrive at Moro's location a moment too late, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of Namekians. They demand to know what Moro's second wish was, but he remains tight-lipped, telling them that they'll know soon enough. Just as the Galactic Patrol arrives, Moro bids his farewell and conceals his ki to escape undetected. Boo uses his powers to heal Eska, but cannot revive the others who have perished. At that moment, the planet begins to tremble as Moro initiates the process of draining all the energy from it. Suddenly, Eventually, Buu returns Goku and Vegeta to their full strength, but when Goku turns to express his gratitude, he finds the Grand Supreme Kai standing in Buu's place. The Grand Supreme Kai explains that until Moro is defeated, he will temporarily swap places with Buu, and they can still save New Namek if they hurry and confront Moro together. Goku prepares to use instant transmission as he, Vegeta, and the Grand Supreme Kai teleport to face Moro. Mira is hopeful that the trio can finish him off. As Moro continues draining energy from both the people and the planet of New Namek, Miris, Jocko, and Eska make their escape aboard the Galactic Patrol spaceship. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue form, alongside the Grand Supreme Kai, materialize at the edge of Namek's atmosphere. They charge toward Moro together, but find themselves striking an afterimage. They attempt 2 more times and fail, realizing that Moro's actual body isn't present, leaving them puzzled about the source of his energy absorption. The Grand Supreme Kai spots Moro nearby, prompting Goku to charge in once more. However, Vegeta stops him, cautioning that Saiyans can't survive in the vacuum of space. The Grand Supreme Kai decides to confront Moro alone, but finds himself unable to pose any challenge as Moro effortlessly deflects and counters all his attacks, now having more of Namek's energy fueling him. Moro strikes him forcefully, sending the Kai deeper into space as he pursues him, out of Goku and Vegeta's sight. Meanwhile, Miris receives word from Iriko that Moro and the Grand Supreme Kai have left Namek's orbit, prompting them to prioritize helping Goku and Vegeta first. In space, the Grand Supreme Kai continues to valiantly battle Moro, though he's clearly outmatched. Moro taunts the Grand Supreme Kai, stating his powers no longer trouble him, but the Kai prepares to use his magic sealing technique once more. Confident, Moro tells the Kai to unleash his attack, but he remains motionless, confirming Moro's suspicions that he now lacks the power to unleash the sealing spell at all, a fact the Kai confirms. Meanwhile, Goku states that Moro's growing stronger, and suddenly, the Galactic Patrol appear and the group take off to pursue him, along with the Grand Supreme Kai. On board the ship, Goku questions why the Kai was unable to use the sealing technique, and Miris states it must be due to the splitting that Buu underwent long ago. Because the good Buu inherited the physical appearance of the Grand Supreme Kai, Miris hypothesizes that in turn, his god power was transferred to the evil Buu instead. Goku is surprised that Kid Buu actually had god power within him, and meanwhile, the Grand Supreme Kai continues to get pummeled in space by Moro. Moro taunts the Kai and delivers a powerful kick that sends him hurtling further into space. Upon crash landing, the Grand Supreme Kai's latent memories are unlocked, revealing a vision of the past when Goku defeated Kid Buu with the Spirit Bomb, and realizes that when he was killed, his power vanished along with him. Moro was able to view the memories as well, and revels in the fact that no one in the universe could possibly defeat him anymore. Back on Miris' ship, Vegeta acknowledges that their only option now is to rely on sheer brute force rather than deception. As the ship approaches Moro's location, Miris questions the Saiyans on if they can guarantee they're more powerful than Moro. Vegeta confidently asserts that aside from Moro's magic, they're superior fighters, with a single Super Saiyan Blue at full power being sufficient enough to handle him. Satisfied, Miris dons a spacesuit and vows to retrieve Moro and return him to Namek, and he takes off. As Moro prepares to land what appears to be a finishing blow to the Grand Supreme Kai, Miris intervenes and provides a distraction long enough to bring the Kai to safety. He informs him of his plan to bring Moro back to Namek and inquires whether the Kai can use instant transmission, and the Kai confirms his ability. Their conversation is interrupted by Moro, who lands irate, prepared to do away with the Galactic Patrol. Miris distracts Moro with his weapon, prompting him to attempt a finishing blow on the Galactic Patrolman. Miris uses the opportunity to use the substance from his arsenal to grab hold of a compromised boulder and hurl it at Moro, who quickly turns to destroy it with ease. However, Miris suddenly appears from the air and momentarily blinds Moro using his jet booster in his boots. This gives the Grand Supreme Kai the opportunity to grasp Moro and teleport him back to Namek, where Goku and Vegeta await. Miris urges Jocko to take the ship back to Namek, but Jocko remains confident that Goku and Vegeta can finish the job. Meanwhile, Moro appears to gloat over the remaining energy on the planet for him to consume. When Vegeta threatens to destroy him, Moro laughs and reveals the Saiyans have forgotten about something quite important, the third wish from Porunga. At the Galactic Prison, 2 Galactic Patrol members evaluate the aftermath of Moro's escape. One of them suggests caution regarding the other convicts, but his colleague reassures him that the prisoners couldn't break out on their own. They proceed to the control tower filled with hundreds of prisoners, where they observe Calamus leading the Macarena Macaroni gang to their cells. Suddenly, a surge of energy from New Namek races through the cosmos and touches down at the galactic prison, disabling the power and causing all the convicts' cells to open. The convicts start to break free, including Saganbo, a follower of Moro, who greets a few of his fellow inmates and mobilizes a group of Galactic Patrol prisoners to attack the guards, seizing their weapons and demanding the return of their spaceships. He invites other convicts, including the Macaroni gang, to join their uprising. Meanwhile, Jaco and Miris, still aboard their Galactic Patrol spaceship, receive word of the prison break from Iriko. Eska then has a sudden realization, recalling Moro's third wish, the release of all prisoners. As Moro informs Goku and Vegeta about his wish, the convicts arrive on a spaceship nearby. The ship unleashes a powerful energy beam at Goku, Vegeta, and the Grand Supreme Kai, but they narrowly evade it. Moro lands on the ship, and Saganbo shows his respect by bowing. Moro praises him for assembling a small army and offers to share his power with them in return. Below, Goku and Vegeta sense the convicts' energy surge as a group of them leap from the ship, ready to confront the trio. Moro unleashes the convicts, and Goku and Vegeta transform into perfected Super Saiyan Blue and effortlessly defeat them, leaving everyone in awe of their strength. Saganbo, however, motivates the convicts to keep fighting or risk return to prison. The battle continues, but Moro begins to absorb energy from Goku and Vegeta once more, causing them to revert to Super Saiyan God. Goku charges at Moro, but he reverts to Super Saiyan 3 and is struck down by Saganbo. Vegeta, also weakened by the energy absorption, struggles, as does the Grand Supreme Kai due to his previous battle with Moro in space. Goku and Vegeta, now in their Super Saiyan form, continue to fend off the convicts while Goku questions Moro's motives. Moro explains that he aims to create an ideal galaxy where he can consume planets as he pleases. He despises the idea of preserving peace and believes that such individuals should be eradicated. Goku and Vegeta then unwillingly revert to their base forms, drained of their max power once more. As they continue to fend off the convicts, who regrettably aren't getting any weaker thanks to Moro, Miris and Jaco descend to the ground to aid their comrades, utilizing advanced weaponry to incapacitate the convicts. Miris suggests retreating, acknowledging that as things are now, they can't defeat Moro. Eska uses his healing ability to restore some of the Grand Supreme Kai's strength, and Saganbo attempts to destroy the spaceship they came in, although Miris thwarts his attempt, surprising Saganbo as he knocked the gun from his hand from a sizable distance. Goku tells Iriko to retreat with the ship, and Miris urges the Grand Supreme Kai to retreat using his instant transmission, which he does swiftly as he takes Eska with him. Goku grabs Jaco and Miris, intending to use instant transmission to escape to Galactic Patrol HQ, but he's delayed by Vegeta, who refuses to leave out of pride and instructs Goku to go on without him before flying off in the direction of Iriko's ship. Left with no other option, Goku teleports away with everyone but Vegeta. Vegeta catches up to Iriko's spaceship and demands entry, and meanwhile, Goku and the others appear in the bathroom of the Galactic King, confused on what Vegeta meant from his speech. As the convicts chase the ship Vegeta's on, Iriko pushes it to max speed, narrowly evading their pursuit. Iriko informs Vegeta that they're also returning to HQ, but Vegeta refuses and insists on heading into a different direction, planet Yardrat. Meanwhile, the Galactic Patrol prisoners board their ship as Moro completes the absorption of the last remnants of life energy from New Namek. Saganbo inquires about the sudden disappearance of the Galactic Patrol and inquires if they're dead, but Moro clarifies that they escaped using teleportation. Saganbo then questions Moro on who they should pursue first, but Moro decides against going after anyone, considering powerful individuals like them rare. He states that they're free to roam the universe for now, but warns that he'll kill them if they interfere again. Moro then questions Saganbo on if he knows of any planets abundant in life energy, given his past involvement in a crew that ravaged the galaxy. Saganbo confirms, and the two head back inside the ship, where some scouts board smaller vessels to search the galaxy, and the main ship departs from the dying New Namek. At Galactic Patrol HQ, the Galactic King learns of the escape of prisoners from the Galactic Prison, including Moro. He assumed Miris would resolve the issue, but is informed that Moro's strength exceeded their expectations. Goku, walking alongside them, notices Eska, who fortunately made it back to HQ. Goku questions where Buu is, only to see he's fallen asleep and reverted from the Grand Supreme Kai once more, due to his recent battle on Namek. Eska inquires about Vegeta's whereabouts, and Goku replies that Vegeta is likely off training elsewhere, considering their usual tactics ineffective against Moro and exploring new strategies. Meanwhile, Vegeta, aboard a Galactic Patrol vessel, senses Moro heading in the opposite direction. Iriko informs him that it's Saganbo's ship, the fastest one he knows of. When Vegeta inquires about Saganbo, Iriko reminds him of the strongest fighter who stood with Moro. However, Vegeta dismisses Saganbo's strength, stating that without Moro's assistance, Saganbo couldn't even defeat his son, Trunks. Iriko reveals that it'll take 1 week to reach planet Yardrat and questions Vegeta about his purpose for going there. Vegeta explains that Yardratians possess unique techniques like instant transmission, which Goku learned, and hopes to acquire a technique that might help him against Moro, although he does so reluctantly. In his room, Vegeta vows that the next time he faces Moro, he'll defeat him and surpass Goku. Several days later, Saganbo and his crew arrive at planet Zune, easily overpowering the planet's defenders who sought to protect their royal treasure. After seizing the treasure, one of the convicts 7-3 decides to finish off any remaining inhabitants by blasting them all away with I-beams unnecessarily, although Saganbo urges him to stop in order to leave as much energy for Moro as they can. The group return to the ship, and Moro absorbs the planet's life energy, destroying it and enhancing his power once more. Saganbo then receives a report from one of his scouts about a planet brimming with energetic monsters, prompting Moro and his crew to set a course for their destination while they strip the planet of its treasures. Meanwhile, at Galactic Patrol HQ, news of Zune's devastation reaches them. Mears suspects Moro is going after planets beyond the Galactic Patrol's reach, and Goku fears that after just a few days, Moro's gotten even stronger than before. Mears mourns that their chances of defeating Moro are now exceedingly slim, but Goku questions if Mears fighting would make a difference. Goku proposes a test and attempts to land a punch on Mears, but Mears effortlessly evades him. Jocko attempts to halt the altercation, but Goku expresses his desire to gauge Mears' true power and invites him to a sparring match in a specially reinforced training room. Goku continues his attempts to strike Mears, but is unable to connect. He escalates by transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet Mears dodges every blow. Goku switches to Super Saiyan 3, but his attacks still remain ineffective. It's only when Goku becomes a Super Saiyan God that the room starts breaking apart, prompting the two to stop the test as further escalation would destroy the room. With Goku's suspicions confirmed, he surprises Mears by asking him to train him, as he believes Mears possesses knowledge he lacks. Goku reveals he aims to master a certain technique and believes training with Mears could help him get closer to achieving it. Mears agrees to Goku's proposal, but suggests a different location for their training. Meanwhile, on planet Jung, the Macaroni gang successfully steals the blue Aurum they previously attempted due to the Galactic Patrol being out of the picture. Pasta, who'd possessed fake loyalty to Moro, tells his brother Getty to call Saganbo with a false story about scouting for another planet for Moro's energy absorption. As they depart planet Jung, the gang contemplate their next target and recalls their encounter with the Galactic Patrol and Jocko mentioning the existence of Sky Gold on Earth. Pasta then hatches a plan and instructs his sister to head toward Earth to steal as much as they can. At the same time, Vegeta finally arrives on planet Yardrat. Vegeta and Iriko touch down on Yardrat, much to the astonishment of the locals. Smaller, rounder Yardrats approach them, mistaking Iriko for Vegeta, whom Goku had previously informed them about. They express their gratitude to both Goku and Vegeta for defeating the Ginyu Force, who had caused trouble on their planet long ago. Vegeta inquires about the Yardrat who taught Goku instant transmission, and one of the Yardrats make the others disappear, revealing that he was alone all along. This Yardrat explains that they occasionally create copies of themselves to deter unwanted visitors, and then leads Vegeta to meet their elder. The elder, named Pabara, mistakenly believes Iriko is Vegeta and proceeds to converse with him, although he's soon corrected. Vegeta clarifies the situation to Pabara, expressing his desire to defeat Moro and hoping to acquire a new technique. Pabara, however, informs Vegeta that Yardratians focus only on a single technique called Spirit Control, as they're a relatively weak race. They demonstrate some of these abilities, including instant transmission, multiform, and gigantification, which involves manipulating their own spirits to shift, split, and grow. The elder states that should Vegeta study how the spirit functions, he'll be able to do the same, and Vegeta expresses a desire to learn Spirit Control. A few days later, Goku and Mears embark on training on another planet. Meanwhile, time passes at the Galactic Patrol HQ, and with Goku, Mears, and Vegeta absent, the Galactic King suggests recruiting new special members for the Galactic Patrol. He inquires with Jocko about Piccolo, the warrior from the Universe 6 tournament they'd attended in the past. At the lookout, Piccolo attempts telepathic communication with someone on New Namek, unaware of the planet's destruction by Moro, but wary that something awful awful has happened. Meanwhile, the Macarini gang arrives on Earth in search of Blue Aurum. Piccolo senses their approach and informs Dende. However, Piccolo doesn't seem worried as he states their energy signatures are weak. Moments later in a rocky plain, Piccolo confronts the group as they're searching for a place to land. Noticing Piccolo, the gang use their ship's weapons to attack him, but he evades the gunfire and lands on top of their ship, admonishing them for their rudeness. Meanwhile, Bulma, accompanied by Hercule and Bola, arrive at the lookout in search of Piccolo. Apparently, Jocko had called to inform her that he was on his way to Earth to recruit Piccolo into the Galactic Patrol. Back on the battlefield, Piccolo makes quick work of the Macarini gang, surprising them as they had no idea someone this strong lived on Earth. After Jocko explains the situation via communicator at the lookout, he tells Bulma to gather Gohan, Krillin, and Tien in preparation for his arrival. He goes on to say that if Moro catches wind of Earth anytime soon, he'll make his way there to steal its energy. Meanwhile, Piccolo questions the now restrained Macarini gang, suspecting their connection to the cosmic disturbances. The gang attempts to deceive Piccolo by pretending to be innocent travelers. However, they secretly plan to inform Moro about the Earth and the opportunity to steal Blue Aurum. Convinced that they're not involved after all, Piccolo releases the group and warns them to never return to Earth again. As they depart, Bulma and Dende approach Piccolo in a ship, with Dende urging Piccolo to capture the gang as they're allied with those causing trouble. Piccolo shoots down the Macarini gang's ship and captures them again, but he's informed that it's too late as the gang already alerted Moro's main forces. In space, Saganbo receives a distress signal from the Macarini gang, prompting Moro to dispatch a stronger scouting party to investigate. Meanwhile, Goku and Mirus begin their training, with Mirus wielding a staff and gaining the upper hand. Goku mentions that to acquire his desired ability, he needs to clear his mind and heart, but this proves challenging during their combat with his fluctuating emotions. Mirus points out that emotions can also lead to power, such as Goku's Super Saiyan form fueled by rage. However, what Goku seeks requires the opposite, calmness. Mirus reveals he knew about Goku's pursuit of Ultra Instinct, but kept it quiet. Goku, however, reassures him and tells him it's fine, and suggests they resume training, surprising him. Mirus, now resolved, leads Goku to the Galactic Patrol's hyperbolic time chamber, where every day inside equals to 3 days outside. They enter to allow Mirus to unleash his full power without detection, and Mirus questions if Goku is ready to continue their training, as Goku eagerly agrees. At the lookout, Bulma briefs Krillin on the current situation and inquires about the whereabouts of Gohan and Tien. Krillin informs her that Gohan is attending a college lecture and will join them later, and Tien doesn't have a cell phone, making him unreachable. The idea of contacting Yamcha is brought up, but before anyone can respond, Jocko arrives, expressing frustration about the lack of formidable warriors present. Eska, also aboard the ship, greets Dende. Jocko then informs Piccolo that he, Dende, and Eska are the 3 last surviving Namekians. Suddenly, Pasta, confined in a cage, voices his doubts about the group's chances against Moro. Jocko approaches and threatens him, warning that they'll soon return to prison. However, Pasta shocks Jocko by revealing that Moro's main force is on its way to Earth to rescue them. Simultaneously, a single ship carrying Shimareka, 7-3, and Yunba heads toward Earth. While discussing Earth's value, 7-3 states that it's in its development stage, based on outdated information from before they were incarcerated in the galactic prison. With Yunba hungry, they decide to make a brief pit stop on a nearby planet. Back on Earth, the Galactic Patrol informs Jocko about the impending arrival of the 3 henchmen, particularly 7-3, whose name brings about fear in Jocko's expression. After sharing this vague information with the others, Jocko prepares to leave, but Bulma attempts to stop him. Piccolo questions Jocko about what they need to know regarding the approaching henchmen, and Jocko agrees to provide some insight before departing. Jocko explains that while all 3 henchmen are formidable, 7-3 is the most concerning. Meanwhile, Shimareka and Yunba are on a planet, indulging in a feast, while 7-3 confronts the planet's inhabitants. He uses his power-absorbing ability to steal their abilities and swiftly incapacitates them. At the lookout, Jocko continues his explanation, stating that any ability 7-3 has stolen lasts for half an hour. He also reveals that 7-3 is an artificial being created by a technologically advanced planet, devoid of emotions and designed as a ruthless killing machine programmed to follow orders. Krillin inquires about the convicts ETA to Earth, and the response from Jocko is 10 days. However, 7-3 along with Yunba and Shimareka suddenly appear at the lookout, surprising everyone as they were able to steal the abilities of a creature on the planet who could create warp portals. Shimareka then notices the Macarini gang in their cage and informs informs them that Moro considers traitors expendable. He moves to execute them, much to their shock, but is halted by Piccolo, who tells them that killing is prohibited at the sanctuary, where evildoers aren't welcome. However, 7-3 swiftly appears behind Piccolo, seizing him by the neck and copies his abilities. Piccolo manages to break free from 7-3's grasp and narrowly dodges a special beam cannon fired by the artificial being. 7-3 follows up with a punch that extends toward Jaco, knocking him off the lookout. Piccolo races after Jaco, believing him unable to fly, with 7-3 and Shimareka in pursuit. Krillin attempts to assist, but is halted by Yunba, who plans to take him on. In freefall, Jaco activates the jet boosters in his boots, allowing him to land safely to Piccolo's surprise. Piccolo questions Jaco about the best way to fight 7-3, and Jaco explains that 7-3's copied attacks are as powerful as if they were executed by the original fighter, essentially like battling a mirror image of oneself. 7-3 then appears and locks arms with Piccolo using his own extending technique, and the two then land to meet each other with a headbutt. At the same time, Jaco engages Shimareka in combat as he stole his sidearm by surprise. Despite sharing the same techniques and power, Piccolo seems to be at a disadvantage due to 7-3's limitless stamina, pointed out by Jaco, who previously forgot to mention it. At the lookout, Krillin faces difficulties against Yunba, and Hercule tries to assist him thanks to Bulma's intervention. However, before Hercule can react, Yunba leaps around the sanctuary and transforms into a ball and strikes Krillin, sending both of them crashing through the sanctuary. Bulma and the others board the ship to follow the combatants, and meanwhile, Piccolo and 7-3 engage in a special beam cannon clash, but Piccolo struggles due to his diminished energy. The Namekian is seemingly overwhelmed, and Jaco fears that he may have been obliterated. However, Piccolo was saved by Gohan, who suddenly arrived. Piccolo warns Gohan about 7-3's ability and informs him that, in Goku and Vegeta's absence, he's Earth's strongest fighter. Meanwhile, on an uninhabited planet, Goku and Beerus continue their training, though Goku encounters difficulties. Beerus inquires if Ultra Instinct was initially triggered during an extreme crisis and suggests replicating those conditions. He states that Goku must be prepared to die during their training, and a battered Goku stands, telling Beerus to attack him with the intent to kill. Simultaneously, Vegeta is shown training on planet Yardrat, attempting to meditate on a narrow spike, but running out of patience. He questions Pibara on how much longer his training will take, and Pibara explains that Vegeta must achieve balance in body and mind, as his spirit is less stable than Goku's. One of the Yardrats tells Vegeta that Goku was able to meditate this long for 150 days, and Vegeta starts to regret his decision to come to Yardrat. Gohan lands a powerful punch to 7-3's midsection, sending him plummeting to the ground. However, 7-3 bounces back and retaliates quickly by using Piccolo's Hell Zone grenade technique. Gohan manages to escape the explosion and swiftly reappears behind his opponent, delivering a powerful blow that incapacitates 7-3. Piccolo joins Gohan, offering praise but also expressing mixed feelings about seeing Gohan defeat a copy of him so easily, as he gives him new clothes and urges him to finish the job. 7-3, not yet defeated, resorts to using the Great Namekian technique to grow to an enormous size. However, this transformation grants Gohan an advantage in terms of maneuverability, allowing him to evade all of 7-3's attacks and eventually sending him crashing to the ground. Shimareka and Yunba rush to 7-3's aid, with Shimareka urging his fallen comrade to copy Gohan's abilities at any cost. 7-3 rises to his feet and begins utilizing Piccolo's Demon Hand technique to extend his arms. Gohan evades the attacks while charging up an ultimate Kamehameha, flying in and out of the rocky terrain before preparing to unleash it directly at 7-3's face. However, just as Gohan is about to release the Kamehameha, 7-3's 30-minute time limit for Piccolo's abilities expires. Jaco urges Gohan to fire the blast anyway to finish him off while he has the chance, and as Gohan launches the blast, Shimareka commands 7-3 to utilize any stored abilities he has in stock. 7-3 then switches to Moro's abilities before the Kamehameha detonates. A huge flash of light ensues, and as the effects dissipate, 7-3 is left unharmed, surprising Piccolo, who confirms that he was able to eat the Kamehameha. Jaco informs the surprised Piccolo that 7-3 can actually switch between copied abilities and can store up to 3 identities at a time. 7-3 then raises his hand, and Jaco urgently instructs his companions to take him down immediately to prevent energy absorption, similar to the technique Moro used on New Namek. Piccolo, Krillin, and Jaco charge at 7-3, but their advance is halted by an energy barrier rising from the earth, enveloping him. Gohan attempts to attack as well, well, but his efforts are halted too. Shimareka then contacts Saganbo to report the situation, and Moro is intrigued to learn that his abilities were already put to use, disliking the idea of it becoming a regular occurrence. Saganbo instructs Shimareka to switch to monitor mode, allowing those on the ship to observe the events on Earth. Back on Earth, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Jaco start feeling the effects of their energy being drained, although the energy isn't drawn from the Earth itself, as it's been reserved solely for Moro. As Moro observes, Saganbo states he's surprised to see that the planet harbors fighters more formidable than his own men. Shimareka and Yunba overwhelm the exhausted heroes, but Piccolo reminds Shimareka not to get overconfident, emphasizing that even if they fall, Goku and Vegeta will eventually return to avenge them. When Krillin reveals that Goku and Vegeta are training to defeat Moro, the information is transmitted to those aboard the ship. Saganbo suggests they should proceed to destroy Earth and orders his men to withdraw. However, Moro realizes that once Goku and Vegeta's training is complete, they'll possess even more energy for him to consume. Moro then tells Saganbo to inform his men to retreat from Earth, only to return once Goku and Vegeta arrive. The trio then cease their assault on the Z-Fighters and begin their departure, informing them that they'll return in Galactic Cycle 7, which translates to 20 Earth days. However, Jaco interjects, explaining that due to Earth's primitive technology, they won't be able to arrive until Galactic Cycle 8. Shimareka acknowledges this and states he'll relay the message to Moro, much to Jaco's relief. The trio then depart using 7-3's copied abilities, and Jaco informs Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin that they have approximately 2 months until their return. Meanwhile, Mirrors receives information from the Galactic Patrol regarding Moro's impending arrival on Earth and relays the news to Goku. Given Goku and Mirrors' location, they're granted a 6-month window to train. Ready to resume their training, Goku notices that he's never seen Mirrors eat before. Mirrors explains that it makes no difference to him, which triggers Goku's recollection of Whis mentioning something similar in the past. The two continue their training, and at the same time, at Zeno's palace, Whis uses his staff to monitor Goku and Mirrors. The Grand Priest joins him, and Whis apologizes for the disruption in his universe. He informs the Grand Priest that he's there to discuss the matters related to their angel laws, and the Grand Priest correctly deduces that his son refers to the situation with Mirrors. The Grand Priest informs Whis about his decision regarding Mirrors, the angel trainee he'd sent to Universe 7 to gain a broader perspective on the mortal world. Despite the rule that angels must remain impartial though, Mirrors joined the Galactic Patrol and developed a strong sense of right and wrong. The Grand Priest has decided it's time to recall Mirrors, but Whis requests permission to handle Mirrors in his own way. Whis reminds his father that Mirrors had only used mortal weapons in battle and was training Goku, similar to what Whis himself has done in the past. The Grand Priest ultimately accepts Whis' proposal, but urges him to keep a close eye on Mirrors as he doesn't wish to lose an angel. On planet Yardrat, Eriko struggles to establish contact with Galactic Patrol HQ. Suddenly, he becomes aware of one of Moro's spaceships arriving to scout the planet for a potential energy source. Meanwhile, Vegeta continues his training under the guidance of Elder Pibara. By this time, Vegeta has honed his spirit to a greater extent than Goku did, and when Pibara heals Vegeta's injuries, he expresses a desire to learn such a technique. However, Pibara explains that it's too advanced for him at the moment and suggests focusing on learning a more basic technique, instant transmission. Suddenly, an explosion occurs in the distance. Eriko flies in and alerts Vegeta about Saganbo's men arriving, and Vegeta prepares to rush back to the city, although he's warned by Pibara to be mindful about how he wields his power as he's still in training. Confused, Vegeta takes off to a nearby city on Yardrat, encountering Yuzin and 2 other henchmen. Yuzin berates Vegeta and attempts to contact Moro, but Vegeta surprises everyone by unleashing a remarkably powerful blast from his fingertip by mistake, hitting Yuzin head on. Pibara arrives and tells Vegeta to stop wrecking his planet, but then reveals that the Saiyan's newfound strength is a result of his balanced body and spirit, which he achieved during his training. Yuzin orders his comrades to attack Vegeta, but Vegeta easily defeats them. Infuriated, Yuzin then transforms into a more formidable, monstrous form, but this doesn't faze Vegeta, who's seen many like him before, and dominates the battle. Securing victory, Vegeta tells Yuzin to surrender and return to the Galactic Prison, otherwise he'll have to kill him. Yuzin, however, refuses, telling Vegeta that he'll soon be sorry, as Moro's next target is a planet called Earth. This shocks Vegeta, and Yuzin taunts him as his henchmen stealthily prepare their getaway. Yuzin tries to make a hasty escape in his spaceship, but before Vegeta can shoot it down, a deflected and hardened building from their earlier battle returns and destroys Yuzen's spaceship, killing him and his comrades. With his enhanced senses, Vegeta can sense that Earth hasn't been invaded yet. However, with time running short, he tells Pobara to teach him a technique that can be used against Moro, and Pobara agrees. Meanwhile, Moro senses Vegeta's energy on Yardrat and comments on how much stronger he's become. During the next 2 months, Moro continues his planet-devouring rampage across Universe 7, while Goku and Vegeta make significant progress in their training. As the deadline approaches, Mirror's queries Goku for one final sparring session before returning to Earth. They decide not to hold back and begin powering up, but suddenly find themselves outside with Whis nearby. Goku is surprised to learn that Mirror is Whis' younger brother and an angel, and Whis scolds Mirror for his plan to use his full strength in battle and travel to Earth to confront Moro. Goku questions what would happen if an angel fought, and Whis explains that angels who violate their code are erased from existence without a trace. Whis informs Mirror that his time in the mortal realm is over, and with a tap on his staff, reveals Mirror's angelic clothing and halo. Mirror apologizes to Goku for not being able to see the task to the end, but expresses confidence in his ability to defeat Moro. Mirror and Whis then depart for the angel world, and left alone, Goku realizes he needs to return to Earth, but finds himself with a galactic patrol ship that he has no idea how to operate. Meanwhile, Jaco, accompanied by several other members of the Galactic Patrol, arrive on Earth in anticipation for Moro's impending attack. They join Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Chaozu, and Master Roshi. Yamcha is eager for a chance to shine. Chaozu is uneasy due to his long absence from combat, and Krillin inquires about the whereabouts of Goku and Vegeta. Jaco informs Krillin that he's alerted Goku, but has no information on Vegeta's location, confident that both will arrive eventually. At the lookout, Buu is returned to Earth by another Galactic Patrol member, and suddenly, Dende and Mr. Popo spot Saganbo's spaceship entering Earth's atmosphere. Multiple smaller ships emerge from the main vessel and disperse across Earth, opening fire on high-value structures. The pilots disembark from their aircrafts with intentions on claiming the treasures within these structures for themselves, and the Earthlings attempt to defend themselves. Recognizing the situation, Master Roshi proposes that the group split up, while Gohan and Piccolo deal with the main threat. Krillin and Master Roshi come across Yunba first. As they confront Yunba, Krillin launches an attack, but Yunba blocks it and recognizes him. Krillin asserts that he's trained for 2 months to prepare, and Yunba prepares to settle things as a trio of female convicts accompanying him, who Master Roshi notices, decides to target other locations on Earth to incite chaos. Krillin attempts to warn Master Roshi about Yunba's deceptive speed, but Master Roshi is more interested in the women and pursues them instead. Leaving Krillin dumbfounded, Yunba takes the opportunity to land a powerful blow to his face, sending him crashing into a nearby structure. Meanwhile, Gohan and Piccolo face Shimareka, who's joined by 7-3. 7-3, camouflaged, suddenly appears behind them and grabs both Gohan and Piccolo by their necks, copying their abilities. Jaco reprimands Gohan and Piccolo for letting their guard down, and Shimareka taunts them, claiming their training was in vain. 7-3 fires a special beam cannon, but Gohan creates an energy shield to block it. Piccolo powers up and fires a special beam cannon of his own at 7-3, overpowering his enemy's blast and catching the attention of the Z fighters across the globe as he severely damages 7-3's upper body and left arm. 7-3 regenerates using Piccolo's abilities, but Gohan and Piccolo don't seem worried as they were ready for their abilities to be copied. Believing the two to be bluffing, Shimareka advises 7-3 to switch to Gohan's abilities since he's the strongest between the two. 7-3 then fires a volley of energy shots at them. Gohan uses Piccolo's energy shots as footholds to approach quickly and delivers a punch that sends 7-3 into the sea. Jaco commends their teamwork, acknowledging that 7-3 can't evade their combined attacks. Elsewhere, Yamcha engages 3 of Moro's henchmen in battle within a city and gains the upper hand. One of the henchmen is surprised because Yamcha appeared weak, but Yamcha corrects him, asserting himself as one of the 3 strongest Earthlings. After a brief skirmish, Yamcha prevails and instructs the Galactic Patrol members to apprehend the defeated henchmen. He then senses more convicts and heads off as the Galactic Patrol follows. Back on the main battlefield, Gohan and Piccolo execute the Masenko Beam Cannon, a combination of the Masenko and Special Beam Cannon techniques, further damaging 7-3. However, it's not enough to defeat him. Shimareka instructs 7-3 to switch to Moro's abilities to drain their energy, but to their surprise, androids 17 and 18 suddenly arrive to kick them in the face. 17 questions their enemy's strength and ponders if Piccolo really needs them, but Piccolo explains that 17 and 18 are the only ones who can finish the battle as they don't have have ki that can be absorbed. Aboard his spaceship, Moro berates his men for failing to meet even his lowest expectations of them. When Saganbo inquires about their next move, Moro assures him not to worry and announces his intention to personally handle the situation. Meanwhile, on planet Yardrat, Vegeta continues his training under Pibara's guidance. Pibara senses the disturbance in Earth's spirit, but Vegeta is intent to focus on mastering his new technique. Vegeta mentions that he still has time, as Moro hasn't entered the battle himself yet, and in another part of Universe 7, Goku stops on a planet to ask the locals for directions to Earth. Elsewhere in deep space, Frieza also sits in orbit with his crew, originally poised to set a course for Earth, but deciding to move on, as tangling with galactic prisoners right now would be troublesome for him. Back at the lookout, Bulma finishes configuring monitors linked to drones, providing Chi-Chi and the others with a view of the ongoing battles on the ground. Krillin remains engaged in his fight with Yunba, launching a Destructo Disc Hexa Blade, but Yunba deflects them with his extreme speed body rotation. Landing several strong blows, Yunba sends Krillin crashing to the ground. However, Krillin quickly recovers and resumes the attack, sending one of the discs hurtling back and narrowly cutting Yunba. In a clever move, Krillin uses his after image technique to deceive Yunba with incoming Destructo discs. He appears behind Yunba and unleashes a powerful Kamehameha that sends him crashing to the ground below, knocking him out and securing victory. The Galactic Patrol take charge, preparing to escort Yunba back to the Galactic Prison. Krillin then rushes over to Master Roshi, who is punched ferociously from the forest and lies on the ground. Roshi assures Krillin that he's alright, but shares a humorous incident about the convicts he's confronted, mentioning that they won't let him grope them before correcting himself, stating that his attacks won't land. The three female convicts, Misa, Iwaza, and Kikaza arrive, vowing to get revenge. Krillin notices that the convicts possess powerful energy, but suggests Roshi use the same power he displayed against Jiren during the Tournament of Power to defeat them. However, Roshi explains that he can't do it without a clear mind, humorously realizing that his mind is currently clouded with wicked thoughts. Elsewhere, Tien and Chaozu battle Koiter, but Tien's physical attacks prove ineffective due to Koiter's hard Metal Man exterior. Chaozu recalls Vegeta's strategy against Vegeta in the Universe 6 tournament and advises Tien to insult Koiter, surprising him. Struggling to come up with an insult, Koiter advances towards Tien. However, Chaozu distracts the Metal Man long enough to come up with an effective insult, leading him to collapse. Back at the other battle, Master Roshi wears a bandana to cover his eyes, allowing him to dodge the convicts' attacks skillfully. He urges the girls to abandon their evil ways and return to the Galactic Prison, but they refuse and instead decide to employ their last resort, fusion into a larger, unattractive form. This form delivers a powerful blow, sending both Krillin and Roshi flying. Meanwhile, at the lookout, the group watches the battle, and Puar notices Yamcha struggling as well. Suddenly, Eska notices Saganbo's spaceship as it begins to descend to the ground. Android 18 continues to dominate Shimareka, while Android 17 comes close to defeating 7-3. However, Moro, surprising the group with his presence, arrives to grab 7-3 by the head, chastising him for using his abilities too freely. Moro instructs Shimareka to help him recover back at the spaceship, as he plans to use his power again at some point. The two take off, Saganbo joins Moro, and Piccolo and Gohan acknowledge Moro's immense power. With Goku and Vegeta missing, Gohan affirms their role in protecting Earth until they arrive. Moro, however, states he's in high spirits and explains that Earth is brimming with energy to steal, as he considers how to consume everyone. Saganbo volunteers to handle the Z-Fighters, dissatisfied with his crew's performance, and Moro agrees as long as he keeps them alive. Before entering the battle, Moro energizes Saganbo significantly with just a hint of his power, and his physique grows before everyone's eyes. At Moro's command, Saganbo rushes in, first attacking Android 17, overpowering him. When the others attempt to support 17, Saganbo easily dominates them, slamming Gohan and 17 head first into the ground. Meanwhile, Tien and Chaozu, victorious over Koiter, encounter Yamcha, who's losing his battle against Zoyogi, revealed to be the staff officer of the Galactic Bandit Brigade. Krillin and Roshi hide from the fused female convict, but despite the odds, Krillin decides to go down fighting, hoping that Goku will be able to notice his last burst of power. In space, Goku en route to Earth senses the ongoing battles, but is unable to lock onto anyone's energy as it's depleting by the second. However, Krillin unleashes a burst of energy, alerting Goku of his position on Earth as he uses instant transmission to teleport there. Goku swiftly defeats the overweight convict who is about to attack Krillin and apologizes for not arriving sooner. The fusion of the three convicts dissolves, and Goku Goku inquires where everyone else is. Krillin tells Goku they're all fighting around the globe and explains he should check on them to see if they need help. Goku agrees, but before taking off, Krillin inquires if Goku is strong enough to defeat Moro now. Goku says he believes so, and when Krillin questions if he's worried about Moro's power, Goku reveals that he's actually thrilled. He then teleports to Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu, who are struggling in their battle against the Yogi. Goku swiftly incapacitates the Yogi with a gut punch, and Yamcha and Tien marvel at Goku's power. As the Galactic Patrol round up more of the defeated convicts, Yamcha informs Goku that Gohan and the others require his assistance. Goku then tosses the Yogi off to Yamcha and teleports away once more. In the ongoing battle with the empowered Saganbo, only Gohan and Piccolo remain engaged, as androids 17, 18, and Jaco have retreated to the sidelines. Gohan and Piccolo combine their strength to fire a powerful blast at Saganbo, which Jaco believes will destroy the Earth if they continue. However, the attack proves ineffective, and Saganbo easily knocks Gohan and Piccolo aside with a single punch. 17 states Saganbo might be more than the group can handle, and as he advances toward a downed Gohan and Piccolo, Jaco questions Saganbo's loyalty to Moro. Saganbo explains that Moro saved the prisoners from the galactic prison and granted them power to ensure they would never be captured again. This prompts Jaco to insult Saganbo, stating that he's more pathetic than before, angering him. As Saganbo advances toward Jaco to end him, a presence appears and attacks Saganbo, much to the surprise of everyone on the battlefield. The relentless attacks on Saganbo ensue, followed by a devastating gut punch that leaves him reeling. Moro watches from the distance, and suddenly, Gohan announces that his dad has made it at last, prompting Piccolo to state that he can't see him or sense his energy. Jaco cuts in, stating he in fact can see Goku as he's moving at light speed, surprising Piccolo. Moro continues watching intently, realizing that the one called son Goku has indeed arrived and tells him to reveal himself. Goku then sends Saganbo flying toward Moro, and Moro swats him aside with a flick of his finger. Goku appears behind Moro, stating that he'd hoped to take him out just as easily as he did Saganbo, and Moro recognizes Goku's significant increase in strength since their last encounter. However, Saganbo rises again, offering to continue fighting for his master, to which Moro signals for Goku to finish his fight. Goku teleports in front of Gohan and Piccolo and apologizes to Gohan for forcing him to fight again, although Gohan states he's the one who's sorry for being unable to protect the Earth. Goku instructs his son and Piccolo to step aside and let him handle Saganbo, and the two move to the sidelines. Goku then powers up to Super Saiyan Blue as Saganbo rushes toward him. Goku easily overpowers Saganbo and sends him crashing to the ground, challenging Moro as he believes the battle to be over. However, Saganbo rises again, this time appearing berserk and stronger than before, as Moro pumps him with more of his power. Goku demands Moro to stop as Saganbo's body has hit its limit, and suddenly Saganbo charges at Goku again, although his attack is blocked by the Saiyan, who urges him to stop fighting. As Saganbo continues his assault, Moro tells Goku to show him the technique he used when he arrived, as Super Saiyan Blue won't be enough to defeat him. As an added incentive, Moro continues pumping Saganbo with more energy, visibly damaging his body and angering Goku, who materializes behind Moro to attack, although his punch is blocked. Still wanting to fight, Saganbo speaks to Moro to allow him the pleasure of defeating Goku, but before he can finish his sentence, his body fails on him and he collapses lifeless, as Moro mocks him for not being able to handle such a small portion of energy. Outraged by Saganbo's death, Goku vows to defeat Moro using the power he's gained and unveils his new technique, Ultra Instinct Sign, a move recognized by Moro as divine power. Piccolo and Gohan watch in awe as Goku demonstrates he's able to activate Ultra Instinct Sign at will. Moro expresses his astonishment at a mortal mastering such a divine technique, and both Goku and Moro prepare for their impending battle. Goku unleashes a rapid flurry of punches with incredible force, creating air bursts that Moro tries to defend against. Moro retaliates by detonating the ground below Goku and firing small energy blasts as he takes off into the air, but Goku launches a close quarters assault with his fluid and agile movements. Moro appears to be on the edge following the relentless assault, and swiftly employs his magic to briefly immobilize Goku, demonstrating one of his many techniques. He knocks the Saiyan toward a rock formation below, but Goku manages to break free of Moro's magic and teleports behind him. Meanwhile, on planet Yardrat, Vegeta senses the intensifying battle between Goku and Moro. As the battle escalates, with Moro emitting streams of lightning from his body to pursue Goku, Goku tells Gohan and Piccolo to step back. They inform him that they've already gathered the Earth's Dragon Balls to reverse the death and destruction caused by Moro, and they retreat feet to let Goku focus. Goku closes in on Moro, evading energy blasts along the way and charging up a Kamehameha. However, he suddenly redirects the attack, catching Moro off guard as the other Moro was just an illusion. The two engage in a fierce aerial brawl, with Goku initially having the upper hand. Moro uses his magic to draw Goku closer, and Goku attempts to land swift mid-air blasts until he reaches Moro, where they exchange simultaneous blows to their midsections. Nearby, Gohan, Jaco, 17, and 18 observe the battle and discuss the apparent equality between Goku and Moro. Piccolo points out that Goku is faster, but notes that Moro has yet to utilize his energy-absorbing abilities. Just then, Moro attempts to absorb energy, but Goku's lightning-quick reflexes allow him to avoid it and land a grazing blow on Moro's cheek. Moro realizes Goku's strategy, and Goku's friends become increasingly optimistic about his chances of winning as he gains the upper hand, pushing Moro back with his relentless assault. On Beerus's planet, Beerus and the Oracle Fish continue to fish, while Whis and Mieris watch the ongoing battle through the Angel Attendant staff. Whis commends Mieris for Goku's improved performance due to his training, and he questions if Goku has mastered Ultra Instinct and whether he will attain the silver-haired state. However, Mieris remains cautious in his response. Back on Earth, after Moro employs another one of his magical abilities, he criticizes Goku for rushing the battle, stating that he's made a grave error. Moro reveals that he can tap into an enormous reservoir of energy he gained by consuming countless planets since their previous encounter on New Namek, and states that he'll happily devour Goku's energy once he's been defeated, confusing Goku. Moro calls Goku a fool and instantly powers up, surprising everyone as he'd been holding back his true power, the power that he now states has transcended the gods. Moro gains the upper hand over Goku, who falls out of the Ultra Instinct state. Moro deduces that Goku avoided using the form for an extended period because he couldn't maintain it for long. Mieris informs Whis that Goku only achieved the Ultra Instinct sign state and never reached the mastered state. Whis expresses disappointment as the sign state is unstable and rapidly consumes energy. Mieris stresses that the battle now hinges on Goku's ability to manage the energy drain and maintain the form as long as possible. Moro taunts Goku for his weakening state, and Goku acknowledges his limitations, but suggests that Moro must have been stalling for time as well, implying that Moro can't defeat him at full power. Goku then reactivates his Ultra Instinct sign and readies himself for round 2. Both Goku and Moro make a bold decision to unleash their full power, causing their auras to clash with incredible intensity. In this intense struggle, Goku eventually gains the upper hand and pushes Moro back. Their battle transitions into close quarters combat with a flurry of ki blast exchange between them, followed by more intense attacks. Goku appears to gain an upper hand on Moro, landing a solid blow to his face along with a devastating assault that sends him hurtling to the ground. However, Moro rises, stating that he approached Goku too cautiously and that if this is the full extent of his power, there's no way he'll be defeated. As Mieris and Whis observe the battle from Beerus's planet, Mieris expresses concerns about Moro's strength, stating that it once again exceeded his expectations. Whis explains that Goku likely sensed the same since his strategy for unleashing his full power was executed. Whis goes on to say that Saiyans are known to exhibit untold power when their backs are against the wall, and we cut to planet Yardrat, where Pobara commends Vegeta for quickly mastering his new technique. Vegeta requests to be teleported to Earth, but he learns that Yardratians are prohibited from using teleportation to travel off-world. Additionally, Pobara can't sense Goku's energy, prompting Vegeta to correctly deduce it's because Goku's using Ultra Instinct, a form only perceivable by gods. Determined to reach Earth, Vegeta demands to be taught instant transmission, believing that he can master it swiftly. Back on Earth, the tide of the battle shifts significantly in Moro's favor as Goku succumbs to exhaustion. Moro expresses his amazement at Goku's newfound power, but asserts that Goku has reached his limit. Refusing to yield, Goku strains to maintain his Ultra Instinct sign form, but Moro effortlessly incapacitates him. Mieris is troubled by this outcome, while Beerus nonchalantly mentions his hunger to Whis. Whis interrupts the feed to Earth's battle, signaling his intention to leave and stating that Earth is beyond salvation. Mieris is worried that Universe 7 will face destruction if Moro prevails, but Whis reminds him that only gods of destruction and supreme Kais are permitted to interfere, adhering to the natural order of the universe. Goku, now completely defeated and returned to his base form, is on the brink of energy depletion when Android 17 and 18 intervene. They declare that they don't have energy for Moro to absorb, and Moro is surprised to learn that Earth possesses such advanced technology. Vegeta, in the midst of learning instant transmission, fails and materializes into an nearby garbage can and attempts again, this time realizing that Goku's spirit has suddenly appeared again and correctly assumes he's been defeated. To save time, Pibara offers to break his planet's rules to take Vegeta to Earth, but Vegeta declines his offer, opting to pull off the move himself. Pibara restores Vegeta's original battle gear, and as the Saiyan Prince focuses, he successfully performs instant transmission, landing back on Earth. Back at the battlefield, the android's efforts to confront Moro are futile, as they're unable to inflict any damage. Gohan questions Piccolo on if they should help, but Piccolo rejects it as it would expose them to having their energy absorbed, further empowering Moro. As Goku sits helpless and injured, Vegeta suddenly appears in front of him, surprising Goku to learn that Vegeta performed instant transmission. However, Vegeta clarifies that it was likely a one-time feat and that he has no intention of learning it further, having now acquired a superior technique. A confident Vegeta then tells 17 and 18 to stop fighting and declares his intention to defeat Moro, who's pleased to see Vegeta has finally arrived. After a few insults and banter between the two, Vegeta states that Moro finally found someone stronger than him, transforming into his evolved Super Saiyan Blue form and charging forward. Vegeta delivers a powerful punch that sends Moro skidding backward, his face contorted in pain. However, Moro quickly regains his composure, acknowledging Vegeta's increased strength. Despite this, Moro maintains his confidence, believing that Vegeta is still no match for him. Undaunted, Vegeta charges forward again, launching a rapid series of blows. Piccolo admires Vegeta's enhanced power, but recognizes that he's still not as strong as Moro. Moro stops Vegeta's attacks and kicks him into a cliffside, but Vegeta swiftly returns to the fray, annoying Moro. Gohan wonders what's gotten into Vegeta, but Piccolo asserts that Vegeta's never been one to misread an opponent's strength and that he must have some sort of plan. When Moro attempts to drain Vegeta's energy, Vegeta evades and counters with a backhand to the face, followed by a few kicks to the midsection. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Moro seizes Vegeta and drives him into the ground, gasping for breath, and soon notices that something's amiss. To everyone's surprise, Vegeta rises and gains the upper hand in battle, his strategy gradually overpowering Moro as bits of energy appear to be leaving his body. Goku discerns Vegeta's technique, and the Saiyan Prince identifies it as forced spirit fission. From a distance, Gohan wonders if Vegeta is becoming stronger, but Piccolo believes that Moro is in fact growing weaker. They observe Moro's energy leaving his body and coalescing into a radiant sphere in the sky. After being dealt another powerful blow, Moro stands up, now appearing elderly, and inquires about what Vegeta has done to him. Vegeta explains that he's liberated all of the energy that Moro stole from the planets and their inhabitants, and with a simple gesture, Vegeta restores the energy to its rightful places, catching the attention of the onlookers at the lookout and planet Yardrat. Goku informs Piccolo and Gohan about forced spirit fission, a technique that disentangles entities that fused or have absorbed power. While relentlessly pummeling Moro, Vegeta suggests that he could even use the technique on Piccolo to extract the Namekian's Kami and Nail he had previously fused with. Goku commends Vegeta on his ability to use the technique, and Vegeta confidently declares himself more talented than Goku and says that victory is his for this battle. Growing increasingly irate, Moro attempts a lightning attack, but Vegeta continues to outmatch him, liberating more energy that he's stolen. Mid-battle, Vegeta expresses his disdain for fusion and absorption as they don't reflect one's true strength. He admonishes Moro to fight using his intrinsic power and kicks him away, mocking him as he stands injured. Elsewhere on planet Yardrat, Pibara clarifies that Vegeta's actions will not resurrect the deceased inhabitants of the planets being restored due to too much time having gone by. However, those with strong life forces will be revived. On New Namek, the Namekians previously drained by Moro's energy are brought back to life. At the lookout, Eska senses these events and believes that the Namekian Dragon Balls left behind have safeguarded the planet and its inhabitants from destruction. As Vegeta continues battling Moro, Piccolo expresses astonishment at Vegeta's transformation, not only in terms of his physical strength, but also as a person. Piccolo recalls Vegeta's history as a villain, including his role in invading Earth with Nappa and his past crimes under Frieza. He recognizes that Vegeta has evolved to the point where he now fights to save not only his home planet, but also the universe from Moro. Piccolo credits his transformation to Goku and adds that Vegeta has finally managed to surpass him. Goku vows to exceed Vegeta once more, and believing the battle to be nearly over, Vegeta inquires if Jaco prefers Moro to be captured or killed, prompting Jaco to opt for a swift execution. Vegeta declares his intention to send Moro to hell, but Moro arrogantly proclaims he won't go there. Instead, he'll rule the galaxy for eternity. Despite his dwindling power, Moro asserts that he's still still possesses his magic. He distracts Vegeta by generating a wave of the planet's energy from beneath him, exploiting the momentary surprise to take off into the air. Vegeta takes off in pursuit, but he arrives too late. Moro reaches Saganbo's spaceship ahead of him, where he promptly eliminates Shimareka without hesitation. Afterward, Moro seizes 7-3, having retained a backup of himself within him. Vegeta, having reached the top of the spaceship, witnesses as Moro swallows 7-3 whole and then fires an attack to stop him, destroying Saganbo's spaceship with a massive explosion. When the smoke dissipates, Vegeta is shocked by what he sees. On the ground below, Goku observes that Moro's power has surged to unprecedented levels, while Vegeta crashes to the ground in his base form. Moro then lands in front of the group, displaying a new appearance that's part Moro and part 7-3. Goku and Piccolo question Moro about his transformation, and Moro discloses that he not only had 7-3 replicate his magical abilities, but also his combat skills. This created a full backup of himself inside 7-3 that he could utilize at any time. With the absorption of 7-3, Moro now possesses access to his unique capabilities, boasting that it's elevated his power to previously unimaginable heights. He then mockingly congratulates the Dragon Team for pushing him this far, before warning them to prepare for their imminent demise. Suddenly, Vegeta makes a triumphant return in his Super Saiyan Blue Evolved form, declaring to defeat Moro once again. As Vegeta charges ahead, Moro adeptly evades his attacks, stating how Vegeta can't use Force Spirit Fission without inflicting damage, something he won't allow to happen again. Gohan and Piccolo attempt to inform Vegeta that Moro's newfound powers are temporary and will return to their original state in 30 minutes. However, Moro discloses that the power has returned to its source, negating any time limit. He then seizes Vegeta by the neck and copies his abilities. Moro pummels Vegeta and sends him crashing to the ground, feeling the effects of the assault. Moro then concludes with Vegeta's signature Big Bang attack to finish him off, creating a gigantic explosion and leaving Vegeta incapacitated in his base form as he mocks his techniques. The situation escalates as Piccolo reminds Goku of their past reliance on the fusion dance and Patora fusion as a last resort, but he states that it's no longer viable now that Moro has acquired Force Spirit Fission. Meanwhile, at the lookout, everyone observes the dire circumstances. Dende decides to descend to the battlefield to use his healing powers to save everyone, despite Bulma's frantic warning that his choice could destroy the Dragon Balls if he perishes. On the ground, Krillin rushes to the scene with a bag of Senzu beans, regretting not giving some to Goku earlier. Gohan and Piccolo launch a synchronized attack against Moro, but they're vastly outmatched. Piccolo manages to hold Moro in place, giving Gohan an opportunity to ensnare him using Gotenks' Galactic Donut technique. Goku, now powered up to perfected Super Saiyan Blue, unleashes the instant Kamehameha, struggling to unleash its full impact as Moro effortlessly halts the blast. Goku continues the attack at full power, triggering a massive explosion that covers the battlefield. The smoke dissipates and the group see that Goku's only managed to destroy Moro's left arm. To everyone's shock, Moro's arm swiftly regenerates and he impales Goku through the chest with it, demonstrating his access to Piccolo's regeneration through 7-3's previously copied abilities. As Goku falls to the ground, mortally wounded, Moro attempts to steal his energy, but Gohan snaps and attacks Moro, though he's unable to make him flinch before he's ferociously punched in the face, resulting in the loss of several teeth. As Moro remarks on a Saiyan's ability to receive a power boost when enraged, Dende telepathically communicates his plan to Piccolo. However, Moro hears the conversation, halting his finishing blow to Gohan and creating a barrier that prevents anyone from entering or escaping. Shortly after, Dende arrives, unable to assist in the final battle. Moro knocks away Piccolo and Jaco and swiftly takes down Android 17 and 18 with death beams. In a last-ditch effort, after apologizing to Jaco for roping him into Earth's battles, Piccolo prepares an all-or-nothing light grenade using the barrier to his advantage. However, before he can unleash it, Moro hits him with a special beam cannon, incapacitating him. In the aftermath, Jaco stands alone as the only remaining fighter, while the rest of the team has been rendered immobile. As Dende apologizes to everyone for his inability to protect the Earth, he unexpectedly slips through a small breach in Moro's barrier, created by a guide angel that he immediately recognizes. Inside the barrier, Moro approaches Jaco, declaring his energy of little use and promising a swift death before killing everyone on Earth. A terrified Jaco fires his ray gun, but a second shot suddenly appears, causing a much larger explosion. As the smoke dissipates, Moro, on guard, realizes that someone else else is interfering, and before Jocko's eyes, a confident Miris stands before him, ready for battle. Jocko expresses relief at Miris' arrival, inquiring what took him so long. Jocko explains that Moro's gotten way too powerful for anyone to handle, but Miris clarifies that he's come to conclude Goku's training. Moro, inside the barrier, observes that the fallen Dragon Team members are no longer present, surmising that Miris has transported them to a safe and distant location. With a simple gesture, Moro dispels the barrier, and realizing he needs to buy time for Goku and his comrades, Miris engages Moro, using a pole as his weapon. Moro, unable to sense Miris' life energy as before, questions if he's some sort of deity. Miris, choosing not to respond, presses on with his agile and reflexive attacks, keeping Moro on the defensive. Elsewhere, Dende stands over the gravely injured Dragon Team. He looks up and bows to Beerus and Whis for their help, who observe from above and decide to head to Bulma's for food. They notice Miris is absent, but see no harm in leaving him behind. Dende utilizes his healing abilities to mend Goku's severe chest wound, and the Saiyan regains consciousness, questioning Moro's whereabouts. Dende explains that Moro is battling Miris, and Goku recalls the warning that any angel who fights seriously will be erased from existence. In haste, Goku rushes to the battlefield to assist. Miris and Moro continue their skirmish, with Moro starting to gain the upper hand. He senses that Miris is containing his true power and wonders why he's relying on a tool to fight. To Moro's surprise, Goku arrives at the battlefield, concerned about Miris sacrificing himself for their sake. He tells Miris to fall back and powers up to Ultra Instinct's sign, prompting Moro to wonder if Goku was healed by the Namekian he'd heard earlier. Goku decides to go on the offensive. However, he fails to land a single blow, as Whis at the same time tells Beerus that he doubts Goku can make any headway against Moro using Ultra Instinct's sign. Consequently, Moro knocks Goku away with ease, and his impending crash is halted by Miris' abilities, leading Moro to taunt Goku about using the same technique that failed him in the recent past. Miris states that a final push is needed to trigger Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct, when suddenly Moro grabs Miris' neck, copying his abilities. However, Miris uses his angel staff to cut the villain's hand off before he can use them, intending to permanently disable Moro's power sealing abilities. Beerus and Whis detect Miris has begun using his angel powers, and Beerus suggests turning around to try to stop him. While Miris confronts Moro again and uses his staff to destroy the crystals in Moro's palms, he shares his background with Goku. He explains that, despite being born as a neutral angel, he developed a sense of justice during his time in the Galactic Patrol. Seeing how the Galactic Patrol members strive to protect the galaxy despite being outmatched by ever more powerful criminals, Miris concluded that peace is worth fighting for. As Miris begins to fade away, Goku urges him to stop, but he presses on, revealing the angelic halo around his neck as he intends to unleash his final attack. With one final charge towards Moro, Miris recalls his time in training with Goku and his words, believing in Goku's fascinating ideals to reform villains despite their misdeeds. On the offensive, Moro launches an energy attack, but Miris flies straight through it and lands a punch directly on the crystal on Moro's forehead, shattering it. As he crashes down to the ground below, Moro's power sealing abilities are now disabled, and Miris begins to disintegrate. Goku and Jocko look on with sadness as Miris tells Goku that achieving Ultra Instinct in his current level of strength will make him far more stable and unbeatable. Miris tells Goku to protect the galaxy he's grown to love and fades away. Beerus and Whis observe nearby, Whis expressing his thoughts over the loss of his younger brother, as Goku, torn by sorrow and anger over Miris' passing, summons newfound strength. While Goku attempts to console himself, he shares with Jocko an important lesson he learned from Miris, that he's not fighting alone. He recognizes that Miris' sacrifice was not only for his own benefit, but the universe as a whole. Goku questions Jocko on why he chose to join the Galactic Patrol, to which Jocko responds that it's because he wanted to uphold peace in the galaxy, and of course because the uniform looked cool. Goku, acknowledging his current role as a member of the Galactic Patrol, states that it's now his responsibility to protect the universe as well. Suddenly, Moro returns, but discovers that Miris is no longer present. Goku informs Moro of Miris' demise, and that it's his duty to defeat Moro once and for all. Declaring that Miris' will still lives within him, Goku taps into his inner power, sending a surge of energy into the sky as Gohan and Piccolo observe from a distance. Beerus comments on how well the transformation is going, and Whis states it's finally time for Goku's grand unveiling. As the Earth settles after Goku's sudden power-up, he emerges in perfected Ultra Instinct. With a slow stride, Goku steps forward, each move eerie, leaving more Moro in horror. In a frantic attempt, Moro attacks, but Goku effortlessly grabs his arm before he can execute the move, stating he won't be harming the Earth any longer. Goku demonstrates his newfound strength by effortlessly dodging and blocking all of Moro's attacks, prompting Beerus to state Goku's fine-tuning his moves as the battle continues, to which Whis agrees. Moro attempts another powerful attack on Goku, but the Saiyan effortlessly evades his reach, appearing on the other side of the battlefield, much to Moro's shock. Moro questions Goku on how he's able to dodge the way he is, to which Goku explains that his body is reacting instinctively, which is why Moro's attacks can't hit him. Furious and unwilling to believe what he considers nonsense, Moro unleashes his full power as Goku prepares for the next round. Moro charges at Goku, intent to kill. However, Goku uses a God Bind to halt Moro's advance before lifting him into the air. A moment of silence ensues, and Goku jumps toward Moro, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen that sends shockwaves across the entire planet. Moro is visibly distressed before the aftermath results in him being launched into the air as Goku gracefully touches down on the battlefield. Beerus praises Goku's abilities, likening his fighting style to that of a god, a rare display of respect that astonishes Whis. Moro crashes to the ground, severely wounded, and Goku tells him it's futile to resist any longer. Goku questions if Moro finally feels the torment he's shown to others for so long, but Moro dismisses his question, stating he doesn't fear the power of a god and that he is and will always be the universe's supreme life form. Moro attempts to harness the planet's energy as an offensive measure, but this also proves ineffective. Goku kicks him into an energy stream, severing one of Moro's arms in the process. Moro then tries to drain the Earth's energy for himself as a way to spite Goku, but before he can succeed, Goku strikes him hard in the stomach and sends him crashing into a rock nearby, causing a massive chunk to break away and pin Moro underneath. Lacking the energy to even move, Moro weakly pleads for mercy from Goku. Silent for a moment, Goku verifies with Jaco that Moro had previously received a death sentence, and with a simple gesture, removes his gi with the Galactic Patrol emblem, declaring that he'll now fight as an Earthling. This act alarms Beerus greatly, as he states he's got a bad feeling on what's about to happen. Over in the distance, Krillin arrived with a bag full of senzu beans, observing Goku's growing dominance over his opponent Moro. Goku destroys the boulder pinning Moro and challenges him to get up. He then disappears before Moro's eyes and reappears beside Krillin, taking the bag of senzu beans from him. Goku returns to face Moro and offers to spare his life, but only on the condition that he return to the Galactic Prison and vow not to escape again. Moro hastily accepts the offer, and Goku tosses him a senzu bean, explaining that it will instantly restore his stamina, much to the horror of Krillin and Jaco. Moro consumes the senzu, healing his injuries, and when Goku tells him to leave once more with Jaco, Moro reveals that he lied and launches an attack on Goku, attempting to pierce his chest as before. However, Moro's arm shatters against Goku's robust body, causing him to cry out in pain. Whis comments on the sturdiness of Ultra Instinct when honed properly, and Beerus calls Goku an idiot, urging him to finish the job. Goku calls Moro a coward and asserts that he could never defeat him, reverting to his normal state. He questions whether Moro has ever engaged in training, to which Moro admits that he hasn't, claiming that training is for the weak. Goku expresses his disappointment, wishing Moro had chosen to grow stronger through training rather than consuming planets and harming innocent lives. Suddenly, Jaco cuts in, urging Goku to hurry and finish off Moro, as he clearly has no intention of turning over a new leaf. However, Goku opts to talking to him a bit longer. Moro screams in frustration, shocked that he could be defeated by a tribe that emerged only a few million years ago. Goku then questions Moro's intentions on returning to prison, and when Moro defiantly vows to continue devouring planets, Goku reactivates perfected Ultra Instinct with the intention of finishing him off. When Moro inquires about Beerus' ability to use the same technique, Goku confirms he was able to do so. Moro then notices his severed hand next to Goku and recalls grabbing Beerus' neck before he disappeared. Moro then dons an evil smirk and summons his severed hand back to him, stating how soon his body will also move on instinct. Moro then reattaches his once severed hand, incorporating Beerus' powers and abilities, transforming into an angelic form with his crystals now recovered on his body. As Jaco tells Goku he should have just finished the job, Moro lands a blow on Goku, stealing the bag of senzu beans and destroys them as the two prepare to continue their battle. The combatants charge toward one another, and Whis teleports Jaco and Krillin inside his barrel barrier for their safety as the powerful clash creates a massive explosion. Concerned about potential Earth damage, Goku requests Moro to follow him, and they continue their skirmish in the sky. Moro is amazed at what his newly enhanced body can do, and they race across the planet, with Moro separating in two with his magic, cutting Goku off and landing a kick on him, sending him crashing into a mountain. Moro reminds Goku of his magical abilities, but Goku remains undaunted, encouraging Moro to try harder. Goku launches a kick that Moro blocks, and his arm swells up significantly as he attempts to attack Goku, who skillfully dodges it and counters with a powerful kick to Moro's back, causing Moro's upper body to inflate as well. Jaco questions what's going on, and Whis explains to Jaco that Moro's body is struggling to contain the angelic power coursing within it. With Moro continuing to swell with each blow, Goku gains the upper hand and tells Moro he's making the same mistake as Saganbo. Goku says that he's only able to withstand Ultra Instinct because he's trained his body to do so, but Moro's body is hitting its limit. He urges Moro to relinquish Miras's power before it consumes him, but irritated, Moro attempts to attack Goku again. As Moro's body deteriorates after a blow to the back of the head, he expresses his desire for a stronger body to withstand this power. Krillin and Jaco cheer Goku on, believing the Earth is saved, but Whis notices something strange. Whis advises Goku to finish Moro off, as prolonging the battle would be unwise. Goku agrees and moves to deliver the final blow, but Moro surprises him by merging with the planet itself. Moro lets out a powerful ki blast from his mouth, engulfing Goku in its stream, although he remains unharmed. As Moro boasts about becoming one with the Earth, Whis informs everyone that Moro's fate is now intertwined with the planets, and killing Moro would result in the Earth's destruction. Additionally, Moro's body has transformed into a colossal bomb capable of obliterating the entire galaxy. Moro arrogantly laughs, declaring that this is the end for Goku, to which the Saiyan stands in awe. Meanwhile, Gohan and the other Dragon Team members notice a disturbance on the battlefield where Goku and Moro are clashing. They see the battlefield moving further away from them, and Vegeta realizes that Moro is absorbing their energy. He urgently instructs everyone to get off the ground and states that Goku's likely screwed up again. In different parts of the world, the Earth's inhabitants feel the effects of Moro's energy absorption as they notice they're feeling extremely weak. On the battlefield, Moro revels in taking the Earth's energy, and as Goku orders him to stop, Moro summons multiple fists from the Earth's surface to assail Goku from all directions. Whis observes that Moro's energy continues to surge, reaching dangerous levels that could lead to the planet's destruction, and Beerus, watching as well, surprisingly decides to intervene. However, Beerus is suddenly summoned by the Grand Priest, the cause likely being the disappearance of the angel Miras. This leads to both Beerus and Whis to prioritize the meeting with the Grand Priest and abandoning the Earth, surprising Krillin and Jaco. Before departing, Whis advises Goku to defeat Moro by targeting the crystal on his forehead, which will force Moro to release Miras's power and spare the Earth. In the middle of his explanation, Moro attempts to hit Whis with one of his planet fists, but Whis manages to block it with a mere finger. Instructing Goku to have faith in his own power, Whis joins Beerus in departing for the Angel Realm, but not before Beerus tells Goku to save some food for him, and the two take off. Moro's power continues to swell, causing the crystal to sink deeper into his body. Suddenly, Vegeta arrives in his Super Saiyan Blue evolved state, using his Force Spirit Fission technique to strike the ground to make Moro deflate. Vegeta urges Goku to destroy the crystal quickly, explaining that he can only extract Moro's spirit energy for a limited time before becoming exhausted. Determined to end things, Goku charges in, dodging Moro's hands and flying through them, but he falls short of reaching Moro's forehead and becomes entangled by Moro. Goku questions his inability to do what Miras did, wondering if he truly possesses enough divine power. Jaco then gets an idea and uses his rocket boots to fly away, telling Krillin he needs to run an errand. Goku's power is rapidly drained, causing him to revert to his base form as the other members of the Dragon Team arrive alongside Vegeta. Piccolo suggests that Vegeta, who can use Force Spirit Fission, gather their energy and transfer it to Goku in reverse, to which Vegeta acknowledges is possible and prepares to do so. Piccolo telepathically tells Dende to gather energy from everyone at the lookout as well, and on a distant island, Goten and Trunks hear Piccolo's voice, offering their energy as well. With energy contributions from everyone, including Vegeta, Vegeta collects the energy and passes it to Goku, revitalizing him enough to achieve Super Saiyan Blue. However, it's still not sufficient enough to reach the crystal, surprising everyone who's now out of energy to give. Suddenly, Jaco arrives at the lookout and urgently inquires about Boo's whereabouts. whereabouts. Meanwhile, Goku reverts to his base form once more and hope begins to wane. Yamcha suggests leaving Earth and using the Super Dragon Balls to return everything to normal, but Krillin states this wouldn't work, as when Moro explodes, the entire galaxy will go along with him. Moro's power then overwhelms him, causing him to go insane. The Dragon Team prepares for a final attempt to save Goku, but they suddenly spot an immense ball of godly energy approaching, originating from a young boy named Oob, the reincarnation of Kid Buu, aided by the Grand Supreme Kai. Dende reveals that when the Grand Supreme Kai's power split, his divine power went to Kid Buu. However, upon Kid Buu's defeat many years ago, his reincarnation Oob received that same power. Vegeta transfers this energy to Goku again, allowing him to reawaken his perfected Ultra Instinct. Goku manifests an ethereal giant energy avatar of himself that overpowers Moro. His physical body then leaps out of the avatar and delivers a mighty punch to Moro's crystal, shattering it. Moro disintegrates and is consumed by a massive explosion, much to the surprise of the Dragon Team, who are caught in the explosion as well. As the dust settles, Krillin wonders what happened, to which Piccolo signals to Goku, and Goku turns to his friends, giving a joyful thumbs up to celebrate their apparent victory. After confirming Moro's demise, Goku's friends quickly rush to him in joy. The news of Goku's victory spreads rapidly throughout the Lookout and planet Yardrat, much to everyone's joy. Vegeta lands next to Goku and inquires about the source of his final power surge. Goku is uncertain, but believes that there must be another remarkable individual on Earth. In Oob's village, the Grand Supreme Kai expresses his gratitude to Oob for his pivotal role, hailing him as the universe's savior. Oob, curious about the stranger's identity, is told that they share a kinship before bidding a farewell, surprising Oob, who thinks that may have all been a dream. The Grand Supreme Kai teleports to the Lookout and reverts to Buu, much to Hercule's delight. In celebration of their victory, Hercule hosts a grand feast in his garden, attended by all of Goku's friends and family. Following the festivities, Goku accompanies Eska back to his home world on New Namek. There, the Namekian Dragon Balls are used to summon Porunga, who restores the planets destroyed by Moro and revives those killed by him and his henchmen, including the Grand Elder Mori and the inhabitants of planet Zune. The universe is swiftly restored to its pre-Moro state, with the exception of Miris, who was erased from existence for violating the Angel's Code. A few days later, Goku, Vegeta, and Buu are honored at the Galactic Patrol headquarters in a ceremony attended by Jocko. They're awarded medals for their pivotal roles in Moro's defeat, and as the Galactic Patrolman announces the honorees, there's an unexpected fifth member, Miris, who emerges from the crowd, shocking Goku and Vegeta, who believed he had no longer existed. Miris explains that while he's still alive, he's no longer an angel. A few days earlier, at Grand Zeno's palace, Beerus and Whis kneel before the Grand Priest, who isn't happy about the situation with Miris. Beerus attempts to pin the blame on Whis, and Whis apologizes, feeling responsible for Miris' code violation. The Grand Priest reveals that he personally erased Miris temporarily before bringing him back as a mortal, stripping him of his angelic powers and immortality. This act of mercy by the Grand Priest was made possible due to the Supreme Kai, who offered his own life in exchange for Miris's. Beerus scolds the Supreme Kai, stating that their lives are one and the same, so if he dies, Beerus dies too. However, in the midst of this, the Grand Priest explains that he'll have to impose a penalty on the three, as they're assigned a task of playing with the Zenos as their attendants are given time off. Back in the present, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Goku and company continue to enjoy themselves, concluding the celebrations with a commemorative photo. And with that, Goku and Vegeta's time as Galactic Patrol members comes to an end, and the universe enjoys peace once more. The Granola arc takes place after the events of the battle with Moro. Peace returns to the universe as Jocko, relaxing, is informed by Calamus that he should be on patrol. Believing his time is better spent on the computer though, Jocko is pulled aside by Calamus to visit the Galactic prison. Arriving at the lockup housing the survivors of the Galactic Bandit Brigade, Calamus questions Yunba about a faint distress signal emanating from the Earth's crater following Moro's defeat. Unfortunately, Yunba isn't privy to any information on the matter and instead changes changes the subject, asking for more food. Jocko, exclaiming that the bandits will never enjoy the pleasures of endless food and daylight again, is interrupted by Zoyogi, who criticizes the Galactic Patrol for killing their friends. Calamus tells Zoyogi that Moro is to blame for the death of their comrades, and Jocko states that he literally devoured OG-73. However, Zoyogi claims he wasn't talking about 7-3, and goes on to say he was just another thing that they stole, filled with valuable data until his destruction, ruining all the hard work they put into making him a powerhouse. Back on Earth, a tiny piece of the decimated 7-3 begins to move around, as Yunba, curious about the life form's fate, queries whether the entity has truly been obliterated. Jocko, assuming so due to the absence of Moro's remnants, deems it best not to waste their time going back to check, prompting Yunba to smirk, realizing the Galactic Patrol is unsure. We then witness a piece of 7-3 lodging itself into the remnants of the head left in the crater on Earth, and a light emanates from it, signaling a return to life. Back at the Galactic prison, Calamus brushes off the taunts of the bandits, but later questions Jocko on if he actually examined inside the crater. Having given a not so reassuring answer though, the duo head off to Earth's crater in an attempt to locate any remnants of 7-3. Arriving on Earth, Jocko confirms there are no traces of the life form, but unbeknownst to them, two aliens remain in hiding behind a rock, clutching 7-3's head in a container. Subsequently, Jocko and Calamus take off, as do the two aliens undetected. Several months later, in a corner of the universe far away from Earth, an attendant informs their master Goichi that 7-3's data has been replicated across all their units. Previously stolen by Saganbo and his brigade, 7-3 has now been retrieved in a more formidable state, and overjoyed, Goichi sees this as an opportunity to assert his dominance over the universe. At that moment, a man named Granola, receiving assistance from his AI headwear named Oatmeal, rapidly approaches and boards Goichi's ship. Skillfully using his weaponry, Granola dispatches the guards sent to intercept him. In response, Goichi commands the release of their units, the OG soldiers, to halt Granola. As Granola enters a room, he's surrounded by the OG soldiers, all resembling the original 7-3. Granola tells Oatmeal to run a scan to identify the original, and suddenly one of the soldiers attack. Granola, however, swiftly destroys it, shattering the crystal on its head. The remaining OG soldiers charge in next, and identifying them all as unintended targets, Granola wipes them out with ease. Upon entering another room, more OG soldiers are released, but Granola discovers his target, OG-73I, otherwise known as the original 7-3. We soon cut to a flashback of a planet decimated by the Saiyan race, the inhabitants' lifeless bodies spread across the streets, appearing similar to Granola. Fleeing from numerous Ozaru, a child runs into a nearby building, but is confronted by a great ape with a distinctive cross-shaped scar as it crashes through the damaged ceiling. Startled awake within his spaceship, Granola, who is dreaming having recently acquired 7-3, continues to fly off, informed by Oatmeal that they aren't being followed. En route to the base of the Heaters, Oatmeal questions Granola's lingering animosity towards the now diminished Frieza force, pointing out that Frieza has been dead for years and the force is but a shadow of its former self. Granola, however, reveals that his resentment stems from the Saiyans who annihilated his race known as the Ceruleans, emphasizing that the Saiyan race met its end due to a meteor destroying their homeworld, depriving him of the chance for revenge. Meanwhile, on Beerus's planet, Goku secures the Oracle Fish, allowing Whis to administer sleep-inducing vitamins to counter his insomnia. Vegeta questions if the fish can really suffer from a lack of sleep, and Whis explains that the Oracle Fish's sleep troubles could mean a bad omen for the future or merely a benign occurrence. Disappointed, Goku states he thought someone strong was going to appear again, and hearing this, Beerus wakes up from his nap, yelling at Goku for his addiction to fighting, as he always ends up dragging him in the middle of it. Post this, Goku and Whis resume their training, with Goku seamlessly entering the perfected Ultra Instinct state at will. Ready to get things started, Goku leaps high above Whis, splitting himself into multiple illusions to attack. Whis, however, dispatches the illusions with ease, meets Goku high above, and kicks him back down to the surface, telling the Saiyan to develop his own style as the two continue. Observing from the sidelines, Vegeta questions Beerus about Whis' use of Ultra Instinct, to which Beerus clarifies that angels are always in the instinct state. As Whis continues sparring with Goku, he conveys that mastering Ultra Instinct is only the beginning, and mentions a hierarchy of control, with the Grand Priest surpassing both he and Beerus in mastery. This prompts Goku to question his status at the bottom of the ladder, to which Whis states that he has more room to train and grow, heightening Goku's enthusiasm. Questioned by Beerus if he intends to master Ultra Instinct, Vegeta declines, opting to surpass Goku another way. Beerus states it might be possible and hints to an alternative path for growth, emphasizing that Ultra Instinct isn't the only technique of the gods. This revelation shocks Vegeta as Beerus continues, noting that Ultra Instinct is the specialty of the angels and that gods of destruction use a different technique, refraining from having to keep their hearts calm. Vegeta inquires if Beerus will teach him this technique, but he refuses, noting that training people isn't in his job description. Walking off to exercise though, he turns to Vegeta, encouraging him to seize any opportunity for improvement as the Saiyan follows close behind. Elsewhere in the universe, Granola arrives at the Heater's base, dragging OG-73 along. He encounters Soshiru, a fellow bounty hunter who, upset with his own earnings, marvels at the artificial life form that Granola managed to obtain. He proposes pretending as if they captured 7-3 together and split the bounty, but before he can lay a hand on the glass tube, Granola intervenes, threatening Soshiru's life if he makes another move and proceeds inside. Within, the leader of the Heaters, Elec, accompanied by 3 other Heaters, greets Granola as he hands over the bounty. After receiving payment, Granola inquires about Elec's plans for 7-3. Elec dismisses the notion of building an army, but expresses the desire to gather intel, believing information dominance grants control over the universe. Expressing little interest in the conversation, Elec informs Granola that there are no more assignments for now and drops a bombshell, revealing Frieza's revival. This revelation shocks Granola, as Elec states that regardless of how he's returned, potential business partners are running scared throughout the universe, making it impossible to make deals. Driven by the prospect of revenge, Granola demands Frieza's whereabouts. Despite Elec warning about Frieza's enhanced power since his return, Granola persists. Suddenly, one of the Heaters identified as Gas intervenes, knocking Granola down and restraining him. Elec emphasizes the need for careful planning before confronting Frieza, and Granola reluctantly agrees to wait as Gas lets him go. Calmly rising, Granola tells Elec to inform him when there are more jobs to do and leaves, subsequently vowing that Frieza will die by his hands. Departing, Elec discusses with his family the potential threat Granola poses if he surpasses Gas, their family's strongest member. Though Gas is confident in his own power, Elec plans to use Frieza to eliminate Granola and focuses his attention on 7-3 to locate Zuno, the ultimate source of intel. Returning to his home, planet Cereal, Granola faces an ambush by Soshiru and his men for his bounty. He decides to settle their battle on a nearby asteroid, and everyone lands, so Shiro and his men prepare to rob Granola blind. Agreeing to share half of his payment, Granola invites the group onto his spaceship. Once aboard, Soshiru's group realizes they've been deceived, and Granola begins eliminating them with precise sniping, courtesy of his cerulean sharpshooting skills in right eye, specifically adapted to situations such as these. Realizing his impending defeat, Soshiru surrenders, leaving behind some payment before retreating. Oatmeal commends Granola's work, but the Cerulean acknowledges that he missed one of his targets and needs more power to take down Frieza. Back on Beerus's planet, the sleeping Oracle Fish cryptically mentions a shift in the balance of Universe 7, predicting the rise of the universe's mightiest warrior. Granola returns to his home planet, now inhabited by an alien race called the Shigurians, who embrace him as one of their own. However, Granola rejects the notion of living in their city, believing that the way the planet is now, it wouldn't suit him or the old man he's living with. Instead, they choose to reside in the mountains, and Granola makes his way back home. During his walk, Oatmeal questions why Granola won't take the Shigurians up on their offer, and the Cerulean notes that the city was set up by the Shigurians by the Heaters, as he reflects on the downfall of his people 40 years ago. Standing atop the mountain, Granola peers down at the ruins of his hometown as a reminder of the devastation brought on by the Saiyans and Frieza, noting that he'll never forget what they took from him. Simultaneously on Beerus's planet, Beerus questions Vegeta about the destructive history of the Saiyan race. Vegeta notes there's no way of knowing how many planets they destroyed in the past, given fighting was once a way of life for his people, and refers to it as a sin. Beerus then questions if Vegeta's attempting to pin all of the blame for his once wicked ways on Frieza and his people, but Vegeta denies this, stating that in his father's pursuit of power, he built planet Vegeta atop countless deaths. He goes on to say that Frieza's clan taking over didn't help things much, but the blood spilled by the Saiyans beforehand was still on their hands. Beerus inquires if Vegeta means to say that it was destiny for the Saiyans to be wiped out, and Vegeta confirms, prompting dismissal from Beerus. Beerus. Beerus then confronts Vegeta, exclaiming how ridiculous that thought process is. Confused on the Destroyer's sudden interest in the Saiyan race, Vegeta questions what this has to do with the technique used by the gods of destruction, to which Beerus replies plenty and prepares an attack. Demonstrating his powers, Beerus destroys a decorative planet with ease, shocking Goku from a distance, who notes Beerus isn't someone to be trifled with. Vegeta wonders what that technique was, and Beerus vaguely notes that this was just a small glimpse of what he can really do. Vegeta begins to utter a sentence on how he can acquire such an ability, but before he can finish, Beerus suddenly grabs his face and slams him into the ground, warning Vegeta that clinging to the sins of his race will hinder his ability to wield the power of destruction. Beerus then violently throws Vegeta to the side and drops a bombshell, disclosing his role in advising Frieza to destroy the Saiyans' homeworld. This revelation shocks Vegeta as Beerus mocks him, noting that it wasn't destiny after all, and threatens to obliterate Vegeta as well. Growing angry, this provokes Vegeta to power up to his Super Saiyan Blue evolved state and attack Beerus, who effortlessly catches his punch. Despite Vegeta's efforts with melee attacks and ki blasts, Beerus effortlessly lands on top of him, questioning the Saiyan on what the mistakes of his race have to do with him now. The deity goes on to say that as long as Vegeta's trapped in the past, he'll never manage to grow past this point, but eager to get his hands on Beerus, Vegeta continues his assault. Bringing Vegeta to a halt, Beerus grabs him and declares a destruction technique, blowing the Saiyan away as he flies across the planet. Watching Vegeta from the sidelines, Goku notes that must have been Lord Beerus' signature move and thinks back on his failed attempt at using it against Merge Zamasu. Whis then states that the power within the technique is still amazing, despite Beerus' obvious tweak to destroy only Vegeta's armor. Defeated, Beerus lands in front of Vegeta, explaining that his true strength stems from focusing on destruction, and urges the Saiyan to destroy any stray thoughts he has and rebuild himself from scratch. He leaves him with one last piece of advice, noting that before creation comes destruction. At the Heater's base, Elec informs the others to utilize 7-3's intel to explore memories of the Galactic Bandit Brigade interrogating Zuno, and tells the biggest among them, Oil, to write down the coordinates. Continuing to observe the footage of Mirus and the Galactic Patrol ambushing the others, the Heaters witness all the prisoners getting released at once, as Oil questions what could have happened. One of the Heater's servants mentions that Moro used the power of something called the Dragon Balls to make this happen, and explains that they're wishing balls created by the Namekians that can grant any wish. Piecing together this new information, Elec concludes that the Dragon Balls must have been the reason for the odd occurrences in the universe, including Frieza's revival. One of the other Heaters, Maki, ponders on who the Namekians were, and Gas informs her that they were a tribe that once lived on planet Serial. Given the extinction of all previous life on Serial, Oil assumes the Namekians are gone, but Elec mentions a lone survivor named Manito living on Serial with Granola. Back on planet Serial, Granola arrives home with water and encounters Manito, who thanks him for being so generous. During their conversation, Manito questions if Granola will be heading out again, but he says no and states that Frieza's been brought back to life. He goes on to say that he'll be the one to take the tyrant down, prompting Manito to advise Granola against seeking revenge, citing his insufficient strength. Granola then looks over, contemplating using the planet's Dragon Balls to acquire more power, but acknowledges his inability, needing a second Dragon Ball to summon the dragon. Manito notes that the final ball has been lost for nearly 40 years, prompting Granola to state that he'd have to search the entire planet to find the tiny ball, similar to the one in his hands. As Manito begins to explain to Granola the original purpose of the Dragon Balls, simultaneously on planet Namek, the Grand Elder Mori is teaching the Namekian children as well, noting that other planets inhabiting Namekians can also possess their own version of Dragon Balls. He likens this to planet Earth's with Dende, and although questioned on what happened to the Namekians in the far reaches of the universe, Mori remains unsure, considering the possibility that they perished long ago. Back on Serial, Manito notes that when he dies, the planet's Dragon Balls will go with him, and Granola wonders if they could use them to restore the planet to the way it was 50 years ago. However, Manito dismisses the idea, believing it selfish to revive those who have perished and kick the Sigurians out of their new home. Out of options, Granola insists Frieza and his forces will need to be destroyed, but Manito notes that revenge isn't the way to handle things, as it will only give rise to new enemies. Reluctantly, Granola agrees to Manito Manito's counsel to enjoy his current life without vengeance. However, as night falls, Granola learns from the news that a young boy has found the second Dragon Ball and it's being studied at an institute. Adopting a disguise, Granola infiltrates the city, sneaks into the institute, and steals the Dragon Ball, escaping into the mountains. There, he places the 2 Dragon Balls down and consults with Oatmeal on the spell to summon the dragon. Granola chants aloud, and a beam of light emanates from the Dragon Balls, releasing the dragon god Toronbo, who tells Granola to state his wish. Granola then declares his desire to become the strongest warrior in Universe 7. Noting that Granola wishes to become the strongest life form apart from the gods themselves, Toronbo states that it's possible to make him stronger than he already is, but can't increase his power beyond his latent potential. However, the dragon goes on to say that Granola could become the strongest if he agrees to a certain condition, and eager to take down Frieza at any cost, he declares he'll do whatever it takes. Back on Beerus' planet, Vegeta persists in training, attempting to use Hakai to obliterate a small rock, but unintentionally destroys it with a simple energy blast. Beerus corrects him, explaining the process the gods of destruction follow to turn something into nothing, and demonstrates the technique, triggering a massive explosion. Nearby, Goku trains with Whis, speculating on who between he and Vegeta will become the strongest in the universe. Whis suggests it may be someone else entirely, and although unsure of anyone stronger than the Saiyan duo, if any, the Oracle Fish awakens, prophesying the rise of the ultimate warrior. Vegeta, overhearing this, suddenly appears, showcasing the destruction ability by obliterating a tiny pebble, declaring his imminent conquest over more formidable adversaries. Back on Cereal, Toronbo departs, leaving Granola alone with significantly longer hair. After testing his newfound might in seamlessly destroying a gigantic boulder pulled from the planet, Manito, sensing the aftermath, wakes up from his sleep. Rushing into the kitchen, he notices the Dragon Ball is missing and finds Granola outside, who admits to having used the Dragon Balls to become the strongest in the universe. Aware of a condition to obtain such power, Manito learns from Granola that he accepted it, warning the latter to be wary, as there's no better way to make new enemies than to brandish the power he now possesses. Confident, Granola asserts he can handle any threat that comes his way, but Manito disputes this, exclaiming that he may be the strongest now, but there's no telling who'll come forward in the near future. Having heard enough though, Granola tries to detect Frieza's presence on nearby planets, but unable to find him, he opts to get the information from Elec and flies off toward his spaceship. Flying toward his destination, Granola's observed by Whis as Goku and Vegeta question the Oracle Fish on who's truly the strongest in the universe. Refusing to answer, he flies off, and aboard his spaceship, Granola trims his hair while Whis monitors the unfolding events, foreseeing potential turmoil. 2 days later, Granola arrives at the Heater's base and confronts the group, demanding Frieza's location. He asserts his status as the strongest in the universe, but dismissing him, Elec instructs Oil to remove him from the room. Oil throws a punch at Granola, but the latter effortlessly repels Oil with a fraction of his power. Curious about Granola's proclaimed strength, Elec orders Oil to engage him in combat. The one-sided fight unfolds as Oil charges in and attempts to smash Granola, who kicks him across the face. Oil persists in chasing Granola, but the fighter dodges every blow, surprising the others. Granola leaps into the air and fires finger blasts that create holes in the floor around Oil, which collapse and send him crashing down below. Granola calmly insists that Elec call off his henchmen, but confident, he asserts they aren't done yet. Oil then rises from the floor with the broken tile and hurls it at Granola, but the fighter uses destruction to turn the object into smithereens. Assuming Granola to be using magic, Maki tags in with energy blades and charges in, swiping at Granola but misses every attack. Granola then expertly uses his scarf to bind Maki's hands and slams her to the ground. When Gas intervenes and cuts her loose, Elec halts him, satisfied yet intrigued by Granola's power. Elec presses Granola to disclose the source of his strength, to which he confirms the use of the Dragon Balls. This revelation surprises the Heaters, excluding Elec, who figured as much, as he tells Granola they don't know exactly where Frieza is yet, but they'll alert him when they have some information. Granola agrees to head home for now, but notes he doesn't have much time to spare, as his life will be ending soon. Maki questions this, as Granola is only around his 50s and is supposed to live for 2 centuries given his DNA, but Granola reveals his drastic sacrifice, as he gave up his remaining 150 years of life in exchange for his new power. We then witness a flashback of Granola's conversation with Toronbo, as the dragon states that the Cerulean will only have 3 years left to live. Mackie questions Granola's insane way of thinking in search of revenge, but undeterred, Granola tells Alec he'll be waiting and departs. Later, as the Heaters discuss the situation, Alec deems it unwise for Granola to eliminate Frieza, as he might seize the Tyrant's position, which they believe belongs to them. Unwilling to let Granola destroy the Frieza force either, as it serves as a profitable business opportunity for them, Alec proposes Granola will have to die. He devises a plan to pit the Saiyans against Granola, more specifically Goku and Vegeta, the ones who took Moro down. Alec plans to capitalize on Granola's hatred for the Saiyans who devastated his homeworld, and asserts that with Goku and Vegeta battling him together, there's no way he can win. At the same time, Granola, aboard his spaceship, prepares for his presumed encounter with Frieza, while Goku and Vegeta continue their individual training. On Beerus's planet, Whis queries Goku about the fundamental difference between him and the Angels. Demonstrating with a swift whack on Goku's head using his staff, Whis clarifies that Angels are always in the Ultra Instinct state, while Goku transforms to access it. Whis explains that when Goku's heart is calm, his body should move on its own no matter what form he's in, and the latter realizes the need to master Ultra Instinct in his base form, as Whis states that doing so will eliminate the stamina drain, reserving the transformation for critical moments in battle. Goku notes this process may take a while, but Whis says time may not be on his side, as he encourages both Goku and Vegeta to grow stronger, hinting at an unusual event unfolding in the universe. Meanwhile, Granola returns to his home planet, Cereal, opting to wait in his spaceship until he receives Frieza's location from Alec. Oatmeal expresses concern for Manito, but Granola reassures him that he's fine, explaining his enhanced right eye can monitor the Elder Namekian due to his wish. At the Heaters base, Oil and Mackie prepare to visit Earth. Before their departure, Alec instructs them to consult Zuno to discover the whereabouts of the Saiyans Goku and Vegeta. Leaving, Alec confers with Gas, who wonders if their current efforts are really necessary just to deal with Granola. He expresses a desire to have battled the Cerulean, but Alec calms him, telling Gas that although he may have won, he'd hate to think of the worst case scenario. Alec reassures his brother that he'll have the chance to fight, and notes that if all goes well, the new supreme force in the universe will be the Heaters. Weeks later, Oil and Mackie land on Zuno's planet. Despite finding the idea of kissing Zuno distasteful, Mackie endures it and secures 10 questions due to her assertive nature. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta progress significantly in their training, and so, time passes as Oil and Mackie arrive on Earth, having questioned Zuno on Goku and Vegeta's weaknesses. They show up at Goku's house first and confront Chi-Chi, questioning if she can summon Goku to Earth, as they've heard he isn't one to defy her commands. Chi-Chi mentions her money troubles aloud and considers contacting Goku, prompting Mackie to assert that money's no object and they have the perfect job for her husband. At Capsule Corporation, Bulma, accompanied by Chi-Chi and the Heaters, contact Whis, informing the Saiyan pair of the proposition to defeat the supposed universe's strongest being. This title shocks Goku and Vegeta, who question if this was the person the Oracle Fish was talking about, and Whis confirms this may be the case. Vegeta cuts in and asserts that he intends to fight, as no one may claim the title of the strongest in the universe without defeating him first. He tells Goku there's no need for him to tag along, but excited, the Saiyan says he's coming too. Having confirmed their plans, Mackie and Oil thank Bulma as they step into the hallway, having completed the first step in their master plan. On Beerus's planet, Whis prepares to take Goku and Vegeta to Earth, as Goku, growing more excited, relishes the chance to demonstrate the results of his training. In response, Beerus gifts Vegeta an earring symbolizing those with the ability to use destruction, and tells the Saiyan to prove to everyone that the Gods of Destruction's signature move is stronger than the technique of the Angels. Subsequently, Goku receives Whis' signature symbol on his gi, prompting a back and forth between the Destroyer and Angel, who have taken the Saiyans under their wing. Expressing no intention to fall short of Kakarot, Beerus expresses pride with Vegeta's progress, as Goku notes he'll come out on top, but Whis warns both he and Vegeta that excess confidence could be their downfall. The trio then head off to Earth, as Beerus goes to take a nap. Inside Capsule Corporation, Mackie steals the Dragon Radar, but it fails to detect Earth's Dragon Balls, adhering to Zuno's information that Cerulean Dragon Balls don't turn to stone. 30 minutes pass and Goku and Vegeta return to Earth, encountering the Heaters. Mackie offers to transport them to the supposed villain on their spaceship, and the two agree. Before they depart, Chi-Chi tells Goku to run away if things get dangerous, dangerous, and Bulma tells Vegeta to be careful as they head off to confront Granola on planet Cereal. Marveling at the ship's luxurious facilities, Vegeta questions how long the trip will take, to which Oil replies 18 days. Goku is informed that he can eat to his heart's desire, and Vegeta grows curious about such a nice ship for a tribe who's being ravaged by a villain. However, Maki convinces him to drop it, and as Goku stuffs his face, Vegeta continues his training underwater. Later, Maki contacts Granola as he inquires about Frieza's location. Maki lies and explains that they found him, but says he was aware of Granola's plans to kill him and sent 2 assassins out to planet Cereal. Initially surprised, Granola states he can beat Frieza's location out of them directly, but soon discovers that the 2 assassins are members of the Saiyan race, which throws Granola for a loop. Now aware that the Saiyans who forced his people into extinction aren't completely wiped out, Granola leaves his ship and glances at the remains of his hometown, eager to avenge his people after 50 long years. After enduring 18 days of space travel aboard the Heater spaceship, Goku and Vegeta, accompanied by Maki and Oil, reach planet Cereal. Despite receiving directions from Maki on Granola's location, the Saiyans note the absence of potent key signatures, assuming the enemy must be suppressing his power. Departing for the impending confrontation, Maki instructs Oil to spy on their battle while she stays behind, anticipating the arrival of Elec and Gas. Flying towards Cereal, Elec remarks that it's been 4 decades since the Heater's last visit, and Gas reflects on the unpleasant memories associated with the planet. At the same time, Goku and Vegeta continue their flight toward the mountains, the latter finding it odd that the newer cities on the planet haven't been attacked at all. Suddenly, Goku and Vegeta come under a relentless assault of accurate and deadly sniper shots from a mountainous forest. Dodging with difficulty, Vegeta transforms to Super Saiyan for improved evasion, and when the attacks stop, Goku attempts to tap into the instinct state in his base form. Recognizing another barrage incoming, the Saiyans track the shots to an empty clearing, much to their surprise. The barrage intensifies from above and below, surpassing the Saiyans' ability to keep up. Suddenly, Goku is incapacitated when a sniper shot hits a pressure point on his neck, prompting Vegeta to administer one of their 2 sensu beans as Goku regains consciousness. Vegeta scolds Goku for relying on an imperfect Ultra Instinct and tells him to dodge using his mind for now, or they'll both be killed. Goku then matches Vegeta's Super Saiyan state, employing his mental acuity instead of Ultra Instinct, and fires toward the hidden assailant, revealed to be Granola. Granola's movements prove faster than instant transmission, attributing it to numerous nameless techniques acquired through his wish to become Universe 7's strongest warrior. Disclosing his identity as the last of the Ceruleans with a grudge against the Saiyans, Vegeta questions this. Rather than explaining though, Granola takes to the skies, unleashing a technique resembling destruction, triggering a massive explosion. When the dust settles, Goku and Vegeta appear undamaged. Concerned about Granola's prowess and suspecting he might be able to replicate their techniques, Goku proposes a cooperative attack. Vegeta, however, declines, aiming to prove his superiority, but concedes that Goku should face Granola first to settle the score. Goku lands in front of Granola and states he'll be fighting first, confusing Oil, who watches from a distance, questioning why the Saiyans aren't fighting together. Granola questions Goku on why they aren't transforming into great apes, prompting Goku to note that they can't use that transformation anymore, but transforms into Super Saiyan God, explaining that thanks to their training, they've got more transformations up their sleeve. Granola charges in, swiping at Goku, who barely manages to dodge, and continues his assault with a flurry of maneuvers. Having trouble keeping up with the Cerulean, Goku incorporates Ultra Instinct with his Super Saiyan God form to match Granola's onslaught. Vegeta, realizing that the technique becomes more accurate when used in conjunction with the Super Saiyan form. Goku continues to dodge a flurry of Granola's blasts, but Granola once again lands a pressure point attack that cripples Goku and drops him out of his God state. This shocks Vegeta as Granola, standing over Goku, notes that even a flawless fighter can't hide his vital points from him. He explains that as Goku dodged, he observed his blood flow and muscle movements, attributing his perception to his evolved right eye, the sharpest in the universe. Vegeta, meanwhile, begins to suspect that there may be more to the situation than Granola being a simple villain, and explores the ancient ruins of planet Cereal. At the same time, Granola notes that Goku's been holding back and demands his full strength, declaring that he doesn't care if he kills Goku before learning Frieza's location, as Vegeta will still be alive to reveal it. Goku, realizing Granola's desire to take revenge on the tyrant Frieza, becomes confused on the Cerulean's supposed villainy. However, eager to speed things up, Granola raises his ki even further, expressing confidence in his strength above the Saiyans. Goku then ascends to Super Saiyan Blue and continues the battle, exchanging blows with Granola that cause tremors and alarm the Sigurians, who question what's going on. As the battle intensifies, Vegeta's suspicions are confirmed when he finds a large Great Ape footprint in the ruins of Granola's hometown. Goku maneuvers skillfully, dodging a barrage of attacks and delivering a powerful kick. Granola evades and retreats into a forested area, skillfully dodging blows and blasts before launching a counterattack with a flying kick using his scarf. Hurling through the trees, Goku withstands the assault, but is met with a powerful punch from Granola that he manages to block. Goku retaliates with a kick that Granola blocks as well, and ultimately sends Granola flying with a powerful blow to the face. Granola responds in kind with a kick to Goku's face, and when the Saiyan recovers, he unleashes a formidable aura, causing a fiery explosion that devastates the surrounding trees. Granola, recovering from the shockwave, observes Goku's altered stance, detecting changes in his blood flow and cell movements through his evolved right eye. Goku's merged Ultra Instinct with perfected Super Saiyan Blue is revealed, as the Saiyan notes it won't be so easy to counter. Goku, utilizing incredible speed, outmaneuvers Granola's Sniper Blast, charging head-on with an instant Kamehameha. As the attack detonates, a massive explosion ensues, so impactful that oil is sent flying backward by the shockwave alone, and smoke fills the battlefield. Vegeta watches the events unfold nearby, and when the smoke dissipates, Granola suffers minor injuries, but Goku is once again felled by the Cerulean's pressure point attack, as he notes his right eye will always prove superior. Goku, now in base form, is met with the realization that he's lacking in utilizing Ultra Instinct in his Super Saiyan forms, to which Granola confidently asserts that he'll never get the chance to master it, as he'll be slaughtered here, just as his people were. Granola then manipulates the ground beneath Goku to unleash a powerful burst of energy. Goku struggles against the onslaught, propelled into a massive mushroom cloud. The Sigurians, alarmed by the explosion, initiate evacuation. Goku narrowly escapes using instant transmission and lands beside Vegeta, noting the similarity between Granola's technique and Moro's ability to wield a planet's life energy. Vegeta taunts Goku for his struggle against Granola, and Goku notes he may actually have to use his full power in this fight. Seizing a lull in the battle, Vegeta imparts his findings in the city ruins to Goku. The Ceruleans, annihilated by the Saiyans under Frieza's command, were known for long-ranged attacks using their evolved right eyes. Goku and Vegeta realize Granola is the last surviving Cerulean seeking revenge, and the Heaters deceive them about his villainous nature. Oil overhears the conversation, but remains committed to their plan. Convinced that defeating Granola is the only way to prove the Saiyans are no longer enemies, Goku returns to the battlefield and appears in front of the Cerulean, unveiling perfected Ultra Instinct. Granola, shocked, faces Goku anew, noting that he can't perceive any vital areas. Goku, utilizing the enhanced form, engages in a relentless assault. Granola struggles to perceive Goku's movements, unable to detect any pressure points in his ascended state. The battle intensifies, with Goku dodging all of Granola's attacks using perfected Ultra Instinct. Granola rushes in to deliver a devastating blow, but Goku halts and lifts him overhead, similar to his battle with Moro. In an instant, Goku overpowers Granola with a flurry of air punches that sends him crashing into a giant boulder, as Vegeta watches from afar. Vegeta believes that victory is imminent, but notices Granola's energy hasn't diminished as expected. Goku lands in front of Granola, telling the latter he's stronger than he expected and urges him to walk away, stating he can spar again with them some other time. However, Granola confidently states that he's far from finished and explains that he split his power in half before starting the fight. It's not long before he reveals that Goku's been fighting an illusion this entire time and disappears, Vegeta simultaneously pointing out that the real Granola's been in his spaceship the whole time. As Vegeta glances back, the real Granola disappears, appearing in front of Goku to strike a pressure point over his heart, causing him to revert from perfected Ultra Instinct. A final devastating blow sends Goku flying through the air and crashing through the forest, as the real Granola stands uninjured. Teetering on the brink of death, Goku lies motionless as Granola reveals his deceptive tactic of splitting his power, creating an illusionary clone to fight Goku initially. As Goku lies vulnerable, Granola prepares to finish the job. However, Vegeta intervenes, impressed by Granola's abilities. Vegeta asserts that he'll be fighting Granola while Kakarot remains unconscious, prompting the Cerulean to note that he doesn't care which of the Saiyans dies first. Vegeta then taunts Granola, announcing his intent to confront the warrior at full strength and declares the impending demise of the Cerulean race. Responding to the explosions and earthquakes caused by the battle between Granola and the Saiyans, the Sigurians hastily evacuate their colonies. On the battlefield, Vegeta positions himself between Granola and the unconscious Goku, asserting that fusion or clones won't stand a chance against him. Granola, discarding the need for clones, declares that he no longer conserves his strength for his ultimate goal of killing Vegeta's boss, Frieza. Despite Vegeta's assurance that he's no longer affiliated with Frieza's army, Granola remains steadfast in his desire to exterminate all surviving Saiyans, regardless of individual involvement in the destruction of his people. With words proving futile, Vegeta swiftly transforms into his Super Saiyan Blue evolved state, telling Granola to prepare himself to meet Oblivion. Showcasing his newfound powers of destruction, Vegeta triggers seismic activity to surround Granola with bits of the planet and detonates them simultaneously, causing a massive explosion. However, Granola, unimpressed, dismisses Vegeta's destructive capabilities as lacking. Employing his destruction-like technique, Granola lifts and destroys a substantial rock behind Vegeta with ease, utilizing the impact of the explosion's direction to deliver a powerful punch to Vegeta's gut as a demonstration of his superiority. Though winded, Vegeta retaliates with a point-blank ki blast, initiating a chase as Granola counters with devastating blows, ultimately knocking the Saiyan into a river. Granola launches precision shots into the water, forcing Vegeta to evade by flying down a waterfall. Utilizing Oatmeal's assistance to enhance his precision, Granola aims and fires a potent energy blast directly at Vegeta swimming in the lake. Vegeta manages to catch the blast underwater, but struggles to halt it as he slides toward the surface. Despite Granola's confidence in the attack's success, Vegeta manages to destroy it, propelled out of the water by the resulting shockwave. Acknowledging the strength of the Saiyans, Granola remains convinced that his wishes made him the most powerful being in the universe. Vegeta, acknowledging that Granola's strength and techniques surpassed his own, remains unwavering in his confidence to win the battle. Granola questions if the Saiyan's ego is preventing him from seeing the truth, but Vegeta tells him to shut up and fight, prompting Granola's silence. As the battle resumes, Goku awakens, experiencing intense pain from Granola's pressure point to his heart. Questioning what's going on, Goku witnesses Vegeta and Granola exchanging blows in midair, as Granola knocks Vegeta into a forest below. Vegeta unleashes a ki blast barrage at Granola, who utilizes his destruction-like technique to blow them away immediately. Met with a larger blast moments after, Granola deflects that one as well, and attempts to hit Vegeta with a blast of his own. Amidst the battle dust, Granola unintentionally damages part of the ancient Cerulean ruins, enraging him further. Vegeta taunts the last Cerulean by exposing his lack of battle experience, aware that Granola has only recently acquired his power, which Granola naively confirms. Despite this observation and talk of training, it appears the gap in power is too great for Vegeta to overcome. Granola lands a powerful kick to his stomach, and although he's able to briefly hurt Granola by delivering a sharp elbow strike to his leg, Granola quickly kicks him away and regains his composure, claiming that it's certain he'll win here today. Vegeta, on the other hand, is invigorated, knowing that no outcome is ever certain, the one thing he truly loves about fighting. Granola grows infuriated at Vegeta for expressing what he sees as the bloodlust of Saiyans and attacks again, but Vegeta is able to defend himself much better than before as he continues his speech. He says that rankings of fighters reflect only a moment in time, and that his strength is constantly growing, even compared to a few minutes ago. Granola then declares that if what Vegeta speaks is true, then he should finish the Saiyan off, landing a pressure point attack that shatters Vegeta's battle armor and painfully drops him down to base form. Vegeta struggles and coughs blood onto Granola's arm, still held up to his pressure point. His head slumps forward, but he doesn't fall, beginning to laugh instead. He goes on to say that he's experiencing a feeling that's been lost to him for a long time, as there's no planet to save, no people to protect, just pure battle. He glares at Granola with bloodshot eyes and pulsing veins, declaring that this is the perfect place to get a battle-crazed Saiyan's blood pumping. Granola jumps back in surprise as Vegeta's aura swells and ignites into that of an enormous flame that shoots high above the forest. This alerts both Oil and Goku, the latter of whom notes that Vegeta's key signature feels like that of a god, but not the regular kind. As the aura continues to swell, Granola fires Precision Blast at Vegeta, who's concealed within the inferno of his new aura, only for them to be destroyed on contact. As his aura clears away, we see that Vegeta has transformed, his training with Beerus allowing him to ascend to a new form possessing the traits of the gods of destruction themselves. Vegeta once again prepares to battle Granola in his new form, boasting that a god of destruction taught him that power derived solely from instinct is unbounded. Vegeta unleashes a surge of his newfound energy at Granola. As the Cerulean dissipates it, Vegeta appears before him, gripping him by his scarf. Vegeta asserts that Granola's become arrogant with his new power, promising to humble him before launching a sequence of heavy strikes. Granola counters with a punch to Vegeta's gut, but it seems to have minimal impact, with the Saiyan even boasting that he's gaining strength before hurtling his adversary headlong into the ancient city below. Granola attempts to regain his composure, but Vegeta gives him little time to prepare, kicking him further into the ruins. Granola is taken aback by the new heights his opponent reached and inquires what a god of destruction is. Appearing behind him, Vegeta explains that there are certain entities known as such, with one in Universe 7 who instructed him about his present capability. Granola inquires if the god of destruction bestowed this new power upon him, but Vegeta clarifies that the power is his alone and it was awakened for the first time during their clash. Unwilling to accept that Vegeta could have potentially closed the gap in their power, their fight continues, with Granola launching an energy blast at Vegeta, who boldly withstands it, much to Granola's shock. Granola continues launching a barrage of blasts, but Vegeta continues to take them head on before advancing. In a state of panic, Granola conjures an energy shield which protects him from Vegeta's assault. Granola questions why he doesn't dodge attacks like Goku, but Vegeta dismisses the comment, considering perfected Ultra Instinct inferior to his technique. He asserts that Goku's body might have a mind of its own, but he's all ego, and instructs Granola to refer to his new state as Ultra Ego. Vegeta then advances with a powerful double kick that breaches Granola's shield and makes contact with his face, sending him crashing through the city once more. From afar, Manito observes the battle unfolding in the old city, pondering if Granola is currently confronting Frieza. Growing increasingly frustrated at being on the losing side of the battle, Granola swears he'll never be defeated by one of Frieza's minions. Vegeta, however, reveals the truth, noting that a meteor wasn't the cause of the eradication of planet Vegeta, but Frieza, marking the Saiyan race another tribe pushed to the brink of extinction by the Tyrant. Despite his shock at this revelation, Granola asserts that this is no reason to cancel his vendetta against the Saiyans and punches Vegeta, who takes the blow and asserts Granola can believe what he wants as he kicks him into the distance. Recovering, Granola lands atop the city ruins, Oatmeal pointing out that the Saiyans appear to be victims as well. He attempts to point out the discrepancies in Vegeta's statement against the Heaters, but bent on revenge, Granola decides to discard him, claiming that he no longer requires his assistance now that he's the most powerful being in the universe. Landing next to Vegeta, Granola notes that he'll have to make up for his lack of battle experience and swears to grow stronger, using telekinesis to lift a large chunk of the city ruins from the ground and hurls it at Vegeta. Vegeta, however, easily catches it and tosses it aside. Immediately, Granola launches more of the city's ruins down at Vegeta, utilizing his destruction-like technique to completely obliterate them, along with a large portion of the once bustling hometown. As the smoke dissipates, Vegeta, recognizing Granola's intent to finish this battle by any means necessary, discards his damaged battle jacket, urging his opponent to continue his assault. As the battle ensues, Oatmeal remotely operates Granola's spaceship to collect him and flies off. Vegeta lands a devastating blow to Granola, who responds by kicking Vegeta in his gut. Showing obvious signs of growing fatigue, Vegeta pushes through, smashing Granola down to the forest below. Taking a moment to breathe, Vegeta notes the blood pouring from his body but shows little concern, excited at the prospect of growing even stronger. Unexpectedly, Granola unleashes a massive ki blast that Vegeta manages to evade, shade, taunting him on being able to dodge after all, as Vegeta notes it's unwise to underestimate a Saiyan. Meanwhile, Goku drinks from the river and catches his breath, wondering why Vegeta's energy isn't feeling as powerful as before. Realizing he can't sit on the sidelines forever, Goku commences his self-healing process. The fight between Vegeta and Granola becomes more one-sided as Vegeta continues to take more damage. He launches a potent double Gallic cannon, sending Granola back, but in his moment of reprieve, Vegeta nearly loses consciousness, realizing he's taken far too much damage. When the dust settles, Granola remains standing, taking aim at Vegeta. Vegeta's surprised to see Granola on his feet and decides to end the fight, powering up and creating a sphere of destruction, declaring it'll destroy anything it touches. Vegeta launches the energy sphere, and countering this threat, Granola evolves his left eye, enabling him to dismantle Vegeta's attack, triggering a colossal explosion unlike any the planet's seen thus far. The resulting impact shakes the entire planet, much to everyone's surprise. As the dust settles, an extremely injured Vegeta lies on the ground, astounded at how effortlessly Granola was able to repel his assault. Landing gracefully, Granola mockingly thanks Vegeta for helping him unlock his true potential, and boasts that with both of his eyes now evolved, he can counteract anything Vegeta throws at him now. Nearby, Elec comments on the battle shifting in Granola's favor, pleased that everything is going as planned. The Heaters then start making their way toward the first Dragon Ball. Vegeta and Granola continue their battle, with Granola demonstrating a clear upper hand due to his evolved left eye. Vegeta is blasted to the ground by a barrage of Ki Blast, Granola sarcastically commenting on the Saiyan's growing strength from taking damage. Granola continues his Ki Blast assault, sending Vegeta rolling into the heel of his boot as he teleports to meet him. Reverting to base form, Granola continues taunting Vegeta, who adamantly refuses to back down. Granola, growing frustrated by his persistence, delivers multiple devastating attacks and readies a fatal blow. Goku, however, intercepts Granola in his perfected Super Saiyan Blue form, striking him with intense force, much to everyone's surprise. Shocked that Goku's managed to get back on his feet, the Saiyan resolves to continue the fight, but Vegeta, rising to his feet, unexpectedly kicks Goku, sending him into a nearby water tank. Furious about the prospect of being proven inferior to Goku, Vegeta grabs him by the shirt and strikes him again, exclaiming that he's only ever agreed to fight side by side when they had something to protect. Goku points out that his life is in danger, but Vegeta dismisses this, stating he'd rather die than team up. Unbeknownst to them, Granola rushes in and attempts to strike a pressure point to Vegeta. Fortunately, Goku manages to push Vegeta out of harm's way with a shockwave, and his resulting injuries leave him temporarily unconscious. Granola questions how Goku could react so quickly, and Goku explains that he now understands Granola's strategy of targeting vital weak points, asserting it won't work anymore. Believing Goku to be bluffing, Granola quickly appears behind him and strikes him in the back of his neck, seemingly ending their rematch quickly as Goku collapses in base form. However, Goku strikes back at Granola, asserting that the same move won't work on him twice. Growing angry, Granola attacks Goku again, but the result remains the same, prompting Goku to deliver a blow to Granola in response. Regaining his composure, Granola realizes Goku's ability to shift his vitals out of harm's way, to which Goku confirms, and notes that although he can't dodge the Cerulean's attacks completely, he can shift enough to make sure he doesn't hit anything important. Granola commends Goku's defensive ability, but argues that the Saiyan's offensive force is lacking. He goes on to say that so long as Goku's attacks don't deal any major damage, he'll never be able to surpass him. Meanwhile, Vegeta regains consciousness, watching as Goku and Granola continue to exchange blows, and Goku is sent crashing to the ground, reverting to base form. Vegeta decides to take over, still refusing to team up due to his Saiyan pride. Vegeta realizes that since Granola has only recently gained his newfound power, he'll soon reach his limit and create an opening, which Vegeta will exploit for victory. He pleads with Goku to leave the fight to him, and Goku agrees. Confronting Granola, Vegeta's met with taunts of refusing to learn his lesson, but responds by noting Granola's thought nothing through but his revenge of the Saiyan race. Refusing to deny his mission though, Vegeta urges Granola to hit him with all the power he's got and transforms to Ultra Ego once more, surprising Granola, and the battle continues. Vegeta headbutts Granola toward the Shigurian city, and the latter's attempt to break his fall proves futile as the Saiyan kicks him through the city's protective barrier. Immediately, Granola urges Vegeta to take the fight elsewhere to avoid damaging the city. Vegeta, however, however, ignores his request and continues the fight. Examining once more to move their location, Granola punches Vegeta, but is met with the Saiyan's ferocious bite as he's slammed to the ground. Vegeta goads Granola in saying he can't use his rapid-fire attacks in the city, but with Granola standing directly over him with the city's safety assured, the fighter unleashes a barrage of attacks on Vegeta at point-blank range to end the fight. When the smoke dissipates, Vegeta is revealed unconscious in a crater created by Granola, and Granola collapses from exhaustion as a window breaks behind him, revealing a terrified Shigurian family in their home. Granola then flashes back to his childhood when he runs into a building where his mother is waiting for him. The two embrace, but turn in horror as Granola is brought back to the present, realizing the fear he's causing the Shigurians. Having regained consciousness, Vegeta tells Granola that the Saiyan race deserves to be punished, but by doing so, he's just repeating history. Pondering this revelation, Granola becomes irate at Vegeta, unwilling to forfeit his chance for revenge, and uses a shockwave to hurl the Saiyan out of the city. Granola approaches him and gathers all his power for a final, suicidal attack to finish off Vegeta, stating that he'll have to wait to get revenge on Frieza until they're both in hell. Accepting his fate, Vegeta apologizes to Beerus, acknowledging that he couldn't revert to the man he once was, and that the power of the God of Destruction was beyond his reach. Goku, watching the act from afar, rushes in as well as Minato, who's carried forward on a spaceship piloted by Oatmeal. Goku tries to intervene, but the power of the attack prevents him from getting closer. Minato calls out to Granola to stop, and the sudden distraction gives Goku the chance to knock Granola to the ground, calling both he and Vegeta foolish for needlessly sacrificing their lives. Minato lands the ship assisted by Oatmeal, and upon revealing himself, Goku and Vegeta question what a Namekian is doing on planet Cereal. Granola pleads with Minato to stand aside and let him finish the Saiyans, but the old man explains that he lied to Granola in the past, as there was one Saiyan who didn't deserve his vengeance. 40 years ago, the man who saved both Granola and himself was none other than a Saiyan named Bardock. 4 decades prior, on planet Cereal, the Namekians would often interact with their neighboring Cerealians to provide mutual assistance. However, this peaceful coexistence was disrupted when the Saiyans and Frieza Force launched an attack, devastating the city and its inhabitants. There weren't many Namekians or Cerealians on the planet to begin with, so the invasion went off without much issue. Children and elders were massacred, and it wasn't long before Minato became the last surviving Namekian on the planet. As the Saiyans continue their rampage, Bardock, in his great ape form, notices a young Cerealian boy running toward a building in the distance and decides to follow him. Making his way toward the structure, we see Granola and his mother, terrified at the sight of the great ape, and Granola passes out in fear. Rather than immediately killing the two though, Bardock hesitates. In a desperate move, a brave Cerealian named Flake takes aim to destroy the moon as one of the Saiyans rush toward him. However, Flake miraculously releases his energy blast moments before being hit, making impact with the moon and destroying it. The Saiyan warriors revert to their base forms, and initially assuming victory, Flake is confronted by one of them as he asserts Saiyans are powerful even without their great ape forms. In an instant, Flake is knocked into a structure with force and killed, as Leek, the Saiyan who was grazed by Flake's attack, recovers. Bardock, having also reverted, stands before Granola and his mother inside the structure. Frightened, Granola's mother launches a warning shot, destroying one of Bardock's shoulder guards and grazing him. Gazing at the mother and her child, Bardock is brought back to a moment with his wife Gine, who beams with joy while being around their baby boy, Kakarot. Suddenly, Bardock's comrade, Leek, calls out to him from outside. Leek informs Bardock that their mission was accomplished and that they need to depart, but Bardock instructs Leek to leave without him as he intended to search for survivors. Bardock, using his scouter, confirms that these two are the last surviving Cerealians. He also detects another survivor in the mountains with a power level of 5 and decides to take the two to the survivor's location. The surviving Namekian, Minato, senses the Saiyan's approach and attempts to attack him, but Bardock easily stops it. Bardock finds it odd that the Namekian's power level jumped from 5 to 213 and correctly deduces that the race must have the ability to control their power levels. Upon seeing an unconscious Granola in Bardock's arm, Minato calms down after his mother walks in, overjoyed with seeing surviving Cerealians. The mother introduces herself as Muesli and seeks refuge with Minato, and Bardock advises the group to remain hidden to avoid drawing any attention from Frieza and his army. Despite initially being skeptical, Minato accepts the Saiyan's explanation of helping them without expecting anything. Bardock, before leaving, advises the group to survive for as long as they can, and upon being asked for his name by Minato, Bardock reveals his identity. Back in the present, Minato finishes recounting the past, leaving Granola bewildered that a Saiyan saved his life. Minato apologizes for withholding the truth, and notes that Goku bears a striking resemblance to Bardock. Goku, however, states that he's unaware of any familial ties as he was raised on Earth, and Vegeta interjects, revealing that Bardock was Goku's father. This revelation shocks everyone, and Minato remarks that it must be destiny that brought them all together. Goku wishes he knew more about his father, while Vegeta points out the genetic nature of soft-heartedness in Goku's family. Granola then questions why his mother didn't survive, to which Minato responds with a bitter recollection of the past. In another flashback, Bardock receives treatment for his wounded arm from Minato. Suddenly, the Saiyan detects the presence of someone, and in the distance, he spots the Heater gang. Bardock, Minato, and Muesli listen in on the Heaters as they discuss their scheme to deceive the Sigurians and usurp Frieza in the future. Abruptly, Granola wakes up and screams upon seeing Bardock, startling everyone and alerting the Heaters. Minato quickly knocks Granola out, and Bardock grows irritated at the kid for revealing their location. With little time to prepare, Bardock takes Minato's robe as the Heaters approach them. Concealing his face, Bardock pretends to have discovered survivors when questioned by Elec on his identity. Elec instructs Bardock to kill the trio immediately, but when the Saiyan hesitates, he questions this. Bardock attempts to buy the trio some time by mentioning Minato's healing ability, but suddenly, Elec fires a weapon, shooting Granola's mother in the heart and killing her. Unremorseful, Elec tells Bardock to kill the kid and take the Namekian, but the Saiyan surges with anger, noticed by Gas. Unexpectedly, Bardock unleashes a blast at the Heaters, but Gas protects them with a force field. Utilizing the smoke as cover, Bardock managed to escape with the others. Minato attempts to heal Granola's mother, but he lacks the power to do so. Wondering what's gotten into him, Bardock glances at a young Granola, as Elec simultaneously tells the others that Bardock, the Namekian, and the boy have to die. Gas offers to finish the job alone and flies off to find them. In the present, the Heaters continue their search for the Cerulean Dragon Balls. Elec and Gas reminisce about their encounter with Bardock and Gas's fight with him 40 years ago. Gas notes he'll never suffer an indignity like that ever again, and pulling out the first Dragon Ball they managed to find, Elec alludes to a dastardly wish. At the same time, the Heaters draw closer to the second and final Dragon Ball. On their way, Maki checks on Oil, who informs her of the current situation. Maki runs to alert the others, who discover that Goku, Vegeta, and Granola have stopped fighting. Elec questions this turn of events, only to find out that Minato intervened. This annoys Elec, who is hoping Minato would stay out of their affairs. Gas suggests they simply eliminate all of them, and his siblings concur, giving that both parties are fatigued from their earlier conflict. Elec decides to take advantage of the situation and summon the dragon after locating the remaining Dragon Ball, as Maki hands him the radar and spell to summon Toronbo. Before she and Gas depart for Goku and the others, Elec tells Gas he'll be making a wish for him, prompting Gas to state his current strength is more than sufficient to handle everyone. However, Elec insists that their plans hinge on Gas's power, and Gas pledges to complete their mission as he and Maki depart. Back at the battlefield, Granola is infuriated to learn that Elec, who he served for years, is the one who murdered his mother. He confronts Minato for withholding this information, but Minato explains that he was trying to protect him. Goku intervenes to prevent Granola from harming Minato, while Vegeta questions if Bardock was victorious in his fight against Gas. Minato confirms that Bardock was in fact victorious, mentioning that Gas was a formidable opponent. However, before he can finish his sentence, the sky darkens. The Saiyans liken this darkness to their Dragon Balls on Earth as Granola and Minato grow anxious. As the two likely predicted, Elec successfully summons the dragon and stands in awe of the sight. The dragon, Toronbo, inquires for Elec's wish, which is granted off screen. The sky goes back to normal, and the arrival of an overwhelming power sends shockwaves through Goku, Vegeta, and Granola. Oil and Maki then arrive, taunting the trio of fighters, and notes they'll be disposed of soon. Maki sarcastically thanks Granola for his services, but declares him an obstacle now that he'd become the strongest in the universe. However, she notes that he's not the only one capable of making a wish. She and Oil then introduce Gas, now the most powerful being in the universe. Minato deduces that the Heaters used the Dragon Balls to make this possible, Soul, surprising Goku and Vegeta, who knew nothing of Dragon Balls on planet Cereal. Granola admits that he used the Dragon Balls to gain his power as well, which now makes sense to Goku. Effortlessly, Gas initiates a destructive energy beam that splits the land, forcing everyone to evade it. The beam destroys Granola's ship and leaves everyone in awe. Without hesitation, Gas conjures a pitchfork and tosses it at Granola, impaling the Cerulean and attaching him to half of his ship's remains. Landing in front of the group, Gas expresses his disdain for Granola and the satisfaction he feels in finally having the chance to kill him. Goku attempts to intervene, but Gas snaps his fingers and binds him with energy constructs. Goku is unable to move, and Gas recognizes the Saiyan as Bardock's son, a fact that's corroborated by Oil. Gas inquires about Bardock's current status, but Vegeta explains that their race, including Bardock, was nearly wiped out by Frieza, leaving only a handful of survivors. The Heaters are unfazed by this and decide to kill Goku and the remaining Saiyans, prompting Goku to question why they have to die in the first place. Providing a rather vague response, Gas conjures an axe and declares Goku dead, but just as he goes in for the kill, he's blasted in the back. The axe nearly hits Goku as it lands, and when Gas turns around, Granola is discovered to have fired the blast, claiming that the title of the strongest in the universe belongs to him. With no words exchanged, Gas rushes in and attacks Granola. The Heater continues to pummel him, demonstrating an obvious dominance over the once strongest warrior. Meanwhile, Monaito frees Goku from his bonds and begins to heal him, requesting if he can do one thing for him and save Granola's life. Goku agrees, and at the same time, Granola continues his struggle against Gas. Attempting to land hits, he questions why the Heaters let him live, and Gas explains that they didn't know he survived until several years after the fall of planet Cereal. He goes on to say that by that time, Granola had already made a name for himself as a bounty hunter, and wanting to utilize him as a resource instead, Elec agreed to keep him alive. Granola then flashes back to his youth post-Cereal's destruction, as a conversation ensues between Monaito and Elec, Monaito stating that Granola doesn't know the truth of his mother's death, as if he did, he'd run off to confront her killer, ending his own life in the process. Confident that the boy would never learn the truth, Elec tells Monaito to keep his mouth shut, otherwise he and Granola will both be killed. Elec then introduces himself to the boy, offering to pay him for his services. Back in the present, Monaito regrets the decisions he's made, but Goku says he did it for the sake of Granola, so he can't blame himself. However, Monaito continues to downplay his credibility as a Namekian, stating that he can't even restore Goku's energy completely. Suddenly, Goku remembers that he and Vegeta brought another Senzu bean, but Vegeta says he stored it in his armor that he tossed away. An explosion then occurs moments after, and Granola emerges from the smoke unconscious. Tagging in, Goku thanks Monaito for healing some of his injuries and tells Vegeta to go back, find his armor, and eat the Senzu bean as soon as he finds it. Vegeta seems to be surprised by this, but Goku notes that it's only fair given he ate the first one. Vegeta tells Goku not to die, and Goku tells his ally to use his freaky face mode to defeat Gas as he flies off, Vegeta noting the form is called Ultra Ego. Goku lands in front of Gas, who, without hesitation, summons a blade and attempts to stab the Saiyan. However, Goku transforms into his perfected Super Saiyan Blue form, halts the blade, and breaks it in half. Goku attempts to buy some time by launching a series of attacks at Gas, but appearing from an explosion, the Heater smashes Goku in the head with a hammer he conjured up. Maki naively asserts that Gas didn't need the wish as Goku's being pushed back, and at the same time, Oil points out that Vegeta is missing. Vegeta locates his armor in the Senzu bean and returns to the battlefield where Goku is anxiously waiting for him. He stands over an unconscious Granola and wakes him up, instructing him to eat the Senzu bean instead. Vegeta explains that it'll restore his strength, and confused as to why Vegeta, who had it all along, didn't use it himself, Vegeta responds that he would rather lose than resort to such a cowardly tactic. He encourages Granola to seek his revenge against those who ruined his life by eating the bean, and using his own strength to settle the score. On board the Heater spaceship, Elec sits back and witnesses the explosions from afar, confident that Gas has secured his place as the universe's strongest. A suggestion is made to Elec to reposition their ship closer to the battlefield, but the Heater insists on staying put until the conclusion of the fight, mentioning that he has other tasks to carry out. Meanwhile, Monaito is being threatened by Oil and Maki, who demand to know Vegeta's whereabouts. At the scene of the fight, Granola consumes the Senzu bean offered by Vegeta, leading to an immediate recovery from his injuries. Using instant transmission, he promptly steps in to thwart Oil and Maki's intimidation of Monito, employing a shockwave that hurls the duo into a nearby cliff. Gas halts his assault on Goku and notices this, questioning how Granola managed to heal himself. Monito hands Oatmeal over to Granola, who offers an apology for his past mistreatment and expresses gratitude for Oatmeal's support. Unlocking his left eye once more and charging up for the confrontation, Granola challenges Gas to resume their fight. Interested, Gas tosses a defeated Goku aside, and the pair confront one another. Gas persistently employs his key manipulation technique to create an array of energy-based weapons, while Oatmeal assists Granola. Gas attempts to swipe at Granola with a shield, but Granola evades, utilizing the opening to fire a barrage of ki blasts that Gas manages to block. The barrage continues as Gas ascends to the air, but darts back down as Granola moves out of the way. Conjuring a spike, Gas charges at Granola, but the latter redirects it and tosses Gas aside. Preparing kunai, Gas tosses a bunch at Granola, but he deflects them and gives chase. At the same time, Oatmeal warns Granola of his elevated heart rate and instructs him to stay calm and focused. He then alerts Granola of a wrecking ball coming from above, which the Cerulean manages to stop from crushing him. However, Gas tugs at the chain and detonates the weapon, but Granola remains unharmed. He attempts to move from the smoke, but is quickly warned by Oatmeal that he's surrounded by projectiles, as Gas confidently thrusts them into the smoke, supposedly hitting Granola. As the dust clears though, Granola's unharmed, clutching the remainder of the projectiles in his hands, and asserts ki manipulation won't work on him anymore. Goku queries Vegeta about Granola's performance, to which Vegeta responds that the fighter is holding his own, and may even be outdoing Gas. Granola continues his assault, exchanging blows with Gas and eventually landing a solid punch that sends him crashing into a tree. Oil questions how Gas could be getting pushed back, and upon further observation, Vegeta states that the Heater has only recently attained the title of the strongest, and has yet to fully harness his power. During their ongoing battle, Granola questions why Gas is relying solely on his inherent abilities rather than the powers granted to him by the Wish. At the same time, Maki, on the sidelines, says to herself that it's not that Gas can't utilize his power, but he just doesn't want to. Unaware of this theory though, Granola attempts to strike a powerful blow, only to be met with a barrier from Gas's growing aura. Effortlessly, Gas extends his hand and unleashes a colossal blast on Granola at point-blank range, leaving the fighter with minor damages as he grows annoyed. Granola points out that he knew Gas was holding back, and Gas concedes that he must draw on his newfound strength. He however points out his reluctance in doing so, as he intended to defeat Granola using his own techniques. Granola then unleashes another barrage of ki blasts, but using instant transmission, Gas appears in front of him, pointing out that any abilities Granola gained are now his to wield as well. Gas delivers a devastating punch to Granola and uses destruction to blow him away. Granola rises quickly though and discards his jacket, stating he never thought taking Gas down would be easy, and goads the Heater to show him what he's really made of. Granola uses instant transmission and appears behind Gas, who manages to block his attack. The high-speed, teleportation-filled aerial combat continues, with Goku pointing out that the two are using instant transmission like it's nothing, and he worked hard to learn that technique. Granola, however, demonstrates a more obvious dominance in using it, corroborated by Vegeta, who states that Gas's attempts at using it are sloppy. As the two Saiyans continue to spectate, Vegeta notes that despite Gas having a speed and power advantage over Granola, he isn't perfect, leaving room for Granola to potentially turn the tide. The confrontation between Granola and Gas rages on, with Granola maintaining the upper hand, much to the increasing annoyance of Gas. As the battle unfolds, Oil expresses concern that their wish may have been in vain. However, Maki counters that Gas would never allow himself to be defeated so easily. As Gas begins to anticipate and counterattack Granola's tactics, Vegeta observes that Granola wasted too much time and allowed Gas to grow accustomed to his new power. Despite his increasing familiarity with Granola's moves though, Gas is still overpowered. Granola introduces clones into the battle, but Gas quickly dispatches each one, dismissing the tactic as ineffective. More Granola clones charge in as Gas assumes victory, preparing himself and launching a series of simultaneous blasts to pierce the clones, much to everyone's surprise. Gas assumes that Granola lost himself in his newfound skills, but the real Granola appears in front of him, asserting that he was waiting for the perfect opening to unleash his devastating attack. Granola then lets out a resounding cry and blasts Gas in the stomach at point-blank range, sending him crashing through the rubble across planet Cereal and eventually landing in a river. Sinking to the the bottom, Maki and Oil grow concerned and rush to their brother, Goku marveling at Granola's power. However, the Cerulean collapses from exhaustion, and Vegeta notes that the creation and destruction of his clones have taken a significant toll on his body. Minato attempts to assist Granola, but Granola urges him to stay back, asserting that the fight is far from over. Soon after, Elec arrives, questioning Gas about his lackluster performance, much to the anger of Granola. Maki questions how Gas could be struggling when he should be the strongest due to the wish that they made, and Elec confirms that they did indeed make a wish, but reveals that there's another power that Gas needs to master. He then removes a necklace from Gas's head, surprising Oil and Maki, who recall that things didn't end well the last time this was done. Gas begins to act erratically, and despite Maki's protest that Gas will lose all reason in his liberated state, Elec insists that he endure and unleash his innate power. Gas soon releases a mighty roar and is enveloped in a surge of power, causing him to grow significantly larger. Vegeta and Goku are puzzled by Gas's sudden transformation, and Minato, clearly terrified, reveals that he's seen this form before. He explains that when Gas first battled Bardock, he was losing and resorted to this form, losing his sense of self in the process. Now, in this larger and more powerful form, Gas charges toward Granola, easily overpowering him. Granola finds he's unable to defend himself, as Gas mercilessly pummels him around planet Cereal. Vegeta questions Minato on how Bardock managed to defeat Gas in this state, but Minato admits he doesn't know, as he was unconscious at the time. Maki notes that she knew Gas would lose himself in this state, and she and Oil attempt to reach out to him. However, Gas can no longer recognize them as allies and charges toward them, delivering a blow to both. Despite Maki and Oil's complaints about Gas's loss of control, Elec remains confident, asserting that as the strongest warrior in the universe, Gas will eventually gain control. Suddenly, Gas takes off and turns his attention to Vegeta, kicking him with intense force and slamming him into a nearby rock. He continues to overpower the wounded Saiyan with a flurry of punches, prompting Goku to rush in to help with a blocked attack. However, the sight of Goku reminds Gas of his battle with Bardock, causing him to recoil at the memory. Gas begins to shake and convulse in pain, but Elec's reminder of his vow to never lose again resonates with him. This awakening allows Gas to momentarily regain control, and his body undergoes another transformation. Everyone watches in anticipation as Gas regains his senses and takes control of his new form. Elec is delighted to see his younger brother officially become the strongest in the universe, a sentiment echoed by Goku, who notes that Gas has indeed awakened. Elec instructs Gas to eliminate all who stand in their way, and Gas complies with a nod. Harnessing his newfound power, Gas immobilizes Goku and Vegeta with a paralyzing spell, leaving them motionless. Elec commands Gas to end the Saiyans, but suddenly, Granola appears beside him, attempting a strike. Gas quickly moves his brother out of harm's way to Granola's surprise, and Elec taunts Granola as the latter declares he murdered his mother. He goes on to say that had it not been for the heaters, nobody on planet Cereal would have died, and prepares to kill Elec. However, Elec confidently asserts that the heaters could have killed Granola whenever they chose, and this time is no different. Gas then quickly snaps Granola's arms with a swift kick, causing the Cerulean to scream out in pain. Without hesitation, Gas then incapacitates Granola by gouging out his eyes, and he falls into Elec's lap. Elec sarcastically thanks Granola for all the jobs he's done for them and grants him the courtesy of dying the same way his mother did, using the same weapon to blast Granola through the stomach, much to the surprise of everyone present. Granola plummets into the water below as Elec says that was a long time coming. Gas then noting he lost interest in fighting Granola, so his pathetic death is of no concern. Goku grows angry at the sight of losing Granola, and suddenly, Vegeta grants Goku his last bit of energy, breaking him free from Gas's spell. Vegeta tells Goku to use his energy wisely and to defeat Gas once and for all, prompting Goku to silently agree. Gas begins to thank his brother for bestowing the honor of the strongest in the universe to him, and to thank him, Elec proposes Gas eliminate the remaining threats on the battlefield. As Gas turns to kill Goku and Vegeta though, he notices Goku in his perfected Super Saiyan Blue form, free from his spell. Goku immediately takes off and delivers a kick to Gas, who lands on the ground impressed by the Saiyan's prowess. Angered, Goku attempts to gather himself and eventually calms down, telling Gas he's got no real reason to fight him and questions if he can leave planet Cereal. Gas inquires if Goku is upset about the death of Granola, to which Goku responds he is, but anger is an emotion that messes with his special move, so he'll have to control it. Elec then cuts in, stating that because the Saiyans know their plan, they can't allow them to escape, prompting Gas to unleash a spiked platform that comes down on Goku. Goku manages to avoid it, but Gas conjures 2 additional platforms like a wall to crush him, causing the Saiyan to struggle. Goku eventually breaks free, but is forced on the defensive by a barrage of more energy-based weaponry. Gas then uses telekinesis to hurl the debris of the nearby ruined city at Goku, culminated with a moving train as well. Goku lands on top of the train and Gas joins him, remarking that he was merely assessing his power and didn't assume such techniques would kill him. He then invites Goku to demonstrate his true power as the son of Bardock, prompting Goku to charge in. Goku responds with a flurry of attacks, but fails to land a hit. Gas, however, lands a punch to Goku's gut and questions the Saiyan's determination, comparing it unfavorably to Bardock's. Goku is hit with another train thanks to Gas's telekinesis, and below, a weakened Vegeta wonders what Goku's doing. Amongst a lull in the battle, Gas states that when it came to combat, Bardock's resolve was like no other, but notes he doesn't sense the same from Goku. He questions if he's truly the son of the Saiyan, to which Goku responds he hit his head as a child, losing all memories of his father and the Saiyan race. Noting that Goku is one who can't comprehend who he really is, Gas vows that he won't fall to someone so pathetic and launches Goku into the water below, creating an opening to observe the Saiyan struggle to breathe. Gas toys with the idea of suffocating Goku, but notes an easy victory wouldn't satisfy him. Goku manages to fire a blast, but Gas reflects Goku's counterattack, unleashing a blast of his own that creates a colossal explosion and blast in the lake, covering the heaters who watch from the sidelines. Goku recovers near them and catches his breath, wondering how he'll be able to defeat Gas. He notices that Gas has his eyes fixated elsewhere though, coming to the realization that this is the reason everyone's been revived after a period of time. Goku then glances over and sees the unconscious Granola being healed by Manito, overjoyed that the Cerulean is still alive. This revelation surprises Vegeta and the others, as Gas asserts that Manito will have to die first. Gas launches in and prepares to kill the Namekian, but Goku catches him just in time and uses instant transmission, warping them away to everyone's confusion. On an unknown planet, Jocko is seen shopping as the duo come flying in, alerting the patrolman. Goku greets Jocko, glad that he was on a nearby planet, and Gas questions where they are, though Goku is unsure himself. Goku, however, asserts that his instant transmission ability is superior to Gas's, honed over many years and isn't easy to master. In response, Gas attempts to attack Goku utilizing said technique, but Goku proves his point, moving out of the way until he's forced to block a kick from his enemy, the sheer magnitude of the impact blowing away Jocko as well as the planet's inhabitants. Goku challenges Gas to follow him wherever he goes and uses instant transmission to flee, prompting Gas to do the same, leaving behind a tattered area. Jocko sits in amazement, remarking on Goku's knack for finding formidable foes. Teleporting to an outpost of more Galactic Patrol members, Goku and Gas continue their fight. Despite blocking Gas's kick, Goku sustains a bruise. Gas launches a barrage of kicks while Goku manages to block each one, and utilizing instant transmission, he teleports both himself and Gas to a different location. Goku continues to showcase his superior control of the technique, leading Gas from one planet to another and eventually behind a truck filled with waste that dumps on him. Goku mocks Gas, telling him he was warping recklessly and suggests cleaning up in a river nearby, but angered, the fighter rushes in with a punch as he and Goku teleport to the Galactic King's palace. Gas falls directly into the tub with the Galactic King as Goku continues to mock him, much to his irritation. Back on planet Cereal, the Heaters and Vegeta question the location of Goku and Gas, who wind up at the Galactic Prison next, Goku slamming into one of the cells courtesy of Gas. The two encounter past villains, more specifically the members of the Saganbo Bandit Brigade, who recognize Gas and tell him to break them out of jail and they'll help defeat Goku as well. Uninterested in their assistance though, Gas declines, prompting anger from Zoyogi, and Yunba reminisces on their first ever encounter with Gas, noting he wet himself out of fear. Gas denies this as Yunba continues to tease him, Goku laughing along as the Heater continues to grow irritated. The jokes persist persist, and a once collected Gas yells out against the allegations, exclaiming that there were only a few drops of pee because he had to hold it in for a long time. While the remaining Heaters attempt to trace Gas's position, Goku questions Gas about his motives and blind loyalty to Elec. Gas attacks Goku while explaining his gratitude toward Elec for raising him to his current level of power, and intends to repay him by making the Heaters the supreme organization in the universe. Goku questions Gas's trust in his brother, pointing out that his own sibling tried to kill him in the past. Gas grows more irritated, and back on Serial, Elec and the other Heaters decide to deal with the exhausted survivors before the conclusion of Goku and Gas's battle. As Goku continues to use instant transmission to dodge Gas's relentless attacks, he finds himself growing increasingly wary. He lands on a Galactic Patrol spaceship, noting he can't play defense much longer, but suddenly senses a familiar energy nearby and disappears, just as Gas teleports in to deliver a finishing blow. On a volcanic planet, Whis and the Oracle Fish are enjoying dessert while riding a giant dinosaur. Suddenly, Goku appears, followed shortly by Gas. Goku greets Whis, noting how lucky he was to sense his energy, and when Gas questions who this stranger is, Goku says he's his master, who also happens to be an angel. Revealing his strategy to leave Gas with Whis, Goku uses instant transmission to backtrack all the locations he visited, landing back on planet Serial moments before the Heaters can attack Monito. Questioning how Goku made it back to Serial without Gas, Elec grows annoyed. On the far reaches of the universe with Whis, Gas attempts to use instant transmission as Goku did, but struggles as Whis explains the distance from there to Serial is too great to warp to directly. Angrily questioning the direction of planet Serial from their location, Gas gets instructions from Whis, taking off at light speed to finish his battle with Goku. Whis jokes about Gas staying for a more leisurely visit, prompting confusion from the Oracle Fish on the stranger's identity, surprising Whis. Goku reunites with the others, having bought them some time before Gas returns. Oatmeal is also present, having activated a mobile android mode to assist. Spotting the group fleeing, Maki questions Elec if they should unleash their inner natures like Gas did earlier, but Elec comments that they'd be no match for Goku and should retreat until Gas returns. In a hover car on the way to Monito's house, Goku spots a small communication device that Whis planted on him earlier. Whis warns Goku that Gas is approaching and will arrive in 20 minutes Earth time. This revelation shocking the group as Monito informs them that this isn't enough time to fully heal Granola. Whis questions Goku's progress with Ultra Instinct, and Goku notes he isn't satisfied with it yet, being unable to fully calm his heart as Whis does. Whis tells him that as a fundamentally different life form, this is understandable, but repeats to Goku that it's up to him to discover his own unique version of the technique. Whis leaves Goku with one last piece of advice to listen to the voice within himself as he and the others arrive at Monito's house. Inside, Monito reveals something to Goku, Bardock's scouter. Goku solemnly realizes that this object belonged to his real father, and attempting to bring life to the device, Vegeta notes that it's broken, but there's evidence of saved audio. Monito suggests that if they play it, they might get an answer to how Bardock defeated Gas, prompting Oatmeal to take the scouter, stating he can access its circuitry directly and play the audio via his speakers. As Gas continues to furiously fly toward the group through space, Maki, tracking him, notices his speed with astonishment. Oatmeal powers up the scouter and begins to play the device's stored audio, Monito recognizing Bardock's voice, warning him to escape with Granola from the battle with Gas 40 years ago. He says he'll slow Gas down and tells them to stay alive, which awakens a deep, repressed memory within Goku of Bardock and his mother Gine telling him the same thing as they sent him away from planet Vegeta before its destruction. The shock of this awakened memory ripples through Goku, and a sharp electric aura fires up around him. The scene then transitions to Bardock's battle with Gas 40 years ago. Bardock launches in and strikes Gas directly, sending him crashing into the forest below. However, unharmed, Gas thinks to himself that Bardock must be a Saiyan, noting his exponential strength, unlike the other Saiyans he'd heard were coming to planet Serial. Bardock continues his assault, but Gas evades, launching a powerful ki attack at the Saiyan, who manages to deflect it. To Gas's surprise, Bardock delivers a blow to his gut and kicks him down to the forest once more, attempting to catch his breath, and notes that likely didn't finish him off. Landing near Monito, Bardock's message to stay alive is repeated, and getting a sudden reading on his scouter, Gas leaps from the forest, telling Bardock that he won't escape. Noticing the minimal damage done to Gas, Bardock ponders his next move, while Gas, considering Elec's instructions to end things quickly, remarks that playtime is over. Conjuring a mace braced for battle, Gas prepares himself for round 2. Monito, however, interjects before they get started, insisting Bardock has already done ample for them and he should seek safety. Gas, catching bits of the conversation, darkly predicts to Bardock that the Saiyan race's survival is tenuous, regardless of his actions. Having heard enough vague premonitions though, Bardock dismisses the idea of escape and engages Gas in battle. Gas leaps over a blast from Bardock and slams him overhead with his weapon. Bardock grabs the weapon though and tosses Gas into the air. Landing in the distance, Bardock tells Monito to leave while he can as this is his fight now and takes off to confront Gas. Exchanging blows, Gas exclaims that Bardock's attacks are nothing to him, unleashing a vicious beam of energy that overwhelms the Saiyan. As he collapses to the ground, Gas reveals that he can't afford to waste any more time and opts to unleash a bit of his inner nature, surprising Bardock. Simultaneously, Monito hastens to his home to collect the Dragon Balls of cereal, intending to use them to aid Bardock, who persists in the fight despite his deteriorating state. Bardock realizes that Gas is capable of adjusting his power level, and the fighter boasts of the full extent of his power, questioning if Bardock has lost the will to fight. However, the Saiyan notes that nothing gets him more excited than battling a powerful foe, prompting anger from Gas, who kicks Bardock in the gut with intense force and knocks him away. Immediately rushing back to the battle, the Dragon God Toronbo is unknowingly summoned in the distance. Monito beseeches him to transport Bardock back to his home world, and in the midst of his battle, the Saiyan is contacted by the dragon regarding the proposition. Although initially confused on who's speaking to him, Bardock refuses the offer, stating he'd rather die than run from an enemy as he continues to attack Gas. Gas continues to dominate the battle, and in the lull of it, Monito persists in encouraging Bardock to save himself, but he refuses once more. Instead, Monito queries if there's an alternate wish that could be fulfilled for Bardock, who replies that he would wish for the prosperity of his children. Observing the battle and Dragon's radiance from afar, the other Heaters grow curious. When the Dragon Balls scatter, Elec opts to investigate, instructing Oil and Mackie to proceed to greet Frieza's incoming spaceship. Back at the battlefield, Gas continues to dominate Bardock, unleashing a lethal barrage of energy blasts at the Saiyan, all connecting as the surrounding area is destroyed. When the attack settles, Gas appears fatigued. He approaches the fallen Bardock, lifts him by the tail, and violently throws him to the ground, repeating the process until Bardock loses his tail. Gas tries to execute Bardock, generating an energy spear which he propels at the wounded Saiyan, but Monito intercepts it, getting hit in the shoulder. Infuriated by the ceaseless interruptions, Gas lets his innate power fully take over. He forcefully strikes Bardock and Monito, sending the Namekian crashing into a rock as the Saiyan watches from the ground. Gas then seizes Bardock by the throat, declaring that he'll die here without having saved anyone. Yet again, Bardock refutes the notion of surrender and manages to counterattack, unleashing a blast that creates an enormous explosion. Amidst the smoke, Bardock gains the upper hand, delivering a flurry of devastating attacks to Gas and kicking him into the distance. Gas questions Bardock's motivation for persisting in a futile fight, asking if it's an act of atonement for his Saiyan misdeeds or a quest for vengeance, but Bardock denies both. Powering up more, the Saiyan halts a devastating attack from Gas, simply stating that he's striving for victory and nothing more. The combat dynamics shift as Bardock overpowers Gas, landing a gut punch and blasting him into the distance. Gas is left bewildered by Bardock's strength, presumed that other than their great ape form, Saiyans don't have any other ascended state. Bardock clarifies that his race has a unique capability to evolve every time they surpass their limits, and unwilling to accept the gap in power between them, Gas falls into a pit of rage. Bardock, however, interrupts this, continuing to dominate the battle and unleashes a potent energy blast, hitting Gas from afar and ends the battle. Out of energy, Bardock falls to the ground as Elec, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle, approaches an unconscious Gas, noting they'll need to double down on his training efforts. He then turns to Bardock, who's still alive, and the Saiyan questions Elec on his loyalty to Frieza. Though he provides a vague response, Elec changes the subject, mocking Bardock and the Saiyan race for unknowingly following Frieza, considering what he has planned for them soon. Elec then removes his weapon and shoots Bardock in the arm. The wounded Saiyan falls backward, tumbling off the cliff and into the forest below. Mackie informs Elec that Frieza has arrived, and before before departing, he blindly shoots into the forest, confident that Bardock won't survive given the damage he's received. After some time, Manito regains consciousness and reaches Bardock, both surprised that they're still alive. Bardock questions the safety of Granola, and upon confirming that he's okay, Manito compliments the Saiyan on his victorious battle. In the present, Goku, Vegeta, and Manito are left in a state of shock as the recording from Bardock's scouter ends, while Granola lies unconscious, recovering. Goku, remembering more about his parents, realizes that Bardock's return to planet Vegeta after battling Gas was one of the main reasons he and Gine decided to send him away as a baby. Goku finally understands the true meaning of Saiyan pride and admits that he's been feeling a loss of confidence in his own power. Vegeta shares a similar sentiment, understanding that he's lost sight of his own Saiyan pride, which he's burdened himself with for so long due to his fixation on making amends for his past wrongdoing. Somewhat irritated, Vegeta acknowledges that his realization was led by Goku's father. He also recognizes, much to his annoyance, that Goku and Raditz's survival and growth into adulthood were partly due to the wish made by Bardock with the Dragon Balls. As Goku and Vegeta engage in a trivial argument over Vegeta's gentle treatment over his daughter, Manito ponders over Bardock's legacy, understanding that the pride of any race or tribe comes from accepting their true nature and standing firm in their beliefs. Manito offers to further heal Goku and Vegeta and provides them with battle armor similar to Bardock's. However, the two decide to fight in their regular clothes. Meanwhile, Gas, who'd been flying through space after being left behind by Goku, finally manages to teleport outside Manito's house as he comes within range of instant transmission. Noticing their brother's return to the planet, Elec instructs the other Heaters to move their ship to a safer distance and watch the battle. Goku and Vegeta, rejuvenated by their newfound determination, stands before Gas, who assumed they would have run off by now. Gas vows to slaughter the two and prepare to defeat this enemy even if it kills him. Vegeta and Goku decide to fight together as their energy builds, though their rivalry still compels them to compete in landing the finishing blow to Gas. They both transform into their perfected Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego forms respectively, their auras swirling into a raging inferno of destruction and the power of the angels. Gas questions if the two intend to face him together, stating that the Saiyans are as mindless as ever, as they still can't comprehend the gulf in their power. Goku, however, tells Gas he's the one who doesn't understand, prompting Vegeta to state that their final battle has nothing to do with their odds of victory, but the sheer desire to win. The two then charge at Gas, delivering simultaneous blows to both sides. However, Gas is unimpressed by their power, noting that this is about what he expected from the duo. Goku and Vegeta put their combo moves to use as they try to attack Gas, but initially their attacks fail to land. Goku, however, ascends to the air and exchanges blows, prompting Vegeta to join in and do the same, triggering a hint of struggle from Gas. Catching Vegeta's fist, Gas redirects it and sends him to the ground, followed by Goku shortly after. The Saiyans' resolve keeps them trained on Gas though, as they continue to combine attacks and pursue him. Landing, Gas unleashes a powerful energy wave that the duo dodges, responding in kind with their own Kamehameha and Gallic gun, but Gas teleports before impact. The Heater smashes Vegeta to the ground with a key manipulated mace and tries the same with Goku, but the Saiyan's Ultra Instinct prevents this, triggering Gas, who kicks Goku to the ground, crushing his stomach. Warning them not to get cocky, Gas is interrupted when Vegeta whips up a destruction sphere capable of erasing mortals, launching it at Gas as Goku uses instant transmission to move out of the way. Confident that he can deflect the attack, Gas conjures a shield and blocks the sphere, but Goku, appearing next to Vegeta, assists him in pushing the Heater back as his weapon fades in the power of destruction. Watching close by, Maki and Oil worry about their brother's safety, but Elec, confident, asserts that Gas will be fine given the wish to become the strongest came after Goku and Vegeta's ascended states, making him unbeatable. Gas musters more of his power to push the destruction sphere back at the Saiyan duo, who note that a continued struggle is no use. In response, Vegeta takes the opportunity to leave Goku to fend off the attack and charges toward Gas, promptly receiving a devastating gut kick and punches that follow, being knocked into a boulder. Mocking the Saiyan Prince, Gas questions if he thinks he can win as he prepares a finishing blow, and Goku Goku, meanwhile, still struggles with the Sphere of Destruction. Determined to protect the city he nearly comes in contact with, Goku manages to fling the sphere into space and uses instant transmission to assist Vegeta. Vegeta, however, is in mid-battle with Gas and lands a clean hit to his face, surprising Goku as the heater questions how the Saiyan is still moving. Wiping blood from his face, Vegeta asserts that damage is nothing to him but fuel, alluding that he's only becoming stronger, much to Gas's anger. Vegeta questions what Gas will do faced with this dilemma, and in response, the heater initiates a relentless assault ending in a blow to Vegeta's gut, asserting that he'll kill him in one blow and be done with this. Goku readies himself to intervene, but Vegeta rises once more, landing a punch to Gas's gut that leaves him winded, Vegeta thanking him for the prime fuel. Gas continues to pummel Vegeta, utilizing the instant transmission technique to teleport him to the surrounding areas on Serial and deliver blows when he reappears. The Saiyan continues to take a beating as Goku rushes in to help, but Vegeta commands him to stay back, much to his confusion. Catching his breath, Vegeta asserts that his Ultra Ego is continuing to evolve, but questions Goku of his Ultra Instinct and tells him to figure it out fast. In the meantime, Vegeta rushes in and unleashes a barrage of attacks on Gas, while Goku, aiming to discover his own version of Ultra Instinct, reverts to base form and summons a meditative barrier. Vegeta continues his attacks, but annoyed, Gas swats him away, asserting he ceased his pointless struggle. Vegeta, though, severely wounded with his left eye swelled, declares he isn't done yet, much to the surprise of Maki and the others. Gas lands powerful punches to Vegeta's ribs, aiming to topple him, and follows up with a severe uppercut to the chin, landing Vegeta head first on the ground. A silence falls on the battlefield as Gas asserts he won't be standing again, but determined, Vegeta glares at his enemy with fire in his eyes, much to the shock of Gas. Vegeta rises to his feet once more, asserting he's no longer bound by limits and charges in. However, when a scared Gas blocks and opens his eyes, the Saiyan Prince stands before him, unconscious, as he falls to the ground, defeated. Regaining confidence, Gas mocks Vegeta for resorting to a technique that requires him to receive damage and prepares to finish him off, conjuring a sword to finally end his life. However, as Gas moves to land the killing blow, his sword breaks along the edge of a force field now surrounding Vegeta. Much to his surprise, Goku, completing his meditation, has saved Vegeta, moving him to his location as Gas unleashes a barrage of Ki Blasts at Goku. When the dust settles, Goku is unharmed, dropping his barrier to confront Gas and asserts this final move will be his only option, so he might as well try it out. Gas notes that despite Goku's impending death, he somehow remains carefree, prompting agreement from Goku, who points out that's how he's always been. Goku then begins to power up as Gas questions what form he'll pull out next, Goku responding that he's finally figured out the best way to make use of his own power. He then unleashes a massive surge of energy, revealing his true Ultra Instinct. Perplexed, Gas believed Goku's silver hair form was his ultimate power, but Goku explains that his perfected Ultra Instinct form requires tranquility and calmness, but in this sign form, he can utilize his current emotions more effectively. He admits that his heart is no longer calm, and reminded of Bardock, Gas charges at Goku in a fit of rage. However, Goku holds the upper hand in the ensuing clash, landing a serious punch to Gas's face unlike any previous attempt, causing an explosion that blows the heater's ship out of the sky. Goku relentlessly pursues Gas in his advantageous state, utilizing instant transmission to kick him into the air and unleashing a Kamehameha that explodes on impact. Fearful, Gas wonders what's going on as Goku states he's just barely stronger than him now, opting to finish the battle quickly as he charges in once more. The fighters exchange blows with Gas on the defensive, Goku snapping the horns on his face as Gas attempts to retaliate. However, Goku unleashes an erratic beam of energy from his mouth, surprising Vegeta on the sidelines, who jokes about this version of Ultra Instinct. Growing increasingly frustrated at the thought of sacrificing his pride just to lose, Gas summons a flurry of Ki-induced weapons to launch at Goku, but the latter effortlessly moves around them to be met with a wrecking ball flying toward him. Goku, however, grabs the chain of said ball and hurls it back at Gas, taking advantage of his opening to deliver a devastating kick to his chest blast, sending him flying across planet Serial. As Gas struggles to recover, Elec approaches him, expressing his disappointment and reminding Gas that the Saiyans are merely a stepping stone toward their ultimate goal, which is defeating Frieza. Goku tells Elec that he doesn't need to force Gas to continue the battle, as he's ready for a fight anytime. However, Elec insists that there won't be a next time for Gas. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy emanates from Gas, who rises to his feet, now significantly aged. As Goku marvels at the heater's exponential energy growth, Gas uses telekinetic abilities to strangle him. However, Goku escapes by using instant transmission and tries to counterattack, only to be swatted away nonchalantly by Gas. Gas then appears behind Goku, reveling in his newfound power, describing a sensation as if every cell in his body is set ablaze, fueling him even further. He grabs Goku by the head and hurls him into the Cerulean Forest, ensnaring him in a whirlwind and landing multiple ki blasts before letting him drop to the ground. Gas lifts Goku up and relentlessly pummels him with colossal spectral fists and boots made of ki. On the sidelines, Oil and Maki question their brother's aged appearance, but Elec is concerned more with his power, noting that Gas is stronger than ever before. Gas and Goku launch toward each other to continue their battle, but suddenly a blast intervenes, originating from Granola, who recovered enough to join the battle. This observation annoys Elec, and much to Gas's astonishment, Granola rushes in and knocks Goku down. Taking the advantage of the battle dust, Granola, having heard Bardock's recording on the scouter during his dream, questions Goku on if he's ready to stake everything on his power. The smoke then dissipates, revealing Granola and Goku ready to finish the battle. As Granola begins to amass energy for a blast, Goku assures him he'll try to hold off Gas as long as possible. Gas charges in, and although Goku manages to land a formidable kick to the enemy, he's quickly taken down again. Observing Granola's accumulating energy, Gas turns his attention toward him. Goku, however, shields him with a ki barrier as a blast comes hurtling in, the Saiyan noting that nobody's giving up and taking Gas down. Gas, growing increasingly irate, bombards Goku with a barrage of energy blasts, effectively knocking him out as the barrier diminishes. Things take a turn for the worst until Vegeta, despite his injuries, intervenes and urges Granola to hurry. As Maki and Oil attempt to assist their brother, Manito steps in and uses hypnosis to put the two to sleep, ridiculing them for underestimating him. Once Granola's gathered enough energy for his attack, Gas tries to charge at him once more. However, Goku awakens, manifesting his giant spectral form from his battle with Moro. In an instant, he grabs Gas and hurls him to the planet's edge. Granola's vision, still impaired, struggles to target an opponent at such a distance accurately. However, with Oatmeal's assistance and everyone's plea to fire, he releases the attack and hits Gas directly, causing an explosion that shakes the entire planet. Maki and Oil wake up after the battle's end, and in the distance, Gas plummets to the ground, defeated. However, Granola informs his siblings that he didn't kill Gas, as he no longer harbors a desire for revenge. He informs the Heaters that Gas will be unconscious for the next few days, orders them to take him away, and never return to planet Serial. As the two rush off, Granola apologizes to Goku and Vegeta for his previous actions, as Gas lies in a crater motionless. Goku and Vegeta reflect over the need to continue their training as it wasn't enough, and suddenly, Granola collapses to his knees, coughing up blood. Convinced that the assault has further shortened his lifespan, the Cerulean reveals that he only has 3 years left to live, noting the price he had to pay to become the strongest in the universe. Vegeta assumes the same stipulation for Gas, though he isn't sure how long he's got left, and Manito approaches, aiming to heal Granola's wounds. To his surprise, Manito finds that his powers have matured, enabling him to restore Granola to full strength, as well as Goku and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Elec plans to withdraw, annoyed that his wish for Gas turned out to be a complete failure. When questioned by Goku if he plans to leave his family behind, Elec confirms, but suddenly, a fatal beam of light pierces Manito's chest from behind, much to the shock of everyone present. It was Gas who'd struck the blow, appearing more aged than ever, taunting Granola on his aversion to revenge. Granola rushes to his friend's aid, and Goku and Vegeta transform to true Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego, entering the battle once more. Gas immediately uses telekinesis to slam the two together, but the Saiyans recover and deliver blows of their own. Decaying as he he takes damage, Gas unleashes a colossal energy blast at Goku and Vegeta, who manage to block the impact. However, with the attack still ensuing, Gas charges through the beam at light speed and kicks the Saiyans in their faces, sending them flying backward. As Goku notes the confusion of Gas flying through his own attack, Vegeta notes the battle is akin to fighting something that's already dead. On the sidelines, Granola tends to Manito, but the latter accepts his fate given his situation, as Granola fights to keep him alive. Witnessing the battle, Elec urges Gas to eliminate their enemies before he succumbs to his imminent demise. Maki intervenes, suggesting a retreat and another attempt at battle later, but in a shocking turn, Elec slaps her and dismisses the idea, revealing that Gas's enhanced strength came at the cost of sacrificing much of his brother's life. Pausing mid-battle, this revelation stuns both Gas and their adversaries. Gas, horrified by the realization of his impending death, gazes at his decaying face in shock. However, Elec unremorsefully instructs his brother to brace himself for the inevitable arrival, making himself useful to him in his last moments before it's too late. At that moment, Frieza himself arrives on the planet. He casually greets Gas, prompting a mix of fear and anger within him. The fighter powers up and declares his intention to kill Frieza, but despite charging in at breakneck speed, the tyrant effortlessly penetrates his gut, ending his resistance. The remainder of Gas's lifespan ends, and the latter completely fades away and collapses, Frieza proceeding to crush the Heater's skull, scaring Elec. Frieza questions Elec on why he contacted him to come to Planet Cereal, threatening him with death should it be a waste of time. Elec states that there was a bit of miscommunication, but Frieza deduces his master plan, declaring that he meant to have Gas eliminate him. Pointing out Gas's dust floating in the wind, Frieza quickly appears in front of Elec, telling him that he's been aware of his intentions for the past 40 years, but let him live to exploit him for his army's benefit. Shocked that the tyrant knew all along, Frieza reveals that there's nothing in the universe he isn't privy to, even the fact that the weakest among the Heaters is Elec. Having heard enough, Elec attempts to attack Frieza, but Frieza effortlessly halts his punch and eviscerates him in mere moments, instilling fear in the remaining Heaters. Turning to Goku and Vegeta, Frieza casually greets them. The Saiyan duo demands an explanation for Frieza's victory over Gas, Vegeta noting that he was wished to be the strongest in the universe, so Frieza shouldn't have stood a chance. Frieza, however, reveals a shocking truth, asserting that he's been spending time in another dimension where time flows differently than the outside world, similar to the hyperbolic time chamber. There, he was able to squeeze in 10 years worth of training, shocking both Goku and Vegeta. The tyrant notes that he couldn't keep losing to Saiyans his entire life, and transforms into a new form, which he dons as Black Frieza. Without hesitation, he charges in as the Saiyans power up to their strongest forms, landing a single blow that effortlessly defeats Goku and Vegeta. As the Saiyans sit in pain, Frieza suggests that being in another dimension allowed him to surpass them. Having achieved satisfaction from their defeat and stating that he didn't come to kill them today, Frieza decides to spare Goku and Vegeta and departs. However, he notices the cowering Oil and Maki, offering them a place in his army as servants. Fearful of meeting the same fate as their fallen siblings, Oil and Maki agree to follow Frieza to his departing ship. Just like that, the trio leave as Goku and Vegeta, recovering, approach Manito and Granola. The latter notes that Manito stopped breathing, but suddenly a wave of light emanates from him and he rises instantly. This was due to Whis' intervention, granting a one-time favor to Goku by restoring Manito. Manito, confused, wonders who Whis is and learns that he's an angel. Whis then urges Goku and Vegeta to join him as Beerus is struggling and making instant yakisoba. Goku invites Granola to Beerus for training, but he declines, opting to use the Dragon Balls to repair the damage on Cereal. Vegeta then hands Granola the Dragon Radar that Maki dropped, explaining its use, and Manito gives Goku his father's scouter, as the Saiyan sees the reflection of his kin before departing. Vegeta invites Granola to visit Earth if he ever wants to do battle with a Saiyan again, and confident he'll win any time, Goku, Vegeta, and Whis bid farewell. On their way back, Goku questions Whis on if the strongest being in the universe mentioned by the Oracle Fish is Frieza, to which Whis responds that it could be Frieza, or perhaps another emerging force in the universe. The Dragon Ball superhero arc takes place after the events of the Granola arc. Following the battles on planet Cereal and the startling reveal of Black Frieza, Goku and Vegeta, aware of having fallen behind to the Galactic Tyrant, continue their training on Beerus' planet. Meanwhile on Earth, Trunks and Goten, now teenagers, take on the role of local superheroes known as Saiyaman X1 and Saiyaman X2. The pair encounter a couple of criminals who try and take them out, but naturally our heroes make short work of them, and the local police come to finish up the rest. Shortly after, Trunks tells Goten how well their heroics went, to which Goten agrees, then stating how awesome their poses were, just like Clean God himself, a video game character who the boys took loads of inspiration from. Just then, Goten's phone sends him an alert for another theft, only to discover it was a cyber threat, which disappoints Trunks as he wanted to beat up some more robbers. Goten then gets a video call from Chi-Chi, who yells at him to return home as she has no idea where he's been the entire time, revealing that the duo's superhero exploits were a secret to their families. As Goten rushes to remove his heroic gear, Trunks acknowledges that their transformation sequences aren't cool enough and wishes they had special transformation watches similar to Gohan's in the past. Trunks then gets the idea to ask Pilaf to create it for them, which catches Goten's attention. Trunks inquires for Goten's superhero costume, and doing so, Goten then takes off on the flying Nimbus to head home. Soon after, Trunks lands in an alleyway and wonders if he should change his outfit there or go home in his superhero outfit, as he doesn't want to risk any civilians knowing his secret identity. Trunks is then surprised to spot his grandparents at a nearby flower shop and quickly puts his helmet on to avoid detection. Dr. Brief, however, spots him and questions if he's one of the mighty superheroes that's been making waves in the town recently. Trunks then introduces himself as the hero Saiyaman X1. Dr. Brief's pet dinosaur recognizes Trunks and goes running toward him. Brief notes that their pet dino usually doesn't bond with anyone other than family, to which Trunks replies that superheroes are loved by all. He orders Dino to sit as to not blow his cover and flies away. Brief then noting that the number of youngsters learning to fly has increased quite dramatically. Brief's wife then walks toward him after buying flowers. Brief tells her that the superhero's voice sounded very familiar to him, but changing the subject, his wife tells him to help choose which flowers are nicer, as she plans to gift them to Pan for starting kindergarten recently. Dr. Brief, however, thinks to gift Pan a fancy airplane instead, since the last time he saw her, she was upset that she couldn't fly like Piccolo and the others. Suddenly, Dino notices something in the distance and starts growling, revealing it to be Capsule Corp helper bots running away from something. Dr. Brief wonders what's gotten into them, to which his wife inquires the same. He's then surprised, grabbing the attention of his wife, who sees a zombie and screams in fear. The next day at Capsule Corp, Trunks visits Pilaf and questions him about the wristwatches. Pilaf tells Trunks that his is ready now, and Goten's will be done the next day. In return of keeping his heroism a secret, Pilaf tells Trunks not to tell Bulma that he's been stealing the Dragon Balls. Trunks agrees and reminds him about his part of the deal, to which Pilaf says that he hasn't even told Shu or Mai about their heroic activities. Suddenly, Bulma interrupts from behind and inquires why they're being so secretive. Trunks manages to avoid the question, and Bulma tells him to get to school as he's running behind. Before he leaves though, Trunks sees Mai lifting a heavy box and stops to help her, as he still has a crush on her. Shu tells Trunks to help him lift the boxes too, but Trunks ignores him and tells Mai that he needs to talk to her when he gets home, and leaves blushing, which Bulma notices. Bulma then confronts Pilaf, telling him that the security cameras caught him stealing the Dragon Balls from her room. She demands him to return them immediately, to which Pilaf agrees. Later, Trunks arrives at Blue Hall High School and sneaks into his classroom from the window. However, his teacher spots him and gives him a tardy slip for being late. As the class session continues, Trunks' friend Compass questions why he's been late, to which Trunks replies that he's been busy with some after-school work. Compass assumes it's related to Capsule Corp since Trunks is destined to become the next president of the corporation, but Trunks lets him know that he doesn't want to run a company and needs more excitement in his life. Sometime after class, Trunks' friends Scale and Rula take him up on his comment, inviting him to Mount Butterfly with them as a dare since the school hockey players reported sightings of ghosts there. Trunks backs out saying it's too silly for him, but in reality, he's afraid of ghosts and ghouls. After school, Trunks invites Goten to come over and play the Clean God video game. Trunks states that playing games are great and all, but he'd much rather be kicking butt in real life with criminals originals, to which Goten responds that he's excited to get his transformation watch. Trunks tells him that he gave his own watch a test run already, but rather than fight crime, he flew to the movie theater to buy 2 tickets to the Clean God movie. Goten thinks that one of the tickets are for him, but Trunks tells him that he wants to go with Mai instead, surprising his friend. Trunks makes his way to the Capsule Corps lab and questions if Mai can go to the movies with him on Saturday, but she rejects it, as everyone in the lab is busy fixing the helper robots. Trunks questions why so many robots suddenly need fixing, to which Shu tells him that word around town is the robots became disobedient and ran away from their owners' houses. Pilaf believes that this is no malfunction though, as it must have been caused by someone tampering with the robots. Trunks then inquires if Mai will get the Saturday off if he resolves the issue himself, to which Pilaf confirms, prompting Trunks to rush back to Goten, and the two prepare for a new mission. Night falls, and as the boys traverse the city streets, they don't see anything suspicious in the area. Goten mentions that there have been reports of ghost sightings though, to which Trunks shivers in fear, prompting Goten to question if he's scared of ghosts. Trunks states that as the son of a scientist, he doesn't believe that ghosts are real, to which Goten reminds him that both Goku and Vegeta both died before and came back as ghosts to the real world. Trunks says that's not the same thing, and suddenly bumps into a stranger. He looks up and notices that he has a face of a zombie and squeals, running past Goten and hitting his watch on a nearby light pole. Goten notices the zombie-faced man using the click of a button on a remote of his, which causes a nearby helper robot to malfunction and take off on its own. Trunks then says that the man was probably wearing a mask to scare people, and suddenly a car passes by the boys with bright lights, blinding them. They suspect the culprit is inside the car and decide to follow it, leading them to the mansion rumored on Mount Butterfly, where ghosts are supposedly sighted the most. Trunks is scared and wants to come back at daylight, but Goten wants to continue, reminding Trunks that solving this case would allow Mai to go on a movie date with him, motivating Trunks to overcome his fear and get ready for action. Trunks and Goten sneak up and look through a window of the mansion, and to their surprise, find out that the Capsule Corps helper bots were reprogrammed to work in the factory they're now witnessing, making sushi as it was apparently popular in the West Capital recently. Suddenly, another zombie-like stranger notices intruders and stomps toward Goten and Trunks, but he actually spotted Trunks' friends instead, as they decided to go through with their dare and visit the location themselves. The stranger chokes Compass, threatening to beat him, and Trunks tells Goten to wait outside as he transforms into Saiyaman X1 and goes inside to save everyone. Trunks arrives in the nick of time to save Compass as he knocks him out of the zombie's hand. Much to everyone's surprise, another zombie dressed in football gear questions who the hero is, to which Trunks' friend Scale interrupts his introduction, exclaiming he's a major fan. The rest of the zombies then gang up on Trunks as they don't want any witnesses to their location, but he easily sends them flying with a barrage of quick attacks. Trunks hits the leader of the bunch with an up-cycle punch, but it has no effect. The zombie then stating that he was built different than the others, and that he could withstand the impact of punches like those all day long. Undeterred, Trunks then gears up to try out another one of his finishing moves, but his watch malfunctions, revealing his identity to all his friends. Goten, thinking quick on his feet, destroys the lights in the building and takes Trunks' schoolmates to safety, leaving Trunks behind in all the confusion. Goten introduces himself and tells the group that the ghost made them all hallucinate, and having seen Trunks as a Saiyaman, the group believe the story. Upon realizing amongst themselves that the mansion was really haunted though, they all take off, screaming into the night. Back at the factory, surrounded by darkness, Trunks transforms into a Super Saiyan to light up the room, and redons his costume as Saiyaman X1. He then charges up his special move and lands a devastating blow to the zombie's face, quickly defeating him. Goten then appears and restores the lights, stating that Trunks really did a number on the zombies. Trunks then inquires about his friends, to which Goten tells him that it's all taken care of, as they took the bait with his illusion story. Trunks looks around the factory for any clues surrounding the helper bots mystery, as he can't question the zombies since he knocked them all out. He then finds a safe nearby, and in it is a disc titled Dr. Gero. The boys are confused on what this is, but Trunks takes it with him, stating that he'll check it out once he gets home. Soon after, Krillin then arrives on the scene in his police attire and spots Goten and Trunks. When questioned on why he's in the area, Krillin states that he got a report from a nearby resident who said they'd seen corpses moving around in the area as they were stolen from the morgue. Trunks is shocked by this as he realizes the zombies he fought were actually reanimated corpses and screams, much to Krillin's surprise. Time passes, and a short man in a lab coat returns to the factory at Mount Butterfly, noticing the wreck and downfall of his reanimated animated soldiers. The leader, now known as Alpha Number 12, explains the situation, stating that they were beaten by a kid from a high school and gives the scientist-looking individual Trunks' school badge. Surprised that all of his creations were beaten, the scientist is distraught to see that the disc titled Dr. Gero is missing from his safe, stating that it's the only copy in the world. He also acknowledges that his base of operations is now ruined, forcing him to resort to other forms of work in order to procure enough money for his research. The next day, Trunks goes to the lab to ask Mai out once again, but this time, Pilaf and the others are even busier, the leader telling Trunks that a lot of severely broken helper bots were collected from Mount Butterfly. Realizing he was the one who destroyed the helper bots in the battle to defeat the undead, Trunks yells in frustration, confusing Mai. A few days later, Trunks attempts to access the mysterious disc on his computer, but can't get through the security system. He then decides to use his mom's computer as it might be more effective and manages to access it, now able to view the data for Cell, although he's not entirely sure what it is. Soon after, the computer beeps and unleashes a virus loaded on the disc by the scientists to protect the data. Trunks attempts to remove the disc and try to save the laptop, but fails as Bulma storms in his room, scolding her son for breaking yet another one of her personal belongings. Trunks' little sister Bola, however, approaches the laptop and manages to fix it instantaneously, shocking Trunks. Bulma then tells Trunks that she's got a special job for him, and we see Mai in a uniform, now enrolled in school. To avoid suspicion given her childish appearance, the two head off and arrive at school, where Mai is introduced to the class, some students in agreement that she seemed very mature and beautiful. She sits next to Trunks, where a few students question her about her living situation at Capsule Corps, to which she responds she lives there as an employee while attending school. Trunks' friend Scale then questions whether Mai has a boyfriend or not, to which Trunks cuts in, abruptly telling him that she doesn't. Just then, another student is introduced to the class, announcing his name is Beta, and Trunks' friend Rula cuts in to help him to get up to speed in class, as she finds him attractive. As the two begin talking, Mai takes an unusual interest in Beta, which Trunks notices. Time passes and gym class starts, and Trunks demonstrates his extraordinary abilities on the basketball court to impress Mai. However, Beta comes from behind, takes the ball from Trunks, and heads toward the basket. Irritated by the sudden turn of events, Trunks uses his super speed to block Beta from scoring, much to the surprise of his classmates. However, Beta manages to get by Trunks and score, upsetting the Half Saiyan. As Mai sits in observation, a close-up shot at Beta's eye reveals that he's been transmitting the video of his encounters to none other than his creator, the scientist whose new hideout is near a port. Witnessing Trunks' super speed, he questions his Alpha soldiers on if Trunks is the one who beat them and stole the disc. However, all they can remember was a blonde kid on account of their rotting brains, and the scientist, now known as Dr. Hedo, states that he regrets not installing surveillance cameras at the Mount Butterfly factory. Hedo says that their only clue for now is that the culprit has superpowers capable of taking down androids, and commands his creation, Beta Number 1, to hunt him down, to which the android confirms. As we cut back to class, Mai glares at Beta intently, but Trunks cuts in, telling her that the boy's victory over him in basketball was just a fluke, and that he'll win next time for sure. However, Mai, seemingly uninterested, tells Trunks to be quiet, which confuses him. She then points out that Beta isn't human, and the two notice the stitching on his neck, prompting Trunks to freak out as he believes it's another one of the undead. In response, Mai says that he's likely an android, but a different type than number 18. She also points out that it seems like he's looking for someone, to which Trunks thinks to himself that the zombies are likely out to get him after the incident at Mount Butterfly. Class ends, and observing through Beta's feed, Dr. Hedo, suspicious of Trunks, commands the android to do whatever it takes to find out if he has superpowers. Beta then throws a football at Trunks, but Trunks ducks, pretending he needs to tie his shoe. The ball bounces around and hits a fire extinguisher, covering Beta in the liquid as Trunks walks off, irritating the android. Lunchtime comes, and Beta pretends to spill his soup in an attempt to reveal Trunks' power. However, Trunks catches it and thanks him for the food, irritating Dr. Hedo, who watches from the feed. We cut to math class, and Beta beats Trunks in a race of solving equations. Dr. Hedo jumps in excitement, but his Alpha soldier reminds him that solving math problems won't help him to catch their thief. Hedo acknowledges this sentiment, but states he needed a small victory. After school, Beta waits behind a wooden wall with the intent to drop it on Trunks to reveal his strength. Trunks notices and prepares to do something about it, but suddenly, Beta notices Goten in the distance, picking up a car to grab a tennis ball for a couple of girls. Trunks calls Goten an idiot for revealing his power at school, and Beta, now assuming Goten to be the thief, is commanded by Dr. Hedo to transform and get the disc back. Ripping off his school uniform, Beta appears in front of Goten with his superhero outfit, to which Goten states that it's cringe. Trunks and his classmates circle the two, with the half Saiyan hoping Goten doesn't engage him at school. Beta, now introducing himself as Beta number 1, states that he's Dr. Hedo's masterpiece, to which Goten questions who that is, as he's never heard of him before. As he attempts to head home, Beta rushes in to attack, and Goten dodges. Beta throws a few more punches and kicks at the half Saiyan, but Goten manages to evade them all, as Trunks' friend wonders if a show of sorts is going on. Beta commands that Goten return the disc that he stole, which confuses him, and Beta continues his assault. Trunks acknowledges that this android is far stronger than the zombies he's fought before, and tells Mai to hold his bag for him while he runs to the restroom. Beta chases Goten around school and prepares to land another blow to the half Saiyan, but just as Goten decides to stop running and fight back, the punch from Beta is blocked, revealing our hero once again, Saiyaman X1. Through Beta's feed, Hedo's Alpha Soldier recognizes the hero, exclaiming that X1 is the one who beat them all up, and Dr. Hedo tells Beta to attack him instead. The two exchange greetings, but before they begin, X1 gives Goten his transformation watch, as it was finished in the morning. Suddenly, Beta catches X1 off guard and lands a blow to his stomach. Unfazed by his attack, X1 smiles and throws Beta onto the school football field, where he lands a down cycle kick and knocks him away some more. As the students run toward the action, Mai thinks to herself that Saiyaman X1 seems familiar. Observing from his hideout, Dr. Hedo admires the Saiyaman's strength and costume, but states they can't lose the battle, commanding Beta to use his secret weapon, which the android confirms. Beta then clicks his belt and unleashes a battle jacket known as Beta number 2 and fires a missile at X1. Surprised as the explosion could mean the deaths of his schoolmates, X1 redirects the missile into a lake on the outskirts of the city, as it explodes not far from Dr. Hedo's hideout. X1 then charges in and delivers a few punches and kicks to knock down Beta 2, but he ends up tumbling near Mai in the process, and she falls over. As Beta 2 turns around, he and Dr. Hedo notice the stolen disc in Trunks' bag. Mai stands up to flee, but Beta grabs hold of her before she can escape, much to X1's anger. Before he can act, Beta launches multiple missiles toward the school students. In an instant, he manages to destroy them, but Beta detaches from Beta 2, flying off with Mai as the missiles persist in X1's direction. Suddenly though, a hero rushes in and thwarts Beta 2's assault, revealing himself to be Saiyaman X2, much to the surprise of Dr. Hedo. X1 then declares the defeat of Beta and launches a steam cleaner high pressure attack at the escapee, blowing him out of the sky with enough time to rescue Mai from hitting the ground. On their way down, Mai notices a cloth on X1 that looked awfully familiar to the one future Trunks had, and begins to blush as X1 takes off. He arrives near X2, who swiftly defeats Beta 2, causing him to explode. With the battle completed, the two heroes receive their admiration from the students, all except Rula, who think they're corny, and they take off. Not long after, Trunks returns to Mai, exclaiming that it sucks how he missed the heroes in action while he was in the bathroom. Mai, however, continuing to blush, reveals that a forgotten feeling just came back to her, and says that Saiyaman X1 is actually impressive. Trunks is surprised, prepared to reveal his secret identity to her, but Goten stops him before he can utter another word, as he almost revealed it in front of all his classmates. Mai stares up at the sky, hoping she'll meet the hero again, and Trunks stares in disappointment as he's unable to tell her. Back at Dr. Hedo's hideout, Beta returns in his underwear, apologizing for failing the mission. However, Dr. Hedo mainly acknowledges how cool the Saiyaman hero costumes were, then questions if Beta managed to get their autographs. Hedo then snaps back to the task at hand, and with his targets now identified, he can begin his work on the next androids, aiming to make them even stronger than X1 and 2, and retrieve his stolen disc. In the Cricket District, Krillin continues his investigation on the mysterious zombies that were previously spotted on Mount Butterfly, when suddenly, a woman runs screaming out of a nearby shop, signaling Krillin's attention. The cop bursts in, finding a group of them in a convenience store where he plans to take them in for questioning. Coincidentally, Mai is also shopping, and when Krillin stops to acknowledge her, the zombies attempt to escape. However, Krillin stops them in their tracks, promptly arresting the three. Meanwhile, Goten heads to the city on the Flying Nimbus, stopping almost an hour later to catch the bus, as to keep his long commute a secret. After being questioned by a girl named Filer if he could set her up with Trunks for the upcoming school dance, the bus comes to a screeching halt, much to everyone's surprise. As the students look out the window to investigate, they notice a weird-looking man in the road resembling Elvis, who reveals himself as Beta number 7. Beta 7 calls out to Goten, knowing his alter ego to be Saiyaman X2, but Trunks' friend Chalk opens the back window for Goten, allowing him to escape. Goten then transforms into X2 and confronts Beta 7, swiftly attacking him, unaware of the coincidence of appearance that all of his other classmates seem to notice. Goten then effortlessly takes down Beta 7, displaying kicks and a flurry of punches that send him hurtling into the garbage, much to the android's shock. At school, Scale passes out papers for the upcoming dance, telling Trunks that Clean God himself will be in attendance. Although Trunks is skeptical at first, Scale insists it's true as he kicks a costume of his own behind him. Staring at one of the posters around, Mai invites Trunks to the dance with her, much to his surprise, as he states that he needs to buy some new clothes. Mai, however, notices a tiny insect spy bot, which Dr. Hedo utilizes to spy on Trunks and the others. He overhears the news on Clean God and becomes elated, quickly deciding to create a female android as a date so he can attend the dance himself and meet his hero. Back at school, Trunks shares the news of Mai's invite with Goten, and as Trunks leaves to buy an outfit, Goten wonders how he'll be able to break the news to Filer. Suddenly, an observant Mai notices the spy bot and pulls Goten to the side as he questions what's going on. She informs him that they're being watched and explains that the bug that they just witnessed is in league with the androids that have been monitoring them this whole time. Mai goes on to explain that she knows about Dr. Hedo being a famous scientist and notes that unless they stop him, his androids won't stop coming for them. She then states her plan to lure Hedo out using the Clean God event so she can capture him herself. When Goten questions if that was the reason why she invited Trunks to the dance, she confirms, to which Goten feels bad for Trunks, who believed that the invitation was genuine. Time passes and the day of the dance comes, as Mai arrives in a suit of armor while Trunks wears a fancy suit. He hands one of the attendants a bag to hold on to containing the disc belonging to Dr. Hedo, and makes his way to the stage as he awaits the appearance of Clean God. Next to Trunks stands Dr. Hedo, another eager fan, and they briefly share their love for the superhero, with Hedo noting that his precious autograph was stolen, a sentiment that Trunks consoles him on. Suddenly, Mai pulls out a weapon on the doctor, but is halted by Beta 1 who grabs it. Krillin and the police then arrive, having been tipped off by Mai, and orders everyone to freeze, aiming for the arrest of Dr. Hedo. Hedo, however, manages to use a smoke launcher concealed under his sleeve and races off in a vehicle to escape, giving Krillin and the others the slip. The other officers question if they should pursue, but Krillin states he'll be going alone in order to find Hedo's lair. Trunks questions Mai's intent to take down Hedo on her own, to which she replies that she was tired of being the one always needing to be rescued. Trunks then realizes the bag containing the disc has been stolen, and Mai tells him to catch up to Hedo, exclaiming that he's Saiyaman X1 after all. Trunks wonders how she knew, believing she'd just mistaken him for future Trunks, but Mai states she'd realized that wasn't possible and was able to deduce his identity. Trunks then vows to become the strongest superhero in the world so he can take her out on a date, and recognizing the situation at hand, Mai agrees to go on as many dates as he wants, so long as he catches Dr. Hedo. Trunks and Goten then take off, ready to suit up, as Scale emerges in the Clean God uniform, wondering where everyone went. Meanwhile, Beta 1 recovers the disc for Dr. Hedo, revealing that Trunks had it after all. At the same time, Krillin is tailing Hedo and his cohorts, as Goten and Trunks follow close behind. Krillin then informs the two of the situation, explaining that Dr. Hedo was the grandson of Dr. Gero, and both specialize in the creation of androids. Trunks recognizes the name Gero and questions if he's the one who created Cell. He goes on to ask about Hedo's intentions of plotting world domination, to which Krillin replies he's unsure, but notes he has androids working jobs for him to make money for his projects. Krillin's superior officer then calls him, stating that the Red Ribbon Army is targeting Hedo, which Trunks notices. Trunks inquires about the army being dastardly villains back in the day, and Krillin confirms, noting that they've started up again recently. Krillin then reveals that the army wants Hedo to work for them, and if they find him first, it could lead to a crisis for everyone. He looks back to notice that the boys have stopped, filled with excitement about being superheroes for real. Krillin then tells the two to keep their situation under wraps, especially from Chi-Chi, who could make things more complicated. Moments later, Hedo arrives at another one of his secret labs, as one of his undead soldiers alert him of the impending arrival of Krillin and the Saiyaman. Realizing his Beta and Alpha soldiers are no match for the three, Hedo opts to unleash his last resort, though he has doubts about the being's intelligence. Trunks and the others burst down the doors of Hedo's hideout, only to be met with a Dino android before them, who Hedo notes is optimized for power and stronger than any android they've faced before. Hedo then unleashes his creation, Dino Droid number 1, one, who rushes in and grabs Goten. The android then viciously swats Trunks away with his tail, slamming him into a nearby wall. Krillin rushes in and delivers a few punches and kicks to the monster, but is met with a mouth beam that narrowly misses him. The beast continues its rampage, squeezing Goten and crushing Trunks, as Hedo panics at the thought of his lab being destroyed. The two half Saiyans struggle to free themselves, and in a desperate move, Trunks releases an energy blast at the Dino Droid, but it's revealed to be ineffective. Krillin then notes that some mechanical piece of the android must be its weakness, and leaps to the top of the Dino Droid, readying a Destructo Disc. Krillin releases the disc and it collides with the technology on the android's neck, prompting the beast to stop in its tracks. Now able to move, Trunks and Goten power up to Super Saiyans and launch themselves at the android, pummeling it hard in the gut. The two continue their ascent a distance from the hideout and unleash their Cyclone-style Tornado Double Hurricane and rip the Dino Droid in half completely, which results in a massive explosion. The defeat of the creation sparks a panic in Dr. Hedo as Goten and Trunks land in base form, posing at a job well done. Krillin's police force then arrive, arresting Dr. Hedo and his creations as Krillin reaches for the disc on the scientist. However, upon inspection, the case is empty, all except a signed photo from Clean God himself to Dr. Hedo. Hedo demands the return of his photo, but Krillin questions the location of the disc. Hedo, however, states that he's long since memorized the data on the disc and discarded it in order to make room for his prized possession. At the same time, Goten recovers a disc in the background, smashed to bits after the battle. And so, Dr. Hedo is imprisoned, but his sentence is reduced to 3 months due to the revival of zombies who return to their families. Nevertheless, the doctor remains optimistic, releasing a new surveillance droid named Hachimaru and vows to create the ultimate android. Time passes, and Piccolo stands outside of a kindergarten, greeting Pan, who's just gotten out of school. She questions where her parents are, but apparently they're preoccupied, and Piccolo's standing in for them. With some spare time, Piccolo proposes they head to his house, where Pan expresses a desire to become a superhero like Goten and Trunks, who had recently stopped their activities as they weren't studying enough, courtesy of their mothers. Pan then plays around with a nearby frog, fearlessly leaping from a cliff to catch it, much to Piccolo's surprise. However, she's in complete control of the situation, prompting Piccolo to decide to train her. Piccolo states that Pan's father Gohan was around her age when he started training, so she might as well begin now, much to her joy. Meanwhile, at Sunset City Police Department, Sergeant Nuts and Krillin deliver a presentation on the notorious Red Ribbon Army. They focus on Magenta, the son of the previous Red Ribbon leader, Commander Red, and the head of Red Pharmaceuticals, a front for the revived Red Ribbon Army. Dr. Hedo is also discussed, more specifically as their target for recruitment to create more powerful androids. Krillin explains Hedo's educational and family background, going on to say that his father was Dr. Gero's second son, and Hedo was a prodigy in the realm of academics. However, both his parents died when he was young, and despite his genius, Hedo couldn't quite make it in any major organization given his quirky personality, thus forcing him to use what was left of his family's inheritance to continue his research on his own. Anticipating Hedo's release from prison in 3 months, Sergeant Nuts believes it to be the opportune time for the Red Ribbon Army to approach and recruit him. She states they'll need to stop this at all costs, otherwise the world could be in serious danger. At Red Pharmaceuticals, a man in a red suit known as Carmine informs Magenta that Hedo is currently in prison, much to his displeasure. However, Carmine pledges to seize Hedo upon his release in 3 months, prompting Magenta to confirm, as he plans to make good on his father's wishes to conquer the world. 3 months later, Hedo was released from prison, but not before disarming an explosive that likely kills everyone inside. Suddenly, Magenta and Carmine pull up next to him, attempting to introduce themselves. However, Hedo was already aware of Magenta's identity, thanks to his cyborg spy bot Hachimaru, who'd been following Carmine wherever he went. Aware that Magenta is a part of the Red Ribbon Army, Hedo wants to hear more about his proposition, and the three take off in their vehicle. Nearby, Krillin, observing the events, decides to tail the group to uncover the location of their secret base, while the remainder of the police force eagerly await his intel. Magenta offers his condolences for the dear departed Dr. Gero, but Hedo is unfazed, stating that he never knew him and thus didn't care much. Surprised, Magenta explains that Gero's death was a major blow to the Red Ribbon Army, but goes on to say that Hedo's passion for android research piqued their interest and they want him to work with them. Magenta offers research, funds, and facilities abilities, and at the same time, Hedo spots Krillin latched onto their car and deploys Hachimaru to attack him. Continuing their conversation, Hedo states that he has no intention of conquering the world, as Hachimaru rams the back of their car in an attempt to get rid of Krillin. Unbeknownst to Magenta, Krillin is still tailing them, as Hedo notes he's actually a fan of powerful superheroes. However, Magenta informs him that the Red Ribbon Army is out to make the world a peaceful place where they're in control, as Krillin lays on top of the vehicle. Pursuing his target, Hachimaru charges toward Krillin as Dr. Hedo continues his conversation, telling Magenta that taking over the world by force isn't really his way of doing things. Aiming to sweeten the deal, Magenta offers 1 billion zenny for every android created, and Carmine brandishes a gun in an attempt to sway the scientists further. Hedo agrees to the terms, but clarifies that the weapon doesn't scare him, as he's injected himself with a compound that makes his skin resistant to bullets. He also threatens the two with Hachimaru, who's capable of incapacitating a human or biological part of an android with its toxic stinger, as Krillin faces said stinger during his battle with the mechanical being. Krillin evades Hachimaru's attack and manages to shoot it dead on, as it lands on the windshield of the car. Carmine spins out with Krillin still atop the vehicle, Hedo clarifying once more that he has no interest in conquering the world, but will join the army as the money will aid him in creating history's greatest androids. Carmine regains control of the vehicle as Hachimaru is left in the road, both he and Magenta still unaware of being tailed by the police. Hedo then questions the army's biggest problem right now, to which Magenta states that it's the people who defeated Cell. Realizing that Hercule wasn't the culprit, Hedo's informed that there's a secret group of powerful beings surrounding Capsule Corporation. Magenta says that the Red Ribbon Army believes them to be aliens, who are using the resources of Capsule Corp to plan a full-scale invasion on Earth. He goes on to say that Majin Buu and King Piccolo are also part of this group, while simultaneously, Krillin transmits confirmation to Sergeant Nuts that Dr. Hedo plans to work with the Red Ribbon Army. Having not forgotten about Krillin though, Hedo summons Hachimaru once more, who recovers from its broken state and launches itself toward the car, ferociously knocking Krillin away as he crashes on the side of the road. Hedo and Magenta solidify their agreement to create the greatest androids in the universe and continue on, as the scientist notes that he's also taking care of a police officer who is tailing him. Krillin then alerts Sergeant Nuts that he lost the vehicle, much to her displeasure. 6 months later, Pan continues her training under Piccolo, displaying considerable talent. The two finish up, and Piccolo notes that Pan may have more talent for training than Gohan. However, Pan struggles with firing ki blasts and flying, prompting Piccolo to reassure her about the gradual learning process. He tells her to try again, and the child focuses her energy to attempt to fly, but she's unable to will herself to do so, much to her disappointment. She then questions Piccolo on if her father could be stronger than Goku if he wanted to be, to which Piccolo says maybe not now, as he's been out of the game. Noting she's never seen her father fight, Piccolo states he will if he's forced to, and after exchanging goodbyes for now, Pan takes off running at super speed, launching herself through the forested area to get home. The following morning, Piccolo's training is interrupted when Videl calls, requesting him to pick up Pan from school. Piccolo wonders why Gohan can't do it, and Videl explains he's been busy with a research report he'll need to present. Piccolo reluctantly agrees, prompting Videl to offer him another plushie, which he apparently has plenty of in the corner of his room. Irritated, Piccolo flies to Gohan's house as he's working on his report. Scratching on the window, Piccolo reveals himself to Gohan, who happily greets him. However, his friend angrily questions what he's doing that's so important, prompting Gohan to demonstrate his report on ants that glow and transform when in danger, likening them to a Super Saiyan. Piccolo then yells at Gohan, demanding to know why he isn't picking up his own daughter from school. He then says that Gohan should be training more to prepare for the next threat to Earth. But when Gohan dismisses the idea, Piccolo attacks him, prompting Gohan to block and note that he hasn't gotten as rusty as Piccolo thinks. However, Piccolo follows up with a punch to Gohan's gut, telling him that he's been slacking as he outfits him with clothes resembling his, which Gohan notes are heavy. Gohan then thanks Piccolo again for getting Pan and offers him another plushie, and the Namekian yells in frustration, noting he doesn't need any more. Later that same day, Piccolo continues his training, only to be met with a burst of energy hurtling from the sky that delivers an enormous explosion upon impact. When the smoke dissipates, Piccolo is unscathed, and before him stands a strange-looking man with a yellow suit and blue cape, with the number 2 stamped across his chest. The stranger skillfully holsters his weapon that's assumed to have caused the explosion, and addresses the Namekian as King Piccolo. Piccolo, however, states that's not who he is anymore, confusing the stranger, who's told it's a long story and is questioned for his name. However, the stranger characteristically notes that his true identity is a secret, and Piccolo notices the appearance of the red ribbon logo on his shoulder. Piccolo points this out, recalling the symbol back when he was God, piquing the curiosity of the stranger, who wants to know more. Piccolo, however, dismisses this, telling him to do his homework next time, and points out the stranger's lack of ki, deducing he must be an android. Surprised that the Namekian managed to figure this out, the stranger confirms his intent to battle Piccolo, noting that today was supposed to be a trial run for him, but now he's gonna kill him. Piccolo reluctantly tells the adversary to hurry up, and the stranger rushes in with a punch, but narrowly misses Piccolo, who counters with his own punch to the gut. Piccolo then kicks the stranger away, but rather than colliding with a mountain nearby, he bounces off of it and lands a devastating punch to Piccolo's stomach. The stranger then backflips, slams his foot on the Namekian's head, and sends him plummeting down toward a mountain of rocks. Piccolo rises, noting his enemy isn't sustaining damage, confirming his suspicion that he must be an android after all. His thoughts are interrupted though, as the stranger lands behind him, stating this fight is a disappointment so far. Piccolo then discards his cape and turban as he charges toward the stranger, who dodges all of his attacks. Piccolo manages to land a powerful kick that sends the stranger flying, but he catches himself and lands gracefully, launching a blast from his ray gun that detonates on Piccolo's arm. The Namekian's arm falls off as the stranger continues his assault, but through the smoke of the attack, Piccolo extends his other arm and slams the stranger to a nearby rock, the rest of his body reappearing from the dust with his severed arm grown back as he lands a punch to the stranger's face. Pinning his enemy down, Piccolo appears to have gained the upper hand, but the stranger, undeterred, notes that Piccolo's arm can grow back and kicks him away, following up with a barrage of swift attacks and a knee to the chin. The stranger finishes the combo with an elbow to Piccolo's gut, stating that he's got a read on the Namekian's moves now. Piccolo attempts to strike, but the stranger evades, and Piccolo launches a barrage of ki blasts at him, but his adversary easily dodges them all. He then takes to the sky, equipping his ray gun again, and launches a devastating blast that Piccolo seems prepared for, creating a massive explosion that engulfs the surrounding area. The aftermath displays a large cloud of dust, and using his scanners, the stranger deduces that Piccolo's been killed and takes off. However, the Namekian, watching from above, notes that he can't allow this enemy to roam free. Piccolo then tails the stranger, unbeknownst to him, and they arrive at a giant lake surrounded by a mountainous region. The stranger lands in a base of sorts and greets his colleagues, who all don red ribbon attire. Following close behind, Piccolo sneaks up on one of the soldiers and robs him of his uniform, continuing his pursuit of the stranger. To his surprise, the lake was actually no lake at all, but a hologram disguising the Red Ribbon Army's base of operations. Piccolo sees the stranger flying nearby and land in a building as he follows close behind, noting that one of the soldiers referred to the stranger as Gamma. Suddenly, Piccolo is spotted by a group of Red Ribbon soldiers who refer to him as number 94, assuming he's part of the fold. One of the soldiers alert him that this isn't his post, but another, assuming 94 to be an eager member hoping to learn a thing or two, gives him permission to stand on the front lines of the inner chamber. Piccolo heads in and stands guard, noticing a group of individuals in the middle of the room, as well as the stranger he'd faced earlier. Dr. Hedo then commends the stranger now known as Gamma 2 on his efforts against Piccolo. Gamma 2 thanks Hedo for his kind words, but another stranger, identical to Gamma 2, now known as Gamma 1, tells his counterpart that he went overboard for what was supposed to be a trial run. The discovery of another android surprises Piccolo, but he holds his astonishment as to maintain his cover. Hedo, in response to Gamma 1, tells Gamma 2 that he showed good judgment. Gamma 1 then questions if Gamma 2 confirmed a corpse, but the latter claims there was no need, as Piccolo was definitely blasted to smithereens. Gamma 1, however, tells his counterpart that he lacks vigilance, as he displays a replay of the battle and shows an unknown figure emerging from the explosion. Gamma 2 dismisses this, stating that it could be anyone, but Gamma 1 says that if it were Piccolo, he could expose their entire operation before they have a chance to destroy the rest of their enemies. Gamma 2, however, dismisses this, noting that even if Piccolo warns the rest of his friends, they'll be able to defeat them easily. Piccolo, confused, wonders about the group of evildoers the Gammas are discussing, and simultaneously, Carmine displays face the villains in question. Goku and Vegeta appear first, Carmine stating they aren't to be trifled with. He then switches to Majin Buu and Hercule alike, noting that Hercule's true power currently eludes them. Unimpressed, Dr. Hedo states that the Gammas are already powerful enough to overcome any threat, questioning Gamma 2 on his battle against Piccolo, to which the android notes that it was too easy. Hedo goes on to say that once the Gammas eliminate the organization within Capsule Corps, including Bulma herself, it's only a matter of time before the Red Ribbon Army can dominate the world. Magenta changes topics and questions Hedo on when his creation Cell Max will be ready, but Hedo points out it's a needless concern, as the Gammas make Cell Max non-essential for their plan. Magenta persists in his questioning though, and Hedo pulls up the feed of his creation, resembling Cell's second form from the days of the android threat, surprising Piccolo. Hedo states he needs more time as his brain functions can't be rushed, but Magenta, frustrated, states he's waited long enough. In response, Hedo says that although he didn't like the idea of utilizing Dr. Gero's research to build such a powerful creation, he isn't dragging his feet, and the process will take some time. He says that rather than complaining, Magenta should be grateful that they have the Gammas to help in the meantime, but an impatient Magenta exclaims that he wants Cell Max up and running right away. Hedo, however, remains stern in his decision making, telling the leader that if Cell Max were to be released now, he would destroy the very world they hope to rule. He proposes letting the Gammas continue to dispose of those who threaten them and activate Cell Max when he's fully operational. Having heard enough, Piccolo makes his way out of the room, poised to warn the others. Outside, Piccolo calls Bulma, questioning Goku and Vegeta's location. Bulma informs Piccolo that they're on Beerus' planet, and Piccolo tells her to call Whis using her device and tell them to return to Earth immediately. When Bulma questions the urgency, Piccolo doesn't get into details, but tells her that they're dealing with a new crisis. She agrees to contact the two, and having no time to lose, Piccolo takes off to grab some sensu beans. At Capsule Corps, Bulma frantically searches for her device to contact Whis, and Piccolo arrives at Korin Tower, explaining the situation to Korin and Yajirobe. Korin, however, only has 2 sensu remaining and addresses Piccolo as Kami, but Piccolo informs him that he doesn't go by that name anymore. Soon after, Bulma contacts Piccolo, informing him that she can't find the device. Piccolo tells her that the situation could get rough without the help of Goku and Vegeta, and Bulma opts to continue her search. Piccolo then ponders on the situation, stating that based on his own battle, the Gammas are on par with Goku and Vegeta themselves, his last display of their power being the battle with Moro. Korin suggests Gohan step into fight, but Piccolo says the Half Saiyan is of little use to them right now. He also states that number 17 and 18 are probably useless as well, given the enemy likely knows their weak points from Dr. Hedo's data. Majin Buu is also mentioned, having been asleep for a while now. With seemingly all his options depleted, Piccolo states he's the only line of defense against the Red Ribbon Army, but suddenly has a realization, claiming that Dende may be able to help him out. Meanwhile, Bulma continues her search for the device, finally stumbling upon it in the mouth of her pet Dino. On Beerus' planet, Whis' staff receives the communication from Bulma, but the angel seems preoccupied with an ongoing battle. An explosion suddenly occurs, sending Whis' staff flying into the distance, continuing its reign. The battle seems to involve Goku, who's leaping away from an incoming blast unleashed from someone. Goku blocks the blast in base form, and appearing from the resulting smoke is Broly. Broly attempts to land a few punches and kicks on Goku, but Goku evades them all. The Saiyan remains on the defense as Broly continues his assault, and Broly suddenly headbutts Goku, who manages to catch himself and come flying back toward the Saiyan. Goku attempts to kick Broly, but Broly manages to block the attack as the two stare each other down. Goku then breaks away, complimenting his adversary on his quick learning, but Broly says he's still trying to get the hang of things. Goku, however, reassures the warrior, telling him that it's a gradual learning process, and soon he'll be fighting with a level head without snapping into rage. Goku then proposes they take their training up a notch, and Broly declares he's ready, addressing his adversary in his Earth name, Son Goku. After a brief overview of Broly's character and how our protagonist learned of him, Goku and Broly continue training on Beerus' planet. When Broly becomes overly enthusiastic, Goku advises him to ease off to prevent any chaos. Meanwhile, Vegeta is shown meditating, surprising Goku, who notes his rival isn't usually the type to calm his mind. Vegeta, however, explains to Goku that this serves as a form of training. He emphasizes that their physical capabilities have reached their peak, comparable to formidable opponents like Jiren, Broly, Moro, Gas, and Frieza. Rather than focusing solely on physical prowess though, Vegeta underscores the importance of mental training. He states that in order to command 100% of their power, they'll need to force their bodies and spirits to relax outside of moments when they attack. Whis commends Vegeta for grasping this concept and scolds Goku for his lack of understanding, the latter noting it's easier said than done for Whis, as he's an angel. Whis then suggests a match between the three Saiyans, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. However, Vegeta declines if Broly is involved, he and Goku fearing the consequences of the Saiyan losing control. In agreement, Whis tells Broly to sit this one out and observe Goku and Vegeta, and suddenly, Lord Beerus wakes up, greeting Whis. Informed that he's been sleeping for the past 4 months, Beerus turns in surprise to see Broly on his planet, Goku explaining that it was a precautionary measure to keep him safe from Frieza. Going on to yell about inviting unwanted guests, Beerus smells food coming from nearby, introduced to Lemo, the former member of Frieza's army. Tasting Lemo's food, Beerus is quite pleased and tells him he can stick around. Chi-Lai then walks up in fear of Beerus, who she notes is the most feared entity in the whole universe. Beerus, however, stares at her intently, immediately falling for her good looks and tells her she can stay as long as she wants. Distractions aside, Whis wants to get the sparring match between Goku and Vegeta started, exclaiming that transformations and long-ranged attacks aren't allowed. However, Goku questions if they can eat first, prompting a moment of relief. Elsewhere at the lookout, Piccolo approaches Dende to inquire about unlocking his latent potential, similar to how the Grand Elder on Namek empowered Gohan and Krillin long ago. Regretfully, Dende states that he's too young to perform such a task, but mentions using the Dragon Balls. He suggests that Piccolo use them to get rid of the Red Ribbon Army swiftly, but unwilling to bruise his pride, Piccolo declines. Dende then says he could ask Shenron to draw out his latent potential, surprising Piccolo, who was unaware the dragon could do such a thing. Piccolo wonders if he can gather the Dragon Balls in time, but Dende suspects Bulma has already collected them, noting that she's been making frivolous wishes over the years so no one could use the Dragon Balls for evil. Piccolo then calls Bulma, who confirms the 7 Dragon Balls are with her, questioning if he can use them as she's probably not wishing for anything important. Offended but in agreement, the two plan to meet at Capsule Corps as Piccolo takes off. Back on Beerus's planet, everyone enjoys a feast prepared by Lemo, who Beerus appoints as his new head chef. Everyone finishes as Goku and Vegeta prepare to face off in base form, Whis signaling the start of the battle. Goku charges in and attempts to punch Vegeta, but the Saiyan blocks his attack. The two trade blows before Goku gains some distance, leaping back in to deliver a kick that misses Vegeta and damages part of the planet. Vegeta rushes in to gain the upper hand, but Goku stops him in time, rushing in to deliver a kick that Vegeta grabs. In response, Vegeta spins and throws Goku into the distance, the Saiyan using his surroundings to bounce back as the two continue exchanging blows. On the sidelines, Beerus notes that Vegeta's moves have changed ever so slightly, Whis assuming that his training must be paying off. The angel suggests eating some dessert in the meantime, and Chi-Lai offers to fetch ice cream, supported by Beerus, who offers to lend her a hand. Goku and Vegeta's battle continues, the two locking arms and creating a cyclone, with Broly watching in amazement on the sidelines. Vegeta takes the opportunity to grab Goku and fling him down to the water, the resulting splash nearly hitting everyone, though Beerus protects them with a barrier, excluding Broly. The latter, however, remains unaffected, Whis teasing that Beerus must have created the barrier to protect Chi-Lai in particular. Meanwhile at Capsule Corps, Piccolo's arrived and calls on Shenron, who emerges and greets his master. Piccolo questions if Shenron can draw out his latent potential, and thanks to the upgrade on the Dragon Balls, he confirms he can. The dragon then grants Piccolo's wish, fueling him as the Namekian notes he never knew he held such power. Shenron notes he threw in a little extra and questions what Piccolo's second wish is, but the Namekian tells Bulma she can have the other two, prompting her to wish for a minor booty lift and an extra 2mm on her eyelashes. Shenron departs until the next time they need him, and soon after, Bulma yells out in concern. Piccolo questions what's wrong, and when Bulma tells him they could have used one of the wishes to bring Goku and Vegeta back to Earth, Piccolo scolds her for wishing for a butt lift. Having no option but to figure out the situation, Piccolo opts to do some recon and takes off, Trunks listening in on the conversation. He then calls Goten and tells him something big must be happening, convincing his grounded friend to lie to his mother about where he's going so they can get some superhero action in. Meanwhile, back at Red Ribbon HQ, Magenta and Carmine ponder about taking out Goku and Vegeta, though their spies haven't managed to locate them. Carmine suggests targeting Gohan next, noting that these days he poses as a biologist, but Red Ribbon data shows that he defeated Cell over 7 years ago. However, Magenta says that they shouldn't cause a ruckus in the city streets until Cell Max is up and running. He then concocts a plan to lure Gohan to their turf by targeting his daughter, surprising Piccolo. Dr. Hedo finds the plan to be reprehensible, but undeterred, Magenta orders one of the Red Ribbon soldiers to pick 2 of his men for the job. Piccolo, disguised in his Red Ribbon attire, volunteers for the mission, claiming familiarity with Pan as Hercule's granddaughter. He partners with another soldier, number 15, and realizes that staging Pan's kidnapping might be the catalyst to reawaken Gohan's fighting spirit. Piccolo and Soldier 15 arrive at Pan's kindergarten, the latter looking sad as Gohan was still too busy to pick her up, and Videl was running late. Number 15 questions if this little girl is the one they're looking for, and when Piccolo confirms, he moves in for the kidnapping. Number 15 approaches Pan, greeting her as an uncle, but Pan rushes in and punches the man with intense force, knocking him out as she explains to her teacher that he's a stranger. Piccolo flies in as Pan goes on the offensive, but she quickly realizes that her friend is underneath the armor, much to Piccolo's pleasure. Pan's teacher questions Piccolo on who the unconscious man is, but when the Namekian informs her that this is a simple training exercise, she goes along with it. Walking back toward the Red Ribbon spacecraft, Piccolo and Pan board with Soldier 15, Pan questioning what's going on, and Piccolo opting to explain once they're in the air. He tells her to put on a pair of handcuffs first though, and the two abruptly take off as they smash through a Clean God billboard. Informing Pan of the situation with the Red Ribbon Army, Piccolo tells her that she'll need to pretend to be scared. Pan voices uncertainty regarding her father's arrival, but Piccolo assures her that he'll show up. Otherwise, he'll beat him within an inch of his life. Soldier 15 then wakes up, immediately noticing Pan handcuffed as she pretends to be afraid. He notes that he doesn't want anyone knowing that he got beaten up by a kid, and Piccolo agrees to keep it a secret. Approaching Red Ribbon HQ, Soldier 15 throws Pan into a nearby chair, recording her as she keeps up her act. Carmine orders 15 to show Gohan and lure him to HQ, along with Piccolo, who's ordered to tag along as well. Arriving at Gohan's house, the two appear outside his window, Piccolo scratching to get his attention. Gohan opens his window and confronts the Red Ribbon soldiers, surprising Piccolo as his pupil hasn't recognized who he is. Holding Gohan at gunpoint, Soldier 15 tells him to follow them, but Gohan flicks the gun away, threatening to call the police. 15 then shows Gohan the recording of Pan in fear, triggering him as he grows concerned. In a rage, Gohan effortlessly snaps part of his window and appears in front of 15, powering up to Super Saiyan, much to everyone's surprise. The ground beneath them shatters as Gohan demands the location of his daughter, Soldier 15 apologizing in fear and kindly urging the Saiyan to follow them. Outside of HQ, the scene is set with a downpour of rain, Red Ribbon leaders and the Gammas awaiting Gohan's arrival. Spotting Pan, Gohan leaps from the airship and smashes down in front of everyone, ready for action. Pan appears excited at witnessing her father's arrival, while simultaneously, Gamma 1 opts to fight Gohan first. Gohan, however, flies past the android to get his daughter to safety, but Gamma 2 swiftly appears and kicks him away. Landing, Gohan removes his turban as Gamma 1 insists on fighting first, the android charging in as Gohan manages to block his first attack. Gamma 1 continues his assault on the Half Saiyan, but Gohan lands a kick to his face, sending him to the ground. The android rises like a zombie though, headbutting Gohan and charging at him with a devastating kick. The attack lands, though Gohan is able to keep it from injuring him, the sheer magnitude of it sending the two underground as the Red Ribbon soldiers run away. Pan, observing from the sidelines, questions Piccolo whether her father can emerge victorious. However, the Namekian responds negatively, emphasizing that if Gohan can't manage to regain his battle instincts, he stands no hope of victory. Beneath Red Ribbon HQ, Gohan questions Gamma 1's identity, prompting him to state he's a superhero and land a few blows on the fighter. Gohan correctly deduces Gamma 1 to be an android, and questioning his tactics, the Half Saiyan is unable to keep up with the android's speed, as he explains that he's only following orders. Going on to say that he and the Red Ribbon Army seek to eliminate Gohan and his wicked cabal, the fighter grows confused as the Gamma outmaneuvers him and lands another blow. They initially continue their battle underground, but Gohan emerges from below, transformed to Super Saiyan. This surprises Magenta and Dr. Hedo, the latter stating he witnessed this transformation before and assumes Gohan and his gang must be aliens after all. Gamma 1 then emerges from underground, stating that Gohan's power-up doesn't impress him. In response, Gohan removes his glasses and prepares a Kamehameha, unleashing the blast as Gamma 1 responds in kind, his beam swatted away by Gohan and crashing by Soldier 15. Capitalizing on the distraction, Gohan kicks Gamma 1 in the face, their skirmish continuing in the distance as Pan and Piccolo observe. Piccolo is concerned though, likening the battle so far to his first encounter with Gamma 2, as these androids can methodically learn their opponent's moves and capabilities as they fight. At the same time, Gamma 1 confirms this theory, questioning Gohan on if this is truly the full extent of his power. Irritated, Gohan rushes in with various strikes, but Gamma 1 evades them all. He chokeslams Gohan into the ground and tosses him above, using his super speed to catch up with him and kick him back down below, irritating Piccolo. Realizing Gohan will lose if this keeps up, Piccolo urges Pan to shout as if she's in pain. The two stage a performance to get Gohan's attention, triggering him as Gamma 2 urges the disguised soldier to remove his hands from the kid. This confuses Piccolo and Pan as Gohan awakens more of his instincts, yelling aloud and creating a bright flash that removes the rainy atmosphere completely. When the dust settles, we witness Gohan having reawakened his ultimate form, much to the surprise of Gamma 1. Gohan's energy disrupts the hologram covering Red Ribbon HQ, prompting a discovery from Krillin's commanding officer, Sergeant Nuts. After Krillin, Android 18, and Marin come out of a showcasing of Clean God 2 at the movie theaters, Krillin senses Gohan fighting in the distance. Sergeant Nuts then contacts Krillin, informing him that they've finally found the location of the Red Ribbon Army's secret base. Noticing that it's in the same direction in which Gohan's energy was felt, Krillin decides to go and scout the area alone. However, Android 18 questions who the woman was that contacted her husband, and noticing Krillin acting suspicious, she decides to tag along with him. Meanwhile, Gohan continues his battle with Gamma 1, now having the clear edge in battle. He lands a few blows and attempts to grab Pan, but Gamma 1 appears in front of him, exclaiming they aren't done fighting yet. As they battle, Gohan questions the android on what he was referring to earlier when he mentioned his wicked cabal, with Gamma 1 saying that he was referring to Gohan and his allies. Annoyed as he easily swipes away an attack, Gohan reminds Gamma 1 that it was his team that kidnapped a child, causing Gamma 1 to start having doubts. Dr. Hedo orders Gamma 2 to join the battle, but he's intercepted by Piccolo for their rematch. Referring to the Namekian as King Piccolo once more, the latter removes his red ribbon attire and unleashes his newfound power. Gohan notices Piccolo's joined the fight, but continues battling Gamma 1, as Gamma 2 points out the Namekian's survival. Gamma 2, becoming too overconfident for his own good, charges in and throws a punch at Piccolo, only for him to be countered hard. Piccolo lands a punch on the Gamma's face and launches him into the distance, Gohan questioning why his teachers arrived at Red Ribbon HQ. Piccolo, however, urges him to focus on the battle for now and moves toward Gamma 2. The android wonders how Piccolo powered up so fast and questions whether he was hiding his strength the entire time. Piccolo declines to answer, but Gamma 2 tells him that even with the Namekian's current power, he won't measure up to his true capabilities. Gohan, meanwhile, is dominating Gamma 1, though the fighter's stamina isn't to be taken lightly. Gohan questions if he'll ever give up, but the Gamma reveals that he operates at full strength until his energy is completely drained, revealing a remaining percentage of 82%. As the battles continue, Piccolo confirms that he's no match for Gamma 2, and after being kicked hard, Gohan rushes to his aid. During a lull in the battle, Piccolo suggests that with their opponents being androids, he and Gohan should finish the fight in one go rather than dragging things out. Going in with enhanced power, the two rush in and land hard blows against the androids that hurl them to opposite sides of the Red Ribbon base. Though Gohan continues to outmatch Gamma 1, Piccolo was unable to keep Gamma 2 down as he manages to get away from him long enough to try and attack Gohan. Gohan manages to dodge the incoming blast from the android before Gamma 2 narrowly dodges Piccolo's next attack and joins Gamma 1 at his side. Strategizing, Gamma 2 suggests they take down one enemy at a time, but a hesitant Gamma 1 questions if their enemies are really a part of the wicked cabal as they've been told. Gamma 2 tells him they have to be, as Dr. Hedo told them as such, and the two quickly rush in and attack Piccolo in unison. As Piccolo is dragged deeper underground, Gohan is able to grab hold of Gamma 1 as the Namekian and Gamma 2 continue their battle. Piccolo begins to power up his special beam cannon as he tells the android that he doesn't seem so bad, but just appears to be following idiotic orders. He unleashes his attack, though Gamma 2 is able to protect himself with an energy barrier, meanwhile telling his opponent that Dr. Heto's orders could never be wrong. Piccolo, however, counters by telling him that though the orders may be coming from him, the intel he's being given by Magenta is bad. Gamma 2 now also starts having doubts, which only serves to frustrate him. He unleashes a deadly physical assault on Piccolo, who, momentarily defeated, falls into a crevice in the base. Piccolo remembers Shenron's words about throwing in a bit extra, and a sigil alights on his back, creating a tremendous surge of power. As the Namekian rises from the crevice, his skin turns orange, his antennas stand on end, and he grows much bulkier. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corps, Trunks expresses shock at Bulma's revelation that Piccolo's fighting androids, as well as letting slip that he knows about Hedo and his creation of said androids. Bulma demands to know from her son how he knew about this, causing him to admit that he and Goten had encountered Hedo's creations before, and speculates the ones that Piccolo is fighting against are a different model, to Bulma's confusion. He then explains that Piccolo might be in trouble, as the ones he and Goten encountered were already strong. Bulma then demands to know why Trunks kept this knowledge a secret from her, but he explains that she forbade him from taking on any more hero activity, and it's not like she would have listened anyway. Taking responsibility for once, Bulma notes they could have prevented this as Goten shows up, attempting to convince her that he's arrived to study with Trunks. However, Bulma takes the two off punishment, instructing them to go and help Piccolo with the androids. Goten, aware of what's going on, is informed by Trunks of the dire situation with the Red Ribbon Army. Opting to join the two, Bulma inquires of Piccolo's location, but the boys have trouble sensing his energy as they've been out of practice for a while. Cutting back to the battle, having witnessed his new power, Piccolo emerges from below as everyone else, friend and foe alike, watch on with surprise. Gamma 2 charges at Piccolo and unleashes a barrage of punches at the Namekian. However, barely flinching with his stronger form, Piccolo lunges in and takes out Gamma 2 with a single punch. Marveling at his newfound strength, Piccolo's interrupted when the Red Ribbon soldiers open fire on him, though their attacks don't do any damage at all. Magenta and Carmine sense the Gammas losing their advantage and start to retreat, while Pan meanwhile breaks from her handcuffs and begins plowing through Red Ribbon soldiers. Threatened by Pan, Carmine pulls and fires a gun at her, with Pan dodging all of his shots. Outraged by Carmine's actions, Gamma 2 finally realizes they've been lied to and ceases his fight with Piccolo. Pan delivers a kick and punch that knocks out Carmine, and powering down to base form, Piccolo tells Gohan to quit fighting Gamma 1. While Magenta slips away, Dr. Hedo heads out after him. Inside the base, Magenta prepares to awaken Cell Max. When Dr. Hedo tries to stop him, attempting to convince him that the Gammas are just confused, Magenta shoots Hedo and begins to undo more of Cell Max's restraints. Dr. Hedo gets up, reminding Magenta about his toughened skin and removes his trench coat for battle, but Magenta reveals that he's gone through some upgrades as well. Removing his suit to show the cybernetically enhanced body underneath, he prepares to fight, but is stung on the back of the neck by Hachimaru, whose poison begins to kill him. As Dr. Hedo rambles on about the effectiveness of Hachimaru and his plans to escape with the Gammas, Magenta uses his final moments to undo the remaining locks on Cell Max. Above ground, the battle seemingly over, everyone regroups, now with the Gammas with them. Bulma arrives, having brought Trunks, Goten, Krillin, and Android 18 as backup. Goten greets his brother, who has a hard time seeing him as his glasses were tossed away earlier. Goten and Trunks marvel at the cool look of the Gammas, and Piccolo is surprised to see that the boys have grown so much since they last met. Gohan notes that Saiyans remain small until they hit a certain age, at which point they have a radical growth spurt. Krillin questions the situation with the Gammas as Gohan and the others were just fighting them, but unable to see who's talking to him, Gohan notes his eyesight is terrible, but it improves when he transforms. Meanwhile, Dr. Hedo attempts to stop Cell Max's release, but finds little success. Gamma 2 notes his loss to Piccolo after he turned orange, and Gohan questions his teacher about his new form. He then tells him to give it a name, to which Piccolo arbitrarily decides on Orange Piccolo. Suddenly, the sky darkens as a massive explosion occurs behind everyone, Cell Max beginning to emerge from his chamber below. The monster lets out a furious scream, revealed to be a red creature resembling semi-perfect Cell. Dr. Hedo attempts to flee from the monster in a hover vehicle, alerting everyone of Cell Max's arrival, but is caught up when the monster unleashes his enormous energy, triggering an explosion. With concern for their creator, the Gammas rush in to aid him, but are attacked by Cell Max. Cell emerges from the ensuing smoke as the Gammas charge in to attack him, but neither blasts nor physical attacks do them any good. The monster responds with a few attacks of his own, and the Gammas quickly become overwhelmed. Watching from the sidelines, Piccolo urges everyone to assist. He tosses a Senzu bean to Gohan, but he fails to catch it without his glasses, and it falls into a crevice. Piccolo berates him for wasting the bean, but Trunks and Goten step forward to fight first, transforming into their superhero alter egos Saiyaman X1 and Saiyaman X2 as they charge into battle. Trunks and Goten rush towards Cell Max, though they're effortlessly swatted aside. Piccolo questions if the boys have been keeping up with their training at all, and Bulma notes they haven't as they've been grounded for over half a year. Assuming they have no choice but to rejoin the fight, Piccolo is interrupted as Trunks tells him not to worry, stating he and Goten haven't even gone Super Saiyan yet. Piccolo expresses his doubt in the boys as the Gammas continue their assault on Cell, Trunks questioning Gamma 1 on if the monster is used to moving his body around. Gamma 1 confirms that Cell hasn't figured out how to properly wield his strength, prompting Goten and Trunks to power up to Super Saiyan and charge in once more. With their significantly improved speed and maneuverability, they find success in landing blows on Cell Max. On the sidelines, the Gammas observe Goten and Trunks' battle, piecing together that their creation was based on the boys and their Saiyaman alter egos. Eventually, both Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 join in to assist them in taking down Cell Max, all four heroes demonstrating a super cool pose and charge in, performing a Cyclone-style tornado super hurricane attack, pile driving straight into Cell Max's stomach. The attack sends the monster hurtling toward the edge of Red Ribbon HQ, much to everyone's surprise. Astonished that the boys actually managed to buy them some time, Piccolo questions if Gohan is ready to fight, the Half Saiyan noting he has enough strength to go Super Saiyan. Cell Max soon gets back on his feet, seemingly undamaged, and unleashes more of his power. In the blink of an eye, he rushes toward Trunks and the others, quickly taking down his opponents. As the others watch from the sidelines, Gohan notes that as Cell Max's power continues to grow, he also appears to be getting used to fighting. As a last resort, Goten and Trunks decide to utilize fusion, but having not performed the technique in years, they're unsuccessful and produce the fat version of the form instead. They attempt to go Super Saiyan, but it's to no avail, the fused warrior then deciding to attack Cell Max, but he's quickly taken down. With no other choice, Gohan and Piccolo decide to join the battle, powering up and rushing in with Android 18 following suit. Piccolo lands a powerful kick to Cell Max's neck, followed by Android 18's Ki Blast assault and Gohan's powerful Kamehameha. Cell, however, deflects the attack, landing down below and slamming into the earth, pushing everyone back. When the Gammas rejoin the group, Gamma 1 tells everyone to aim for the top of Cell's head due to it being his weak point. He goes on to explain that Dr. Hedo had it installed in case the android were to go on a rampage, though Gamma 2 warns that once the weak point has been penetrated, it'll cause a devastating explosion, killing Cell and whoever lands the finishing blow. Everyone attempts to attack Cell Max, but have difficulty due to his constant movement. Gamma 1 then concocts a plan to distract the monster, while Gamma 2 blasts him with max power. Gamma 1 distracts Cell, and Gamma 2 gathers enough of his energy, landing a powerful blast from his ray gun at point-blank range, giving Piccolo the opportunity to land an attack at the top of Cell Max's head. However, the Namekian's attack fails to create so much as a dent in Cell. Becoming angered, Cell Max unleashes a barrage of energy lasers that launch in all directions, some of them landing around a frightened Pan, who's rescued by Krillin. Having saved Bulma as well from the resulting explosions, she decides it might be best for her and Pan to leave the battlefield via her aircraft. As Gohan, Piccolo, Gamma 1, and Gamma 2 take cover behind debris, Gamma 2 realizes that a more powerful attack is required to finish Cell Max. When Gamma 1 realizes what his twin plans to do, he offers to join him in the attack, but Gamma 2 refuses and tells him that it's his job to save Dr. Hedo, who's miraculously still alive. When Cell Max punches Gotenks into the distance, Android 18 strikes him hard toward the monster, the fused fighter headbutting the android directly on his weak point, producing some cracks on Cell Max's head. Meanwhile, Gamma 2 plans to sacrifice himself to deliver the final blow, urging Gohan and the others to distract Cell as long as possible while he gathers energy, prepared to attempt a head-on assault. Gamma 2 takes off into the air, and with the cooperation of the rest of the team who attempt to distract Cell Max, the monster is moved closer to position. In space, Gamma 2 powers up to max and darts down toward Earth, Cell nearly destroying 18 before Krillin uses a Destructo Disc to slice his key attack in half. As Gamma 2 draws closer toward the others, Krillin urges everyone to close their eyes, unleashing a powerful solar flare that temporarily blinds Cell Max. Everyone rushes away with only moments left to spare, and as Gamma 2 falls in reach of Cell Max's weak point, he's spotted and blocked at the last second, only managing to take off Cell Max's arm. Enraged, Cell Max tries to stomp Gamma 2's lifeless body, but Piccolo intervenes, returning to his orange Piccolo form to halt and hold up Cell Max's foot. Struggling with the weight, the Namekian is aided by Gohan and Krillin, who blast Cell in the face, though they're attacked by the monster's mouth blasts. Gamma 1 swiftly moves in to retrieve Gamma 2 and lead him to safety, as Krillin urges Piccolo to employ his gigantification technique, reminiscent of the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. Piccolo then grows to an equivalent size of his opponent, throwing Cell Max backwards and using a mouth blast of his own to knock him into the ruins of Red Ribbon HQ. Witnessing Piccolo's giant size, Gohan believes that victory is now a sure thing, but Piccolo tells him that growing in size doesn't actually increase his strength. He hands Gohan the last sensu and reveals that he's thought of a strategy, telling his pupil that he could be the strongest in the world if he were to only put his mind to it. He decides to bet everything on Gohan's power and tells him to show everyone what he's really made of and save the world. However, before Gohan can take the bean, Cell Max blasts Piccolo's arm and the bean is sent flying. Gohan and Piccolo are attacked before they can process what's happening, followed by Krillin and 18 as they were caught in Cell's view. Gohan rises from the debris and chases after the bean, but he's grabbed by Cell and slammed into the ground, knocked back to base form. An injured Gohan sees the bean as it's about to fall into a cavern below and gets up to go after it, but Pan suddenly appears and leaps off the edge after it first. Gohan fears the worst for his daughter, but at that moment, Pan hovers above, having finally learned how to fly. Announcing she caught the sensu, Pan throws it to her father, who eats it, replenishing his health as he transforms back to his ultimate state. Urging his daughter to get to safety, Gohan is met with good luck as he rushes off to rejoin the battle. Gamma 1, Krillin, and 18 observe Piccolo's bout with Cell Max, the Namekian landing some good shots on the monster, but is still hopelessly outmatched. Piccolo manages to throw a blast into Cell's face that deals minor damage, but amidst the smoke, Gohan rushes in, delivering an uppercut to Cell Max that knocks him down, and proceeds to blast him off the building and down into the rubble below. Amidst the lull in the battle, Piccolo urgently huddles everyone up, telling Gohan he'll do everything he can to take Cell Max down, and in that moment, Gohan must unleash every last bit of his power into a blast that will finish the android off. Cell Max then returns, seemingly more powerful and angry than ever before. As Gohan gathers up his ki, Piccolo rushes in to fend off Cell Max for as long as possible. Despite his best efforts, Piccolo continues to be outmatched, Cell unleashing a relentless pummeling on the Namekian that leaves everyone in astonishment. Gohan worries for the safety of his friend, but a bloodied Piccolo urges him to stay back and focus on releasing his energy. Opting to take things up a notch, Piccolo rises to his feet and charges at Cell Max, both fighters dealing a devastating blow to each other's faces. Despite this, Cell regains control and continues to assault Piccolo, Krillin urging Gohan to pick up the pace, or his friend will be killed. Cell continues his assault, each attack more ferocious than the last, prompting an angered Gotenks to rush in, followed by Krillin and 18. Regrettably, the trio is swiftly subdued, with Gamma 1 also lending assistance before being swiftly rendered unconscious. Piccolo takes the brunt of Cell Max's kick head on, utilizing the monster's tail to hit him in the face. However, Cell retaliates with a blast that completely obliterates Piccolo's arm, taking the opportunity to deal more damage to him. Gohan braces himself as he plans to go help his friends, but Piccolo orders him to stay back and refrain from entering the fight until his power surpasses Cell Max's. Cell grabs Piccolo and throws him into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts on him. The android powers up a devastating attack and launches it toward Piccolo while he's still in midair, Gamma 1 racing to catch up just as the two appear to be caught in the powerful explosion. From below, Gohan witnesses the blast, presumed to be the last man standing, as Cell lets out a mighty roar. Suddenly, something snaps within Gohan, and similar to many years ago, the warrior's power explodes into a raging inferno that covers the majority of Red Ribbon HQ. When the smoke clears, Krillin and 18 regain consciousness to witness the awakening, their ally now in a new state with red eyes and long spiky hair. Cell Max rushes in and strikes Gohan in the stomach, failing to do so much as even budge him as the attack's power explodes behind them. In return, a darker sounding Gohan questions if this is all his enemy can do, responding with a powerful kick on Cell Max's abdomen that sends him hurtling back into the mountainside in the distance. Just then, Piccolo lands on the ground, Gamma 1 lying on his chest, having saved the Namekian from a possibly fatal attack by using his barrier to shield him. The sight of his unconscious friend makes Gohan angry, and when Cell Max emerges again, the latter powers up a deadly final attack as he takes to the skies. This move, containing enough energy to destroy the Earth, is halted by Piccolo, who regains consciousness and uses his extendable arm to ensnare Cell Max. At the same time, Gohan, seeing Piccolo okay, readies himself and charges up a powerful special beam cannon. Panic setting in, Cell Max urgently tries to use his wings to fly away, causing Piccolo some trouble in holding him down. However, one is promptly destroyed through the effort of Gamma 1, and the other from Krillin and Android 18, who combine their Destructo Disc and physical attacks. Cell Max falls as Piccolo wraps his entire body around him, the latter calling out to Gohan to fire his attack immediately. Gohan unleashes his special beam cannon at Cell Max, who in response hurls his own devastating blast, causing the two energy attacks to collide. As they each struggle to overpower the other, Goten and Trunks, having now defused, rush in to kick away Cell Max's hand. This allows Gohan the opportunity to push his attack through Cell Max's, where it proceeds to connect with the outside of his head, thanks to Piccolo's continued intervention. With enough force, the special beam cannon finally drives through Cell's core completely, obliterating it as the beam continues through the vacuum of space. Cell Max, now defeated, is let go by Piccolo as he falls to the ground, both Gohan and his teacher signaling the battle's end. Krillin cheers as the Red Ribbon threat is finally over, but the group is met with Gamma 1's warning that Cell's remains are about to explode. Everyone races to safety as Cell Max's body detonates, causing an explosion that levels the entire Red Ribbon base. When the smoke clears, no one is harmed though, and with the battle finally over, Pen races to hug her father through the resulting smoke and debris, though is initially skeptical of he and Piccolo's new appearance. Reverting to base form, Gohan is met with affection as Piccolo glances at Gamma 1, spotting him and Dr. Hedo holding the hand of a lifeless Gamma 2. Piccolo notes that they never would have defeated Cell Max without the help of the Gammas, to which Gohan questions whether his father or Vegeta would have been able to defeat him either. Piccolo reminds him that this is why he can't allow himself to stay rusty, and questions what that technique was that he used to defeat Cell Max. When Gohan tells him it was the special beam cannon, Piccolo tells him that it was brilliant. Gamma 2 fades away before the eyes of Gamma 1 and Dr. Hedo, the android explaining to Piccolo that his twin used up all his energy in a final sacrificial move. Piccolo praises the efforts of Gamma 2, prompting thanks from Gamma 1 and Dr. Hedo, who note that the group have saved the world. Remorseful, Dr. Hedo admits that he overlooked what was right due to the allure of the Red Ribbon research funds, supported by Android 18, who states he gives androids a bad name. Bulma wonders how Hedo managed to survive the ensuing chaos, but he explains that he's modified his skin to withstand any impacts. Offering himself and Gamma 1 up for the authorities, Dr. Hedo was interrupted when Krillin and Piccolo decided it should be water under the bridge, due to the Gammas being largely responsible for their victory and Hedo not having evil intent. Hedo then questions Bulma on if he and Gamma 1 could be hired to work at Capsule Corporation, and upon inquiring if Hedo knows anything about beauty treatment, she agrees to his request, hoping that he can develop his skills to make her skin look younger. Piccolo insists that anything's better than using the Dragon Balls for that, and Hedo and Gamma 1 thank Bulma. Pan then shows off her new ability to fly in front of the whole group, much to Piccolo's surprise, who says the next phase of her training will begin tomorrow. Elsewhere, following the death of his boss and the destruction of Cell Max, an injured Carmine along with a handful handful of Red Ribbon Army members escape the destroyed Red Ribbon base. After being questioned by Soldier 15 on what he plans to do, Carmine voices his intention to return to Red Pharmaceuticals. Meanwhile, on Beerus' planet, after hours of fighting and finally running on fumes, both Goku and Vegeta deal more blows to one another, attempting to finish things with one last clash. Vegeta manages to get a tap in on Goku's chest first, knocking him down as the Saiyan declares his defeat. Vegeta revels in his victory, boasting that he's finally defeated Goku before collapsing from exhaustion. With the match finally over, Cheelai witnesses Lemo and Broly crying, having observed such an amazing battle. Opting to repair the damage done to the landscape, Whis goes to find his staff and notices he's received a missed call. On Earth, Gohan and the others head home, the Half Saiyan noting that he hadn't realized how much Pan has grown. He goes on to say that he shouldn't be spending so much time with his nose in the books and suggests spending more time with his daughter. Recalling Bulma and questioning her motive for reaching out, Whis inquires if she had something to share about food. She replies with a simple sure before bidding farewell abruptly, leaving Whis perplexed about what was going on. Heading back from Magenta's funeral days later, Carmine and Soldier 15 discuss the future of the Red Ribbon Army. Carmine determines that while they still have their funds in research, there's no point in continuing operations while Gohan and Piccolo, the two they believe responsible for destroying Cell Max and causing the downfall of the army, remain alive. Getting caught up in traffic, they find Saiyaman X1 and Saiyaman X2 making easy work of several bank robbers. After cleaning up the mess caused by the robbers, Carmine, having been impressed by their display of strength, approaches the would-be heroes and offers a chance to speak with them over pizza. At the local pizza parlor, Carmine tells the two that he'd like them to beat up a bad guy and offers them payment in return. The two voice their uncertainty in tackling the mission, not believing it to be very heroic, but Carmine ropes them in using reverse psychology, asserting that the Saiyamen must be afraid to battle a powerful foe. The Saiyamen take the bait and accept the mission to prove themselves, the four taking off to do away with the presumed evildoers. Meanwhile, on Beerus' planet, Vegeta and Broly are engaged in a sparring session. Vegeta leaps into the air and kicks Broly in the back of the head, prompting the Saiyan to rise and launch a barrage of Ki Blast at Vegeta. Vegeta remains in control as he kicks Broly to the ground and appears behind him, questioning if he's ready to snap. He gains some distance before Broly, on the offensive, punches Vegeta in the head, drawing blood. The Saiyan Prince is hardly phased though, grinning as he tells his adversary that anger isn't a bad thing, but Broly's issue is that he loses himself in it. Vegeta then powers up to Super Saiyan and pushes Broly back, advising him not to suppress his rage, but to control it instead. Vegeta charges in and puts Broly on the defensive, though the warrior is still able to hold his own in base form. Vegeta taunts Broly for his inability to wield his power without losing control, while Whis on the sidelines notes that Broly has changed since Goku and Vegeta's first encounter with him. The battle continues between Vegeta and Broly, the latter pushing a Super Saiyan Vegeta back before he vanishes out of sight. Feeling out the area, Broly discovers Vegeta's location, unleashing a barrage of Ki Blast to draw him out. When Vegeta opts for an onward assault, the two clash with one another, Goku on the sidelines impressed with how well Broly's holding his own. Whis comments on how Broly has begun to grow at last, while Vegeta, powering down, points out that Broly may be able to battle without losing himself now, but he's still unable to unleash his true power. Broly questions Vegeta on what he should do, but Vegeta demands him to find the answer himself. After a breather, Cheelai comments on how Goku and the others are too relaxed, going on to bring up Frieza in his new and improved form, questioning what they'll do if he shows up unexpectedly. After a moment of silence, Goku states his astonishment at Frieza training as hard as he did to surpass them, and Beerus scoffs at the remark, noting that there will always be someone stronger than Goku. Beerus advises the Saiyan to keep pushing with his training, and states that when he's become stronger than him, he'll nominate Goku for the next god of destruction. The Destroyer then inquires with Whis about the latest world-ending threat that occurred on Earth, with the Angel telling him that Son Gohan and Piccolo defeated a beast known as Cell Max. Beerus had entirely forgotten about Goku having a son, likely due to the unfavorable impression he left in the past. Following that, Vegeta interjects, citing Bulma's information that Gohan might have surpassed both Goku and himself in his most recent battle. Goku expresses regret, wishing he could have witnessed it firsthand, but acknowledges being preoccupied with his fight against Vegeta at the time, a fight in which Vegeta boasts again that Goku lost. Back on Earth, Carmine takes the Saiyamen to Gohan's house, making him out to be the evildoer that needs defeating. Soldier 15 is scared to draw Gohan out, so Carmine does the honors and fires his gun into the Saiyan's house, catching his attention. After recognizing both Carmine and Soldier 15, Gohan angrily transforms back into his new form, believing that they've arrived to kidnap his daughter again. Carmine, Soldier 15, and even Goten and Trunks grow nervous, the boys donning this state for the first time as Gohan's beast form. On Beerus' planet, Goku and Vegeta sense Gohan's power-up, and the Saiyan angrily makes his way toward Carmine. Carmine urges the Saiyaman to eliminate Gohan, but when the latter sees the two, he powers down and demands them to explain what's going on. Suddenly, Goku appears on top of Carmine's car, greeting both of his children and Trunks, saying that it's been too long. Exclaiming Gohan's ki just now was incredible, Goku suggests that they head to Beerus' planet so he can show him his new form. Gohan heads back to the house to put on suitable clothing, while Goku wonders what Goten and Trunks are doing at Gohan's house. Keeping their heroism and initial plan with Carmine a secret, the two note they came to Gohan's to play, and Goku suggests they tag along with them. Still present on the scene, Carmine and Soldier 15 attempt to leave in the car they arrived in. Before they have the chance though, Goten, Trunks, and soon afterwards Gohan enter inside, where Goku uses his instant transmission technique to transport the group to Beerus' planet. Arriving in the middle of a yoga session, everyone turns to see Gohan and the others arrive with Goku. Goten and Trunks are surprised to see Beerus' planet for the first time, while Carmine and Soldier 15 wonder what's going on. Stating that he heard Gohan was amazing on Earth, Goku suggests that he and his son should spar together. Gohan agrees, and when Beerus berates Goku for bringing more uninvited guests, Whis notes that it's okay, as they might actually witness something interesting. Readying themselves, Goku questions if Gohan's new form is similar to Super Saiyan, but his son notes that it's called Beast, a form named by Piccolo. Questioning if Gohan can utilize his beast form at will, Goku is met with confirmation when Gohan says that Piccolo taught him how to control it. He goes on to say that he finally understands what Goku told him about being ready for a fight anytime. Gohan and Goku discuss Piccolo's new form as well, and when Vegeta questions his son on if he also proved useful in the battle with Cell Max, Trunks hesitantly tells him that he did by using combination moves with Goten. Wanting to see for himself, Vegeta suggests that Goten and Trunks battle Gohan first, and Goku agrees. On the sidelines, Broly questions who the newcomers are, and Whis reveals that they're the children of Goku and Vegeta. As the fight begins, Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan as he fends off attacks from both his brother and Trunks. Initiating their Cyclone-style Tornado Hurricane attack, they charge at Gohan, who effortlessly leaps over them. This prompts the boys to go crashing into the ground, embarrassing Vegeta as Goku notes they make too many unnecessary movements. Gohan advises that they remove their Saiyaman headgear so they can actually see where they're going, and after doing so, they each transform to Super Saiyan themselves. On the sidelines, Broly questions if everyone can turn Super Saiyan at will, prompting confirmation from Whis. Goten and Trunks attack together, this time much more intensely, and causes Gohan to defend himself more seriously. Gohan praises the two, noticing they've been training, and Goten says that heroes have to be strong. Trunks then charges in, locking arms with Gohan, and exclaims that there are people he wants to protect. Tossing the two boys away, Gohan includes himself in that category as well, and transforms into his awakened state. Goten refers to the form as Ultimate and says it's cheating, and though Gohan doesn't find the name very catchy, Trunks suggests he and Goten fuse to try and keep up. Despite having apparently worked hard on perfecting the fusion technique after messing it up last time, the two fuse and fail once again. Nevertheless, they decide to give it a shot as Gotenks charges at Gohan, but he's promptly kicked away. With the winner having been decided, Goku decides to tag in next and transforms into his perfected Ultra Instinct state. Whis confirms with Beerus that this is Goku's strongest technique, and in response to his father's power-up, Gohan transforms into his beast form at last. This surprises both Goku and Vegeta, with Whis noting that this is indeed an interesting development. The two begin their skirmish with a powerful impact, the resulting collision blowing the car holding Carmine and Soldier 15 away, though Gotenks catches it before they can receive any harm. Gohan and Goku glare at each other with pride, the two vanishing before continuing their battle. On Beerus' command, Whis erects a barrier around the spectators so they can watch without issue. Goku and Gohan begin to kick off their battle and level Beerus' planet with warm-up strikes, the two splitting apart and landing in a cavern they created, as Beerus complains about the resulting damage the two are causing. Goku continues his intense sparring session with Gohan, each using their strongest form available to them. Gohan manages to kick Goku through a hill and forest before he brings himself to a halt, the Saiyan complimenting Gohan's latent potential and applauds him for taking the time to train his new form. form. However, Goku reveals he'd been holding back a degree with his Ultra Instinct and shows off the results of his own training, appearing behind Gohan and kicking him into the distance. Pursuing his son, Goku smacks Gohan down into the water, evading a kick from him moments after along with a barrage of his attacks. Watching from the sidelines, Vegeta notes that Goku's Ultra Instinct is shifting the battle in his favor, using skill and experience in tandem with the divine technique to easily evade Gohan's assault. After being ferociously kicked away, Gohan praises Goku's use of Ultra Instinct, though he notes his father hasn't seen the full extent of his beast form just yet. Gohan then raises his energy, questioned by Vegeta if he can control it as he takes off toward Goku, faster than anyone expected. Goku manages to evade Gohan's attack just in time, but the Half Saiyan's follow-up attacks push Goku back further. Catching the attention of Beerus and Whis, Gohan's energy continues to build, enabling him to land a powerful punch and kick on Goku that sends him hurtling into the forest on the planet. Vegeta exclaims that the evasion of Ultra Instinct couldn't keep up with Gohan's speed, and Goku emerges from the forest in base form, injured and wondering how Gohan pulled that off. Gohan then reveals his secret behind the use of Beast. Having not found a way to properly utilize the form's full power without risking losing control, he treads his energy on the edge of going berserk to maximize his power and speed. Goku's impressed by Gohan's strategy and re-enters Ultra Instinct, the two continuing their battle as everyone observes. Broly is equally impressed by Gohan's power and fighting capability, noticed by Goku fighting from above. In response, he decides to push Gohan down below, halting their sparring session and reverting to base form. He goes on to tell his son that he'll be able to rest easy knowing the Earth will be safe when he's gone, and questions if Gohan is still able to spar. Confirming he can, Goku notes there's someone else he'd like Gohan to fight, and calls for Broly to step in next. Moving to the sidelines, Vegeta questions if Goku is okay with not settling his duel, but the Saiyan notes he wasn't fighting to see if he could beat Gohan, but just to see how strong he's got. He goes on to say that Broly has earned his high expectations as well, and he and Gohan have something in common. Gohan begins in ultimate form to casually match Broly's base form, before powering up to Beast once again and launching in. Gohan lands a heavy blow that Broly blocks, punched away and overpowered before he's kicked and falls to the ground. Observing Broly and questioning what he'll do now, the latter gears up and unleashes a transformation, surprising everyone with his newly controlled Super Saiyan form. Additionally, Whis also notes Broly's growth thanks to Gohan, though Beerus notes he still doesn't have a handle on his full power as well as Gohan seems to. Whis questions if Gohan is a suitable candidate for the next God of Destruction, but Beerus immediately says no, noting that destruction isn't suited for someone as uptight as Gohan. Gohan's superior form control and power maintains an advantage over Broly, up until Vegeta decides to tag in for Broly as Gohan's next opponent. Gohan wonders why everyone wants to fight him, and Goten and Trunks, having defused, voice their desire to face Broly. The trio rush in as well as Goku, who doesn't want to be left out, joining the group as they initiate their mini battle royale. The entire ordeal turns into an all-out slugfest, completely wrecking Beerus' planet in the process. Following the session, everyone lies winded as Goku notes it feels great to go all out, Gohan chiming in as he hasn't pushed himself that hard in a while. The group enjoy a feast cooked by Lemo as Goku and Vegeta question the identity of the Red Ribbon soldiers, though they give up their plans to eliminate Gohan and give an apology for their previous actions. Afterwards, Whis fixes up the damage to Beerus' planet while Goku and Vegeta decide to finally return home as well. Searching for a powerful key to lock onto, Goku pinpoints Piccolo and teleports the group to his home. The Namekian initially believes Carmine and Soldier 15 are up to no good again, but the two assert they've learned their lesson and take off. Intrigued by Piccolo's newfound strength, Goku suggests a battle with him, but he declines, stating that he needs to pick up Pan from kindergarten with Gohan. When Goku questions who that is, the others are quick to chastise him for forgetting his granddaughter, and Piccolo makes Goku come along to make up for his mistake. Meanwhile, Carmine decides to abandon his plans for resurrecting the Red Ribbon Army once again, realizing that there's no money to be made in taking over the world, and decides to dedicate his efforts to pharmaceutical development. At the kindergarten, Pan finishes up for the day and warmly greets her father before wondering who the man is behind him. After being told that he's her grandfather, Pan tests him by trying to land a kick against him, though it's easily blocked. The two share a smile before flying off home with Gohan, Piccolo waving goodbye to Pan's teacher.